Chapter 1. One Kazuki Shiro. The sun shone on the village as it revealed the streets sounding with cries of businessmen, laughter of children running around, conversations of passerby as this proved the richness of the village. Village hidden in the leaves, established by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju and his friend Uchiha Madara. Despite fighting 2 wars, this village still holds the position of the strongest in ninja world. At a dango shop near the end of the street, a boy who was about 5 years old with black hair that curled up to face the sky, a cute face, but what the most noticeable was his pitch black eyes that revealed matureness out of his age. "The price has increased again," said the black-haired boy while holding the dango stick and looking at the withered wallet extremely depressed. "Come again, kid," said the shop owner who was happy as his business was going well. "Hard days are near," thought the boy as he started to eat his food while marching towards his home. "I'm home," shouted the boy after he arrived at his home that was at the end of the village, not big, just a small house that had cracks at numerous places and a courtyard with numerous potholes. The boy didn't get an answer of his shout and he wasn't surprised since he lived alone, this was just an habit to relieve his lonesomeness. "It's been 2 years already," thought the boy as he changed his clothes wearing black sleeveless shirt and knee-length pants. The boy's name is Kazuki Shiro. But he has a big secret, he is not from the ninja world, precisely his soul is from a parallel blue planet. The predecessor couldn't handle the trauma of his parents' death 2 years ago and died as a soul from another world took over his body. Kazuki, when learned through his predecessor's memory that this world had ninjutsu, immediately knew that he had traversed to Naruto world. He was a diehard fan of Naruto in his previous life as he had watched every episode of it, and even the next Boruto series he had everything at his fingertips. Kazuki was happy at first traversing to ninja world, but when he started practicing the ninjutsu left by his Jonin parents who died in the mission, he learned that his ninjutsu talent was average, at best he could become an ordinary Jonin. This was an immense blow to Kazuki's confidence, as he knew that later in the plot Jonin was only qualified to be a cannon fodder. God closed the door, but opened a window for him. Like every traverser, he has a cheat which would help him towards greatness. "Today I'll be able to reach it," said Kazuki with some excitement, holding a long black sword with some red patterns on it as he arrived at the courtyard and started swinging the heavy sword with difficulty. 4,998, 4,999, and 5,000. Kazuki fell down as the sword fell down as well, but Kazuki didn't care as his body was trembling from the hard exercise and sweating all over, but he had a smile on his immature face. Ding! The template, Akagami Shanks, has been unlocked to 10%. "Finally I have reached it," said Kazuki as he felt a warm current flowing all over his body, reducing his fatigue and strengthening his body. "Show me the panel," mediated Kazuki silently in his heart as a blue panel appeared in his mind. Kanbunshoku Haki Primary. Kazuki has a system that can extract templates of different characters from different anime world, and the first one he extracted was Red Hair Shanks of the pirate world. Kazuki was excited when he knew that his first template was Shanks. According to Kazuki, Shanks' strength was nearly the same as Madara, he may even defeat him due to his different abilities. "It's observation haki," said Kazuki in surprise as he didn't expect to unlock one of the terrifying abilities of the pirate world. Observation haki is mainly a sixth sense that allows you to sense a person's aura, or sense his intent, predicting his next move, and extreme haki even allows to see the future. Kazuki was in a good mood after getting a powerful ability, so after taking a bath he wanted to treat himself to a big meal. But seeing his shrunken wallet he became depressed again and went out to hunt, since this was the only thing he could do to earn money. The relief money he got from the village as an orphan was enough for a 6th child, but the problem was that he wasn't an ordinary child. He had the monstrous physique of pirate world, and naturally his appetite wasn't small, so he had to hunt to make ends meet. Late at night, Kazuki returned after selling the hunted animal and fell asleep immediately, tired of the work. Chapter 2, 2 Ninja Academy. As rays of the rising sun sheltered the entire Konoha, it declared the beginning of a new day. The sun rays from the broken window fell on the futon as the person inside removed the blanket and got up. After taking a bath, Kazuki wore the new clothes that he had specially brought for today. Eating the breakfast, he left his house running towards the ninja school. Today is the enrollment day for the Ninja Academy. Kazuki, reaching the minimum standard for attending the Ninja Academy, was notified to report to the academy. Arriving at the playground of the school, Kazuki saw a lot of kids around his age. "That's Kakashi," thought Kazuki as he looked at the kid standing alone at the corner wearing a blue mask that covered his face till his nose and white hair, special to Hitaki family, with an expression as if everyone owed him money. Kazuki spotted a lot of familiar faces, like someone wearing orange goggles or a person wearing green tights and watermelon head. Soon, a person wearing a green vest and Konoha headband arrived as he motioned everyone to stay quiet. There will be a test to determine whether you'll be in the best class or the worst. After a few minutes, many equipment for the test were placed at the ground. The proctor announced first exam to be shuriken proficiency test. Thup, shurikens nailed to the center. Kazuki Shiro grade A, announced the proctor with surprise as he didn't expect a civilian to achieve such a result. The kids around started to gossip as everyone was surprised by Kazuki's performance. Soon, it was Kakashi's turn, who also secured all the shuriken to the center. He's White Fang's son Hitaki Kakashi. The children were surprised again by the emergence of another talent. Kakashi ignored everyone's admiring gaze and looked towards Kazuki with fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Kazuki, feeling Kakashi's gaze, looked back and smiled at him. Soon, it was the endurance test, which was to run around the ground for 10 laps. Kazuki and Kakashi both finished their laps, though the difference was Kazuki didn't even have a change in breath while Kakashi sat down tired of running. This guy. Kakashi looked at Kazuki and couldn't believe that he lost to someone of his age. After a brief rest, the proctor announced the third exam, which was the ninjutsu test. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Kazuki only got a C grade in it while Kakashi got another A. Looks like no one is perfect. Some jealous kids breathed a sigh of relief while Kakashi's earlier unwillingness was gone as he saw himself better. I'm really not suited for ninjutsu, thought Kazuki, as even after acquiring the template his ninjutsu talent didn't change much, but his chakra quantity did increase a lot. After the last kid completed the test, the proctor announced the students' class and Kazuki without any problem was sorted in the best class. After the test, Sarutobi arrived as he fed the children the soup of will of fire, making Kazuki laugh inwardly as he knew of Sarutobi's true face. After the speech, Kazuki arrived at his class and, ignoring the noisy kids, he sat aside at a seat near the right end. Kazuki felt a shadow over him and saw Kakashi standing in front of him. Do you need something? Asked Kazuki, a bit confused. Kakashi didn't answer and sat on the seat next to him. Hey, aren't those two who performed the best at the exam? Said Obito to Asuma sitting beside him. They are nothing, I can defeat them both, said Asuma arrogantly, as his father was the third Hokage, so he thought he was the best. The girls looked at both of them with shining eyes. Looking at the girls, the boys gritted their teeth with jealousy. It's disgusting. I want to punch them. But you can't beat them. Among the jealous boys, Asuma spoke loudly as even Kurenai Yuhi was specially looking at Kazuki. Soon, the Chunin teacher, as everyone got quiet, and the teacher introduced himself and asked for everyone's introduction. My name is Kazuki Shiro. I'm destined to be the strongest swordsman that world has never seen before, said Kazuki, as his words sounded a bit arrogant to everyone, but Kazuki knew as long as he grew up he'll do wonders with just a sword. The teacher was surprised since Kazuki didn't even carry a sword with him, but how could he knew that Kazuki had a system space which could carry anything in it except a living person. After the introduction, the teacher started explaining the history of Konoha, including Sarutobi being the strongest Hokage, making Kazuki nearly laugh aloud. Soon, the first day of the academy came to an end as Kazuki went home a bit tired. Lord Third, these are the children who were comprised in the best class, said the Chunin teacher, giving the report to Sarutobi. You're working hard, said Sarutobi to the class teacher, smiling as he started looking at the report. Hitaki Kakashi, said Sarutobi as he saw his name at the top. Lord Third, he's the most talented student I have ever seen, whether taijutsu or ninjutsu his talent is one of the best, said the teacher, happy to teach a genius. As expected of Tsukumo's son, thought Sarutobi, a bit worried, as in the last war the biggest hero for Konoha was White Fang and his Hokage's seat was in danger because of his reputation. Why can't my Sarutobi clan have such a genius, sighed Sarutobi, thinking of his sons who had no talent like Kakashi. Who is this Kazuki Shiro? Asked Sarutobi after seeing his name at the second place. Lord Third, he's a civilian, but in taijutsu he's even better than Kakashi, though his ninjutsu talent is average, said the teacher, a bit disappointed. Sarutobi was also a bit disappointed, but he had to pretend in front of the teacher. No worry, teach him, he'll be better in no time, after all they are the future of Konoha, said Sarutobi as he arrived at the window looking at village, and the teacher behind admired him even more. Chapter 3, Memorial Ceremony. The next day, Kazuki, wearing black shirt and trousers, arrived at the Yamanaka clan's flower shop. Here you go, little brother, said the shop owner, smiling, handing Kazuki the white lilies. Kazuki looked at the shop owner, who had some resemblance with Ino in his memory, but he didn't care much and moved towards Konoha's cemetery. Today a memorial service was held for those who sacrificed their lives in the Second Great Ninja War. Many died in the war to protect the village, and Kazuki's parents were included in it. Kazuki never met his parents, he only had their memory, but he was somewhat sad since he knew how much they loved his predecessor through the memory, therefore he decided to go to there to pay respect to them. Putting the flowers on his parents' grave, Kazuki said in his heart, "May your soul rest in peace in the pure world." Kazuki-kun, he heard a voice behind him, so he looked back and saw a girl with black hair and red eyes wearing black clothes looking at him. "Aren't you Kurenai?" asked Kazuki, a bit confused. Why would she call him? He remembers me, thought Kurenai happily, since she introduced herself in the class yesterday and didn't expect him to remember her. "Yes, said Kurenai quickly, her eyes bent into crescent shape, happy, but then she noticed the grave behind Kazuki and asked curiously, "Kazuki-kun, whose grave is this?" "My parents," said with a straight face but his eyes showing some sadness. "I'm sorry, I didn't know," said Kurenai with a guilty conscience, and was sad as well after hearing about his parents. "No need to worry, they taught me enough to live and now I'll live for their sake," said Kazuki as he looked at the blue sky above, wondering whether he could survive in this dangerous world. Kurenai looked at Kazuki's side face that showed sadness and felt her heart hurt for no reason and wondered how Kazuki lived so much time alone. Then, thinking of something, she looked at him and said with determination, "Can we be friends, Kazuki-kun?" asked Kurenai with a serious face, looking directly at his eyes. Kazuki was stunned by her words for a moment, wondering where did this come from, but nonetheless answered her with a smile on his face, "Of course." Kurenai was happy that Kazuki agreed to be her friend and then put flowers on Kazuki's parents' grave. Kurenai started talking about all kinds of different things after becoming friends with Kazuki, who enjoyed her company after being alone for a long time. Soon, the third Hokage arrived as he gave a speech for those who sacrificed themselves for the village, making nearly everyone present cry. Kazuki had an indifferent expression on his face as he didn't care for a single word of Sarutobi, as he knew of his true face more than anyone else in the world. To Kazuki, Sarutobi was more dangerous than Danzo, as he was a hidden poisonous snake and Danzo was a mad dog at best. Sarutobi liked everything to be under his control, he for his rule let Tsukumo die. Then, when he saw Minato getting out of his grasp instead of fighting the Kyuubi himself, he let him die, and Naruto, the son of Hiro, grew up under the ridicule of everyone, and his grandson had a Jonin as his lackey. Sometimes Kazuki felt that it wasn't a bad thing that his ninjutsu talent wasn't good, since he didn't want Konoha elders' attention and wanted to grow safely at the academy. After the memorial service, Kazuki bade farewell to Kurenai and went home and started his daily practice, and he was more determined to control his destiny, so he doubled his daily practice. After 3 hours of intense practice, Kazuki sat on the ground as his body trembled all over, but feeling the warm current flowing in his body, he sat up again with difficulty and started another round of training. After the training and washing up, Kazuki went outside to hunt because no matter which world, money was needed to survive. Like usual, Kazuki returned late at night, and slept immediately, tired of the daily hard work. At a place that was covered with darkness everywhere, a figure with his right arm and eye covered with bandage and mark on his chin stood and was listening to the report of his subordinate wearing a mask kneeling in front of him. Hitaki Kakashi and Kazuki Shiro were the best students admitted this year, told the root member to Danzo. Hearing the surname Hitaki, Danzo had an irritating expression on his face but quickly calmed down and asked for the details. "Keep an eye on Hitaki Kakashi, and as for the kid Kazuki Shiro, don't waste time on him. Someone who can't even learn ninjutsu isn't worth my time," said Danzo with an indifferent expression. "Yes," the root member nodded as he flashed away. "Hitaki Tsukumo, I'll deal with you someday," said Danzo viciously as his crutch made ground tapping sound in the quiet surrounding and he disappeared in the darkness. Chapter 4 Assessment. After the memorial service, Kazuki's daily of going to academy at the morning and training the rest of time with minimum amount of sleep continued. As the days passed, it turned into months, and soon 4 months have passed since the start of ninja school for Kazuki. Today the class was packed with all the students, since today was the assessment for the students to show their progress. "Hey Kazuki, Kakashi, today I'm going to defeat you both and it will be the start of my road to Hokage," said Obito loudly, but he didn't get an answer as both of them ignored him, causing him to grit his teeth in anger and wanted to attack them. "Don't fight, Obito, I believe you'll succeed for sure," a soft voice fell in Obito's ears as he saw a girl with brown hair and purple pattern on her both cheeks giving him an encouraging look. "Well, if you say so, Rin, then I'll let them go," said Obito, a bit embarrassed but didn't forget to be arrogant once again. No wonder he wanted to destroy the world for her, thought Kazuki, looking at Rin, who was the only light for Obito. "Kazuki-kun, I brought bento for you," Kazuki heard a voice as he saw Kurenai holding a bento box standing next to his seat. "Why trouble yourself so much?" said Kazuki helplessly, as since the day he became friends with Kurenai she would bring lunch for him nearly every day. Aren't we friends? Giving the same answer as every day as she opened the bento box revealing the exquisite meal in it. Look, you've gotten so thin, here, eat the meat, urged Kurenai while handing him chopsticks. Taking the chopsticks from her, both of them started eating the bento together. Damn, Asuma clenched his fists in anger as he saw the goddess of his heart eating with someone else other than him. Today I'll beat you in front of Kurenai so badly that she won't even look at you, thought Asuma as he wondered Kurenai looking at him with admiring eyes. Kazuki didn't know about Asuma's thought, but even if he knew, he won't care. After eating the bento with Kurenai, Kazuki saw Kakashi looking at him with burning spirit in his eyes. What should I do? Sighed Kazuki helplessly as he didn't know what to do if he had a fight with Kakashi. Kazuki had absolute confidence that he could beat Kakashi easily, but doing that would put him in the eyes of Danzo and Sarutobi, but he couldn't pretend to lose since this would affect his firm will to become fearless. There's only one match, I shouldn't be so unlucky to meet him. Kazuki could only pray that the worst doesn't happen. After some time the Chunin teacher arrived as he took everyone to the academy's playground. Obito vs Might Guy, announced the Chunin teacher who was holding the clipboard as both Obito and Guy arrived in front of each other at middle of the ground. Start, shouted the teacher. Obito rushed forward, quickly closing the distance as he swung his fist forward towards Guy's face, who bending down easily avoided the attack and without giving him a chance kicked him on the stomach. Arg, Obito fell down holding his stomach groaning in pain. Winner Might Guy, the teacher announced the result as the unwilling Obito could only go back holding his stomach, but Rin encouraged him as he felt a little better. Sharingan is really something else, said Kazuki with some emotion while looking at Obito. Obito, who didn't have a slight talent after losing Rin and opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, took a 180 degrees turn. He not only tamed the Nine Tails but also indirectly killed his sensei the fourth Hokage. His fighting style, everything changed after opening Mangekyo. After the fight of Obito, there were some fights between supporting character who weren't in original plot. After the fifth match ended, the Chunin teacher announced the sixth match. Kazuki Shiro vs Sarutobi Asuma, said the teacher loudly. Great, both Asuma and Kazuki had the same thought as Asuma got his wish to fight Kazuki for revenge and Kazuki got his wish for not to fight Kakashi to gain attention. Kazuki and Asuma stood in front of each other as Asuma looked at Kazuki like a prey. Start, the teacher announced the start of the fight as Asuma rushed towards Kazuki. Asuma swung his arms as two kunai attacked Kazuki from both sides. Kazuki blocked the kunai by swinging the wooden sword diagonally in his hands easily. Seeing his attack useless, Asuma threw shurikens towards Kazuki, who didn't even move an inch, swung his wooden sword again blocking all of the shurikens. Kazuki smiled looking at Asuma and said, "Is this all you've got?" Ah, Asuma immediately got angry seeing Kazuki mocking him and rushed forward attacking madly. It's useless, said Kazuki shaking his head as he saw Asuma losing his focus by just a little provocation. Asuma's fist moved towards Kazuki, who brought his right arm forward blocking the fist with his palm. Asuma tried to take back his hands, but no matter how he tried he couldn't free his hands. Just give up, asked Kazuki looking at the struggling Asuma while holding his fists. Don't look down on me, shouted Asuma angrily trying his best to break free. Kazuki sighed as he didn't want to hurt him, but sometimes simple words didn't solve the matter. Kazuki applied a little force on his hands and a cracking sound was heard as Asuma groaned in pain and fell down on his knees but didn't give up, so the teacher arrived announcing the winner. At least he has the guts to be a ninja, thought Kazuki looking at the Asuma who didn't give up even after he broke his finger. The students around were surprised at Kazuki defeating Asuma so easily, and Kurenai was waving her hand cheering loudly for Kazuki with other girls around. Soon the assessment ended, Kazuki and Kakashi both being the first. After leaving the academy, Kazuki was on his way home but a figure blocked his way. What's the matter, Kakashi? Asked Kazuki casually. After 4 months they treat each other as friend, though Kakashi was a bit cold. Fight me, said Kakashi looking towards Kazuki with a serious face as he wanted to know who was the strongest. Trouble, thought Kazuki looking at the ready-to-go Kakashi and immediately thought of a way to leave without a fight. Kazuki wasn't afraid of him, but he knew that the third Hokage had a crystal through which he could watch the whole village and he didn't want to expose his strength accidentally. Lord Third, said Kazuki respectfully looking behind Kakashi. Huh, Kakashi immediately turned around but saw the vacant street. He looked back and saw no sign of Kazuki. Damn, cursed Kakashi and went back unwillingly at the end. Arriving home after conning Kakashi, Kazuki took a bath and soon started today's share of practice. Chapter 5, 5 Kurigaku's Spy. After the ninja assessment, the name of Kazuki and Kakashi spread throughout the village. Everyone knew the village had 2 more geniuses. Kazuki wasn't worried of getting the attention of two old foxes since his talent in ninjutsu was bad enough for them to ignore him. In a forest southwest to the village. The sun shone softly on the woods and from time to time wind blew up bringing pieces of leaves. There were waves of collisions. Kazuki was standing in front of two-person-high boulder swinging his great sword at the boulder. There were deep marks on the boulder everywhere but he couldn't cut the boulder in half like those swordsmen in Pirate World. According to Kazuki, swordsmanship had 4 levels. The first was just the physical attack with the sword and Kazuki categorized himself in this stage. The second was the sword force strong enough to compress air pressure capable of causing long-range attacks. The third was to be able to imbue haki on the sword and the strongest attack in this stage could even split a mountain. See Zoro vs Pika for reference. The last stage was the great swordsmen the likes of Hawkeye or Shanks who could cut mountains with every attack or destroying islands easily. It's still a long way to go, thought Kazuki as he started swinging the sword again on the boulder. I finally found you, Kazuki heard a voice behind and saw it was Kakashi. Since the day of assessment, Kakashi would find him for a fight nearly every day but Kazuki conned him every time, but Kakashi never gave up. You won't give up, so let's fight and get over with it, said Kazuki helplessly looking towards Kakashi's side. Why can't he train quietly? Today I'll prove it that I'm the strongest among my peers, said Kakashi coldly as he put on a fighting stance. But, suddenly both of them heard faint sound of footsteps as they looked towards its direction. Usually, the place where Kazuki trains, there are hardly any people coming so, Kazuki immediately took out his sword and became vigilant. Although he doesn't know the other party but listening to the movement he could guess that the person was moving towards this side. Be careful Kakashi, it might be an enemy, said Kazuki reminding Kakashi since these were turbulent times and spies in another village wasn't particularly a rare thing. Suddenly, a cold light flashed as person jumped out from behind a tree arriving in front of Kakashi quickly his sword moving towards his neck. Damn, cursed Kakashi as he was caught totally unprepared by the enemy's speed. Bringing the kunai in front of him with difficulty Kakashi managed to block the attack but the enemy without giving a chance to breathe to Kakashi, turned in the air kicking him on the chest. Kakashi flew back 7 or 8 meters hitting the tree as he vomited a mouthful of blood. This all happened in seconds without giving Kazuki a chance to aid Kakashi. Are you all right Kakashi? Asked Kazuki worriedly arriving by Kakashi's side. It's just a slight injury, said Kakashi with some difficulty as Kazuki breathed a sigh of relief. You are injured so don't move anymore, I'll deal with him, said Kazuki to Kakashi who wanted to stand and fight the enemy. After checking Kakashi's condition, Kazuki turned to look at the enemy. Under the evening sun, the appearance of the enemy could be clearly seen. Although the other party wears Konoha headband his facial feature doesn't match with those in the land of fire. With a weather-beaten face and the peculiar redness that's only on those living near the sea he could guess his origin. Are you from Kurigakure? Asked Kazuki solemnly as he fully released his haki concentrating on the opponent. Sharp brat. You guessed it right, said the spy as he pointed his sword towards Kazuki and continued saying, but sadly there's no reward for it and only death. Hireyasu Sato, a perception-type chunin from Kurigakure, after exhausting a lot of energy, he finally managed to infiltrate the land of fire but as soon as he let his guard down he was spotted by 2 little children. He couldn't let these children leave alive as they might report after going back alerting the village. This place is quite close to the village I need to end this quickly, thought Sato since he knew that Konoha Anbu would check the surroundings of the village around this time. Kazuki looked towards the enemy as his grip on his sword tightened and he had some anticipation in his heart. Kazuki wasn't afraid of the other party since he knew in this dangerous world he had to face such situations at some time, and he was looking forward to how strong he was at his full strength. Come on, shouted Kazuki to Sato excitedly. Arrogant kid, snorted Sato in disdain as he quickly disappeared and was already in front of Kazuki his sword slashing at his neck. A metal colliding sound sounded in the surrounding as Kazuki firmly blocked his attack with his swords. Sword clashing sounds spread as Kazuki kept slashing at Sato who blocked them with some difficulty. Damn, kid, cursed Sato as he didn't expect Kazuki to be so tough to defeat. After blocking another slash of Kazuki, he separated from him, about 10 meters away. You have some ability kid, said Sato praising Kazuki, but it's time to end this. Water style. Water bullets. Sato made seals as numerous water bullets sprouting from his mouth moved towards Kazuki. Looking at the upcoming attack, Kazuki wasn't afraid as he moved forward and closed his eyes. Ha ha, go to death, said Sato laughing as he saw Kazuki closing his eyes like giving up. But his laughter stopped abruptly as he saw Kazuki moving around gracefully avoiding the bullets easily. Damn, It's your lucky day, kid, said Sato, unwilling as he couldn't afford to waste time since Konoha Anbu might be here any minute. But as Sato turned around and wanted to retreat, he heard a sound behind him, making him horrified. It isn't so easy to go. Sato tried to look back, but all he saw was a glimpse of sword moving towards his head. Blood splashed on the ground as the sword divided Sato into two from top to bottom. This was exciting, said Kazuki as he sat down on the ground, his heart still beating fast from the thrilling battle. After a few minutes, Kazuki's mood calmed down, as he looked towards the neatly divided Sato. Kazuki didn't have any nausea after killing, since he knew kindness in this dangerous world would only bring his own death. Let's go, Kakashi, said Kazuki to the stunned Kakashi, who couldn't believe he was so strong. Kakashi left with him, a bit absent-minded, as Kazuki escorted him towards the hospital. Around 15 minutes after Kazuki left, a few shadows flashed as 5 to 6 figures wearing masks arrived. He's likely from Kurigakure, and looking at the wound, he was probably killed by a sharp weapon, most likely a sword, and with a single strike, said the Anbu who squatted beside the divided Sato, analyzing the situation. After checking the area around for any useful information, they left with his corpse. I hope you keep this matter a secret, said Kazuki to Kakashi, who lay on the hospital bed, as he didn't want to expose his strength. Though confused as to why Kazuki would hide it, but he agreed nonetheless as Kazuki left the ward, leaving Kakashi thinking of his performance in the battle earlier and Kazuki's strength clearly far higher than his own. I'll defeat you one day. Kakashi was worthy of a genius, as this setback made him even more determined. Try your best to investigate who did it, said Sarutobi to the Anbu who reported of the situation earlier. Yes, the Anbu nodded as he flashed away. Who could it be, thought Sarutobi, thinking of the person who killed Kurigakure's spy, smoking heavily. Kazuki didn't know that the Hokage was looking for the killer, as after returning home and reviewing on the battle earlier, he took a bath, and after eating dinner he fell asleep since he was tired of the battle earlier. Chapter 6 Kakashi's graduation. After his fight with the Kiri spy, Kazuki increased his training effort as he was even more determined than before. Kazuki-kun, where's Kakashi? Asked Kurenai, a bit curious, looking at the empty seat next to Kazuki. He's at the hospital, told Kazuki while eating the bento brought by Kurenai as he continued. Maybe he got injured during his training, lied Kazuki without blinking an eye. You should be careful while training, Kazuki-kun, said Kurenai with concern as she tilted her head, looking at Kazuki with her index finger at her lower lip. Kazuki was stunned, looking at her cute expression. Beast. She's just a little girl, scolding himself in his heart. Kazuki said to Kurenai, don't worry, I'll be careful here, eat this. Kazuki picked the food with the chopstick as he brought it near her mouth. Thank you, said Kurenai as she hurriedly swallowed it with a smile. Seeing her happy expression, Kazuki suddenly had enlightenment as his eyes showed a firm look. He had a new goal aside from becoming stronger. A dream to protect that smile. Here for you, said Kurenai, feeding Kazuki as well, creating a warm atmosphere, though not for Asuma, sitting at the corner looking at the scene with deep envy in his eyes. At the exercise field on the backside of the village, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the whole world. A child around 5 or 6 swinging his sword constantly could be seen as his black training suit was soaked in sweat. 9,998, 9,999 and 10,000, shouted the boy loudly as he exhausted all of his strength as he swung his sword. Kazuki sat down gasping for breath, tired of all the training, but suddenly smiled as he heard the long-lost system voice. Ding! The template, Red Hair Shanks, has been extracted till 20%. Stage 2 swordsmanship, explained in an earlier chapter. The template extraction had increased a lot due to Kazuki's abnormal amount of training. It's finally here, said Kazuki, feeling the warm current strengthening his body and absorbing the information that appeared in his mind. After 10 minutes, the strengthening stopped as Kazuki stood up, completed, recovered as, holding his sword, he arrived in front of a 3-person high-size boulder. Taking a deep breath, Kazuki swung his sword towards the boulder. The air around the sword seemed to compress as a 5-meter-long red crescent slash visible to the naked eye appeared as it flew towards the boulder. A sharp cutting sound spread to the surroundings as the high-size boulder in front of Kazuki was neatly divided into 2. Amazing, said Kazuki as he didn't expect the slash to be so strong. Its power is comparable to an A-rank jutsu, concluded Kazuki looking at the damage caused by it. More importantly, for Kazuki, this slash didn't cost any chakra, only physical strength with which he could last in a battle for a while. Imagining himself using successive slashes comparable to A-rank jutsu, Kazuki could only mourn for his future enemies. It's been nearly 9 months since Kazuki joined the ninja school. Last month was another assessment in which Kazuki defeated the future big boss Obito and kept his image of a genius. Kazuki-kun, my father doesn't teach me any awesome jutsu at all, said Kurenai putting a sad expression. You haven't even properly learned the clone technique taught by sensei, said Kazuki hitting her on the head lightly. Holding her head, Kurenai had a wronged expression on her face as she looked aside, pretending to be angry. But after Kazuki told her a few jokes, she started laughing again, forgetting about the fight. Can I talk with you? Kazuki heard a voice as he saw Kakashi with the same cold face looking at him. Arriving at the end of the corridor, Kazuki asked Kakashi, what's the matter? I'm going to apply for early graduation, told Kakashi being straightforward. Is it the time already? Thought Kazuki, but putting a smile on his face, he patted Kakashi's shoulder, saying, congratulations then. Won't you apply for it as well? Asked Kakashi. No, I'll be staying here till the assigned time for graduation, told Kazuki, shaking his head as ninja school was a novice village for him where he wanted to get as strong as possible. But you won't learn anything more here, you'll waste your talent, said Kakashi a bit excitedly as he couldn't understand his approach. Kakashi, there are some reasons you won't understand even if I told you, so graduate early and become stronger, maybe I'll tell you one day. Said Kazuki as he couldn't tell him that if he showed exceptional strength, he would be planted with the curse seal by Konoha's first conspirator, Old Fox Danzo. Though a bit unwilling, Kakashi left dejected as he couldn't be with his rival anymore. The next day, the news that Kakashi applied for early graduation and successfully graduated the day after spread throughout the village. As expected of White Fang's son. Yeah, he's the youngest ever to graduate. The matter of Kakashi graduating was gossip for every person in the village. As expected of my eternal rival, shouted Might Guy as he started doing push-ups in the class. Kakashi is amazing, said the girls admiring Kakashi. What's so great about Kakashi? Kazuki-kun is far better than him, said Kurenai sitting beside Kazuki. You are better than him, right? Asked Kurenai expecting a positive answer from him. Yeah, I am, he said helplessly as this little girl occupied Kakashi's vacant seat and would tell him various things all day long. Hearing his answer, Kurenai immediately became happy as the happy days of ninja school kept passing. Chapter 7 The Message. After Kakashi's graduation, Kazuki's life at the academy became even more comfortable. With no one to bother him for a spar every now and then, Kazuki continued his happy life of eating bento with Kurenai and training the rest of time. On the other hand, the person who killed the Kiri spy even after so many months of investigation couldn't be located as it became a mystery. Stop the investigation, said Sarutobi sitting on his seat wearing the Hokage attire to the Anbu in front. Tell Danzo about this, maybe he can find the killer, said Sarutobi, though he doubted that Danzo won't know of this matter. Yes, nodded the Anbu as he went outside, leaving the deep in thought Sarutobi. How long will this peace last, thought Sarutobi looking at the prosperous village through the window as he knew this peace was only temporary. It's been nearly a decade since the last war and most villages had nearly recovered from it. Land of Fire was rich with numerous resources and the other villages all wanted a piece of land for themselves, already causing 2 wars. I hope it'll last long enough for the younger generation to grow, thought Sarutobi as he smoked heavily. As expected from one of my eternal rivals, but I'll never give up and my youth will shine one day, shouted Might Guy as he got up bruised a bit from the ground. I believe that day will come soon, said Kazuki to Might Guy, who he had defeated just now in the assessment with just 1 punch. Might Guy became even more energetic after hearing his words and started a lap of running around the ground. Kazuki-kun won again. The little girls around shouted for Kazuki, cheering for him. Damn, this guy is getting more and more stronger, said Obito, gritting his teeth looking at Kazuki. Here Kazuki-kun, said Kurenai to Kazuki, handing him a towel, though he didn't get tired at all from the fight earlier. Where did you get this? Asked Kazuki, a bit speechless, holding the towel looking at Kurenai. Do you hate it? Asked Kurenai looking at him angrily. No, said Kazuki, sighing as he wiped the already clean face with the towel as Kurenai nodded in satisfaction. Take care Kazuki-kun, said Kurenai, waving to Kazuki as they both went in opposite direction after the school towards their home. On his way home, Kazuki noticed the atmosphere of the village a bit wrong, wondering what happened. Spotting a group of people talking about something, Kazuki arrived near them as he heard their conversation. Yeah, White Fang failed the mission. That bastard, because of him the village lost so much face. Yeah, wasting the village resources. So that's what it is, thought Kazuki as he immediately understood the matter. White Fang, for saving his companion, decided to abandon the mission, which was a noble deed, but some people took advantage of it. These bastards, said Kazuki looking towards the Hokage building. Kazuki knew it was Danzo who was fanning the flames, but Sarutobi didn't stop it, obviously wanting to ruin his reputation. The only difference was that Sarutobi didn't intended to kill him while Danzo wanted to kill him. I can't let this happen, thought Kazuki as he wanted to stop this suicide. Kazuki already regarded Kakashi a close friend of his, so he didn't want him to turn into an emotionless person like he was in his teens in the original. But how should I stop this, thought Kazuki as he couldn't go simply to Kakashi's house and say not to commit suicide. Not to mention Danzo must have put his eyeliners near his house to keep an eye on him. Kazuki knew that stopping his suicide was rather easy as Tsukumo only needed someone to approve his actions. After some thinking, Kazuki thought of a way to save him, though he wasn't sure it will work, but this was all he could do. Outside White Fang house. Come out, you bastard. Outside Tsukumo house a lot of people were gathered shouting and ridiculing him. Kakashi stood at door looking at the people scolding his dad who he admired so much, wondering was task really that important. Suddenly a loud sound rang throughout the street as a visible pressure spread, destroying the walls around, and all the ordinary people in front of Kakashi suddenly fell down, passing out. What was that? Kakashi immediately became vigilant, totally fine as that pressure didn't affected him at all. A kunai flew out from an unknown direction as it hit the door behind Kakashi. Who is it? Come out, shouted Kakashi, but there was no answer as he looked at the kunai, noticing a white paper stuck on it. Holding the paper, Kakashi saw it was folded with words written, for White Fang. A message, thought Kakashi, wondering whether he should deliver to his father, but finally decided to give it to him as he went inside. At a roof of a building some distance from Hitaki house. Few figures wearing black robe and masks covering their face sat on the ground on one knee, gasping for breath. What was that, an illusion or something else? Said the person wearing a monkey mask. The others shook their heads, not knowing what it was, as they decided to report it to Danzo. This was all I could do, said Kazuki looking at Kakashi going inside with the letter. This year his template extraction has reached 27% and he has unlocked one of Shank's most fearsome ability, Haoshoku Haki. The ability to enforce your will on others as the weak didn't have a chance to stand against the king. After looking around and after assuring no one saw him, Kazuki flashed away, disappearing from the place. Chapter 8. 8 Enlightened White Fang. Holding the paper, Kakashi arrived outside his father's room. Father, there's a message for you. After hesitating for a moment, Kakashi knocked on the door, calling his father. After a few seconds a slight gloomy and tired voice sounded from the room. Opening the door, Kakashi went inside and saw the whole dark room with some light pouring from the window, revealing a figure sitting at the corner with his head down. Arriving in front of his father, Kakashi hesitated for a moment whether to tell of the matter earlier. What's the matter, Kakashi? A voice sounded, pulling Kakashi out of his thoughts. Father, someone left a message for you, said Kakashi, a bit nervous, showing him the letter. Tsukumo raised his head, revealing the blank eyes that seemed to have lost their luster. Taking the letter from Kakashi's hand, Tsukumo opened the letter, reading it a bit absent-minded. Whatever the village says, for me you have done the most heroic deed. Those who break the rules in ninja world are considered scum. Those who abandon their companions are worse than scum. Remember, death means end, only living has infinite possibilities. Kakashi saw his father reading the letter and stood aside, but soon he noticed the lost luster started appearing in his father's eyes as his father's hands started trembling and tears fell from his eyes, but he had a smile on his face. No matter who you are, said Tsukumo in tears as he continued saying, but you have my thanks, saying that he stood up, his face full of confidence, leaving the letter on ground. Let's go and eat something, Kakashi, said Tsukumo to his son, patting him on his shoulder as he left the room. Kakashi, seeing his father who changed so much in an instant, was stunned and looked towards the letter. After hesitating for a while, Kakashi finally picked it up and started reading. Those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum, Kakashi muttered in his mouth as his confused mind from earlier whether to choose task or a companion finally had an answer. Akagami Shanks, I remember you, said Kakashi as a smile appeared under his mask as he went outside to eat with his father who was waiting for him. You're all elites that I have cultivated with so much effort, but now you are telling me that you all lost the ability to fight in an instant, said Danzo with disbelief as he couldn't understand who had the ability to do such a thing. Will it be White Fang? A root member said as they were near his house at that moment. If he had that ability, our Konoha would have been invincible long ago, said Danzo with disdain. Try to investigate every person there and find out who it is, ordered Danzo to his man as they flashed away. You can't hide for long, said Danzo viciously as he disappeared in the darkness. Since Danzo got the news, there was no way Sarutobi won't Be sure to search for every clue around that area, told Sarutobi to the Anbu in front of him who informed him of the situation earlier. After the Anbu left, Sarutobi stood in front of the window thinking hard. First that spy and now this, is it the same person? Thought Sarutobi as he for the first time felt that things were out of his control. I hope you're not an enemy otherwise, said Sarutobi coldly looking at the village in front. After a few days, the talk about White Fang came to an end, making Danzo frustrated who thought White Fang would at least attack villagers in anger, but nonetheless his purpose was achieved to reduce his reputation. Looks like it worked. Kazuki, who saw the talk about White Fang coming to an end and no news of his death, knew immediately that his method had worked. He might be searching for Shanks, said Kazuki laughing as he just used his name on a whim, but he knew that White Fang might be looking for him. A month later, another shocking news spread throughout the village. Yeah, White Fang's son Kakashi, he became a Chunin. 6 years old Chunin hiss. Everyone was horrified by his talent. Sakuma was grateful for the person who saved him indirectly, otherwise he won't be able to see his son's success. Damn, both father and son are annoying, Danzo cursed after learning the news. Sarutobi was happy since Konoha had hope of another powerhouse in the future. In Ninja Academy, students made Kakashi their role model, but Kazuki didn't care as he made full use of this time at the school to make himself as strong as he can. Chapter 9 Graduation. In one of the classrooms, the Chunin teacher stood in front of the students holding a form. Announced the teacher is a boy who was around 1.6 meters high with jet black hair and black eyes, wearing a purple samurai robe along with a sword hanging at his waist, came to the blackboard. It's been 2 years since the incident of White Fang and 4 years since Kazuki joined the academy. During these 2 years, maybe due to pirate genes, his height increased a lot, comparable to a 12 or 13 years old child, despite being 9 years old. With a quick movement of his hands, Kazuki folded several seals. With a burst of smoke, a perfect copy identical to Kazuki appeared on the left. This caused exclamation of girls around, not only because of his successful application of clone jutsu, but also because of his attractiveness. Kazuki Shiro pass, said the teacher loudly as he handed a Konoha headband to Kazuki. Today it was the day of graduation exam, as during turbulent times 9 was the graduation age. Congratulations Kazuki, a voice sounded behind Kazuki, who was talking to the overjoyed might guy who had graduated as well. Turning back, Kazuki saw a girl with dark brown hair, crimson-colored eyes and light-color skin holding a Konoha headband looking at him. You passed as well, Kurenai, said Kazuki, arriving in front of her looking at headband. Humph, do you think I won't? Don't take me easy, I have already learned an awesome jutsu from my father, snorted Kurenai arrogantly, putting a proud expression. Yeah, I know you are the best, said Kazuki helplessly as he knew this little girl just wanted to be praised. It's good, you know it, turned her head towards other side, hiding her blushing face. During these years, Kurenai was like a glue, always sticking to Kazuki as their friendship turned into something special, at least for Kurenai. Ninja world was really strange, even 9-year-old kids would think of things out of their age. It's just fantasy, one know this doesn't happen in reality, so don't take it seriously. After the graduation test, everyone went home as tomorrow the students will be sorted into squads. The wind blew, bringing leaves in the courtyard. Kazuki stood straight, holding the handle of the sword slung at his waist and had his eyes closed. Suddenly, Kazuki opened his eyes and a slashing sound spread in the void as the sword was sheathed and resheathed at a speed invisible to the naked eye as red light flashed. A 10-meter-long deep gully appeared at the ground underneath Kazuki from the terrible slash. I now have full control of my movements, said Kazuki as he didn't care about the damage caused by the slash. During these 2 years, Kazuki wasn't lazy in his training as he trained the best he could. His template extraction has reached 46% and his observation haki has also evolved to intermediate. Though his swordsmanship was still at the stage 2, but it has become more refined. The slash just now, he sheathed and resheathed the sword at a speed during which the opponent could hardly print a single seal. I finally now have the ability to protect myself in the upcoming war, said Kazuki looking at the blue sky above, thinking all the effort he put into his training was worth it. The friction between small countries near the border of Land of Fire has increased dramatically. Though, there was no excuse for the other shinobi villages to launch a war on Konoha, but Kazuki knew only a small conflict was enough to cause a war. The current year is the 43rd year of the foundation of Konoha. Kazuki knew that the next year the war will erupt for sure. Today is the day for the formation of 3-person ninja squad guided by a Jonin. The Chunin teacher arrived as everyone quieted down and he started announcing the squads. Yes, we're together, shouted Kurenai as she hugged Kazuki sitting beside excitedly. Kazuki was stunned looking at the overexcited Kurenai in his arms but finally sighed and said nothing, letting her do whatever she wants to. After calming down, Kurenai understood how bold she was, immediately moving away blushing as she put her head in her knees, embarrassed. "There's no need to be embarrassed, I'm happy as well, being with you," encouraged Kazuki, tapping her head as the embarrassed Kurenai finally lifted her head. "Hello, I'm Shizune Kato, I'll be in your care." Kazuki heard a voice and saw a quiet looking around his age with black eyes, black hair stood in front of him. "I'm Kazuki Shiro," told Kazuki as he recognized the girl in front of him. "Shizune, Tsunade's disciple in the future." "Oh, it's you, Shizune," said Kurenai happily as both of them were friends already, so they started talking with each other, ignoring Kazuki who, bored, could only wait for the teacher. Chapter 10 Shinku Yuhi. 2 hours passed soon and there was no sign of the teacher as only Kazuki's squad was left in the room. Kurenai was already mad tired of waiting and Kazuki also started to lose his patience. At this moment, the door was pushed open as a figure walked in. He was wearing Konoha standard Jonin attire, but what the most noticeable was his face having some resemblance with Kurenai. "Father," shouted Kurenai in surprise as she didn't expect her father to be here. "Congratulations on your graduation," said Shinku Yuhi looking towards the three of them. "Father, why are you here?" asked Kurenai a bit confused. "Well, I'll be your Jonin instructor," said Shinku, surprising them. "I am quite late already, so without any delay let's have a brief introduction. I'll start with myself," said Shinku as he coughed slightly, clearing his throat. "I'm Shinku Yuhi, a Jonin of Konohagakure and your teammate Kurenai's father. I don't have a dream but I have a responsibility to protect my village and my family," said Shinku, introducing himself, causing both Shizune and Kurenai to look at him with worshipping eyes. "My name is Kurenai Yuhi. My dream is to be a strong ninja just like you, father, and what I like is..." Kurenai didn't say more but she looked at Kazuki from the corner of eyes as her face turned red, as she giggled thinking of something. Looking at his daughter, Shinku was left speechless as the corner of his mouth twitched. Shinku then looked at Kazuki since he discovered his daughter sneaking a peek at him, though a bit unhappy that someone robbed his daughter. "My name is Kazuki Shiro, there are not many things in particular that I like, my dream is to be the strongest swordsman ever and to be strong enough to protect that smile," said Kazuki looking at the sky as he would never let anyone hurt Kurenai. Shinku was shocked as he could sense genuine care from his words as he wondered how could a child of this age have such firm will. Kurenai was also shocked hearing his words, wondering who could it be. "My name is Kato Shizune and my dream is to be an excellent medical ninja," Shizune also introduced herself as the introduction came to an end. "Well, tomorrow early in the morning arrive at the exercise field, don't be late," said Shinku to them as he left with his daughter. Saying goodbye to Kato, Kazuki went towards his home as he knew his days as a ninja have finally began. "These are the students who graduated, Lord Hokage," said the Chunin teacher, handing the form to Sarutobi. Usually, Sarutobi is the one who sorts students into teams, but this time there was no one worth his time in the class, so he left it to others. This Kazuki Shiro, thought Sarutobi looking at his profile as he remembered this kid's taijutsu was even better than Kakashi. "How's this kid?" asked Sarutobi about Kazuki to the teacher. "Lord Hokage, I have taught for so many years but I have never seen anyone with such taijutsu skills, and most importantly he always carries a sword with him but no one was able to make him use it," told the teacher about his thoughts to Sarutobi. "The strongest swordsman, huh?" said Sarutobi looking at the dream that Kazuki had said written on the report as he smoked. Similar scenes also happened at a place filled with darkness as Danzo was also reported of the latest situation of Ninja Academy. Kazuki didn't knew that even without doing anything extraordinary he started to appear in the eyes of Hokage and Danzo. But even if he knew, he won't care since he had enough strength to protect himself now. Arriving back home, Kazuki started the daily training session as even if he was strong he could still be killed if overwhelmed by enemies' number. After getting up and washing to freshen up, Kazuki arrived at the exercise field as Shizune was already standing there. "Good morning," said Kazuki to Shizune arriving beside her. "Good morning Kazuki-kun," said Shizune politely. "No need to be so formal, just call me Kazuki," said Kazuki waving his hand in a carefree manner. "Okay," nodded Shizune as she was still nervous with new friends. "Good morning." As both of them were talking to each other, they heard a shout and saw Kurenai running towards them wearing a white training dress. "You're late," said Kato angrily to Kurenai. "Sorry," said Kurenai sticking out her tongue playfully. "Where's your dad?" asked Kazuki. "He was on his way. Oh look, there he is." Kurenai pointed towards a direction as Kazuki saw Shinku coming towards this way, but unlike yesterday he had a sword fixed at his back. "You're here already," said Shinku looking at the three of them. I have read your report. Your grades don't matter to me. If you couldn't satisfy me with your performance, I'll send you back to the academy. Shinku made a circle on the ground as he stood within it as he looked towards them. Your task is to make me step out of this circle. You have only 1 hour. Try your best, otherwise you know the consequence, said Shinku as both Kurenai and Shizune became worried, but Kazuki had a relaxed expression on his face. Chapter 11:11 Knocked Out. Come on, we don't have whole day, said Shinku to them as he stood in the circle with a relaxed expression on his face. What should we do now, Kazuki? Asked Kurenai, as she wasn't a fool to believe that she could defeat her father. No need to worry, just leave it to me, said Kazuki to the two of them as he walked towards Shinku. Too reckless, thought Shinku looking at the Kazuki walking towards him without any plan or teamwork. Standing at a distance of 10 meters from Shinku, Kazuki looked towards him and said, Sensei, if I defeat you alone, would my teammates pass as well? Asked Kazuki as he wanted to confirm it before fighting him. Of course, but since you have decided to fight me alone, if you lose they will fail as well, said Shinku as he looked towards Kurenai and Shizune. I believe in Kazuki, but if he loses we will go back to the academy, said Kurenai as she looked at Shizune beside her waiting for her answer. Yes, I believe in him, told Shizune, though she hasn't been together with Kazuki for long, but he had a unique aura of confidence around making her want believe in him. Their trust for each other is praiseworthy, thought Shinku after hearing the choice of both girls as a light of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Very well then, I hope you won't regret it later, said Shinku as a serious expression appeared on his face, ready for the battle. Putting force under his feet, Kazuki disappeared and the ground beneath cracked as he appeared in front of Shinku instantly. So fast, Shinku was horrified by Kazuki's speed as he brought the sword at his back in front of him with difficulty. Kazuki's fist struck the horizontal sword as fierce wind pressure spread around by the impact, and the feet of Shinku inside the circle drilled deep underground. What monstrous strength, thought Shinku, who blocked Kazuki's punch, seeing some cracks on the sword obviously caused by his fist. Sensei, try to stop the next one, said Kazuki, who had a grin on his face. Kazuki only applied 1/3 of his strength in the punch earlier, but even that was too much for a ninja's weak build. Can't let him attack anymore, thought Shinku as he knew another attack of that level would completely destroy the ground beneath, abolishing the circle as well. Kazuki once more paced towards Shinku, and in an instant he was already a few steps away from him. Shinku, with quick movements of his hands, folded several seals instantly. Kazuki, who was about to deliver another punch, stopped suddenly as he saw Shinku in front of him disappearing. Kazuki found himself bound to a tree with its branches enclosing on him. This is Genjutsu, Kazuki understood it immediately. From the tree behind, Shinku came out as the kunai in his hands moved towards Kazuki's neck. What happened? Asked Shizune as she saw Kazuki suddenly stood motionless in front of Sensei. That's my father's Genjutsu, told Kurenai, her face showing a worried expression. Then would Kazuki lose? Asked Shizune anxiously. We have to believe in Kazuki, he'll never lose, said Kurenai, cheering the nervous Shizune as both of them looked towards the battle. Inside the Genjutsu space. It's over, said Shinku as the kunai in his hands was near Kazuki's neck. Sensei, you shouldn't look down on others. Shinku suddenly perceived a voice behind him as he saw Kazuki standing behind with a carefree expression. How did you? Shinku words were cut in half as his vision became black, as he fell down. Observation haki is simply the nemesis of illusion, thought Kazuki looking at the knocked out Shinku in front of him. Kazuki's observation haki could easily cover an area of around 1000 meters, and one of the use of observation haki is to sense a person's aura. With this ability, Kazuki easily found Shinku's location, knocking him out, who was caught unprepared. But Kazuki didn't break his illusion, he simply found the real Shinku, who was under the thought that Kazuki was caught in his Genjutsu. If he had dispelled his Genjutsu, Shinku would have noticed it, but using observation haki he caught him unprepared, knocking him out. Kurenai and Shizune, who were watching the fight, suddenly saw Kazuki, who was under the Genjutsu, disappeared from his place and instantly arrived behind Sensei, who the next moment fell down motionless on the ground. Kurenai and Shizune immediately arrived near Kazuki, who stood beside the knocked out Shinku. Are you all right, Kazuki? Said Kurenai to Kazuki. Kazuki was speechless at her love for her father, because rather than checking her father she was concerned for him. Knocking on her head, Kazuki said, Aren't you worried for your father? Oops, Kurenai finally remembered as she sat beside her father trying to wake him up. You are amazing, Kazuki, you defeated Sensei. Shizune looked at Kazuki with stars in her eyes. I didn't do much, it's just Sensei who underestimated me. If I fight him again I might not win, said Kazuki, being humble. After placing the passed out Shinku under a tree, the three of them sat aside as Kazuki told a few jokes, making the little girls laugh. Chapter 12 Namikaze Minato. Please stop. I can't laugh anymore, said Shizune weakly, holding her stomach, trying not to laugh anymore. My father is lying there fainted and here you are telling us jokes, said Kurenai, whose laughing expression betrayed her angry words. Okay. I won't. Let's check up on sensei, it's been an hour since he passed out, said Kazuki as they arrived near Shinku. Wake up father, shouted Kurenai loudly, shaking the arms of fainted Shinku. Huh, Shinku opened his eyes, blinking a few times as his sight became clear. You kid really didn't kept a hand, said Shinku as he sat up holding his painful head. Ha ha, sorry sensei, laughed Kazuki at his painful expression as the girls besides laughed as well. You kids. Shinku looked angry but finally shook his head, giving a wry smile. But this kid's strength, thought Shinku as he remembered Kazuki easily avoiding his illusion in his fast speed and monstrous strength. And he didn't use his sword at all. This made Shinku even more horrified as he knew from Kazuki's report that his dream was to be a swordsman. Father, we passed your test, right? Asked Kurenai after seeing her father perfectly fine. Yes, nodded Shinku as the girls cheered and sighed in relief of having not to go back to academy. Since it's our first day, I'll treat you as a celebration for the team formation, told Shinku to the three of them. You are the best, father, shouted Kurenai happily as Shizune beside was equally happy. You might regret it later sensei, said Kazuki to Shinku, giving a mysterious smile. Shinku's expression changed as he had a bad feeling. Boss, 5 more servings, a loud voice rang throughout the restaurant. Kazuki sat beside the table with Kurenai sitting with him and Shizune, and Shinku sat in front. On the table in front of Kazuki a heap of dishes stood tall. No wonder. He has that monstrous strength, thought Shinku looking at the food eaten by Kazuki that 5 or 6 ninja could eat. My salary, Shinku cried in heart, holding the shrunken wallet. Here, eat more Kazuki, look how thin you've gotten, said Kurenai, handing Kazuki the freshly brought 5 servings. Whose side are you? Roared Shinku in his heart but could not say such words loud, maintaining his composure. Senior Shinku, at this time a voice fell in the ears of Kazuki and others. Oh, it's you Minato, and you too Kushina, said Shinku with surprise. A handsome young man with blonde hair, fairly high, wearing blue clothes stood there, and beside him was a woman with a beautiful face and long red hair. Behind them were also 3 kids who Kazuki and others knew very well. Rin, it's you, said Kurenai in surprise, looking towards her friend. Kurenai, Shizune, said Rin, surprised as well seeing her friends. You know them? Asked Minato in surprise. Yes, we're all classmates, told Rin. Kazuki, at this time a cold voice sounded, a boy wearing a blue mask covering half of his face and white hair standing in front of Kazuki looking at him. Oh, it's Kakashi, long time no see, said Kazuki with a smile, happy to see his friend. After his graduation, the first year Kakashi would come to meet him from time to time, but after becoming a chunin, it's been nearly 2 years since he last saw him. It's surprising that Kakashi took the initiative to greet someone, thought Minato as he knew of Kakashi's character. Long time no see, responded Kakashi to Kazuki's greeting, his eyes showing a complex look. I still can't see through you, thought Kakashi. Kakashi compared his current strength with the spy killed by Kazuki 4 years ago, and he knew even the current him had to put his all effort to defeat him. Why don't you eat with us, said Shinku, scheming in his heart that Minato would pay half of it. Of course, said Minato as they sat together. Are these your students, Senior Shinku? Asked Minato after sitting down, looking towards Kazuki and company. Yes, hey, introduce yourself, said Shinku to them, who introduced themselves. I'm Namikaze Minato and she's my girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina. After Kazuki and others introduced themselves, Minato likewise introduced himself and Kushina. You're Shinku-san's daughter, right? Said Kushina looking at her. Yes, nodded Kurenai with a serious face. Ah, so cute. Kushina couldn't sit still after seeing the serious expression on her face, which made her look even more cute, and stretched out her hand, pulling her cheeks. After getting ravaged by Kushina for a minute, Kurenai was finally set free, who moved away out of Kushina reach, afraid of her. Just like Naruto, thought Kazuki looking at the cheerful Kushina, just like her son would be. As expected of 9 Tails, sighed Kazuki as he could sense the powerful red aura inside Kushina through observation haki. I heard you are the disciple of Lord Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Minato-san, said Kazuki looking at Minato. Kazuki had 2 favorite characters in the ninja world. One was Uchiha Itachi and the other was Jiraiya. He really wanted to be friends with them, and more importantly he wanted to establish a good relationship with Jiraiya since he wanted to learn Sage Mode in the future. Yes, nodded Minato, surprised, wondering whether Kazuki admired him, and couldn't help but asking, do you admire him, Kazuki-kun? Ah, Yes, I heard of his tales against demigod Hanzo, said Kazuki, rubbing the back of his head, putting an embarrassed expression. Jiraiya-sensei would be really happy to know someone admires him this much, said Minato, laughing as while eating everyone gradually became familiar with each other. Take care. After the meal everyone bid farewell to each other as Kazuki also strode towards his home. But Kazuki didn't know that his excellent performance earlier at the test was reported to Sarutobi and Danzo. Chapter 13 Suspicious Sarutobi. A meeting was being held at this moment, the atmosphere in the room being heavy. Hiruzen, you're too soft, let me handle the situation at the border, said Danzo to Sarutobi sitting in front of him. The friction between small countries has intensified even more recently, as some of the area at the border of Land of Fire was destroyed due to it. Danzo, I'm not afraid of those small countries causing chaos at the border, but the other villages are looking at us like a prey. All they need is a reason to start a war. We can't waste our resources on small countries, said Sarutobi, shaking his head. Konoha is the strongest village, what's there to be afraid of? We can easily stop it. Danzo, I'm the Hokage, I know what's best for the village, interjected Sarutobi, giving no room for any more discussion. I know you are the Hokage already, so don't say it anymore, roared Danzo in his heart. Whenever Danzo hears Sarutobi saying, I'm the Hokage, his heart burns from jealousy. His dream has always been to be a Hokage, but one wrong decision cost him the Hokage title. During a mission, second Hokage asked for someone to be the bait for others to escape from Kinkaku squad. At that time Sarutobi presented himself and Tobirama Senju nominated him the next Hokage. If only I could back to that moment, Danzo thought in his heart with extreme regret. Throwing these thoughts out of his mind, Danzo said to Sarutobi with angry tone. Hiruzen, your soft attitude will only harm Konoha, saying that Danzo stood up, going back. At this time the door was knocked as Danzo, who was about to leave, sat down again, wanting to know what happened. Come in, said Sarutobi, immediately putting a benevolent smile on his face like a kind grandpa. Danzo sneered at Sarutobi's action as he knew of his true face. The door was pushed open as a figure strode in. Oh, it's you, Shinku. Wasn't today your squad's first day? Asked Sarutobi, looking at Shinku. Yes, Hokage-sama, and I'm here to report on it, said Shinku with a serious expression. Sarutobi's expression turned serious as normally Shinku won't show such an expression. Hokage-sama, the matter is. Shinku started telling the whole matter, including his defeat at Kazuki's hands. After Shinku narrated the whole matter, the whole office had a strange silence. You lost to him, said Sarutobi with an unbelievable expression as his words were too shocking. Who is Shinku? One of the elites of Konoha. Even among Jonin he was one of the best, but he lost to a freshly graduated kid. And I think he didn't use his full strength, said Shinku after hesitating for a while. Ha ha, isn't this a good thing? Konoha has another talent. Suddenly Sarutobi started laughing as the suspicious atmosphere was broken. Well, Shinku, I leave him in your hands. He may be strong but still needs to learn a lot of other things to survive, said Sarutobi. I'll do my best, Lord Third. Saying that, Shinku went out as the happy expression on Sarutobi's face changed into a thoughtful one. Hiruzen, leave that kid to me, I'll shape him into an excellent ninja, said Danzo, who sat aside as he breathing was a little fast. If I can get him, I'll have an excellent trump card against Sarutobi, thought Danzo excitedly. But how could his thoughts be hidden from old fox Sarutobi? Sarutobi knew Danzo might use Kazuki one day against him if he got him, as he knew that Danzo's obsession with Hokage title was enough for him to even kill his best friend. Don't even think about it, the war may start at any time. Konoha needs such genius, I can't let you make him an emotionless puppet, said Sarutobi, strictly pouring cold water on his hopes. Damn you. Danzo was furious in his heart as he didn't expect to get rejected, but suddenly had another thought. If I can't have him, then no one can. Danzo had a cruel expression on his face as he said to Sarutobi. Hiruzen, don't you find it suspicious? He had such strength but he kept hiding it, and you remember the spy 4 years ago, he died from a sword, and you know that kid has the dream of being a swordsman. As expected, after hearing his words, Sarutobi remembered the spy killed 4 years ago whose killer was never found. He's just a kid, you are too suspicious, Danzo, said Sarutobi as he couldn't believe a child of that could have any hidden motives. You should know when Kazuki killed the spy he was only 5. I just told you my thoughts, the rest is up to you, saying that Danzo stood up to leave. Once you're suspicious of someone, Sarutobi, he'll never have a good end, thought Danzo as he knew he had succeeded in making Kazuki suspicious for Sarutobi. As Danzo thought, after he left, Sarutobi called the Anbu and asked him to monitor Kazuki and took out Kazuki's file, looking through it once again. Kazuki didn't know after he revealed his strength both Sarutobi and Danzo had gotten suspicious of him. After parting with Minato and others, he quickly arrived home and after taking a bath he fell asleep immediately, a bit tired after the whole day. Chapter 14 Hypocrite Sarutobi. After waking up the next day, Kazuki immediately got dressed up and went towards the assigned meeting point with Kurenai and rest. Kazuki, who was on his way, suddenly stopped for a second but then started moving forward again as if nothing happened. Anbu, said Kazuki in his heart as his observation haki located the Anbu that was following him from a distance. Looks like the news about my strength has been delivered. This was the only reason Kazuki could think of, but wasn't much surprised as he expected such a situation already. By revealing his strength, Kazuki knew that he'll get the attention of Sarutobi, but he wasn't afraid since he had enough strength to protect himself. Konoha Mission Assignment Center. Kazuki arrived here since today his team will formally start taking missions. Here Kazuki, a sound rang throughout the hall as Kazuki saw Kurenai waving towards him and beside her stood Shizune and her father Shinku. Good morning, greeted Kazuki arriving in front of them. Good morning, both Kurenai and Shizune responded as their face showed expectations for the upcoming mission. You're late, kid, reminded Shinku as he moved towards the mission assignment desk. The three of them followed him, soon reaching the assignment desk. Shinku, walking in front of Kazuki, suddenly stopped as Kazuki nearly collided with him from behind. Lord Hokage, Shinku said these words as Kazuki looked in front and saw Sarutobi wearing Hokage Haori sitting at the chair beside the table. Welcome Shinku, are these your students? Sarutobi said while looking at the Kazuki, Kurenai and Shizune, but his gaze obviously stayed at Kazuki a bit longer. Nice to meet you Lord Hokage, said both Kurenai and Shizune looking at Sarutobi with admiring gaze. Nice to meet you, said Kazuki plainly, but neither did he bow nor did he said, Lord Hokage, as by only greeting him he gave Sarutobi enough face. Haha, no need to be so polite, just looking at you kids I can't help but remember my own son who was as cute as you at your age. Sarutobi laughed, creating a warm atmosphere as everyone including Kurenai and Shizune admired Sarutobi at how easygoing he was. Kazuki curled his lips in disdain looking at the hypocritical Sarutobi. I hope you won't mess with me, otherwise I don't mind killing you even if I go rogue, thought Kazuki, hoping such a day would never come. Kazuki didn't hate Konoha as here lived so many of his friends who he cared for, but if you ask him to completely obey Sarutobi then he would rather defect. Now, Kazuki just wanted to increase his strength because when he had enough strength no one could stop him from doing anything he wants. As Kazuki was lost in his thoughts, Sarutobi handed a scroll to Shinku. Your mission details are inside it, good luck as of today, is the start of your ninja life, Sarutobi said these words as he stood up from his seat and arrived near Kazuki. Kazuki Shiro, right, I heard that you defeated Shinku. The eyes of Sarutobi looked at Kazuki hoping to find anything suspicious. It was just a fluke, sensei was a bit careless. Otherwise how could I defeat him, said Kazuki rubbing the back of his head putting an embarrassed expression. Sarutobi heard his answer and kept looking at Kazuki, but after finding nothing suspicious he smiled and said to Kazuki. You're the future of Konoha, I'm very optimistic about you, Sarutobi patted Kazuki's shoulder as he left the hall. Yosh, let's start our mission, shouted Kurenai waving her fist excitingly eager for her first mission. Ah, I wanted to do exciting mission not to catch cats, Dad, shouted Kurenai holding the cat they had caught after running around the whole village. Don't complain, Kurenai, this is necessary for the development of teamwork, Shinku said educating his daughter and Kazuki and Shizune who stood beside. Okay, let's hand over the cat to the client, said Shinku as the three of them followed him. Here's your task remuneration, Shinku handed the task payment to three of them equally. Finally I don't have to hunt, thought Kazuki holding the task money, as even the D-class task provided him with much more money than he got by hunting animals. Tomorrow arrive at the same time as today, we'll be doing such mission whole month, but I'll train you as well since you still need to learn many things, Shinku informed the three of their next month's schedule. After parting ways with them, Kazuki marched towards his home as the setting sun highlighted his figure. Arriving home, Kazuki started today's share of practice, but he didn't practice any strong moves since he could sense the Anbu at some distance from his house monitoring him. After the practice and taking a shower, Kazuki slept with his sword near him since from now on he needed to be vigilant even during his sleep as he had gotten the attention of upper echelons of Konoha and didn't want it to be assassinated. Chapter 15 Arrogant Uchiha. Thank you for bringing it back, it always runs away, said the fat lady holding her cat. It's nothing, we are getting paid after all, said Kazuki tired of such missions. After getting their remuneration, Kazuki, Kurenai and Shizune left together. It's been a month since they have graduated from Ninja Academy and all they have been doing this whole month is performing D-rank missions. Kazuki, don't you want to an exciting task? Said Kurenai as the three of them walked on Konoha's streets since they had nothing to do as well. Aren't such missions good, with no danger to your life? Said Kazuki walking in front. Maybe it was because of Shank's template he was a bit like him. He was a pacifist who didn't like much bloodshed, but when necessary he won't back up from fighting. I know, but I want to improve myself, replied Kurenai behind as she was a bit depressed since her strength wasn't that strong. We have been working hard, sensei has taught us a lot this month, we will get stronger eventually, Shizune encouraged Kurenai walking alongside with her. Please let me go, I didn't steal anything. Shut up, how dare you talk in front of us. Tie him up and throw him in the prison. As Kazuki and Kurenai and Shizune were talking, they suddenly heard loud shouts in front and saw lots of people gathered forming a circle. What happened? Asked Kurenai looking at the commotion. Let's go check it out, said Kazuki moving towards the crowd. After squeezing and pushing through the crowd, the three of them finally arrived in front. A middle-aged man wearing brown clothes lay on the ground looking towards the two people who pushed him down with fear. Uchiha, said Kazuki in his heart looking at the fan-shaped emblem behind the back of two Uchiha. Hey, what are you doing? Shouted Kurenai, who saw the scene and immediately ran forward, arriving beside the victim trying to help him stand up. Kid, what do you think you are doing? Both of them got angry seeing someone helping the middle-aged man. Why are you hitting him? You have no right to do so, Kurenai angrily shouted at the two Uchiha in front of her. We are Konoha police force, don't butt in our business, said one of the Uchiha with threatening voice. Do you have any evidence that did he steal? Kurenai taunted back, not caring for their threat. What we Uchiha say is the truth, you need to be taught a lesson for even talking against the Uchiha. One of the Uchiha moved forward as he slapped towards Kurenai's face. Kurenai closed her eyes and didn't resist since she knew she can't fight back against Uchiha as everyone knew of their influence in the village. She wasn't afraid herself but was worried that it might affect her father. 1 second, 2 seconds, the expected pain didn't come as Kurenai opened her eyes and her mouth widened with surprise. Two people lay on the ground, their mouth foaming, obviously passed out. What happened? The crowd around shouted in surprise as they clearly saw the two Uchiha who were totally fine suddenly fell down. Girls are really troublesome, sighed Kazuki looking at the two passed out Uchiha in front. Kazuki when saw Kurenai moving forward to help, he knew that trouble was here. But after all, he couldn't let Kurenai, who was special to him, get hurt. So simply using Haoshoku Haki he fainted the Uchiha. Kazuki's control over Conqueror's Haki was exceptional. He could use it on anyone he wanted with his terrifying control. I hope it doesn't cause any more trouble, said Kazuki holding his head as he could sense the Anbu that has been monitoring him for a month watching the scene. Let's leave quickly, staying here would only cause more trouble, said Kazuki to both Kurenai and Shizune as they left the scene. Kurenai along the way had a confused expression, wondering how did those Uchiha fell down. After arriving at a distance from the scene, Kazuki looked towards both Kurenai and Shizune and said, Listen carefully, you guys shouldn't mess with Uchiha, leave it to the village, this time you got lucky, otherwise you know the consequence, do you understand? Looking at the little girls in front, Kazuki couldn't bear to let anyone hurt them, so he decided to put some necessary sense in their head. But Kurenai wanted to argue, but Kazuki knocked on her head and interjected. No, you'll do nothing, promise me, said Kazuki as this time he was with them so nothing bad happened, but what about the next time, so he had to make sure. Okay, both Shizune and Kurenai said softly, keeping their head down. That's good, as a reward I'll treat you, follow me. Kazuki started running forward as the two little girls immediately got happy. Wait for us, shouted both Kurenai and Shizune running behind, catching up to him as the gloomy atmosphere from before was swept away by this beautiful moment. Chapter 16 Chunin Exam. You mean, they suddenly fainted? Asked Sarutobi looking at the Anbu who reported him of the situation earlier. Yes, Lord Hokage, I searched around, but I couldn't find who did it, replied the Anbu, his voice mixed with disappointment. No need to worry, you tried your best, keep up the hard work, Sarutobi encouraged the depressed Anbu with a kind smile, making the depressed Anbu liven up once again, who then left the room even more determined to perform his duties. As soon as the Anbu left, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a frown. Kazuki, why in every event there's a shadow of you? Sarutobi arrived by the window looking at the great Hokage faces, thinking of Kazuki. The Anbu told him the whole matter, so he knew that Kazuki with his teammates was there. When he heard that they fainted suddenly, he remembered the situation that occurred 2 years ago outside White Fang House. Today's situation was similar to that 2 years ago. Sarutobi believed that the matter 2 years ago was done by the same person as today. No matter who you are, you can't hide for long. Sarutobi finally denied of Kazuki being the culprit since no one could believe that a child could make two Jonin Uchiha unable to fight. Deep inside a forest that stretched out for miles. "It's done," said Kurenai as she pulled out the kunai from the bandit's heart as the bandit fell down obviously dead, his blood dyeing the ground red, her face calm, not affected by the bloody sight. "I'm done here," a voice sounded behind Kurenai as Kazuki stood behind holding a sand village headband. "Finally we can go home." Shizune arrived also as behind her lay two cold corpses. It's been 6 months since the three of them had graduated from the academy. After doing a full month of D-rank missions, they started performing high-level missions. During this time, they performed 4 C-level and 1 B-level mission. Both Kurenai and Shizune also had to face the truth of ninja world. After their first kill, they quickly got used to it since they could only kill if they wanted to survive in the ninja world. "Your teamwork has improved," Shinku arrived, who had hidden himself nearby watching them perform the mission. "I have gotten better, right? Father," said Kurenai to her father. "All three of you have improved significantly," complimented Shinku as he had seen the growth of 3. "Kazuki, you are amazing, you defeated the Jonin rogue ninja all by yourself." Shizune arrived beside Kazuki looking at him with worship in her eyes. "Shizune did well also," said Kazuki as he patted her head, and Shizune got closer with a happy expression on her face. An angry voice sounded Kazuki as he saw Kurenai looking at them with an angry expression. "You did well too," sighed Kazuki as he also patted her on her head, and Kurenai immediately behaved like a tamed cat. Looking at his daughter and student that was abducted by Kazuki, Shinku had infinite anger in his heart but could do nothing as he couldn't hurt his students. Kazuki and others soon left the forest going back towards the village as they had completed another C-level mission. "What? Chunin exam?" shouted Kurenai holding the form handed to by her father. "Yes, I have seen your performance during these 6 months and I believe you have enough strength to participate in it," said Shinku as he continued. "Genin from Sunagakur and Kurigakure will participate as well." "But isn't there a war at the border?" asked Kazuki, a bit puzzled as how could at such turbulent times an event like Chunin exam could be held. "That's more of a reason to hold it. All the villages need their enemy intelligence and want to learn about their younger generation. Naturally we Konoha need to learn of the enemy as well," explained Shinku about the real purpose of Chunin exams. Kazuki nodded after hearing his words and was a bit looking forward to genin from other villages. Kazuki wasn't afraid of anyone since he knew no one could beat him, but was a bit curious about whether those he knows from the plot would take the exam or not. "So, do you want to take the exam?" asked Shinku after he had explained everything about the Chunin exam. "Of course we are, right?" said Kazuki as he looked at both Shizune and Kurenai waiting for their answer. "As long as there is Kazuki I'm not afraid of anything," said Kurenai overbearingly. "I'll also fight together with Kazuki." Shizune also said these words as Shinku could only hold back the dissatisfaction in his heart, wondering what great deed this kid had done in his previous life to have such luck. "The exam will start in half a month. I'll train you specially in these days, so get ready," said Shinku holding the signed forms as he flashed away. "Yosh, let's train," shouted Kurenai as the countdown till Chunin exam began. Chapter 17 Kakashi's Challenge. The hot sun shone on the village, revealing the prosperous village below. As the days till Chunin kept reducing, the atmosphere of village kept getting lively. Ninja from Kurigakure and Sunagakur and other small villages could be seen on the streets, adding a different touch to the village. Today is the day for the start of Chunin exams, and the first exam will be held at Konoha Ninja Academy. The corridor on the 3rd floor was crowded with ninja from different villages. "Haha, these Konoha ninjas look pretty weak." A blue-skinned guy with a shark-like face wearing the Kiri headband stood in the corridor. "Kisame, don't you dare cause trouble here." A cold voice reprimanding Kisame sounded beside him as Kisame grinned, revealing his shark teeth. The girl who just spoke no was around 9 or 10, wearing a blue dress, brown hair that covered her left eye, and a face so beautiful like carved personally by the god. Terumi-san, isn't that Kakashi Hatake, White Fang's son? The third teammate of Terumi's squad was a quiet-looking girl who pointed towards a direction. "He's said to be the most talented ninja in Konoha. I wonder how he looks under that mask." Terumi was curious, looking at Kakashi who stood at the corner with Obito and Rin, hoping him to be a handsome guy. "Hey Kakashi, aren't you a Chunin already?" asked Obito curiously looking at him. "Minato-sensei said only you two won't be able to take the exam. A 3-person squad is needed, so I was allowed specially," said Kakashi looking a bit lazy, showing signs of his future already. "Then won't we win this exam? I mean, you're so strong you can definitely defeat everyone here," said Obito, though he hated Kakashi for his cold attitude, but even he had to admit that Kakashi was a genius. Kakashi didn't say anything, just kept looking at the entrance since there was a guy he didn't have much confidence to defeat. As the time kept passing, the candidates around kept increasing. "Look, we are nearly late because of you, Kazuki," said Kurenai a bit angrily, who wore a white fighting dress and a ninja bag tied at her waist. "Sorry. I nearly forgot about the exam," said Kazuki a bit embarrassed since he didn't have much excitement for exam as he knew no one was his opponent. "Seriously, how can you be so carefree?" said Shizune to Kazuki, who didn't show much excitement for the exam as both her and Kurenai were so excited for it. "Oh, if it isn't one of my eternal rivals," a passionate sound fell in Kazuki's ear and he didn't need to look for who it was. "You look, you can't wait anymore, Guy," said Kazuki to Guy, who was all pumped up. "Of course, my youth will shine, lighting the entire world," said Guy loudly, giving a thumbs up and big smile as his teeth shone brightly. Kazuki was speechless as the corner of his mouth twitched and immediately moved away from Guy, not wanting to be known of someone of the same group as him. Kazuki looked for Kurenai and Shizune, who weren't beside him anymore, and soon found them talking to Rin. Arriving near them, Kazuki also spotted the rarely seen Kakashi and future big boss Obito. "Kakashi never expected you to be here," said Kazuki to Kakashi, but he already had a guess why Kakashi was here. "You don't look nervous for the exam?" asked Kakashi, seeing the carefree Kazuki. "Don't I look nervous?" said Kazuki, putting a fake fearful expression on his face as Kakashi's eyelids twitched. "Kazuki, if we fight, I hope you don't hold back, because I won't." Suddenly Kakashi said these words, looking straight at Kazuki with a serious expression. Kazuki didn't expected such words from him, but he really wanted to tell him that you can't handle my full strength, but nonetheless he agreed to his challenge. "I'll give my all," nodded Kazuki as he brought his fist forward and bumped it with Kakashi's fist, representing their friendship. Soon after, the proctor arrived, who announced for the start of the first exam, which was the written exam. Kazuki, using observation haki, easily passed the exam, and both Kurenai and Shizune were already excellent students, so they easily passed the first test as well. After coming out of the exam room, Kazuki and the rest were led towards the venue of the second exam. "So, it is this place after all, huh?" thought Kazuki, looking at the huge and dark forest in front of him. Death Forest was a dangerous forest with wild beasts roaming around, and if not careful, even experienced ninja would lose their lives. Suddenly, Kazuki's observation haki spotted a powerful and cold aura moving towards this direction quickly. After a few seconds, all the remaining candidates saw a figure wearing a gray armor and a Konoha headband on his forehead and black trousers with pale skin and pair of snake-like pupils arrived in front of them. "Orochimaru," said Kazuki in his heart as he looked at him and recognized him immediately, and sensing his cold aura he could guess that Orochimaru had already started his experiments long ago. But Kazuki wasn't afraid of him since he had enough ability to even tame the mad researcher. Chapter 18:18 Death Forest. Orochimaru was in a bad mood recently. He has been looking for a way towards eternal life, and for that he even worked together with Danzo. Danzo supported him fully since that mad old man wanted to get the power of Uchiha, and he also needed equipments for his research, which Danzo provided him, making his research easy. He took uncountable lives for his experiments, but Orochimaru didn't regret it since those he killed were weak, and to him weak has no rights. Orochimaru, who had seen deaths of his comrades and his parents, believed that only eternal life could give him enough time to unravel the secrets of ninja world. Just recently he had a breakthrough in his research as he found a way to live forever. The way was soul transfer, and all Orochimaru needed to do now was to experiment and perfect this jutsu that he worked so hard to make a prototype. But a few days ago Sarutobi-sensei notified him that he would be the proctor in the second exam. Orochimaru wasn't interested in kids' fights since all he wanted to do was complete his experiments. But as Konoha Jonin, he had to do what he was ordered, and this feeling of being bound didn't make him feel any good. Orochimaru knew someday his experiments would be discovered eventually, and that day he had to leave that village he had fought for so long. "I wonder what you'll do that day, sensei." Orochimaru gave a creepy laugh, thinking of whether Sarutobi would kill him or not. As Orochimaru was about to announce the rules for the second exam, he sensed a gaze at him. This wasn't the first time since someone looked at him, as he knew many admired him in the village. But no one could look at him for much longer because of the cold aura he radiated. Orochimaru looked towards its direction and saw a kid around 9 or 10 years, black hair curled up with black eyes, wearing a purple samurai robe with a sword hanging at his waist. Seeing his get-up, Orochimaru was surprised since he looked more like a samurai than a ninja, and noticing his headband he knew this kid was from Konoha. Orochimaru released his momentum slightly as a cold and ruthless aura pressured on Kazuki's body. What? Orochimaru was surprised as he saw the kid not fazed by his aura at all, looking back at him with a smile. Hee, seems this exam isn't that bad after all. Orochimaru gave a weird laugh as he looked away and started explaining the rules. Good perception, commented Kazuki as he saw Orochimaru looking at him, but he wasn't affected by his aura, as he who was a king himself would not be scared by others' momentum. Soon, Orochimaru announced the rules, which were the same as those in the Chunin exam which occurred years later. Putting the heaven scroll in his system space, Kazuki looked towards the eager Kurenai and Shizune and said, "You two stay with me all the time, don't you dare mess around, there are some people here you can't afford." Kazuki has sensed the area with his observation haki, and he naturally found Kisame and Terumi. He wasn't afraid of them. But Shizune and Kurenai weren't their opponents at all, so he didn't want to get them hurt. "Don't look down on us, we are not same as when we graduated, we have performed so many missions," said Kurenai angrily, thinking Kazuki looked down on them. "Yes, Kazuki, we can easily protect ourselves." Shizune was also a bit angry, thinking he still treated her as a child and did not trust their strength. Looking at the two little girls, Kazuki was stunned, but then he thought, maybe I'm really worried too much, I need to believe in them. Thinking of this, Kazuki smiled at the two and said, "Sorry, maybe I was worried a bit too much, you can fight, but if it's a dangerous opponent you have to listen to me," apologized Kazuki, but he still had to remind them this much. "Humph, it's good you know it." Both of them turned their head away proudly, but they had a faint smile at their face. He finally acknowledged this, both of them had the same thought, since during these 6 months they would always feel that they are a burden to Kazuki. They trained very hard, though Kazuki would praise them, but they could always sense that Kazuki still treated them as someone to be protected. But today Kazuki finally acknowledged them, making them very happy. "You have 5 days to reach the tower, now enter," said Orochimaru as he announced the start of second exam. Kazuki and others moved forward, disappearing in the dark forest. Chapter 19 Cruel Exam. It's been 3 days since the start of second exam. During these 3 days, they didn't encounter any other team, so they couldn't get any scroll. The three of them would stay at a place to rest, recovering their stamina, and would search for other teams the rest of time. If he wanted, Kazuki could easily found a team, but he was too lazy to do it as he was enjoying the free time without any mission. The agile shadow of the three flashed at the dense forest, leaping from tree to tree, moving forward at fast pace. A kunai pierced the trunk in front of Kazuki and others as they stopped immediately. "Well, what do we have here?" 2 little girls and a kid, 3 tan-skinned ninja with scars on their face and a headband of grass village appeared in front of them. "Let me deal with them," said Kazuki indifferently as he moved forward. "No, let us handle it," said Kurenai, stopping Kazuki as she and Shizune both stepped forward. "Haha, you want to fight us?" The 3 grass village ninjas in front started laughing at Kurenai and Shizune and said viciously. "First we just wanted to take your scroll, but now you'll die because of your stupidity." The 3 of them had a cruel expression on their face, looking at both girls, and Kazuki was completely ignored by them, judging him to be the weakest. Kurenai and Shizune didn't have a change of expression on their calm face after hearing their words, since during these 6 months they had seen enough cruel scenes. The ninja in front attacked them, holding the kunai in their hand, moving towards them. Shizune and Kurenai took out some shurikens, attacking them. "Haha, this won't do anything good." The 3 of them laughed at their attack, dodging the shurikens as they already were in front of them. "Go to death," said the grass village ninja viciously as the kunai in his stabbed towards Kurenai's heart. The flesh-piercing sound rang as blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the ground red. The scene changed suddenly as both the genin who attacked Kurenai and Shizune stood in front of each other, both of their kunai piercing each other's heart. Illusion, both of them had the same last thought as they fell down, lying motionless. The last one was scared silly as he fell on the ground, looking at the corpses of his teammates. "Please, let me go," said the last one, looking at Kurenai and Shizune, completely losing his spirit to fight. "Be a good person in next life," said Kurenai, looking at him with a calm expression, and the kunai in her hand slashed at his neck as blood splashed and the ninja holding his neck fell down, joining his other 2 teammates. "Were we too cruel?" asked Shizune after hesitating for a while, looking at the ninja killed by Kurenai. "They wanted to kill us, so they should have been ready to be killed," said Kurenai as she squatted down beside the corpse searching for the scroll. "She's right, Shizune, kindness to the enemy would only harm you," said Kazuki as he arrived near them. "I understand," said Shizune as she also squatted down searching the other 2 corpses. "We finally got it," said Kurenai with a smile as she held an earth scroll in her hands and came forward, handing it to Kazuki. "You both did well," said Kazuki, praising them on the fight earlier as he put the scroll away. Kazuki was really surprised by Kurenai's talent in illusion, and he saw why she was the strongest illusionist of Konoha, not counting the Uchiha. We'll rest here tonight and leave for the tower tomorrow morning, said Kazuki to them as he went out to hunt for the dinner. Kurenai and Shizune immediately started collecting the wood around for fire. The fire in the middle burned, illuminating the area around as fragrance of roasted rabbit on it spread everywhere. No matter how many times I eat, it's still so delicious. Your cooking is delicious, Kazuki, said Kurenai, happily eating the rabbit sitting around the fire. If you sell it in the village, you'll be famous in no time. Shizune really loved his cooking. Sometimes I really hope to live an ordinary life without any killing, but even to live an ordinary life strength is required, said Kazuki as he lay on the ground looking at the sky full of stars. We will all get stronger together, said Kurenai as she arrived beside him sitting next to him. Together, huh? Muttered Kazuki as he didn't know what future holds for him. Soon, the night passed and after taking a good full night rest, they set off towards the tower. Chapter 20 Fight. The morning sun announced the start of another round of death game. The dense forest with sturdy trees everywhere and wild beasts roaming around added a touch of fear in every person's heart. No, please let me go, I'll give you the scroll, a pitiful plea sounded in the forest as the camera turned towards its direction. Genin, wearing a Sand Village headband, lay on the ground looking at the shark face guy in front, his face full of fear as he handed him his scroll. It's heaven again, your bad luck, said Kisame after checking the scroll as he grinned at the fearful ninja and his hands touched the sword at his back. No, I gave you the scroll, please. The begging voice stopped abruptly after the sword slashed down, killing him. You're too cruel, a soft voice sounded beside Kisame and a girl with brown hair and green eyes wearing a blue dress stood beside looking at him with disgust. You can't say that after you melt others, Kisame grinned looking at the two charred corpses behind her with some red lava on their body. Humph, I'm not a lunatic like you, they attacked me first so they should have been prepared for the worst, snorted Terumi flicking the hair on her forehead. Terumi-san, we still don't have the Earth Scroll, what to do now? The quiet-looking girl asked Terumi, a bit worried. They have nearly killed 4 teams but they still couldn't get the scroll they wanted. We will go towards the tower, the exam is nearing to its end, there will be a lot of teams near it, said Terumi after thinking for a while as the 3 of them marched towards the tower. We are near it, shouted Kurenai as the 3 of them looked towards the tower and moved towards it. Be careful, shouted Kazuki suddenly as they immediately jumped away from the tree as it exploded. Dust covered the whole area as the 3 of them grouped together. Exploding tags, there is an ambush, said Kurenai looking around vigilantly. Looks like there's a slightly capable team this time. As the dust cleared away, an interesting voice sounded as 3 people appeared in front of them. Both Kurenai and Shizune were scared silly looking at the person in front. Blue skin, a shark-like face with sharp teeth, completely out of the category of humans. Wow, there's a handsome guy, said Terumi Mei as she licked her rosy lips looking at Kazuki. Mei Terumi, said Kazuki subconsciously looking at her as he recognized her from those unique green eyes and brown hair and the beautiful face. Oh, you know me, Terumi beautiful eyes blinked in surprise looking at Kazuki curiously. How do you know her? Kurenai said with a sore voice looking at Kazuki suspiciously. I did some investigation before the exam so I know them, told Kazuki as he couldn't tell her that he knew from the plot. Kurenai's suspicious eyes finally returned to normal as she looked back towards Kisame, her expression solemn as she could sense he was strong. Can I know why you blocked our way? Asked Kazuki, though he had a guess already. Hee, we can't find the scroll we need, so will you give yours obediently or by force, said Kisame grinning as pulled the sword from his back. Kurenai, Shizune, you deal with the last girl, leave these 2 to me, said Kazuki looking at his team as he knew the fight was near. No, I want to fight that girl, said Kurenai pointing at Terumi as she didn't know why she got angry looking at her smirking face and took out a kunai running forward attacking her. This girl, Kazuki held his forehead in headache and finally decided to believe in her strength. As both Kurenai and Shizune started their fights, Kazuki also wanted to move his muscles a bit. Kisame Hoshigaki, I hope your strength is as scary as your face, Kazuki smiled as he looked at him. I have never killed a Konoha ninja before but today you'll be the first, said Kisame a bit angry at his words. Is that so? A voice fell in Kisame's ears from behind as his pupils shrank and immediately looked back but only a fist came in his vision. The fist hit Kisame on his chest creating a large sound as he flew away destroying 5 or 6 trees before finally stopping. The other 2 fights stopped also after hearing the loud voice. Kisame got hurt, Terumi beautiful eyes widened in shock as she never expected that monster to get hurt. A sound came from the destroyed area as Kisame got up coughing blood as he looked at Kazuki with shock. What fast speed, I couldn't even see him, thought Kisame as he knew this time he may have started a fight with a monster more frightening than him. "You're strong," said Kisame looking at Kazuki with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his face looking extremely scary. "But I'm not weak either," said Kisame as he started making seals and shouted. Water style. Raging waves. Huge waves of water roared towards Kazuki, destroying everything in its way. What amazing amount chakra, thought Kazuki looking at the wave as strong as an A-rank jutsu, and could understand why he was called a tailless beast even without Samahata. "Now you won't be able to move at that absurd speed," said Kisame looking at his attack that was about 10 meters in height and that left no room for Kazuki to move, enveloping him completely. At this moment when Terumi, Kisame and the rest thought that Kazuki would be submerged in waves, they heard a slashing sound and red light flashed by as their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets looking at the scene in front. The 10-meter-high water wave was cut from the middle and the ground behind had a long deep gully caused by the slash. "Impossible," Kisame was the first to speak as he never heard of such swordsmanship. The power of that slash was nearly comparable to a rank jutsu. The expression on Terumi's face also changed, thinking, "Damn, how can there be such a monster?" Then she looked at Kazuki, who had a relaxed expression and no tiredness, clearly explaining he could pull out a few more of such attacks. "We might be in trouble," said Terumi, her expression solemn. Chapter 21 Devastation. "Amazing," said Kurenai in surprise looking at the destruction caused by the slash, and Shizune was equally surprised. During their time together these 6 months, they have never seen Kazuki use his sword even once. Even when they asked him to show his swordsmanship, Kazuki always refused, making them even more curious. Both of them knew that his dream was to be the strongest swordsman, and looking at the slash, only Konoha White Fang might be able to cause such damage by a slash. "You might already be the strongest swordsman," thought Kurenai looking at Kazuki, as she had also never heard of such swordsmanship. Terumi and the other girl arrived beside Kisame, grouping together as they looked towards Kazuki. "We can't let him attack anymore," said Terumi, taking the lead as she folded several seals. Water style. Hidden mist jutsu. Terumi opened her mouth, releasing the mist, as it soon covered the area around. "Be careful, Kazuki," shouted Kurenai in the mist where nothing could be seen. "It's useless," laughed Kazuki as his observation haki could easily detect them. Kazuki heard a wind-breaking sound behind as he saw several shurikens enclosing on him. Kazuki easily deflected the shurikens with his sword, but he felt heat behind as he saw red lava pouncing upon him. "One sword style. Demon bear," said Kazuki as he slashed his sword horizontally as a shadow of red bear appeared as it roared towards the lava. Several small red slashes clashed with the lava, destroying it, immediately moving forward. "What?" Terumi was horrified as she had confidence in her Kekai Genkei but never expected it to be destroyed. Terumi couldn't think much more as fast red slashes enveloped her from all directions. "Damn," cursed Terumi looking at the upcoming attack, and using all her remaining chakras she made several seals. Water style. Multi-water wall. Water rose up from the ground enveloping her from all the direction as red slashes fell on them. "One down," said Kazuki as he knew even if she survived she would be in no condition to fight. As Kazuki looked towards Terumi waiting to see what happened to her, he heard a roar from behind and saw a huge water dragon rushing towards him. "It's useless," said Kazuki shaking his head, not affected by the dragon in front. One sword style. Flying dragon. Kazuki jumped up as he slashed his sword vertically towards the dragon. A red dragon appeared as it rushed towards the water dragon. As soon as the attacks collided, the water dragon like paper was cut apart as the red dragon moved forward. "Damn, I swear if I survive L won't ever come here," roared Kisame in his heart looking at the upcoming red dragon, and completely gave up resistance, even regretting to participate in the exam. Kurenai and Shizune, who just took down the other girl, heard a roar as they looked towards its direction and saw a huge red shadow of a dragon in the mist. The next moment the dragon in the fog turned into a huge red slash nearly 30 meters high. The fog surrounding the area was blown away as wind waves enveloped the area around. "What's happening?" shouted Kurenai loudly in the fierce wind waves, covering her face. Shizune beside was already having a hard time, trying hard to not to get blown away by the strong wind. The whole forest was shaken by the aftermath of the attack. Nearly everyone inside the forest heard a loud roar. "Hey Kakashi, look there," said Obito pointing at a place where dust clouds covered the sky. Kakashi without saying anything immediately paced towards that place. "Hey idiot, wait for us," shouted Obito from behind as he and Rin followed him. After a few minutes the wind finally stopped as it revealed the devastated ground. Numerous potholes covered the area around 50 meters with uprooted tress and slash marks everywhere, but what the most shocking was the deep, nearly 40 meters long sword mark on the ground. I think I did a bit too much, said Kazuki looking at the devastation caused by his slash. Flying Dragon was one of the strongest moves of Kazuki. That guy won't die, right? Kazuki was a bit embarrassed since he didn't want to kill Kisame. Kazuki heard a sound and he looked towards its direction and saw the dusty Kurenai and Shizune, who got up coughing heavily. You're not hurt, right? Asked Kazuki, arriving beside them a bit guilty. We are fine, cough. But you ruined our clothes, said Kurenai, coughing and looking at Kazuki a bit angry of causing such a scene as both of their clothes were covered with dust. Sorry, I didn't expect it to cause such damage, said Kazuki, a bit embarrassed, but his expression changed suddenly as he said, let's leave quickly, this place would soon be crowded, said Kazuki as he could sense a lot of auras moving towards this place. What about them? Asked Shizune looking at the passed out mist team. Kisame survived his attack. He didn't know whether it was because of his unique body structure that he survived his attack but was seriously injured. Terumi and the other girl had fainted also by their attacks. Let them go, they are an important team of Kurigakure, killing them could cause trouble, said Kazuki, making an excuse as he didn't want two important characters from the original to die here. If Kisame had died by his attack he wouldn't care much, but about Terumi, he knew she was a good person so he didn't want her to die. Hearing his words, both of them didn't say anything more as they flashed, disappearing from the place. Chapter 22 Aftermath. Soon after Kazuki and the others left, Kakashi along with Rin and Obito arrived. What happened here? Said Obito, surprised looking at the destruction in front of him. What kind of battle took place here? Thought Kakashi looking at the destroyed area, surprised beyond words as he has never seen such a sight. Obito, Kakashi, look at this, shouted Rin as both of them arrived beside her. What's the mat hiss? Obito, words were left in his throat as his eyes shrank looking at scene in front, completely speechless. This. Kakashi was also beyond words as this was the most incredible thing he has ever seen. The ground in front, around 40 meters long, was divided neatly into two. The area around it also had numerous slash marks. Look, there are people. Rin pointed towards a direction as Kakashi and Obito saw three figures covered with blood lay on the ground. They are alive. Arriving near them, Kakashi squatted down and told about their situation. These girls aren't much injured, but this guy, his life is in danger, told Kakashi after examining them. Kisame had numerous small wounds all over his body and a terrifying slash mark at his chest with blood still pouring down. What kind of enemy they encountered? Obito said, his face a bit pale, hoping not to meet that enemy. The enemy didn't took their scroll as well, said Kakashi, holding the heaven scroll he found, and continued saying, the enemy's goal might not be the scroll, maybe it is to kill. Kakashi said, his thoughts scaring Obito even more. This destruction around is all caused by a sword. Kakashi made a judgment after checking everything around. How can a sword cause such damage? Obito and Rin both couldn't believe his words. In ninja world, swordsmanship never prospered. Only those in the land of iron used sword, but even they only applied chakra to the blade with no real swordsmanship. I'm also having a hard time believing it, replied Kakashi. We have gotten the scroll we needed, let's leave this place quickly, said Kakashi. But what about them? Asked Rin, a bit worried looking at the injured Kisame and Co. Don't worry, such a large movement will never be undetected. Konoha Jonin might be here any minute. Let's go, told Kakashi as the three of them flashed, disappearing from the place. As Kakashi had predicted, after a few minutes Orochimaru along with Konoha Anbu arrived at the scene as the injured were escorted out for treatment. This exam has gotten more and more interesting, said Orochimaru looking at the exaggerated slash with interest, his long tongue out of his mouth licking his lips. On the other side, inside the tower. I think we are the first team to be here, said Kurenai looking at the empty hall except some Konoha ninja at duty. It seems like this, nodded Kazuki as he couldn't sense any other genin except them. By the Kazuki, those slashes of yours, are they some type jutsu? Asked Kurenai what she wanted to know, remembering those huge red slashes. No, that's pure swordsmanship, told Kazuki, not caring for the impact his words had. How is it possible? If you don't use chakra, then how could it be possible cause such a damage? Retorted Shizune as this was something never heard of. Chakra was the core of everything in ninja world, causing such damage without using it was something that no one would even think of. Do you remember what I said at the first day of academy? Said Kazuki looking at the two of them. Yes, I clearly remember every word of it, told Kurenai, and Shizune beside nodded also. I said that day, I'm destined to be the strongest swordsman that world has never seen before, told Kazuki looking straight ahead, a bit emotional as he had gotten so strong already, but this was inseparable from his inhuman training. Both Kurenai and Shizune looked at his side face and their hearts skipped a beat as they lowered their head with face red all over. He looks so charming, Kurenai thought in her heart as she felt a complete different feeling towards Kazuki today. She couldn't understand what it was, but she liked it. Soon, the time began to pass as other teams started arriving as well. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma arrived along their team members. "What are you looking for?" Kakashi asked. Kazuki looking at Kakashi, who looked around like searching for something. "I'm looking for someone," said Kakashi as he was looking around hoping to find the person who caused that destruction. "Who?" asked Kazuki, a bit curious who could make Kakashi so restless. Kakashi narrated the whole matter to him about what he had seen before, and after he was done, there was a strange silence in the air. Kazuki, Kurenai and Shizune, the three of them had a strange expression on their face mixed with surprise, guilt and embarrassment. "What happened to you?" asked Kakashi looking at their weird expression. "Nothing, we just thought of something, right?" said Kazuki quickly looking at both Kurenai and Shizune, who quickly nodded. Kakashi felt something was wrong, but he couldn't understand what, as he finally ignored it and started looking around again. Kurenai sighed in relief seeing Kakashi ignoring them, as Kazuki had told them to hide this matter. Chapter 23 Fighting Asuma. As all the remaining teams gathered, the time of the second exam finally came to an end. Soon, the door of the hall opened as Sarutobi wearing the Hokage robe strode in. Behind him were famous names that had spread throughout the ninja world. "That's Lady Tsunade," said Shizune excitedly, pointing towards a blonde-haired lady with massive weapons in front. Shizune's dream was to be a medical ninja, and so she idolized Tsunade. "Jiraiya, White Fang, Tsunade, Minato," recited Kazuki these names in his heart as he saw all those famous characters in his memory stood behind Sarutobi. "First of all, congratulations on making it so far." Arriving at the stage, Sarutobi started his speech looking at the contestants below who stood in rows as he talked a lot about sacrifices and ninja world rules and finally came to the main point. "Whose name will appear on the screen will fight here as we will finalize last 12 contestants for the third exam a month later," said Sarutobi as he moved away from the stage and everyone looked at the screen. Soon, 2 names appeared on the screen. "It's your match, Kazuki," said Kurenai to Kazuki excitedly, who stood beside her. "It's good, so I can get over with it quickly," said Kazuki as he was a bit tired staying in the wild for so many days and wanted to go home. Kurenai, hearing his words, looked at Asuma with pity in her eyes as she knew he was about to be destroyed. Asuma on the other hand was pumped up as he wanted to wash the shame that Kazuki inflicted on him years ago. "Today I'll prove it to Kurenai that I'm the best," thought Asuma, fired up as he moved towards the fighting arena. "Who do you think will win, Tsunade?" asked Jiraiya standing at the terrace above looking at the fighting stage below. "Isn't it obvious, old man's son?" said Tsunade without any hesitation. "Yeah, I think this time you might win this bet," nodded Jiraiya as he had high expectations from old man's son. "I don't think so," said Orochimaru hoarsely looking at Kazuki, who stood below with interesting eyes. "Hey Orochimaru, do you want to bet?" Tsunade saw Orochimaru disagree and immediately wanted to place a bet as she believed that she would win this time. "You always lose," said Orochimaru laughing as the relationship between the three at this time was still somewhat good. At this time, Tsunade did have fear of blood, but she didn't leave the village yet as she knew war may be here anytime, and even if she couldn't fight she could help with guiding the medical ninja. "Look, it's starting," said Jiraiya pointing towards the stage as the fight was about to start. "Hey Kakashi, do you think Asuma would win?" asked Obito looking at Kakashi, who stood beside his dad. "No," said Kakashi without any hesitation as he knew Asuma would lose for sure. "Oh, is he the one that you mentioned, the one who was stronger than you during the academy?" asked White Fang looking at Kazuki. "What?" Minato, Obito and Rin beside were surprised by his words as they never knew of this matter. "Yes dad," nodded Kakashi in response, not affected by his sensei and teammates' response. "If he was stronger than you, why didn't he graduate?" asked Minato as he couldn't understand why Kazuki would do this. "I don't know," answered Kakashi after some hesitation and finally didn't tell what Kazuki said to him that time. "Kazuki Shiro," said Minato in a low voice, remembering his name. "Today I'll prove to Kurenai that I'm the best." Asuma arrived in front of Kazuki and said his thoughts, provoking him. "Whatever, just start so that I can go home," said Kazuki a bit impatient and didn't wanted to argue with him. "Bastard," Asuma immediately got angry thinking Kazuki looked down him and looked at the proctor impatiently. "Start," said the proctor as the fight began. "You'll pay for your arrogance," shouted Asuma as he threw several kunai towards him. Kazuki, who wanted to deflect them with his sword, suddenly noticed something wrong and he immediately jumped up in the air and the kunai exploded suddenly. Good tactics, thought Kazuki looking at the explosion below, but suddenly he heard a wind-breaking sounds and a wind slash moved towards him. Wind style, Kazuki was surprised looking at the slash in front but didn't care much as he dodged it easily in the air and fell down from the air. Kazuki was speechless as he looked at the ground below and saw it all covered with exploding tags. "I win," said Asuma smiling as he looked at Kazuki who was about to land and immediately made a seal. The exploding paper detonated as the ground broke and dust covered the whole area. "As expected of teacher's son," said Jiraiya looking at the smoke below as he knew Asuma had won. "Humph, didn't I say he would win," snorted Tsunade as she looked at Orochimaru proudly. Orochimaru didn't say anything as he knew the guy who could resist his momentum easily would never be this ordinary. "Will he be alright?" asked Shizune a bit looking at the dust that covered everything. "Don't worry, haven't you seen his strength before, there's no way he would lose," assured Kurenai as she had full trust in Kazuki. "That's what you get for looking down on me," said Asuma arrogantly as he knew Kazuki could never defend that explosion. Soon, the dust started to clear away and a vague figure could be seen standing in the dust and soon the whole dust drifted away revealing the figure in front. "Damn, how's this possible?" Asuma, like he has seen a ghost, had a horrifying expression looking at the unbelievable sight in front. Kazuki stood there unharmed, not even a piece of his robe was damaged. "Hee, what do you have to say now?" said Orochimaru laughing to both stunned Tsunade and Jiraiya who couldn't think how that kid survived. "I don't believe this," shouted Asuma who got mad from the shock and immediately folded several seals. Asuma stopped suddenly as a hand covered his face and he saw Kazuki stood in front looking at him indifferently. Asuma's back head hit the ground as the impact destroyed the surface and Kazuki removed his hand from Asuma's face revealing the passed out Asuma in the pit. Sarutobi was shocked at the sight in front as even he didn't catch the sight of Kazuki appearing in front of his son. Winner Kazuki Shiro, the proctor announced the result after being stunned for a moment as Kazuki left the fighting arena with a mysterious air around him. Chapter 24 End of second exam. As soon as Kazuki left the stage, medical ninja arrived as he carried the fainted Asuma out for treatment. Amazing, he defeated him with just one move. Obito was surprised looking at Asuma who was being carried out. "Kakashi, your friend is really interesting," said White Fang as could see that Kazuki was a bit unusual. That speed, that strength, the more White Fang thought about it the more he couldn't believe that a child of such young age could have such strength. Kakashi didn't say anything but his heart was shaken and he asked himself if it was him could he respond to that speed. Suddenly, Kakashi didn't have much confidence for his fight with Kazuki. "I'm more and more curious about you," thought Orochimaru looking at Kazuki with greed as he with his fighting experience could easily see that Kazuki didn't use chakra. Whether it was his super speed or strength both were due to his strong body. "If I can get his body." Orochimaru swallowed his saliva at the thought of obtaining such a strong body. How can a child have such a strong body? Tsunade felt that the medical jutsu she had learned was wrong for the first time. A child, no matter hard he trains, he couldn't make his body so strong. Tsunade couldn't bring herself to believe what she saw, but that was a fact. While Tsunade or other famous jonin were surprised by his strength, Sarutobi felt like he was the one who got beaten rather than his son. Hokage's son getting defeated in one move, it was the biggest joke ever. Sarutobi already had a headache thinking of that mysterious person who caused that devastation in the forest earlier. "Looks like I need to reassess Kazuki." Sarutobi was a bit angry as he thought even if Kazuki was strong, for his sake he should have made the fight look a bit difficult. After the first month of monitoring Kazuki and finding nothing suspicious, Sarutobi removed the surveillance over Kazuki, but now he had a thought of it once again. "It seems I have caused trouble for myself," thought Kazuki moving towards the watching stand as he could sense those curious gazes towards him. During his fight when the explosion enveloped him completely, if he hadn't used his Haoshoku Haki to create a pressure around him offsetting the explosion, he would have been seriously injured at least. This was a reminder for Kazuki to not to underestimate the enemy, so after the explosion, he got a bit serious taking Asuma down easily, which revealed a part of his strength. While thinking of this, Kazuki arrived beside Kurenai and Shizune who greeted him happily congratulating him for his win. Soon, an Earth-style ninja remade the damaged stage as rest of fights began. Both Kurenai and Shizune were unlucky as their opponents were Kakashi and Guy. They did try their best, but in the end they still couldn't beat the 50-50 Kakashi and Konoha Blue Beast Guy. "Don't be sad, you did your best." Kazuki couldn't look at their depressed faces and cheered them up. "But we wanted to get promoted together," said Kurenai a bit sad at her loss, her hands clenched into a fist. "Don't worry, you can try next year," encouraged Kazuki as he rubbed both of little girls' heads as he could only blame their luck for meeting those abnormal guys. Who were Kakashi and Guy? No one knew them better than Kazuki. Kakashi, except for his clean defeat in the hands of Itachi, always made problems for his opponents. Whether it was Zabuza, Kakuzu or Obito later in the war, and even with Kagaya he could put a fight using a full-body Susanoo. That's why Kazuki called him 50-50 for being able to fight any opponent. There's nothing to say much about guy who almost kicked Six Paths Madara the Dancing King to death, nearly saving the ninja world. So, Kazuki could only mourn for their luck and encourage them for the next year. Soon all the fights came to an end as Sarutobi came on the stage once again as he congratulated the passing candidates, and the opponents that will face each other a month later were decided. Seeing the name on the screen, everyone had anticipation in their heart. One is the greatest genius and other is a dark horse who defeated the Hokage Sun with a single move. "Wow, Kazuki, you'll fight Kakashi," said Kurenai as she was looking forward to their fight. She had always believed that Kazuki was better than Kakashi but could never prove it, but now she believes a month later everything will be revealed. "This is a fight worth looking forward to," said Jiraiya as he couldn't wait to know who was better between Kakashi and Kazuki. There's no need to guess, the result is obvious," laughed Orochimaru as he knew the strongest genius might fall a month later. Kakashi, both White Fang and Minato looked at Kakashi a bit worried as they could see Kazuki wasn't simple. Kakashi didn't care for their concerned faces as he himself didn't know how to describe his mood himself. His heart was beating hard, he didn't know whether it was from fear or excitement, but he knew that he had to fight him and win to prove himself the best. "Father, I want you to train me," said Kakashi looking at his father with determination as he had a jutsu in his mind and his father could help him with it. Kazuki on the other hand didn't care much as he knew the result of the fight was already decided, so he quickly left the forest and went back home and immediately slept on the warm bed after taking a shower. Chapter 25 Meeting. A meeting was being held in the office as Sarutobi sat at the Hokage seat with a smoke pipe in his mouth, and on the sofa at left sat two of the Konoha elders, Mitokado Homura and Kaharu Udatane. On the right was Konoha Pot King Danzo with the usual constipated expression. Pot King meaning you can blame him for any event without even thinking. All the famous names of Konoha like Tsunade, Orochimaru, White Fang, everyone was in the room, the atmosphere being heavy. "You can start, Shikaku," said Sarutobi breathing a smoke as the young man in front with beard on his chin and lazy eyes spoke. "Lord Third, after the investigation by the Anbu and me personally checking the area, I can say it with full responsibility that the destruction in the forest was caused by a sword user," said Shikaku reporting the situation. "As far as I know there's no one in ninja world capable of causing such strong attacks with just a sword," Danzo beside chipped in expressing his thoughts. "Yes, Lord Danzo, it might be a person we don't know or a new powerhouse," told Nara Shikaku. "But this is not the real problem." Shikaku paused for a while as his expression was a bit heavy. Everyone's face changed seeing the serious expression on his face, knowing the matter may not be that simple. "Continue, Shikaku," said Sarutobi as his breathing was a little uneven, preparing himself for the bad news. "The real problem is not the destruction caused by the attack, as with few strong jutsu anyone can cause that damage," said Shikaku as he kept on saying. "After our investigation, we didn't find any trace of the chakra usage in the attack. In simple words, it was just a simple sword slash that caused that devastation." Shikaku finished his words as there was a pin-drop silence in the office for a moment, followed by a loud rebuttal by Danzo. "Impossible, it's total nonsense. Without chakra a person can hardly even break a rock, let alone cause that damage." Danzo stood up from his seat as he refused to believe in Shikaku's words. "Calm down, Danzo," said Sarutobi to Danzo, who sat down angrily. "Are you sure what you said is true, Shikaku?" asked Sarutobi looking at Shikaku as his words totally changed the power concept of ninja world. "I'm afraid that is the truth, Lord Third," answered Shikaku. "What do you think?" asked Sarutobi after being silent for a while looking at his students. "Theoretically, there is a way to cause that much destruction without using chakra," Orochimaru, who stood beside Tsunade, replied, sharing his thoughts. "What is it?" asked Sarutobi a bit impatient as everyone's eyes in the room were on Orochimaru. "If someone has a very strong body, then he would have enough power to cause that much damage just by a slash," said Orochimaru expressing his thoughts. If someone would have told Orochimaru that such destruction could be caused without chakra before the Chunin exam, he wouldn't mind having another experimental body. But today, after seeing the fight of Kazuki, he believed that some thoughts he had were wrong. Orochimaru had a guess that this was caused by Kazuki, but he didn't tell anyone since he didn't want the body he chooses to be favored by Sarutobi or taken away by Danzo. "Yes, it is possible that way," Tsunade, who had fair amount of knowledge on human body, nodded, approving the hypothesis. "What about those survivors, did you ask them?" asked Sarutobi after listening to their opinion looking at Shikaku. Lord Third, the two girls have woken up, we did ask them but they told us they can't remember who attacked them but I had a feeling they were lying, told Shikaku. What about the third one? Asked Sarutobi puffing a cloud of smoke. He's out of danger but is still in coma, told Shikaku. Sarutobi, let the root interrogate them, I'll get the truth from them. Danzo beside presented his aid in helping in this matter. No, they are our guests, we can't force them if they don't want to say it, especially now when war may start at any time. Sarutobi like always ruthlessly rejected Danzo, making him angry, but Danzo was also helpless and could only bear it. This matter will be classified as a top secret, no one is allowed to disclose it, warned Sarutobi as he disbanded the meeting and everyone left the office leaving him and a medical ninja. How's Asuma? Asked Sarutobi looking at the medical ninja as no matter how ruthless he was he still had care for his family. He's woken up but is depressed, not talking to anyone at all, told the ninja of his situation to Sarutobi. Good work, you can leave, said Sarutobi as the ninja left leaving him alone in the office. I hope you can grow after this setback, thought Sarutobi as he had full confidence in Asuma. Now what should I do with you, Kazuki Shiro? Thought Sarutobi. Sarutobi always had the feeling that everything was under his control, but whenever he looks at that kid he has a feeling of his secrets being seen through by the other side. He has met many kind of people in his life but the feeling that Kazuki gave him was just like an aloof king, mysterious. In the end, Sarutobi once again gave the order to the Anbu to monitor Kazuki secretly, not knowing that everything he did secretary was like an open book in the eyes of Kazuki. Chapter 26, 26 Template 50%. Kazuki didn't know that the whole Konoha was looking for the mysterious swordsman. After returning home from the Death Forest, Kazuki had a good sleep till the morning of the next day, before getting up and filling his stomach. After the breakfast, Kazuki wore his black training clothes and started to swing the sword in his hands with his eyes full of expectations. I wonder what ability I will unlock, thought Kazuki as today is the day when his template reaches 50%. Kazuki was looking forward to have half of the strength of Shanks since that will be an assurance for him in the upcoming war. 1,999,819,999. Kazuki felt his body shaking all over, his grip on the sword became loose, but with extreme determination in his eyes he lifted the sword up and slashed down, squeezing out all of his strength, shouting loudly. As soon as the last slash was completed, Kazuki fell down and lay on the ground exhausted, his body couldn't move an inch. Kazuki heard the familiar prompt sound in his mind and smiled knowing that he had succeeded. But, his smile stiffened suddenly as his felt pain all over his body, a mysterious force strengthening his bones, muscles, everything, which was accompanied by strong pain. Kazuki bared the pain but it was just too much and soon he fainted, but the changes in his body did not stop. The scorching sun was above the head as it shone strongly on a kid who lay unconscious on the ground in a courtyard which had numerous slash marks. The kid was soaked in sweat, but his handsome sturdy face had a determinate expression, his black hair along with some strands of red hair that fell on his forehead. Huh, Kazuki opened his eyes in confusion as the strong rays of sun blinded his eyes as he covered his eyes subconsciously. Kazuki stood up with difficulty as his body was still a little weak by the pain earlier as he left the yard, walked through the lounge. Arriving beside the bathtub and filling it up, Kazuki threw himself in and sat in it as he closed his eyes, feeling the pain disappearing, and put his attention at the system. Ding! Akagami Shanks, template has been unlocked to 50%. Kanbunshoku Haki Intermediate. Haoshoku Haki Intermediate. The harvest is much more than I expected, said Kazuki with a smile, feeling the improvement of his swordsmanship in Haki. Now Kazuki's causal slash would be as powerful as the one he used in Death Forest. Moreover, his Haoshoku Haki has improved as well, and now he could also stun a large number of enemies just like Luffy did, stunning 50 feet 000 men. Kazuki brought his hand in front of him and soon a black liquid covered his hand. It's finally here, smiled Kazuki looking at his hands, as the ability that he wanted the most was Armament Haki. It could be used to defend as well, increasing the power of an attack. Kazuki stood up from the bathtub as the pain from earlier has disappeared and Kazuki could feel that his physical strength has at least doubled. Arriving at his room, Kazuki wore a new white samurai robe and slung his sword at his waist as he looked at himself in the mirror, satisfied. Huh, Kazuki suddenly frowned as he noticed few strands of red hair in front, not much, but they were totally real. This. Kazuki was stunned for a moment looking at his red hair, but had a guess in his heart that maybe it was due to Shanks' template. It won't all turn red, right? Thought Kazuki, but even if it does he didn't care much since they didn't look bad and were kind of cool. After getting dressed up, Kazuki left his house and strode towards the barbecue restaurant as he was in a good mood today and wanted to treat himself to a big meal. A small and a big figure with the same white hair stood in the woods talking about something. Kakashi, the jutsu you told about is possible but within a month it is difficult, said White Fang looking towards his son who told him about his jutsu. White Fang was a lightning-style ninja as he always imbues his sword with thunder chakra making him fearful for the whole world. Kakashi's new jutsu was also lightning-style so he asked his father. "Father, I am ready for every challenge, I'll complete my jutsu before the exam," replied Kakashi with determined eyes as he wanted to use this as his trump card. "As expected of my son, let's start then," said Tsukumo as he started teaching Kakashi and was a bit emotional looking at his son who grew up so much. Tsukumo was glad he didn't commit suicide that day otherwise he won't be able to see this day. He always wanted to find the person named Shanks who could easily knock out those Anbu outside his house and deliver that message. Tsukumo tried to know about him through various sources but there was no strong guy in ninja world with the name Shanks. "Since you know me, we'll meet each other one day eventually." Chapter 27, 27 Third Exam. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. Konoha reached unprecedented prosperity on this day. The wide streets were already busy and crowded. Not only the ninja, even ordinary people rushed to the street, trying to stand first in order to observe the demeanor of great names of various nations. Konoha's closed door was completed opened. Numerous luxurious sedan chairs were lifted by guards and walked towards the center of Konoha village. Sitting in it are all the great names of various nations, and with such reputation, they are naturally worshipped by a lot of people. The land of grass, the land of sand, the land of water all sent their representatives to the village. The politicians and ninjas of various nations were struggling to infiltrate Konoha. The purpose of their trip is not only to witness the demeanor of genius ninjas, but also to secretly estimate the strength of Konoha for the upcoming war. As hosts, Konoha naturally did a lot of work for the event. The bustling streets were not blocked by civilians but kept in order. The well-trained ninjas of Konoha stood consciously on both sides of street to maintain order and ensure that big names of various nations can reach the competition venue unimpeded. The atmosphere is unprecedentedly hot and truly eye-catching. On a high tower at the center of Konoha, the third Hokage stood quietly on top of the tower, looking at the lively scene below. On both sides of him, there are two Konoha elite Anbu safeguarding him. Unlike the past, Sarutobi's voice is loud and powerful, full of vitality. As Konoha's Hokage, he has high hopes for the Chunin exam. As long as Konoha genin stand out, it will undoubtedly demonstrate the strength of Konoha. Time slowly passed, and big names of major nations finally had reached the competition venue. The square in the center of Konoha. At this time, the atmosphere is hot and overcrowded. At a glance, there are densely packed figures. Although the fighting square was empty, the venue was still overwhelmed by enthusiastic noises. Aside the civilians, all the famous names of Konoha are also gathered here. As seniors, they naturally want to see the demeanor of younger generation. Ninjas from other villages as well also were present here trying to get the intelligence on Konoha geniuses. That's why many Anbu were scattered around in case of any emergency situation. In a high position in the stands, there are four figures that are particularly eye-catching overlooking from above. Konoha Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha Pot King, Shimura Danzo. Two elders, Mitokado Homura and Kaharu Udatane. As elders of Konoha no one dare to question their position at the top. In the waiting room for the contestants. "Kazuki, what happened to your hair?" asked Kurenai looking at the few strands of red hair falling on his forehead. "Oh, I just dyed them, do they look bad?" Kazuki couldn't tell the truth so he could only lie about it. "No, you look brilliant." As Kurenai said these words her voice became lower and lower, her face fully red. "Hey, what happened?" asked Kazuki looking at her red face a bit concerned. It wasn't that Kazuki was dense or something, it's just he couldn't think that a girl of 9 can have such thoughts. "No, I'm just excited for your match," said Kurenai quickly covering it up as she waved her little fists cheering for him. Kazuki felt something wrong but didn't ask much and focused on the screen while broadcasting the exam. "It's time to start the exam," said Danzo to Sarutobi beside him with the same money-owing expression. Sarutobi slowly got up, carrying his hands on his back. He walked to the edge of the stand, and the voice powdered up by chakra resounded throughout the audience. "Guests, thanks to all for gathering here at the Chunin exam organized by Konoha. Next, the 12 contestants who passed the qualifiers will proceed to the final exam." The words of the third Hokage instantly detonated the atmosphere of the audience. Everyone cast their fiery eyes at the 12 players who had arrived in the center of the field. Kazuki, Kakashi, Obito, Guy and 8 other contestants immediately became the focus of everyone. They have a heavy mission on their shoulders. This is a battle of honor. The rules are the same like those in qualifiers. The battle will only end when one party concedes defeat or dies, but if the outcome is clearly decided I can stop the match, do you get it? The proctor said seriously. Everyone nodded in understanding, their eyes firm. The first match is between Obito Uchiha and Might Guy. Except for these two, everyone else step back and go to viewing room on the side. As everyone left the venue, Obito and Guy were left standing at the center of the venue. The much anticipated third exam finally began. Hello to everyone, I hope you all are in good shape. I didn't expected the response of this book to be so good. There are some mistakes and many friends did mention that there's a slight Chinese flavor in it. I am not a Chinese, but I'm trying to get rid of its influence, and the real climax of this book will start in the third volume. Some people did mention that the Mick is beta and also doesn't kill women. First of all, that there will be no harem, and Mick is not the Lekierus type who will drop his sword and takes out the other after seeing a woman. MC has conqueror's haki, but he still hide his strength like a coward. This is another question asked by the readers. Well, for this you can refer to Aizen sensei, who had strong will for his purpose. Bad or good is another story, and kept hiding his strength. From tomorrow there is going to be one chapter update daily. I am really sorry, but I have a job to do, so this is all I can come up with. Chapter 28, 28 Last Fight. The densely packed crowd with their excitement lighted up the whole atmosphere. Obito fell down as he lay on the ground unmoving. My youth has finally shown. Guy roared as he ran around looking at the crowd as the whole arena detonated with cheers. A passionate voice sounded throughout the venue as a person with same thick eyebrows and same watermelon head in the stands was looking at Guy, tears flowing. Father, I did it, Guy said, arriving beside his father totally pumped up. Guy, your days of youth has just started, you are my pride. Might Guy, the eternal genin, looked at his son who has surpassed him. Father. Guy immediately got emotional. Both father and son hugged each other with tears and nasal mucus overflowing. At the corner of the stands, few middle-aged man holding a big sign of gambling stood with foxy expression. This time someone actually gambled $1 million on White Fang's son. But didn't that woman look a bit familiar? Asked the person. Who cares, all we know is if she loses, then after this exam we can enjoy a carefree life with this money. The eyes of gambler shone, looking forward to the bright days ahead. Orochimaru, have you seen Tsunade? Jiraiya today specially wore a new outfit hoping to impress her with his looks but couldn't see her. Orochimaru didn't reply but pointed at the right corner where a young blonde-haired woman with flat chest was looking around cautiously, moving towards them. Seeing her flat chest, Jiraiya lost something extremely precious and immediately ran towards her, face full of worry. Orochimaru shook his head and knew he was about to be beaten. Tsunade, who had just gambled $1 million for Kakashi's win using the transformation technique because she was afraid to be recognized. As she thought that she had retreated successfully, a shout destroyed her mood immediately. Veins appeared on her forehead as she immediately disappeared from her place, and the wailing of Jiraiya sounded throughout the venue. Jiraiya with a swollen face sat on the ground with extreme regret. I was almost recognized, you bastard. Tsunade knew there were also those people here who she had to pay the money she lost. Jiraiya wanted to cry but no tears came out. Minato beside was speechless, looking at his sensei, and could only mourn for his fate, since getting the heart of a female barbarian isn't easy. Tsunade, who did you bet on? Orochimaru was a bit curious about whether she has the same eyes as him that can see the potential. Of course it's Tsukumo senpai's son. Tsunade could already see the money she won, her mouth drooling thinking of the it. No wonder you lose every time. Orochimaru was a bit disappointed at her choice and thought that he was unique after all. What, you want to fight my old lady? Tsunade immediately brought her fist in front after hearing his words. Orochimaru didn't wanted to fight this barbarian and looked away, not paying attention to her. It's okay Obito, you did your best. Rin couldn't look at the depressed Obito and encouraged him. Obito had tears in his eyes as goddess in his heart always would come to help him. I really want to save them, but... Kazuki was a bit confused looking at Rin and Obito. During his time in the academy, he has deep friendship with nearly everyone except Asuma. He knew even if he saved Obito, Madara would find another one to be his pawn. And he wasn't even sure that Madara would attack him or not, if he intervened in his plan. With his current strength he wasn't afraid of anyone in the ninja world, but Madara was different. If he had the full strength of Shanks, he naturally wouldn't care much about Madara, but now he doesn't have the strength to intervene. Kazuki finally decided to not to think too much about it and looked at the screen watching the ongoing fights. Kakashi, who sat at the corner, was continuously looking at Kazuki, hoping to find him nervous for his fight with him, but all he saw was a relaxed face without worry. How can this guy be so calm? Kakashi was very nervous himself since the next fight might be his demise as a genius, but he knew as a ninja he had to give his all and prove his strength. Kakashi put all his hopes on the new jutsu he had developed this month with his father. Soon all the fights were finished, as the battle that the whole village was looking forward to finally arrived. Chapter 29. Kazuki vs Kakashi. Kakashi vs Kazuki, the last duel. The proctor's voice fell, and the audience immediately burst into thunderous cheers. They waited for a long time, just for this exciting moment. Both of them have huge expectations on their backs. On one side is the genius of Konoha, the genius who broke all the previous records from early graduation to becoming a chunin at 6, Hitaki Kakashi. On the other side is Konoha's rising genius Kazuki Shiro, who defeated Hokage's son with just a single move. The popularity of this duel has firmly attracted everyone's attention. Their eyes were fixed on two genius ninjas, watching. Shizune and Kurenai sat side by side. They watched Kazuki's back nervously, their hearts beating, as if they were on the scene. Shizune's teeth danced with her hands and screamed loudly, cheering for Kazuki heartily. She believes that Kazuki will definitely win. Kurenai clasped her hands tightly, her eyes staring at Kazuki. She kept praying for Kazuki in her heart, hoping that he could win. When her eyes moved to Kazuki's side face, her face turned red, shy and cute. Both of them cheered for Kazuki in their own way, hoping that he could soar to the sky. On the other side of stand, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Minato and Tsukumo stood together looking at the scene below. "Aren't you nervous, Tsukumo-senpai?" Minato asked White Fang as he, the teacher himself, was pretty nervous, but his father had the same calm expression. "I know how much effort Kakashi put for this exam. The result doesn't matter, he did his best, that's what is important." White Fang wasn't nervous for Kakashi as he already knew the result of this match. He has trained Kakashi this whole month, so he knows his strength very well, but he could see nothing even close to that speed and strength of Kazuki. Minato was young, so he couldn't find much from his words. But Tsunade and others had plenty of experience to understand his words. Even Tsukumo isn't sure for his son's win, thought Jiraiya as he looked at Kazuki, a bit surprised. Tsunade screamed in her heart as she could easily conclude from his tone that the chances of Kakashi win weren't much. Show me what secret you have." Orochimaru with his same unique laugh looked at Kazuki below, eyes full of greed. Kakashi stood in front of Kazuki, eyes like electricity, staring at him. This is the first time they have really fought each other. Kakashi once wanted to have a fight with Kazuki, but he saw his fight with the spy and his confidence was shaken. In this month's time, he has been immersed in deep training all the time, constantly enhancing his strength. He doesn't care for the Chunin title since he already is, but his goal has always been to defeat Kazuki. "Do you remember what I said at the start of the exam, that don't hold back, so take out your sword?" Kakashi put a fighting stance as blue lightning appeared around his legs, dancing wildly. "Oh, lightning." Kazuki was a bit surprised but didn't care much, replied to Kakashi's earlier statement. "I don't think it's needed." Kazuki wasn't being arrogant, but even his causal slash could cut the fighting arena in half. "Start," the proctor said loudly as the whole audience immediately became silent, looking at the two fully focused. Kakashi disappeared from his place as he was already in front of him, his legs moving towards his neck. The whole audience was surprised by Kakashi's speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Using lightning to increase the speed and power, a simple but effective method. Sarutobi, sitting at the highest place, nodded in acknowledgement, as even if it was simple for a child it was still difficult. Kazuki looked at the leg a few centimeters away from his neck and just tilted his head back, escaping the blow. Kakashi didn't give up as his legs shrouded in thunder kept attacking Kazuki, who, easily reading his movements, dodged them perfectly as they roamed in the entire field, appearing everywhere from time to time. "Do you only know to dodge?" Kakashi was a bit annoyed looking at him dodging his attacks and provoked him. "You can't afford my attack, Kakashi." Kazuki wasn't angry at his words and said the fact which sounded arrogant to Kakashi. Another leg attack moved towards Kazuki's head, but he didn't dodge his attack this time and brought his hand forward. Kakashi sneered seeing him trying to catch his legs, as he knew his thunder leg would paralyze him for sure. Kazuki caught Kakashi's leg as fierce wind pressure spread around from the impact. Kakashi saw him catch his legs and, totally fine, was surprised. "This weak thunder can't affect me, Kakashi," said Kazuki, holding his legs as he threw him in front as Kakashi flew away before stopping a few meters far. "Did he coat his hands with chakra?" Tsunade was a bit confused as she saw him catching his leg, but she couldn't sense his chakra at all. No, he just used his bare hands. Tsukumo besides spoke a bit shocked by the scene. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Minato were shocked listening to his words how much strong of a body was required to do so. Orochimaru was having a hard time controlling himself and not to catch Kazuki for his experiment. Kakashi, just give up, I don't want to hurt you, said Kazuki looking at the panting Kakashi in front due to consumption of chakra. I have trained so hard, how can I give up? Kakashi wasn't discouraged by his words as he still had a whole card. Kakashi made seals as he put his around his mouth. Fire style. Great fireball. A huge and wide fireball sprouted out from his mouth, roaring towards Kazuki. Looking at the fire, Kazuki shook his head and decided to end this farce. He immediately disappeared from his place, appearing behind Kakashi, who looked all exhausted. Kazuki put his hands on his shoulder and said. The whole venue was silent looking at the scene in front, and they couldn't believe that the genius Kakashi lost. Even Kakashi. Sarutobi couldn't believe that Kakashi lost, and Kazuki didn't even use his sword. Danzo beside was already thinking of absorbing Kazuki in the roots. Kazuki looked at Kakashi, who sat on the ground in front with his back facing him. Kakashi turned his head and his eyes suddenly showed a cunning look. Kakashi turned into mud falling down. Mud clone, said Kazuki as he immediately turned around, but he heard a bird's chirping sound. Shouted Kakashi as the Chidori moved towards Kazuki's shoulder quickly. The ground under broke as cobweb-like cracks spread everywhere from the impact as dust covered the whole area. Tsunade, who had given up on her money when suddenly saw Kakashi turning the tides and using that noisy flashy jutsu, became happy and couldn't help but asking. It's the jutsu he developed, Chidori, its power is on par with a ranked jutsu. Tsukumo explained, making the people around unbelievable that a child could even develop his own jutsu. Tsunade looked at the dust that covered the fighting arena and couldn't help but praying for Kakashi's win. The whole venue was chaotic, looking forward to the result. Chapter 30, Kakashi's Choice. The whole venue was quiet at this moment, everyone's focused on the dust that obscured their sights. Kurenai and Shizune, both of them looked straight at the dust, nervous, waiting for its clearance. Soon, the dust that obscured everyone's sight started to dissipate as the two figures were revealed. Kakashi looked at his hand that should have pierced Kazuki's shoulder but was held tightly in Kazuki's grasp with some thunder still around it, his face horrified. Whether it was Tsunade, Orochimaru or anyone else, they couldn't believe at the sight in front. That jutsu would have even pulverized a boulder, but he stopped it with bare hands. Orochimaru couldn't keep his calm expression anymore, as no matter how strong a person's body is, this isn't possible. Looks like we all underestimated Kazuki. Jiraiya could only blame his own incompetence for not seeing his potential. While Jiraiya and the rest were surprised, Kurenai and Shizune both were the only one who cheered for Kazuki in the stunned atmosphere. Chidori, a good jutsu but not enough, Kakashi. Kazuki held Kakashi's hand and looked at him a little surprised. Kazuki was surprised to see the Chidori, because as much he remembered, Kakashi developed this jutsu at the age of 12 and now he was only 9. If he didn't use the Busoshoku Haki to cover his hands, he would not be able to stop it. Looks like his father being alive has helped him. This was the only reason Kazuki could think of Kakashi progress. Do you still want to continue? Kazuki asked Kakashi as he let go of his hand, setting him free. Kakashi took few steps back and looked at his hand, which was caught easily, and then looked at Kazuki, his eyes a bit dull. Kazuki saw his state and knew he was hit hard, since Kakashi has always been in the limelight and such a setback wasn't easy to overcome. The densely packed audience was still quiet, looking at the two, and their conversation could also be heard by them in the pin-drop silence. Kazuki put his hands on the sword handle as it was half-sheathed, and his face showed killing intent as he moved towards him step by step. Hearing him call his name, Kakashi looked up and saw Kazuki moving towards him with his hand on his sword, and for the first time felt powerless. Minato, who saw Kazuki moving towards Kakashi, who had given up, immediately wanted to stop the match. In the quiet square, his voice was immediately heard by the proctor, who hesitated a bit and looked towards the Hokage for his opinion. Sarutobi thought for a while and decided not to stop the match, since he wanted to see whether Kazuki would kill Kakashi, since it wasn't forbidden. The match will continue. Sarutobi's loud voice was like a death knell which sounded throughout the venue. Sensei, he's going to kill him. Minato couldn't keep calm anymore and asked Jiraiya for help. Jiraiya couldn't defy Sarutobi's order and was powerless. All of the classmates, whether it was Guy, Obito, Rin, and even Kurenai and Shizune, all of them were stunned looking at Kazuki, who excluded killing intent all over. Will he really kill him? Obito said, a bit scared, looking at the unfamiliar Kazuki from his memory. Obito didn't get an answer for his words as everyone didn't know what to say. Kurenai called his name hoping what she was seeing was an illusion. Walking step by step, Kazuki finally arrived and stopped at an arm's length distance from Kakashi looking at him. The sword was fully pulled out from the scabbard as he held it high above his shoulder facing towards Kakashi. Kakashi, I give you an option, give up and I'll let you go, otherwise you know the consequences. Unlike before, Kazuki had an indifferent expression on his face like a king looking at an ant that could be crushed any moment. Kakashi saw the sword that could end his life at any moment and thought of his training with his father, his friends and more importantly with Kazuki, who he always wanted to defeat, but today he was going to end his life. Kakashi let his arms loose like totally giving up resistance. So have you decided, Kakashi? Asked Kazuki as the grip on his sword tightened. Everyone in the stands were out of their seats looking at the scene in front, wondering what would his choice will be. I'll never give up. Kakashi took out a kunai, waving it at Kazuki in front with extreme determination. Kazuki easily deflected the kunai as it fell out of Kakashi's hands and kicked him on the stomach, and Kakashi sat down on his knees holding his stomach in front of Kazuki. Kazuki's indifferent voice spread throughout the square as parents cover their children's eyes as the sword slashed down. Minato and even the calm Tsukumo couldn't see it anymore and wanted to help his son, but it was already too late. The air around Kazuki's sword seemed to compress as a huge, nearly 30 meters high red slash appeared in front of everyone as it crashed down towards Kakashi. The time seemed to stop for a moment as the whole world lost its color. A huge explosion resounded throughout the square as numerous small rocks along with fast wind and dust flew everywhere around. The whole venue started shaking as ninja wearing strange masks appeared in front of the audience using earth style to protect them. After a minute or so, the aftershocks of the attack finally stopped as the dust in the fighting arena also dissipated, revealing the sight in front. Kazuki stood with his sword right beside Kakashi's shoulder, who sat in front of him, his eyes still wide from the near-death experience. Kakashi turned around and saw the same long slash that he had seen in the Death Forest. The ground was divided into two. Tsunade and others were stupefied looking at the sight in front, finally remembered the destruction and the same exaggerated slash like in the Death Forest. Kakashi was a bit confused as he looked at him for an answer. Kakashi, what do you think is the most important for a ninja? Kazuki didn't answer his question and asked him one as his voice spread throughout the whole venue. Kazuki just wanted to remind Kakashi that he was a ninja, so that's why he acted indifferently before to lift his spirit. Kakashi was puzzled by his sudden question but answered honestly. Kakashi believed this to be the answer, as to survive strength was required. Then why couldn't you defeat me? I was an orphan who didn't have anyone home to guide, but I still defeated you. It's not because I trained more than you, but there's another important thing. Kazuki's loud voice was heard by everyone in the stance as they looked forward to what he had to say. Asked Kakashi, wanting to know what wrong he did. To have a goal that no one ever had before. Your dream is to be like your father, then you'll be limited to him, but I had a goal to be the strongest swordsman, a goal that has no limit. Kazuki wasn't joking, because whether it was Naruto, Hashirama or Madara, all of them had goals that no one had even thought of before. Kakashi's dull eyes that had lost their purpose finally began to shine again as he stood up and came in front of Kazuki and said, I didn't have a goal before, but I think I do have one now. Kakashi said these words passionately like Guy had possessed him as the whole crowd burst into a thunderous cheer by his words. The proctor also smiled as he came forward and held Kazuki's arm and lifted it up, announcing the winner. The whole crowd stood up in applause as they acknowledged his strength and his spirit as a ninja. This kid will be a sensation in the future, said Jiraiya, looking at Kazuki as he was impressed by his words. Nodded Tsunade as she remembered her brother who had a goal as well. Orochimaru on the other hand strengthened his belief to the eternal life after hearing his words. Kurenai was happy as her eyes were a bit red, happy that Kazuki has finally proven himself. Chapter 31 Conspiracy. The Chunin exam finally ended as Konoha was the biggest winner. The reputation of Konoha geniuses spread throughout the ninja world. But most of the great nations also put them in their hit list. Every village had Kazuki's name on the top as his swordsmanship subverted their worldview. A slash comparable to an S-rank jutsu, in the battlefield it could easily be the game changer. After the exam, Kazuki was personally handed the Konoha Chunin outfit by Sarutobi. Kazuki, why didn't you wear your Chunin outfit? It's been a day since the end of Chunin exam and all the ninjas from other villages have left as well, including the terrified Kisame who was the fastest. Today, as a celebration for his successful promotion, Shinku arranged a party for his team. I feel more comfortable in this. Kazuki replied to Kurenai's question as he wore his usual purple samurai outfit as it was more comfortable for him. Kazuki, now that you are Chunin, you have a bigger responsibility on your shoulders, whether it is to protect the village or to protect your teammates. Shinku, who unlike before had a rare smile on his face, satisfied by his student but didn't forget to educate him. Kazuki knew that the war was near and he had to protect his comrades as well as the village. But his way was a bit different. He not only wanted to protect the village from outside but also from inner ghosts like Danzo and Sarutobi. Eat as much as you want, since I can also be a bit generous sometimes. Shinku let his hands loose today as the four of them had a happy time together. Shinku reprimanded Kazuki, who wanted to drink soju, and handed him a glass of orange juice. Kazuki was a big drunkard in his previous life, and maybe because of Shank's template his love towards it became even more. But sadly, even in Ninja World, minors weren't allowed to drink. Both Kurenai and Shizune laughed at Kazuki, who had a sad expression, causing Kazuki to get angry as he fiercely ravaged the head of two girls, as laughter echoed in the restaurant, making a warm atmosphere. Hiruzen, what do you plan to do with that kid? In the Hokage office, Sarutobi sat at his seat as Danzo sat in front a little to the right on the sofa conversing about Kazuki. What do you mean? He's the future of Konoha, of course I'll cherish him. Sarutobi put on the hypocrite mask again, like he really cared for Kazuki. Don't put that face in front of me, you should know it already that the spy who was killed 4 years ago died from a sword, and with that kid's strength there's no doubt that he did it. Danzo spoke with his unique tone that made the atmosphere in the room a bit cold. Sarutobi still feigned ignorance, like he really didn't understand the meaning of his words. Stop playing dumb, he killed the spy but he didn't report it. With that strength he never showed it even once and kept staying at the academy. Don't you think it's suspicious? Danzo fully believed that Kazuki had a hidden motive, that's why he hides his strength. Danzo, the war may erupt anytime, we need every ounce of strength we can get, we'll deal with this matter after the war. Sarutobi never wanted the strength of village to reduce, especially during these turbulent times. Hiruzen, haven't you seen his strength already? If we give him more time he'll grow even more. Let me deal with him, I'll plant a curse seal on him, making him completely obedient. Danzo had greed in his eyes as he couldn't wait to catch and make Kazuki his own subordinate. Even if he is strong, can he fight against both you, me and all root ninjas? Don't touch him now, at least wait till a proper time. Sarutobi finally decided to act with Danzo's thoughts as he couldn't let an unstable factor remain free, but before that he wanted Kazuki to help him win the war. Danzo snorted as he stood up and left the room, but he had a smile on his face as he knew he only needed to wait a few years to get a powerful subordinate. As for Kazuki's retaliation, he didn't care much, as like Sarutobi said, even if he was strong can he fight both him and Sarutobi and even his whole organization. What I did is for Konoha. Sarutobi looked at the great stone faces and the prosperous village below and believed what he did, even if it was wrong, it was all for the best in Konoha's affairs. Chapter 32, 32 War erupts. It's been 6 months since the end of the Chunin exam. Today, the atmosphere of the village was a bit dull as ninja would flash from time to time everywhere, even the streets were deserted, looking like an emergency situation. Teacher, you are looking for me. Orochimaru walked into the Hokage office and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was looking at the village in front through the window, with his back facing him, and asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked with his back to Orochimaru. Without answering, he just quietly looked through the window and looked at the clouds in the sky outside. In this way, the atmosphere in the room gradually turned into tranquility except for the sound of Sarutobi smoking. Orochimaru, third cage disappeared. Cloud Village took advantage of the fire and attacked the stone, and also declared war on the Sand Village and Konoha. Stone Village and Sand Village also declared war on Konoha. I'm calling you over this time, because I'm going to let you go to the Land of Thunder to take control of the situation. Danzo is in charge of Kurigakure and I am going to let Jiraiya and Minato to go and fight against Stone Village. The Land of Thunder will be handed over to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, looked at Orochimaru and said heavily. The blood in his eyes can tell how much pressure under he is. Is the situation so bad? Then leave the Land of Thunder to me. In the face of the harsh situation that Sarutobi was narrating, Orochimaru decisively assumed the responsibility of guarding the village, and he could also get experimental materials on the battlefield. How much Jonin will the village allocate me? Immediately Orochimaru asked, as he was most concerned about the distribution of combat power. Although Konoha had the most Jonin among the Great Five Nations, it was still difficult to face 4 villages at the same time, so, the distribution of the village's combat power is a big problem. Stone Village can be dealt by Jiraiya and Minato. Kurigakure has not officially started the war, so, Danzo himself can still hold on to it temporarily. Tsunade and White Fang are enough for Sand Village. However, Cloud Village's combat power is so strong that it is not much worse than Konoha. The third Raikage, his son, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the 2 Tails Jinchuriki are all well-known strong men in the ninja world. If he only relies on himself, even Orochimaru himself is not confident to face these 4 and the rest of elites without enough support. The combat power in the village is quite tense right now. I can only give you 10 Jonin, but I can assign the Uchiha clan to you. But if something bad happens on the battlefield, Minato will also appear. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't wanted to allocate too much combat power to Orochimaru. What should he do if he wins? His original plan is to let Minato help in the war later so to create enough momentum for Minato. Even with the calm personality of Orochimaru he felt a little angry. There are only 10 Jonin. Isn't this just sending them to death? The Uchiha clan is even more famous as a time bomb. It might not hurt Cloud Village that much, then it might himself. And if it was Minato or 3rd Hokage to help them in the later stage, then even if they won the victory, I am afraid that everyone will only think that it is the credit of the 3rd Hokage and Minato. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly had some doubts, whether Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted him to be the Hokage or not. No way, Orochimaru, the combat power in the village is indeed too scarce now, and we have to prevent other ninja villages from attacking Konoha. I can only allocate 10 Jonin to you, but you will have Uchiha clan for your help. Uchiha clan, what's the use of those arrogant people who don't even listen to anyone? On hearing Sarutobi's words, Orochimaru couldn't help but say it. We must know that Cloud Village has 4 Kage-ranked powerhouses and countless other elite ninja. With his meager 10 Jonin in the Uchiha clan, how could he stop them? Enough. Orochimaru, you are already a mature ninja. Learn to figure out how to solve problems by yourself. There are more than 100 Jonin ninjas in the Uchiha clan, and hundreds of Chunin. Just solve the war with them. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that if this went on, Orochimaru would definitely not agree, so today's conversation will not have any results. So he could only use a serious tone to force Orochimaru to accept the task. Chapter 33, 33 Airhead Kawasaki. Sarutobi, if possible, didn't want to get so awkward with Orochimaru. After all, they had a mentor and apprentice relationship for nearly 20 years. But who made Orochimaru to already had his own ideas, and went against him? Then I have a request, I want to take a person with me to the war. Orochimaru calmed down as he knew nothing good would come out from any more talk and made request. Sarutobi was a bit curious that who was so sacred that Orochimaru wanted himself. Orochimaru called the name with deep desire in his eyes. Think straight. Okay, you can take him with you. Sarutobi agreed to his request as he knew refusing will only increase the friction between them. Excuse me then, Lord Hokage. Orochimaru left the room, but this time he didn't say the word teacher but said Lord Hokage, clearly explaining its meaning. Humph, it seems that you forgot who gave you all this. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the back of Orochimaru, and couldn't help but feel a little angry, feeling that Orochimaru was completely out of control. Kazuki was holding the shisui in his hand and swung it heavily and slashed on the 10-might-high boulder in front. The boulder without any resistance was immediately divided into 2. Kazuki would train with his sword here since even his training now would cause damage to the surroundings. Suddenly Kazuki frowned as he sensed someone's aura. An Anbu appeared in front of Kazuki wearing a dog mask. Kazuki looked at the Anbu and knew the matter must be serious. Ninja war is about to begin. Go back and prepare. The Anbu only said these words, and it disappeared. Did the war finally began, so what should be here will come eventually. Kazuki sighed as he didn't like bloodshed and didn't know how many lives his sword would take, but after all in this world he had to do it. Thinking of the preparations for this ninja world war, Kazuki put the sword back into the scabbard and he left the mountain. Located on the edge of Konoha, the Uchiha clan covers almost 1/5 of Konoha's area. The family seems to be a small village, with everything from restaurants to clothing stores and ninja shops. It is no wonder that they look down on the people in the village. The environment in which they lived since childhood made them arrogant. As the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, the Uchiha clan inherited his eyes and have always been unwelcoming, and other people who are not from the Uchiha clan cannot enter their clan. But today here ushered in an unexpected visitor. It's really Uchiha. No matter how many times I see it with my own eyes, this land still stays prosperous and magnificent. Orochimaru followed the ninja of Leaf Police Force and walked in the Uchiha clan, looking at the prosperous surroundings. Ha ha, our Uchiha clan has been the dominant overlord in the entire ninja world since the Warring States period. It is normal for this kind of prosperity to be passed down to us. The ninjas of the Leaf Police Force heard that Orochimaru, one of Konoha Sannin, was also sighing at their clan, and they couldn't help but to feel proud and began to show off their long history. Their tone also expressed their unique pride of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru could hear the pride in their words, that's why he looked down on them. There is no top combat power in the clan, but always arrogant, holding the glory of the clan. That was the glory of Uchiha Madara, and after that nothing worth mentioning. Now, they are just a group of paper tigers raised in captivity. Soon, Orochimaru, following the ninjas in front of him, walked to the very center of the Uchiha clan, which is the Patriarch's reception room. Patriarch, Orochimaru is here. At the door, the police force ninja Itachi entered the house first and reported to Uchiha Kawasaki, the Patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru, what's he doing here? Although I am very puzzled as why Orochimaru came here, but Uchiha Kawasaki still welcomed Orochimaru in first. Patriarch Kawasaki, excuse me. After Orochimaru walked into the Patriarch's house, he saw Uchiha Kawasaki, who had been waiting inside the house, and greeted him with a friendly attitude. What a rare visitor, Orochimaru, what are you doing here at our Uchiha clan? After a simple greeting, Uchiha Kawasaki still actively asked Orochimaru about his purpose. Doesn't the Patriarch know already? I thought the Patriarch should have known it a long time ago, and Sarutobi teacher should have told all Konoha's families this news. Didn't Patriarch Kawasaki receive the notice? Orochimaru pretended to be surprised, and said to Uchiha Kawasaki. Orochimaru, if you came to make fun of me then you can leave. Although very angry, something that all the families in the village knew, and the Uchiha clan didn't even know it. But he certainly wouldn't let Orochimaru make fun of him. And he knew that Orochimaru came to the Uchiha clan, and he certainly didn't come to make fun of him, so there must be something very important to him. So he just said these words to put an air of dominance. Patriarch Kawasaki is not curious, why did I came to find you? The Third Ninja World War has begun. I came to the Chief Kawasaki to discuss cooperation. Doesn't Patriarch Kawasaki want to be an elder of Konoha? Orochimaru didn't pay attention to his arrogance but calmly asked Uchiha Kawasaki. Hehe, I wondered what wind blew Orochimaru here, but can you guarantee that the Uchiha clan can have an elder, when your beloved sensei is against us? When Uchiha Kawasaki heard Orochimaru's words, he taunted back in a mocking tone to Orochimaru. Hehe, it is true that my sensei has indeed been suppressing your Uchiha clan, but you have no choice now, right? Only I can let you go on the battlefield. Now the Land of Thunder and other villages have declared war on Konoha. I'm responsible for the Cloud Village while Stone Village has Jiraiya and Minato, and Tsunade is responsible for Sand Village and Danzo for Kiri. There's no place for Uchiha clan with them. Orochimaru knew that Sarutobi would definitely stop Uchiha from gaining reputation in the battlefield, that's why he put them with him, thinking that he'll lose for sure. You only have 10 Jonin and the rest all are Chunin. How can you help us when Sarutobi seems to have given up on you, and why don't we Uchiha just stay in the village and protect it, and there's no need for us to lose our lives in the battlefield. Don't you remember the Senju clan? All of them died leaving only Tsunade. I think your Uchiha clan is no better than them. Orochimaru told about what happened with the Senju, alerting them of the same end. What do you mean, Orochimaru? Kawasaki looked at Orochimaru, giving him a dangerous look. What I mean is simple, your clan will also be destroyed by Teacher and Danzo if you don't take measures soon. Orochimaru told what was the fact as Senju was killed by both Danzo and Sarutobi for their ambitions. I made this on my own. Then what should we do? Kawasaki finally gave in, as although he was arrogant but not a fool to believe that their Uchiha was better than Senju. Help me in the war. If I win I'll be the 4th Hokage, and I promise to make you an elder, and not only that, maybe the 5th Hokage might be from Uchiha. Orochimaru threw his whole card as he knew Kawasaki would never be able to resist it. Orochimaru also knew this, that even if he wins Sarutobi would definitely not make him the Hokage, but he just wanted to control the Uchiha for the war so that he can keep his life against the cloud. Uchiha Kawasaki eyes gleamed as he could already see the rise of Uchiha. Okay, we Uchiha agree to cooperate with you. Kawasaki couldn't resist the temptation of being the Hokage and finally decided to help Orochimaru, not knowing he was just used by the mad scientist. Chapter 34, 34 to Battlefield. Soon the news of the war spread throughout in Konoha, and Kazuki received the order from Orochimaru to set off with the army tomorrow morning for the Land of Thunder. In the evening, the small house of Kazuki was extremely lively. Since he was about to go to the battlefield tomorrow, Kazuki invited many of his friends and hosted a lively dinner at home. After all, some of these people might not meet him the next time he returns. Everyone at this time is obviously very excited. Everyone knows that if some things are not said at this time, and some things are not done at this time, there may be no chance in the future. Everyone, tonight may be the last time we get together. We don't know whether we will meet again, but we should cherish the time we have now together. At this time, Kazuki was holding the juice and started speaking. Asshole Kazuki, what nonsense are you talking about? There's no way I'm going to let anyone die. Yeah. Speaking of Kazuki, you were the first to go to the battlefield. I really envy you. If we participate in the war, you have to take care of us on the battlefield. Uchiha Obito's words immediately lifted everyone's depressed spirits due to war, as everyone immediately started chatting happily. Do you have any dreams? If you don't say it today, you may not have a chance to say it in the future, and you already know my dream is to be the strongest swordsman. Kazuki looked at his friends and asked about their goals, since it will make them strong enough to face the upcoming war. Now don't be shy, come on, speak quickly. Seeing everyone silent, Kazuki urged them. My dream is to become Hokage and let everyone agree with me. Especially you, Rin. Sure enough, the first speaker at this time was the brave Uchiha Obito. At the same time, he couldn't help but tilt his head slightly and glanced at Nohara Rin, who was sitting with Kakashi. Obito, you fool, it's impossible for you to become Hokage. You think too much, Obito, and Hokage's position belongs to me. The students listened to Obito and immediately began to say that it's impossible. Obito, your dream would come true for sure. Rin Nohara, who was sitting with Kakashi at this time, looked at Obito and encouraged him, causing Obito to be laugh silly. My dream is to show my youth all over the world and be the strongest physical ninja. Guy shouted loudly, announcing his dream, making everyone laugh. My dream is to be the strongest illusionist and fight side by side with Kazuki. My dream is to be the greatest medical ninja and to heal the wounds of everyone. Kurenai, Shizune also spoke about their dream. Of course, Kurenai said the latter part of her dream silently in her heart. Soon, all the students announced their dreams, completely eliminating the worry of the war, and enjoyed the moment fully. Everyone drank the juice in the glass, then looked at each other and couldn't help laughing happily. The night lasted for a long time, and it seemed that time was willing to stay a little longer for this group of kids. Everyone also indulged, completely forgetting about the war, forgetting everything, only remembering each other now. Kazuki was on his way to Konoha main gate. Yesterday everyone played until late. When Kazuki left, everyone in the yard was lying all around. The saddest part is parting. Kazuki didn't want to see them sad and left without telling, with the memory of their happy faces. Kazuki suddenly looked back and saw a lot of small figures running towards him. Damn, Kazuki, don't even think about running away quietly by yourself. Asshole, you must come back alive. Kazuki, you must become the world's strongest swordsman. Those who rushed towards him were the friends who were together yesterday. Kazuki looked at the kids in front of him and couldn't help but feeling warm in his heart. Thank you everyone, I hope we meet soon. Kazuki took a deep look at everyone, and at this moment he truly integrated into the world. Here he has so many people who care about him. Then he turned around and left in the eyes of everyone, quickly moving towards the gate. Chapter 35 Sudden Attack. Early in the morning, the rising sun cast a rosy hue across the morning sky. The whole village was quiet, but the main gate was flurried with ninja wearing traveling backpacks or holding big scrolls ready for the war. After parting with his friends, Kazuki arrived at the site wearing a black robe with sword hanging at his waist. Unlike other ninja, Kazuki didn't have any equipment except for his sword, since he could store things in the system space. We finally meet Kazuki Shiro. A strange laughter echoed beside Kazuki, as he had already sensed who he was when he came near him. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Orochimaru. Kazuki was disgusted by Uncle Snake, but he had to give him some respect in front of everybody. If you have any problem during the war, you can come to my camp, maybe we can discuss it in detail. Orochimaru kept looking at Kazuki, his eyes full of greed, wishing to take over his body. Of course, I'll make sure to. Kazuki could easily sense the malicious intent of Orochimaru for him, so he put his hand on his sword as the Haoshoku Haki immediately covered Orochimaru. Orochimaru suddenly felt cold all over, his hair all stood up as he saw Kazuki looking at him with a smile, but to him that looked like a reaper's gaze. Will die, I will definitely die. At this moment, Orochimaru had this thought, and he immediately converged his malicious intent for Kazuki as the deathly feeling soon went away. Orochimaru was soaked all over with sweat as he looked at Kazuki with shock in his eyes. I was scared just by his momentum. Orochimaru felt utter humiliation, but his hands in his pockets were still shaking out of fear. Lord Orochimaru, it's time to depart. At this moment a ninja arrived and notified Orochimaru about the matter. Replied Orochimaru immediately as he left with him, his heart still beating hard from that feeling earlier. He won't think of anything foolish now. Looking at Orochimaru back, Kazuki believed that Orochimaru wasn't foolish enough to even think to attack him after this encounter. After 3 days and 2 nights on the road, Konoha's troops finally arrived at their destination. The first team checks the surroundings, the second team finds a suitable location for headquarters. The third team sets up traps. The fourth team cooks food. The rest of the teams build camps. Hurry! Finally arrived at their destination, Orochimaru immediately commanded the large force and began the construction of the new camps. The ninja captains on the side nodded and went back to start assigning their teams to their tasks. The enemy ninja is here. At this time, the ninja who was in charge of the investigation suddenly noticed that a large piece of chakra came from a distance, and said in a panic. On hearing the words of the scouting ninja, Orochimaru shouted out to meet the enemy without any hesitation. At this time, a torrential rain composed of shurikens appeared in the distant sky, flying towards the flustered Konoha Legion at a great speed. Use Earth Style. Quickly use Earth Style. Orochimaru saw the panicked Konoha ninjas and hurriedly shouted. Earth Style. Earth Wall. Earth Style. Earth Wall. Pieces of earthen walls rose from the ground and joined together. This scene was spectacular. Seeing the earth wall full of sight, I feel the thrill of the rest of my life. At this time, someone wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but mutter softly. Assholes, what are you thinking? The medical ninja stepped back, and the other ninjas met the enemy. Orochimaru interrupted them, and at the same time shouted to greet the enemy. For a time, the ninjas, and all the regiments set out to face the enemy, and the scene was spectacular. Suddenly, the earth wall in front was smashed by a huge blue paw from the front, and the ninja behind was exposed as the fragments fell. It was huge blue cat that had blue flames flickering around. Seeing the scene in front of him, the Konoha ninja underneath couldn't help but exclaim. Cloud Village 2 Tails. Orochimaru looked at this picture from the side, and couldn't help but be shocked. After all, no one expected the Cloud to start the war with such a big move. Orochimaru, did you like our welcome ceremony? But it isn't over yet. The huge cat in front of everyone spoke as the sky behind it was filled with shurikens. Block the opposite shuriken. More than 2,000 Konoha ninjas fought back in panic, avoiding it. However, in the face of the oncoming shuriken torrential rain, ninjas were still injured or even killed. After the shuriken torrential rain, the huge cat spoke these words as the ninja army behind marched forward. Orochimaru shouted as he immediately summoned his big snake Manda, and he was the first to take the lead, and went straight to the huge cat that led the attack. If there was no one stopping the tail beast, it was alone enough to destroy the whole 2,000 ninjas. On the other side, Konoha also began to fight back, slaughtering the ninjas of Cloud Village. The opposite shinobi were also slaughtering the Konoha ninjas. Kazuki looked at the cruel scene in front, in which with every second someone lost their lives. Separated limbs, separated heads were everywhere on the field like hell descended on earth. The Jonin of Cloud saw him alone and laughed, looking at him cruelly as he attacked him with the sword. Kazuki shook his head as he looked at the upcoming attack and put his hand on his sword ready for the counterattack. Chapter 36, 36 Cutting the Tails. The Cloud Shinobi swung his sword at Kazuki, expecting a one-hit kill. Red light blinded the eyes of Cloud Jonin as he suddenly stopped, his face horrified. A single red line spread from his forehead to the bottom as he fell down, divided into two with blood all over the ground. Kazuki didn't look back as he threw himself in the cruel battlefield, ready to harvest the enemy's life. On the battlefield, sword-drawing sounds spread all over as red light would flash from place to place in the battlefield, leaving a corpse behind. A Cloud Jonin saw the slaughter and shouted loudly. Numerous huge rock fists moved towards Kazuki, who easily spotted it with observation haki and jumped up in the air, slashing down towards the group of Cloud who attacked him. On the battlefield, a red slash nearly 30 meters high and half wide appeared in the air, crashing down. Earth Style. Multi-mud wall. Few Cloud Jonin who were proficient in Earth Style used an equally high wall to defend against the slash. But sadly, the huge wall like a piece of paper was cut through as the red light drowned them. The wailing of Cloud Shinobi spread throughout the battlefield, bringing fear in the hearts of every enemy. On the battlefield, a strange scene began to appear. Huge red slashes would appear in the air from time to time, destroying the enemy as well as the ground underneath. Cloud Shinobi had fear on their faces, looking at Kazuki, who was cutting people like cutting vegetables. Damn, when did Konoha had such a person? The Two-Tails Jinchuriki, who was fighting with Orochimaru, saw the slaughter and couldn't help cursing. The paw of the blue cat hit Orochimaru's snake, pushing it back as it ran towards Kazuki. Orochimaru on top the snake head did not stop it as he wanted to see what Kazuki would do. Damn, how dare you, kid? Kazuki, who just took another life, saw the huge blue cat running towards him, her paw already on top of his head. Kazuki jumped aside, evading the attack as the ground below was destroyed. Kazuki looked at the huge cat, not afraid, but wondered who its Jinchuriki was. The Jinchuriki in his memory was a girl around his age, so it was definitely someone else. "Brat, who are you? Report your name." The huge blue cat spoke human words, looking at Kazuki. Kazuki replied, announcing his name. "So you are that Konoha genius." Karasuke, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, finally remembered about him as he had read his report. The Cloud knew that he could make a huge slash, but they all thought that it was his ultimate jutsu, which was his final whole card. But they never had thought that he could make numerous slashes like this without getting tired. Karasuke had this thought immediately, as this kid was already so fearsome. What would happen if he grew up? "It's an honor for you to die under my hands, kid." The huge blue cat spoke as it attacked him once again with his paws, as Kazuki kept evading as the whole crowd in the battlefield saw a blue cat chasing a kid. "Do you only know to dodge?" Provoked Karasuke, a bit annoyed by him. Kazuki was also starting to get annoyed by him as he jumped up in the air, his sword held high. Seeing his provocation working, Karasuke laughed as the blue cat opened its mouth, sprouting a huge sea of flame upward towards Kazuki. Kazuki didn't panic, watching the sea of flames as the grip on his sword tightened. One sword style. Dragon Claw. Kazuki slashed his sword down as the space around him had a ripple and a huge red dragon appeared in the sky with its claw moving down towards the flames. The sea of flames was blown away just by the wind pressure as the attack drowned the Two Tails. Karasuke saw the huge red dragon in front of him turning into a big red slash of nearly 60 meters long, pressing down on him. Cursed Karasuke as he moved away quickly but couldn't dodge it completely. The fight in the battlefield stopped as everyone covered their faces from the fierce wind and dust waves, along with numerous small rocks flying everywhere. After a minute or so, the effect caused by the slash finally stopped as the result was revealed. A tan-skinned middle-aged man sat on the ground on one knee, gasping for breath as around him lay two huge tails separately on the ground. "Oh, you are still alive." Kazuki looked at the middle-aged man, who was obviously the Jinchuriki, a bit surprised and wasn't much shocked by his feat of cutting the tails of Biju, since he could even cut mountains one day. The middle-aged man didn't answer his words as he gave the order and retreated quickly to the back as the Cloud Ninja also circled around him, quickly leaving the battlefield. Kazuki didn't stop them, since the ninja of Konoha also had many injured to tend to, so any more fight will only increase the causalities. The Konoha ninja looked at Kazuki, obviously shocked by his strength. Orochimaru smiled as he was also a bit shocked and really wanted to catch him, but seeing his strength and remembering the earlier feeling, he threw this thought out and ordered to set the camps. "I was in a really good mood today, so that's why." Chapter 37 Uchiha Clan Reinforcements. The arrival of night made the already nervous Konoha Legion even worse. Reluctantly set up the camp, but the next problem is still embarrassing them. At the start they had enough amount of grain and other resources, but they were all damaged during the sudden battle. If the upcoming Uchiha clan does not carry a large amount of food, they will face a huge threat of food shortage. Konoha's material transport unit will arrive in a month and their food can only continue for 3 days, but at this time they can only quietly wait for the arrival of the Uchiha clan. 2 days passed quickly, and finally at noon on the third day, the Uchiha clan arrived as Orochimaru welcomed them himself. "Patriarch Kawasaki, I've been waiting for a long time." Orochimaru, who was wondering how to get food, heard the guards report that the Uchiha clan had arrived, and Orochimaru immediately stood up and walked out of the command post. "As soon as I walked out of the entrance of the camp, I saw Uchiha Kawasaki, who was also approaching on the opposite side, and then smiled and greeted him." Orochimaru: "It seems that Cloud didn't give you time to prepare, and didn't let you build the camp as well. It was so embarrassed." When Uchiha Kawasaki entered the camp, he noticed the dry blood stains on the ground, the rugged terrain, and the tired face of the ninja passing by. More importantly, when he passed a tent, he saw inside wounded men lying on the bed with the wound bandaged. "We have made them pay the price. Two Tails Jinchuriki of the Cloud had his tails cut off, and many of them have died. I am afraid they will have to rest for a few days before they can come out." On hearing Uchiha Kawasaki words, Orochimaru knew in his heart that although they were partners, but cooperation also depends on the strength. If you want to use Uchiha, you will have to show some strength. When Uchiha Kawasaki heard that Orochimaru had wounded the Jinchuriki of Cloud, a flash of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru has this kind of strength. You must know that the Jinchuriki Cloud village is a top powerhouse who has defeated countless powerhouses and is feared by everyone. On the other hand, Orochimaru's strongest record before this was only with Tsunade, and Jiraiya when they joined forces to resist the demigod Hanzo of Rain Village. This is because Hanzo was afraid of Konoha, and he was easy on them. Unexpectedly, he can now cut the tails of a Biju. His growth rate is terrible. It seems that we have to think about it carefully, about what attitude we will have towards Orochimaru in the future. Along with Kawasaki, Orochimaru walked into the command tent in the center of the camp, and Orochimaru asked suddenly, "I don't know how many supplies the Patriarch Kawasaki brought." Orochimaru cut straight to the subject, the issue he was most concerned about at this time. He has no time for excessive greetings. 20,000 shurikens. Enough rations for 1 week of our clan. And 2,000 rolls of bandages. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't even say the usual polite words at the beginning, and asked him how much supplies he was carrying. Uchiha Kawasaki thought that Orochimaru's army had just gone through a battle, and immediately realized they should be in dire situation and then directly stated the quantity of their supplies. Patriarch Kawasaki, everyone is in the same boat now, I will tell you directly. Our rations are basically exhausted, and even if we add your rations, it may only last for 2 days, and Konoha's supplies still has a month to arrive. The problem we are currently facing is that if we don't choose to retreat now, we can only find a way to grab some supplies from Cloud. The situation was urgent. Orochimaru made a long story short, and told everything to Uchiha Kawasaki about the shortage of supplies. Their area is desolate all around, even if there are some animals and plants, but there is no way to support a force of more than 2,000 people for a month. And Cloud Village won't give them so long time, and they might attack any moment. If the ninjas can't even eat food, then how can they battle? Let's listen to everyone's opinions on this. Uchiha Kawasaki didn't expect Orochimaru to talk to him about retreat just after arriving on the battlefield. But he also knew in his heart that now was not the time to argue, and Orochimaru was right. If the short-term discussion is inconclusive, then they may not even have food to retreat by then. Immediately proposed, to initiate the council, so that everyone can discuss together. Okay, let's do it then. Then Orochimaru walked out of the tent and asked the ninja to inform all Jonin and Kazuki in the camp to come to the headquarters for a meeting. Soon 10 Jonin of Konoha along with Kazuki and hundreds of shinobi from the Uchiha clan entered the command room. In the command room, Orochimaru was sitting in the center of the main seat, Kazuki and Uchiha Kawasaki on his left and right, followed by the Konoha ninjas and Uchiha's ninjas. Uchiha Kawasaki looked at Kazuki who was sitting across from him and asked suspiciously. He didn't know the boy who seemed to be only a 10-year kid, could actually sit on an equal footing with him. He had come to support Orochimaru, but Orochimaru had found a child to humiliate him. He is Konoha genius Kazuki Shiro, who even defeated Kakashi the son of White Fang. Orochimaru naturally could see the anger on Uchiha Kawasaki's face, but said calmly. Kazuki Shiro, I heard that you defeated Kakashi in the Chunin exam, but this is the Elite Ninja Council. Why should you, a Chunin, participate in the council? When Uchiha Kawasaki heard that he was just a kid who defeated another kid, he couldn't help venting his anger completely. Could it be that in Orochimaru's heart, he, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, an elite, was equal to Chunin? Kazuki saw the angry Uchiha Kawasaki on the opposite side, smiled slightly, and did not say anything. Kazuki-kun has enough strength to sit here. Seeing Kazuki silent, Orochimaru quickly said in his place. As early as today, Orochimaru knew that Uchiha Kawasaki would be arrogant, and finally proposed to convene the Jonin Council, and he called Kazuki specially to have an encounter with Uchiha Kawasaki to show his strength. Only one person can truly control the frontline battlefield. Only when the Uchiha clan sees their strength, the Uchiha clan will fully assist and even obey them. Strength. Does it depend on the strength to defeat Kakashi? Does defeating a child make you feel that our Uchiha clan only has this strength, Orochimaru? Then I am afraid it's not necessary to stay here. Uchiha Kawasaki saw that the boy in front of him ignoring him. He got even more angry and argued with Orochimaru who was sitting on the main seat. Haha. Kazuki was indeed called by me, but does it mean that the Patriarch Kawasaki measures strength according to age? Kazuki is indeed young, but he was the one who cut the tails of Biju and also killed several Jonin of Cloud. Isn't this strength enough in the eyes of Patriarch Kawasaki? On seeing Uchiha Kawasaki's angry face, Orochimaru immediately told Kazuki's record to Kawasaki. What? Orochimaru, are you kidding me? Even you or at his age was a Chunin at best. Kawasaki was surprised by his words and couldn't help but asking. Hihi, Kazuki-kun is special. Orochimaru laughed while looking at Kazuki who even he didn't have the courage to fight. Read chapters ahead on patra at n.com/naviking6666. Chapter 38, 38 Plan. Uchiha Kawasaki actually believed it in his heart. In the upper ninja council, Orochimaru would not make such a joke. Just ask a ninja to know the truth. But he still can't help but feel a little shocked. He actually killed several Jonin. Kazuki's talent even surpassed the newly emerging genius of their Uchiha clan, Shisui Uchiha. We must know that Jonin is already the core combat power of the village, and even he himself can't kill several Jonin together. That really means he has the qualifications to be on an equal footing with him. Does the patriarch Kawasaki think he'll make this kind of joke? Okay, please let this matter slide, and let's get to the topic now. The situation is critical now, and we still need to discuss about it. Orochimaru felt that today's lesson was enough to subdue Uchiha and not make any trouble. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan heard that Orochimaru was really not joking. Kazuki really had the ability to defeat a tail beast and kill Jonin and could not help exclaiming. And at the same time stared at Kazuki, and wanted to remember what this boy looks like. As Kazuki was included in their unoffending list. The Uchiha clan is indeed very arrogant and look down upon the other families and commoner ninjas in the village, but it does not mean that they are stupid and do not know how to respect the strong. If you didn't even respect the strong, then the Uchiha clan would have long since disappeared in history. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Kawasaki sat down in cooperation. Okay, now the Jonin Council officially begins. I am calling you today because of our food rations, which are only enough to support for 2 days. Now we are faced with two choices. One option is to retreat back to Konoha. Our food is enough to support to go back to Konoha. But at the same time, it will give the Cloud Village the opportunity to march forward and we will be the biggest sinners of Konoha. The other is to take the initiative to rob Cloud Supply Team. According to a report from the spies in Cloud Village, they will have a team to transport supplies tomorrow morning, led by the Raikage's son himself. This parliament adopts a voting system to determine tactics based on the number of votes. You can start voting. Orochimaru stood up and said seriously the problems they were facing. It's shameful to retreat. If you choose to retreat, please raise your hand. Orochimaru saw the excited atmosphere and then began voting. The ninja below, you look at me, I look at you, no one raises their hands. Please raise your hand if you choose to attack Cloud Supply's team. Then Orochimaru began, the next voting. None of the ninjas hesitated this time, all raised their hands. Okay. As expected of the Uchiha clan, I really have the courage. Sure enough, the result did not exceed Orochimaru's expectations. The Uchiha clan are all lunatics, they will never back out without a fight. It can only be said that all the actions of the Uchiha clan today are exactly the same as those analyzed by Orochimaru. Cloud Shinobi Team is a 4-person team, located in the rear of the enemy camp. For safety reasons, we can only send an elite team to secretly pass through Cloud Shinobi's defensive line to carry out missions. And in order to cooperate with them, I decided to take the initiative to attack tomorrow morning and confront the Cloud Army led by Two Tails Jinchuriki to create opportunities for the elite team. The opponent's elite, Shinobi, will be confronted by Kazuki Shiro, but the others will need to be arranged by the Kawasaki Patriarch. Orochimaru told his plan to Uchiha Kawasaki, and asked the Uchiha clan to provide the rest of the ninjas in the team. Okay, then our Uchiha clan will take care of the other 3 ninjas. My son Fugaku, and 2 other elites from my clan. When Uchiha Kawasaki saw that Orochimaru had sent Kazuki, even though he heard about his combat power, he was still a little worried, so he sent his son Uchiha Fugaku along with 2 other elite shinobi. Cloud Village actually didn't send their all powerhouses since they had to preserve their force if the Rock Village behind suddenly attacked them, so only the Two Tails Jinchuriki could be sent to the front and Orochimaru could handle him himself. After deciding on the candidates for the elite team, the Jonin meeting soon ended. Orochimaru let the other ninjas leave first, leaving only Kazuki from the elite team and 3 Uchiha clan members. This is the information of the opponents collected by our spies. After speaking, Orochimaru spit out a scroll from his mouth and handed it to Kazuki. Kazuki has seen this scene countless times in his memory of Orochimaru, but it was the first time for him to see it live. There are some doubts, so big and thick. How did you swallow it in, and then spit it out? Won't your throat hurt? Kazuki threw off the mucus on the scroll, opened the scroll and laid the scroll on the table. Good at physique, thunder style and brilliant in speed. He is very strong in all aspects and is one of the best in Cloud Village. Looking at the information on the table, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but be a little scared and his face couldn't help showing a bitter look. In fact, he didn't believe that Kazuki had this strength at such a young age. Maybe what he did earlier was just a fluke or enemy's carelessness. It was just to give Orochimaru some respect. On the surface, Kazuki was the leader, but in fact, it was him who dealt with Raikage's son. However, according to this information, his abilities are too comprehensive, there are no shortcomings, and he has defeated many famous ninja. He usually works in the security department, and he rarely leaves the village. In terms of combat experience, he is definitely not as good as A. If you are entangled by the A at that time, it would be bad if the reinforcements of Cloud arrive. But at the meeting just now, all votes were passed, and it was too late to say anything at this time. Uchiha Fugaku made up his mind. If he really couldn't beat him by that time, he would take the Uchiha clan people out of the battlefield. The elites of the clan cannot be allowed to die in this place, and you must save the Sharingan. Don't let the Sharingan be lost. Of course, what Uchiha Fugaku thinks Kazuki doesn't know, is all he was interested this time was to fight against us since he would be an exciting opponent. Read chapters ahead on patra@n.com/naviking6666 closing parenthesis. Chapter 39, 39 Fugaku's suggestion. Mr. Orochimaru, what is it that you want to talk to me? After the meeting, when Kazuki was about to leave, Uncle Snake suddenly stopped him for an important matter. Kazuki-kun, what do you think of Raikage's son, can you beat him? Orochimaru sat at the command seat as he looked at Kazuki waiting for his answer. He is feared for his speed, but I have a way to counter that. Kazuki sat down while wiping the shisui in his hands, and answering Orochimaru's question. I see, but I still have a piece of information here. Speaking of this, Orochimaru raised his head and took out a piece of paper from the bottom of the file in his hand. Orochimaru handed the information in his hand to Kazuki, and Kazuki looked at the information carefully, found that it had details on the ninja along with A. Kazuki looked at the intelligence in front of him and asked incomprehensibly. All four of them are very strong and I don't think Uchiha can handle them. If I give out this information in advance, Uchiha Kawasaki will definitely not agree to rob the supplies. Looking at Kazuki, who had puzzled look in front of him, Orochimaru explained patiently. Are there 3 elite Jonin? Kazuki couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he heard Orochimaru's words. On the other hand, Orochimaru didn't speak but looked at Kazuki quietly. After several encounters with Kazuki, no one knew about his strength more than him. The 3 elite Jonin will not be Kazuki's opponent. 3 elites Jonin, what if they run away? After a long time, Kazuki asked the question he was struggling with. He was not afraid of the 3 elites on the opposite side, but he was afraid that the 3 Jonins on the opposite side would run away and call for reinforcements. We have no choice now. We can only gamble once. Based on my knowledge of Uchiha Kawasaki, he sent his son Uchiha Fugaku. He must not believe you, so I guess he will let Uchiha Fugaku take over the battle tomorrow. Uchiha Fugaku confronts A. He is not his opponent, but he can definitely hold on for a while. You have to solve the other 3 quickly and come back to fight, otherwise the consequence will be terrible if they run back. Orochimaru stopped working, stood up and walked to the window next to the tent, looking at the full moon hanging in the sky, and said with emotion. After leaving Orochimaru's camp, Kazuki under the bright white moonlight walked to his resting tent on foot. As soon as he reached his tent, Kazuki saw a figure in front of the tent. When I came closer, it turned out to be Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku-san, are you looking for me for something? When Kazuki saw Uchiha Fugaku in front of the tent, he knew he was waiting for him. Although he was wondering what he was doing here, he still asked in a friendly way. Uchiha Fugaku looked Kazuki and said his reason to be here. Haha, Kazuki, you know we will be teammates in the task tomorrow, so I wanted to tell you something about it. Kazuki had a guess already as to why he was here after his talk with Orochimaru. Haha. Kazuki, as you know, the task we will perform tomorrow is very important. The success or failure of the task will determine the future trend of the war, so I hope that tomorrow I can deal with Raikage's son. After all, there are only 2 of us who have the ability to fight him. But I don't have the ability to solve the other Cloud Ninja quickly. If one Cloud Ninja runs away, he will call reinforcements, so leave it to me, and with your swordsmanship you can quickly finish the other ninja. Uchiha Fugaku did not directly say that he suspected that Kazuki could not beat A. Instead, he conveyed it tactfully, to give Kazuki enough respect and not to let Kazuki's arrogance affect the outcome of the mission. Fugaku-san, you mean that you want to fight A and let me deal with other ninjas? Did Mr. Orochimaru agree? Kazuki heard Uchiha Fugaku words and found that, as expected by Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku did not trust his strength and chose to fight the enemy's strongest elite. About Orochimaru, don't worry about it. The point is that you don't need to think too much. I just feel that with your strength, you will be able to kill other ninjas faster than me, so I just came to you. Okay. As long as Mr. Orochimaru agrees, then I will listen to you. Kazuki didn't care much as he knew Fugaku won't be able to handle A if he hasn't awakened his Mangekyo already, and he will fight him eventually. Chapter 40 Ambush. Near the main camp of Cloud Village. At this time, Kazuki and Uchiha ninjas were hiding behind the rocks on both sides of the main road. If the supply troops want to reach the main camp, the fastest way is to take this route. At this time, Cloud Ninja would not guess that Konoha's ninja would dare to come to rob supplies just after that sudden battle. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was very surprised. He looked at Kazuki's concealment position. He could not even find a flaw in Kazuki's concealment. If he didn't know the location of Kazuki in advance, he would think there was only a pile of rocks. Shaking his head to stop his cranky thinking, he began to observe carefully the direction that Cloud Ninja might be coming. The whirring gale passed through the cracks of the mountain. For a while, apart from the sound of the wind blowing over the stones, only the sound of rubble falling on the mountain was heard. The only thing that could be felt was the breathing and heartbeat of the 4 Konoha ninjas. This was the ninja's ability to hide. A ninja is not a warrior. If the concealment is not done well, it will not function as an ambush. It might as well stand up and wait for the enemy to come over. Time passed quickly and quickly, just as everyone thought that the mission had failed, because Cloud Shinobi might have taken other roads. Suddenly at the end of the line of sight, the 4 Cloud Shinobi appeared. Suddenly everyone became more careful in concealment. As the enemy moved forward quickly, suddenly Uchiha Fugaku made a sign on his hand. At the feet of the 4 ninjas, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. The explosive tags they had buried in advance was detonated by Fugaku. Pieces of exploding tags exploded together, and this scene was spectacular for a time. But at the same time, yellow smoke also filled the explosion area. When an Uchiha saw the smoke obstructing his vision, he decisively used the wind ninjutsu. The violent wind blew out of Uchiha's mouth, blowing away the yellow smoke in front of him. After the smoke dissipated, at this time, in the middle of the mountain road, a huge round earthen fort appeared in front of everyone. Uchiha Fugaku's expression sank, although he knew in his heart that explosive tags would not have any effect. But after a lot of hard work, being blocked by the enemy so easily, he won't be happy after all. The earth bag opened from the center, and the 4 ninja appeared intact. Standing at the back was a Cloud Shinobi, his hands still folded after a seal. Obviously he protected them. Konoha's ninja, how dare you attack us? A was ordered by his father to stay back at the village and arrive later with the supply troops to protect them from any attack. But he never thought that Konoha would really have the guts to attack him. It is Cloud who is attacking Konoha, not Konoha who is attacking Cloud. How dare they take the initiative to appear in the territory of the Land of the Thunder, even dare to ambush them? Fugaku came forward as he looked at the opponent's leader, A, and said loudly, "You are surrounded by us, don't resist, or you will die." Bazrard, who do you think you are facing? You dare to speak to me like that? At this time, A became irritated by Fugaku's words and immediately moved forward to attack him. Fugaku immediately moved forward as he instructed the 3 behind. Jonin battle was so simple and unpretentious, and soon everyone found their opponent. Uchiha Fugaku used the Uchiha family's signature shuriken technique to attack A, and at the same time used the Uchiha family's unique Sharingan illusion to pull A into the illusion space whenever he's careless. A looked at Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan and said in surprise, but was immediately excited as he had heard that Uchiha clan was fairly powerful and Fugaku could entertain him. The other 2 Uchiha on the side also started their battles with Cloud Jonin. At this time, Kazuki faced the Cloud Ninja, who was also good at swordsmanship, and also coated his sword with Thunder Chakra. Kazuki taught him who's the king in swordsmanship as he slashed his sword so quickly that the Cloud Ninja was unable to block his quick slashes, and he already had some small wounds on his body. How is it possible? How could his power be so strong? The Cloud Ninja finally blocked his sword as the weapons collided, but due to huge force behind it, the sword in his flew out of his hands and falling far away. Fortunately, he has rich combat experience. He immediately turned around with his body's side movements, stepped back and made seals. Shadow Clone Technique. Summoning 3 shadow clones, he attacked Kazuki from 3 different sides. Chapter 41 Fight. 1 Sword Flow. Tornado. Kazuki smiled facing the shadow clones, and rotated the body quickly, and numerous small red slashes flew everywhere. With 3 muffled sounds, the 3 shadow clones burst into a cloud of smoke at the moment they were cut by Kazuki. Even the real body was injured heavily by Kazuki. Kazuki didn't give the enemy a chance to breathe, and strengthened the leg muscles, quickly appeared in front of Cloud Shinobi, and launched a fierce attack on him. One sword style. Ghost slash. The Cloud Shinobi who wanted to move away suddenly couldn't even move a finger as Kazuki chopped down at the stunned enemy from top to bottom. This is one of the moves that Kazuki developed especially for close combat, as he used his Haoshoku haki to deter the enemy like he has seen a ghost. The sound of the long knife splitting the flesh spread as blood splashed on the ground and the enemy fell down, his eyes dull. The poor Cloud Elite Jonin, as the core combat power in the village, died on the road to transporting supplies. Kazuki glanced at the situation on the side and found that Uchiha Fugaku was still fighting with the A, but he had numerous wounds all over his body as he was panting already. One of the Uchiha lay on the ground, but beside him was the head of Cloud Shinobi, obviously killed by him, but he also passed out due to his wounds. But the other Uchiha was completely passive. Facing the elite of Cloud, Uchiha could hardly resist. Several wounds had been cut out by Cloud Shinobi's knife. The deepest wound was on the back, you could faintly see the dense bones inside. At the same time, his movements have been significantly slowing down. Obviously, if you don't help him quickly, this Uchiha may not last long. At this time, Cloud Shinobi was slowly waiting, that Uchiha in front of him leaked flaws, so that he could directly kill him. He hadn't noticed that his two comrades have died also. Finally, he saw the flaw, as he appeared behind the Uchiha, his sword stabbing him from the back. At the moment when he was about to hit, Cloud Shinobi suddenly stopped as a sword came out from his heart as Kazuki stood behind. The Cloud Ninja fell down unwillingly as Kazuki moved forward to check the Uchiha's situation, but saw he had passed out due to excessive blood loss. On the other hand, Fugaku was nearing his end with dense wounds all over as he looked at a who stood in front of him totally fine. Is this the Uchiha clan? Pathetic, it's time to finish you. Ahu was expecting a tough fight, never expected Fugaku to be so weak. He didn't even use his lighting chakra mode to defeat him. Fugaku felt utter humiliation, but he couldn't deny his words as he really couldn't do much against him. He was already thinking of retreating as he didn't want to die. He had a child back home along with a beautiful wife, and he was already decided the next patriarch, so he didn't want to die before enjoying that life. Fugaku, who was in his thoughts, suddenly noticed that it was not in front of him as he felt pain from his stomach as it was right beside him with a punch straight at his stomach. Fugaku flew away as he hit a rock far away before falling down as he lay motionless on the ground, his life and death unknown. I didn't care much about Fugaku's condition as he looked around for his comrades but only found their corpses. So it's only you and me. Kazuki arrived in front of a looking at him who looked a lot younger than the one in his memory. I'll make Konoha pay for every life they took starting from you. I was angry looking at the corpses of his comrades and decided to kill Kazuki to ease his anger. I put force on his feet, destroying the ground underneath as he disappeared, his fist inches away from Kazuki's face. Kazuki completely covered the area around with his observation haki as he couldn't be careless against a speed-type ninja like A. Predicting his movements, Kazuki titled his head to the side, evading his fist as he punched at his back but only to hit nothing. A disappeared again, appearing behind him again, but Kazuki wasn't panicked also as with his observation he could clearly see his movements. Explosive sounds rang throughout the whole area as Kazuki and a strikes collided, destroying everything in its way. Who are you, kid? You are better than that trash Uchiha. I attacked Kazuki while asking his name and Kazuki dodged, countering back as he answered. Kazuki had a smile on his face as he was enjoying this exciting fight. I took few steps back as he looked at Kazuki and said, I have read your report, you didn't use your sword, do you look down on me? I was a bit furious since someone fought him but didn't use his full strength. You are famous for your lightning chakra mode, but I don't know if it's really that scary. Kazuki taunted back as he was really looking forward to it. Don't regret it later. I clenched his fists as blue lightning chakra coat surrounded him completely like a god of thunder. Kazuki also put his hand on the sword ready for the attack. A fist stuck Kazuki's sword, which was right in front of his face, blocking his attack. This was the first time since someone blocked his attack, as even his father was far less than him in terms of speed. Pushing back A, Kazuki slashed his sword quickly towards him as a flash disappearing from his sight as the slash destroyed the area where he just stood. Kazuki for the first time felt how difficult it is to deal with speed-type ninja, even if he could predict his move and defend, but his speed wasn't as quick as a who would evade his slash every time. What terrible insight and swordsmanship. I looked at the destroyed terrain around with long slash marks everywhere and couldn't but be a little scared. This is the first time his speed that he was so proud of failed, as he couldn't hit the opponent for even once. I need to end this quickly. Kazuki knew that the main camp of Cloud was near and they might have already noticed due to huge noise caused by their fight. Is your chakra lightning mode is only to this level? Looks like I was expecting a bit too much. Kazuki provoked A as he knew this musclehead guy would take the bait for sure. Damn, how dare you look down on me? Sure enough, A immediately got angry at his words as he quickly appeared in front of Kazuki, his fist moving towards his face. Kazuki didn't dodge this time as his hands were covered by a dark red matter. Contrary to A's expectation, his fist struck this time, but he felt pain from his hand like he struck something even harder than steel. A saw the dark red matter covering Kazuki's hand and he felt his fist totally immovable. Kazuki brought his right hand forward, which was also covered with the same red matter. A wanted to take his fist back, but it was like held by iron pillars as during his struggle Kazuki's fist fell on his chest. A felt the pain of his broken bone as he coughed up blood and flew away, hitting a boulder far away before falling down. A felt pain all over his body as his body couldn't even move an inch as he coughed up blood, feeling weak. A looked at the clear blue sky above as he lay on the ground, and his consciousness soon began to waver as he passed out. Kazuki moved forward to kill A, but he sensed numerous aura approaching towards this direction. Helpless, he let him go, and Kazuki quickly picked up the resource scrolls, the headbands of killed Cloud Ninja and the injured Uchihas, and left the battlefield immediately. Chapter 42, 42 War. Cloud Frontline Base Camp. Who gave you the courage, Orochimaru? How dare you come to attack us, just relying on the 2,000 ninjas behind you? In the early morning, Orochimaru brought Konoha's army and was spotted by Cloud Shinobi scouts, and then notified Karasuke, resulting in the current state of opposition. Karasuke looked at Orochimaru, with 2,000 ninjas, and he dared to take the initiative to attack them. He laughed and said sarcastically, "Isn't this just asking death? Haha, if you add my Uchiha clan, then the strength is enough." At this time, Uchiha Kawasaki, who was standing to the left of Orochimaru, opened his 3-tomo Sharingan and said with a sneer, looking at Karasuke on the opposite side. Karasuke was shocked. The Uchiha clan is called the first family in the ninja world after Senju. Their strength and their number of shinobi are enough for them to form a separate great village. Did the Uchiha clan participate in the war? I don't know if your strength is as scary as your reputation. But on the battlefield, you can't shake your own momentum, so Karasuke provokes Uchiha Kawasaki with a smile. Huh, we will see that you can be so arrogant in a while. If you think that it can make Uchiha Kawasaki angry so easily, you are wrong. Although Uchiha Kawasaki always talks about the glory of the family, he is also an experienced ninja and can't be intimidated easily. He is very clear about the purpose of coming today. As long as the time can be delayed, there is no need to exchange the life of the family ninja. Okay, don't talk too much, Karasuke. Do you feel that we are here to chat with you today? Orochimaru said these words, and at the same time showed the appearance of starting a battle. After all, if it seems too peaceful, Karasuke will doubt their purpose. But if he can, he doesn't want to fight, and just wait for the good news from Kazuki and others. Then Orochimaru, are you ready to keep your 2,000 ninjas here? In fact, Karasuke is also delaying time. He knows Master A will be here anytime along with Elite Jonin, and then he could easily destroy Orochimaru. Although they now have more ninjas than Konoha's ninjas, the trend of the war is never determined by numbers. But A and other 3 Elite Jonin are different. Each of the 3 Elite Jonin can be equal to a few ordinary Jonin, which can change the direction of normal warfare. In this way, both you and I silently delayed the time until a ninja suddenly appeared behind the Orochimaru. Master Orochimaru, Master Kazuki, they have returned. The ninja walked quietly behind Orochimaru, and whispered to Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Uchiha Kawasaki looked at each other, and they both had the relaxed look in each other's eyes. Karasuke, I'm here this time to give you 2 gifts, so collect the first gift first. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, and then said loudly. After speaking, Orochimaru made a gesture to the Konoha ninja army behind. Fire style. Great Fire Ball. Fire style. Flame Dragon. Wind style. Great Wind Barrage. The Konoha Legion at the rear used combined ninjutsu, and it flew towards the Cloud Legion. Asshole. Use the Earth style. Karasuke looked angrily at the Konoha Legion on the opposite side. He really didn't expect Konoha to be so despicable. They were having such a good conversation just now, but out of nowhere they used such a big combined jutsu. Earth style. Earth Wall. Suddenly, a piece of tall and mighty earthen walls appeared in front of the Cloud Army. But it happened suddenly. How could they completely block the ninjutsu that Konoha ninjas had already prepared? Even though they tried their best to stop them, there were still a large number of ninjas being swallowed by the flames. Finally, the flames dissipated and the earth wall dissipated. At this time, a lot of Cloud ninjas have died, but there was no sign of Konoha ninja in front. Orochimaru, I am bound to kill you. Karasuke roared angrily, and at the same time, two gifts that Orochimaru said flashed in his mind. This was just one, and what was the other gift? Suddenly he thought that Master A team should have arrived long ago. Why haven't they seen them now? Is something wrong? It's not good, Master A was found in coma and the other three have died. Karasuke got even more angry and at the same time was a little scared, hoping nothing bad happens to otherwise the third Raikage would bury him alive. Karaoke immediately with the remaining army retreated back to the camp. Chapter 43, 43 Return. Having suffered such a big loss this time, they will definitely strike back, Orochimaru, we should prepare for it. On the way back to Konoha's camp, Uchiha Kawasaki, who followed Orochimaru, said worriedly. Their top combat power is only Karasuke, and since Kazuki has returned, it means their mission was successful. Cloud will definitely be in a mess now, without supplies they can't even take care of themselves, let alone attack us. Orochimaru wisely analyzed the current situation. If it were other Jonin, Orochimaru would not explain so much to him. But he had to give Kawasaki some respect after all. But we still need to be prepared, after their main force arrives, Karasuke will definitely not swallow this humiliation, but that will be a few days later. Don't worry too much, Chief Kawasaki. Orochimaru calmed the worried heart of Uchiha Kawasaki. Soon they returned to the camp. After entering the camp, I saw Kazuki and Uchiha Fugaku, who had woken up on the way but sat on the ground, resting due to his wounds. When Uchiha Kawasaki saw Fugaku behind Kazuki, though a bit surprised seeing him so injured, but still winked at him suggesting he should take the credit. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Suddenly, Uchiha Kawasaki was gloomy and he knew that the situation was urgent. It was about whether the credit could be taken over in front of the ninjas in the entire camp. After all, the credit was too great, and the completion of the mission had already determined the direction of the war. Then Uchiha Kawasaki resorted to the illusion of Sharingan to Fugaku, preparing to ask him what happened in the illusion space. A red light flashed in Uchiha Kawasaki's eyes, and Kazuki and Orochimaru both glanced at him immediately. After that, Uchiha Kawasaki's body shook slightly, and he couldn't help showing a look of shock, and at the same time gave Kazuki a deep look. It turned out that Uchiha Fugaku was already in the illusion space and told him everything. It was because he knew the truth that he was so shocked. He really didn't expect that Kazuki to be strong enough to kill 3 elite shinobi and defeat Raikage's son. Orochimaru looked at Kazuki, who was all neatly dressed, and Uchiha and the others who were so embarrassed, and suddenly glanced at Uchiha Kawasaki calmly. Always claim to be the strongest but don't even have the ability to fight, fortunately I had sent Kazuki with them. It looks like Kazuki-kun, your mission went well this time. Did you get all the supplies? How much food is there? Then asked Kazuki with concern. I have always heard from the ninjas in the village that the other ninja villages except Konoha are very poor, but Cloud is also very rich in terms of this material. Kazuki laughed softly, and then handed Orochimaru the supply scrolls he got from one of the 3 elites. Orochimaru inspected the supplies in his hand, happier and happier, and finally couldn't help but laugh evilly. Looking at the food roughly, it is enough for our army of more than 2,000 people to eat for nearly a month. There are also 10,000 exploding tags, and 50,000 shurikens. Orochimaru looked at the shinobi around who was looking at him expectantly, and didn't hide it and immediately reported the quantity. Haha, great, this time I am afraid even with Cloud's background they will be hurt greatly. Shinobi sighed happily at Cloud's misfortune. Not only we got the supplies, we also killed 3 elites of Cloud, and even Raikage's son is in life and death situation. Orochimaru dropped one good news after another, raising the morale of shinobi around. It was Kazuki who beheaded the elites of Cloud, even Raikage's son was defeated by Kazuki. Uchiha Fugaku although was from the arrogant Uchiha clan, but he was not an ungrateful person. Kazuki saved his life, at least he could repay a little by not stealing his credit. What turned out to be Kazuki? He actually defeated Raikage's son. How could he be so strong at such a young age? Although everyone did saw Kazuki cutting the tails of Biju, but they knew that it was in some aspects far more fearful than 2 tails. All their eyes were filled with shock and a trace of fear, as if they were looking at the next Sannin or next ninja god. Haha, Fugaku doesn't need to be like that. I believe that Kazuki would not be able to complete the mission without the help of the Uchiha clan. I will report the credit this time to Hokage-sama for everyone. Orochimaru knew that he had to give the Uchiha clan some credit, otherwise their cooperation might be in danger. Kazuki didn't care if he was given the credit or not, since all he wanted was to improve his strength and live a peaceful life. He had no thought of being a Hokage or an elder, he just wants to have a beautiful wife, some kids and a warm house. Chapter 44, 44 Sword Demon. Despite war causing havoc everywhere, the village was safe because of the numerous sacrifices made by shinobi. The sun was exceptionally bright today, dissipating the dark atmosphere caused by the war, bringing rays of hope. Sarutobi sat on his seat as he read one file after another. His face was haggard, looking like he aged a lot during this short time of war. The war has killed a lot of ninjas of Konoha, and the resources required to fight against 4 different nations, even for Konoha, was a difficult thing. Whether it was with sand, mist, rock, the war with the 3 of them was at a stalemate. As for Cloud, Sarutobi didn't have any hope since the ninja he sent with Orochimaru was far from enough. It would be a blessing for Konoha if Orochimaru could keep the Cloud at bay. As Sarutobi was lost in his thoughts and was smoking to relieve his stress, the door of the room was suddenly knocked. Sarutobi immediately straightened up, putting the demeanor of Hokage as a ninja walked in. "Lord Hokage, the report from Cloud front line is here." The ninja came forward as he handed Sarutobi a scroll. Sarutobi took the scroll while gesturing the ninja to retreat. "I hope it isn't a disastrous defeat." Sarutobi thought while unsealing the scroll, as even though he didn't want Orochimaru to win, it doesn't mean he wants him to lose easily. Sarutobi started reading the scroll with a decadent expression, but he soon stopped smoking as his eyes kept getting wide and wide as he read the scroll, his breathing fast. Sarutobi was lost for words looking at the content on the scroll. This name was everywhere on the report announcing his deeds. Cutting the tails of a tail beast, killed numerous Jonin, defeated Raikage's son. Sarutobi read the scroll again and again, hoping it to be an illusion, but every time he read it, the more shocked his expression got. After a long time, Sarutobi finally sighed, emitting a large cloud of smoke, accepting the report. "I thought I overestimated you, but I still underestimated you." Sarutobi was a bit emotional as such a record was held by someone who was only 10 years old. Even the first Hokage would never be so strong at such a young age. "No, I can't let him stay there anymore." Sarutobi couldn't let Kazuki stay with Orochimaru, as even if it was Kazuki who had the most part in defeating Cloud Village, it couldn't change the fact that Orochimaru was the leader, and it will only increase his reputation. Actually, when Sarutobi thought about it, no matter how much reputation Kazuki get or no matter how much strong he is, he's still a child and can never be a Hokage. After thinking about it for some more time, Sarutobi sent the report of the victory in Cloud to every main camp and also the orders of Kazuki's transfer to the camp near Rock Village. Jiraiya had a serious expression on his face, unlike his usual wretched smile, while looking at the map in front of him. Minato and Shikaku also stood beside him, debating on their next move against the rock. The 3 of them heard a shout outside the tent as Jiraiya let the messenger in. Handing the scroll to Jiraiya, the messenger left the camp as Jiraiya unsealed the scroll in the curious gazes of Minato and Shikaku. "Haha, I knew that kid would make a sensation." After reading the report, Jiraiya started laughing loudly as he handed the scroll to Minato. This was all Minato could say after reading the report, as the news on the scroll was too unbelievable. "Haha, get ready, he is coming here, we have to welcome him properly." Jiraiya was in a good mood and couldn't wait for the arrival of Kazuki. Similar scenes also occurred in the camp near the sand, where Kurenai and Shizune were allocated in the medical squad to help the injured. "I knew Kazuki would be famous all over the world." Kurenai had a big smile on her face as the news had slowly spread throughout the ninja world, so she naturally knew of it. Whether it was an enemy or A4, they all knew that Konoha had a new 10-year-old powerhouse who could change the terrain with just a swing of his sword. Due to his exceptional swordsmanship that was seen by the Cloud Shinobi during his fight, and even the Raikage's son who survived after his fight, named Kazuki the only person who was worthy of his respect as an opponent after his father. He personally gave him the name, Sword Demon, which was soon famous throughout the ninja world. Chapter 45, 45 Transfer. Orochimaru sat in his camp reading the scroll he just received from Sarutobi and immediately became angry after reading it. Orochimaru, who had the hunch before that Sarutobi didn't want him to be Hokage, now believed it truly. Sarutobi ordered him to transfer Kazuki to Rock Battlefield. "Isn't this simply weakening his momentum? It seems that you have completely given up on me, Sarutobi teacher." Orochimaru, who had taken numerous innocent lives in his experiments and whose heart has been numb for a long time, felt a little sour in his heart and his eyes were a bit wet. After all, Sarutobi was the one who gave him the strength he had today, otherwise he would be just a simple orphan without him. So, losing his support, even for someone as evil as Orochimaru, wasn't easy to handle. After a brief silence, Orochimaru finally got over it and called the ninja to summon Kazuki. After a few minutes, Kazuki entered the camp as he saw Orochimaru, who always had the gloomy aura around him, was even more gloomy. Kazuki got vigilant as he can't trust this vicious snake, after all he can even kill his own teacher. He don't be so alert, even if I want to I can't do anything to you, right? Orochimaru, perhaps sensing him to be vigilant, laughed evilly, easing the atmosphere as he was a bit frank today with Kazuki. Kazuki was a bit confused by his behavior but didn't thought much as he came forward. Why did you call me Orochimaru? Kazuki cut straight to the subject and didn't address him as politely as before. Orochimaru wasn't offended by his words as he handed him the scroll. Looking at the scroll ordering him to leave for the rock village, Kazuki was a bit confused at first, but soon he thought of Orochimaru's gloomy aura. He understood the whole story immediately. But Kazuki didn't care much as the battle for Hokage between Orochimaru and Minato didn't affect him at all. I will depart early tomorrow morning. Kazuki replied after reading the scroll and was about to leave. As Kazuki was about to leave, Orochimaru called him from behind as he stopped and looked at Orochimaru. Kazuki-kun, aren't you curious why you were transferred suddenly? Orochimaru was curious that whether Kazuki had figured out why he was transferred or even he was just a puppet for the village and for Sarutobi. Don't you know it already? Me being here will only help you increase your reputation, and that is against your teacher's plan. Kazuki didn't mind being frank with Orochimaru since he knew he was smart enough to know that he wasn't someone he could offend. He is expected of someone who even I can't see through you really are different from those puppets. Orochimaru was excited as Kazuki really didn't disappoint him and was smart enough to see through Sarutobi. Kazuki didn't care for his compliment. He went towards the exit. Kazuki-kun, remember, if teacher Sarutobi can't control anyone, he would try to get rid of him, so be careful. Orochimaru shouted from behind, reminding Kazuki that he had to be careful from Sarutobi, and he was also curious for his future and didn't want him to die prematurely. Kazuki just smiled after hearing his words and left without looking back. He knew the true face of Sarutobi, so he had already expected that there might be a day when they would be on opposite sides. He didn't have any malice for Konoha, but if there is an opportunity he would clean the two tumors known as Danzo and Sarutobi himself. Early in the morning next day, Kazuki quietly left the camp of Orochimaru as he marched towards his destination quickly. Without any trouble on his way, Kazuki arrived at his destination 5 days later. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of camp, he saw a blonde-haired guy stood in front. Alongside him was a person with red marks under his eyes and white hair. Haha, the famous sword demon is finally here. Jiraiya came forward laughing as he greeted him with a big smile. I have long wanted to meet the famous Jiraiya-san of the Sannin. Kazuki also came forward and replied in a friendly way. Kazuki really liked the character of Jiraiya in his previous life and wanted to be on friendly terms with him. There was also something he wanted from Jiraiya, but that was for the later and not now. It's been a long time, Kazuki-kun. Minato beside was a bit reserved, but he greeted Kazuki politely. Yeah, Senior Minato, the last time we met I think it was a year ago. Kazuki replied as he remembered their last encounter at the yakiniku restaurant. You must be tired by the long journey. Your tent is ready so you can freshen up and then we can talk about the war. Let's go inside. After a simple greeting, Kazuki entered the camp alongside Jiraiya and Minato. Chapter 46 Reunion. We have been in a stalemate with the stone since the start. Jiraiya along with Minato and Shikaku reported the current situation of the war with Stone. Stone has the 4 and 5-tailed Jinchuriki along with the frontline commander Akatsuchi. Even for me and Minato, it is difficult to fight the 3 together, but now that you are here we can deal with them separately. The last 3 attacks due to insufficient high power, they were only in a passive situation which also caused massive causalities and huge loss. According to our scouts, the stone is preparing for another attack maybe in 1 or 2 days. We have buried explosive tags here and many other traps, but that will not be enough. Shikaku beside pointed to the map informing Kazuki about their preparations against the stone. You can leave the 5 tails to me. After listening to their report, Kazuki presented his help by dealing with the 5 tails. I'll take on the 4 tails, and Minato can deal with the rest. Jiraiya also chipped in as a complete battle plan was formed after their fierce debate. Remember, if the Jinchuriki fully transforms, try to keep it away from the battlefield and deal with it separately. Jiraiya gave the final reminder as Kazuki left the camp along with Minato. Have you gotten used to here, Kazuki-kun? On their way back, Minato asked Kazuki about his time here. It's far better here than to stay with the cold Orochimaru-san. Kazuki felt relieved here as here there was no danger of a snake attacking him suddenly. Minato laughed as he had met Orochimaru and knew of the gloomy aura he excluded. Sensei, you have to train me. This bastard Kakashi looks down on me. As Kazuki and Minato were having a chat, a large shout interrupted them, and a person with large goggles on his forehead along with a girl with purple paint on her both cheeks and a masked white hair kid arrived near them. "Oh, is that Kazuki? What are you doing here? I heard that you defeated the Raikage's son, is that true?" Obito saw Kazuki beside his sensei and immediately asked about the rumors he heard about him. When he heard the news that Kazuki had cut the tails of a tail beast and even defeated the Raikage's son, he along with Kakashi were surprised beyond words. They have seen the tail beast during the war and they knew how frightening it was, but Kazuki, who was the same age as them, not only defeated it but also cut its tails. "Haha, you look like you had a good time here." Kazuki saw the cheerful Obito but didn't answer his question as he wasn't used to praise himself. "Of course this uncle is going to be the Hokage, how can I be scared from the war?" Obito immediately started to brag after hearing his words. Ignoring this idiot, Kazuki looked at Kakashi and was surprised. He could feel that Kakashi's aura was a lot stronger than before, comparable to a Jonin. "Kakashi, it seems you are really working hard for your dream." Kakashi has indeed trained a lot. If it wasn't for Rin to treat him, he could have damaged his body. Minato beside explained and was also a bit helpless for his disciple. "Kazuki, I want to fight you again." Kakashi looked at Kazuki and wanted to know how big was the gap between them. Later that night Kakashi came to Minato's tent. "Teacher Minato, please train me." Kakashi ran to the Minato, and requested him to train him. Is this really his disciple Kakashi? Minato couldn't believe it, looking at the boy with a bruised nose and swollen face. The mask couldn't cover his swollen face, and there were circles of bruises on his eyes. "Kakashi, what's wrong with you?" Minato looked at Kakashi in front of him, and couldn't help asking. "Teacher Minato, please train me." Kakashi thought that a few minutes ago, Kazuki had not even taken the sword out of the scabbard, and he was brutally abused him with his bare hands. "Okay. It's too late, we will start tomorrow." Seeing that Kakashi didn't want to say it, Minato didn't keep asking, but I guessed it was Kazuki. He couldn't help but sigh, he was so cruel even to his friends. If it weren't for Kakashi's face mask, Minato would really not recognize that the boy in front of him was Kakashi. But he really did not expect that Kakashi would lose so easily. He knew the strength of Kakashi, perhaps even an ordinary Jonin was not his opponent. It can only be said that Kazuki is special and different after all. Both Kakashi and Kazuki are of the same age and both are talented, and Minato was happy that Kakashi had a rival that drove him to work hard. Chapter 47, 47 Fighting Han. In the early morning of the next day, the sky was just slightly bright, and there was a violent explosion in the distance. The war has officially begun. Asshole. Did you prepare in advance? Akatsuchi stared sullenly at Konoha Legion not far away, said in a low voice. Roshi beside frowned and then said. He thought they could take advantage of the early morning, when Konoha would not be so vigilant, and kill them all by surprise. Unexpectedly, Konoha arranged a large number of scouts and traps on the road. Let the situation change from a surprise attack to a head-on battle. It seems that today is a hard battle. Akatsuchi, today there will be a decisive battle. Jiraiya said loudly to the Stone Legion standing on the opposite side. At the same time, both hands are making gestures one by one behind the back. Obviously for this day, the tactics that have been trained for a long time can be used. Jiraiya, today I'll bury all the Konoha ninja alive. Akatsuchi was about to make a long talk with Jiraiya, but was interrupted by the ninjutsu on the other side. Fire style. Great fire ball. Fire style. Flame dragon jutsu. Wind style. Great wind slash. As early as the moment Jiraiya gestured, Konoha's ninja had already begun to prepare for combined ninjutsu. On the battlefield in an instant, the fire took advantage of the wind. The wind borrows from the fire, overwhelmingly burning the Stone Legion. Asshole Jiraiya, you did a sneak attack. Defend fast, defend fast. Facing the overwhelming flames on the opposite side, Akatsuchi was suddenly frightened and angry. Earth style. Earth wall. Earth style. Multi-mud wall. The Stone Legion responded quickly and used defensive ninjutsu in time. However, no matter how fast the reaction, it could not prevent some deaths and injuries. This is also the drawback of Stone Village. Compared with Konoha ninja, who generally practiced 5 elements ninjutsu, Stone tolerated terrain restrictions and generally majored in earth-style ninjutsu. This also caused the situation that they can only be passively beaten. Otherwise, you can use a stronger wind style and then blow the weak flames back. Asshole Konoha, face my wrath. Facing this kind of thing, Akatsuchi obviously couldn't bear it. Standing up decisively, behind the earth wall created by Stone Shinobi, his hands quickly formed seals. From the number of seals, it can be seen that this is definitely a high-level ninjutsu. Earth style. Ground shaking jutsu. Akatsuchi shouted the name of ninjutsu loudly, and placed his hands at the ground at the same time. Suddenly, at the feet of all Konoha's ninjas, there were bursts of violent vibrations. Shinobi around felt the changes and urged anxiously. The earth shook violently, and immediately like a volcanic eruption, magma was ejected from the ground, and the Konoha ninjas around suddenly suffered heavy losses. Jiraiya looked at the sight and saw the death of the ninja he brought. He immediately got angry. But his biggest shortcoming is that there is no large-scale long-range attack ninjutsu. For a while, he could only roar unwillingly, and at the same time called Kazuki and Minato to move forward. Kazuki saw the people who were laughing together yesterday, they became corpses today, and couldn't help but become a bit sad. This was the fate of ninja, all he could do was to kill the enemy to avenge those who died. With Kazuki taking the lead with a knife, he immediately destroyed the big earth wall with just a single slash. The fight has officially begun. There were ninjutsu interlaced on the battlefield, shurikens flying, and people losing their lives every minute and every second. On the battlefield, nothing was more brilliant than Kazuki and Minato. His huge red slashes immediately destroyed anyone who wore the stone vest. And Namikaze Minato was also harvesting lives with his flying Raijin jutsu. Within the attack range of his custom-made kunai, whether it was Jonin, Chunin, or even Genin, all were killed together in an instant. And he kept shuttling around the kunai, leaving only a dazzling yellow light. Seeing Kazuki and Minato slaughtering stone shinobi at a large scale, Akatsuchi couldn't help but get angry. Isn't that the newly emerged sword demon? What's he doing here? Beside Akatsuchi stood a tall man wearing a red armor. How would I know, but we have to stop them. Akatsuchi couldn't wait anymore and wanted to attack them immediately. You deal with the yellow flash, I'll deal with sword demon. Han the five-tailed Jinchuriki immediately rushed towards Kazuki with steam emitting from furnace on his back. And Akatsuchi also stared Minato that flashed on the battlefield. Han shouted Kazuki's name, and his whole body rushed towards Kazuki. Kazuki, who had already sensed Han, also gave up the opponent in front of him, and red light flashed in his eyes as he brought his blade in front of him. Boiling style. Steam fist. The blade collided with the huge rock fist, and a huge shock wave suddenly knocked all the surrounding ninjas into the air. The ninjas who were knocked into the air were completely wiped out by the ninjutsu and shuriken flying in the air before they landed. Chapter 48, 48 Han's death. This is the battle between the strong, and the weak can't even resist the aftermath. In a few breaths, the blade and steam fist had collided for several rounds. The surrounding ninjas all consciously kept a safe distance of tens of meters from them. Avoid being killed by the aftermath. The blade collided with the steam fist again. The two people seemed to be in a stalemate, but the breathing of Han was a bit fast and his face flushed. Damn, what monstrous strength. Han could feel the pain from the slash wounds on his fist, even when he covered them with the steam chakra he still got injured. With a loud and clear noise, Han pushed hard with all his strength, and immediately separated from Kazuki and formed a certain distance. Kazuki still stood straight looking at him, his face calm, not affected by the round earlier. Your reputation is deserved, but I'm not someone you can trample over. Red chakra coat immediately covered Han and five tails appeared behind him as he turned into a humanoid tail beast. The voice mixed with the sound of beast was extremely frightening as Han with extreme speed appeared in front of Kazuki, his claw moving towards him. Kazuki was surprised by his speed as it was only a few points slower than Raikage, but he still dodged it easily and slashed back. The whole battlefield was destroyed as explosive sounds rang throughout the battlefield. Damn, I still can't hit him. Han, who had transformed into a humanoid tail beast, still had a clear mind as he was a perfect Jinchuriki. Kazuki in front decided to end this fight since he had enjoyed it thoroughly. Kazuki jumped into the air, his blade held high. He's up to something. The tail beast reminded Han, who immediately opened his mouth and purple ball of energy gathered in front as he swallowed it. One sword style. Flying dragon. Kazuki slashed the sword downward as a huge red slash nearly 60 meters long drowned upon Han, who looked like an ant in front so of it. Han roared as a beam of light was ejected from his mouth, crashing with the slash. Both Stone and Konoha ninja stopped the fight immediately, protecting themselves from the shock waves. After a few minutes, the shock waves receded as a huge monster appeared in front of everyone. It had a white horse-like body, with a dolphin head and five tails behind it. Kazuki was surprised looking at the tail beast in front as he didn't expect him to survive, as that was one of his strongest attack. Human, you remind me of someone I saw a long time ago, but you are still far from him. A feminine voice rang throughout the battlefield as Kokuo spoke to Kazuki. She has lived since the era of Sage of Six Paths and has seen countless strong men, but Kazuki was the second strongest swordsman she has ever seen. Her attack earlier was destroyed by the slash, so she transformed, saving Han. Kokuo didn't talk anymore as she opened her mouth and a huge purple ball started gathering in front of her. Jiraiya, who saw the tail beast bomb, immediately shouted as he knew that attack wasn't something the shinobi around could withstand. Akatsuchi was also horrified since the tail beast bomb won't distinguish from foe or enemy and kill everyone on its way. Looking at the huge Bijudama in front, Kazuki, who was stunned by her words, immediately threw his doubts out of his mind and his grip on Shisui tightened. Red aura began to appear around Kazuki, hovering around him, and the Shisui in his hands was imbued with haki as he was going to use his strongest attack. Kokuo ejected the bomb as it flew towards Kazuki, pulverizing everything on its way. Kazuki, who was surrounded with red aura, put force under his feet as he flew towards the Bijudama, destroying the ground underneath. One sword style. Evening Palace. A huge red crescent-shaped slash 100 of meters long and equally wide appeared as it seemed to cut open the world. The Bijudama was like a piece of paper immediately divided into two as the slash, without weakening, divided Kokuo into two as well, and it continued several tens of meters, destroying everything on its way. The clouds above the sky moved away and shock waves covered the whole battlefield. The movement caused by the huge sword aura attracted the attention of the surrounding ninjas, but all the ninjas who looked over couldn't help but fall into a sluggish state. At this time, they could still see that Kazuki was holding a knife in his hands, and not far in front of him was a corpse of Han divided in two. After death, tail beast vanishes, leaving Han. And behind him was a long deep slash mark that continued several tens of meters. Even on the battlefield, this area can't help being quiet, it's silent. Kazuki killed the Master Han. Sword Demon killed Han. Finally, a ninja was hit by a shuriken flying from a distance in the arm, and the pain brought him back to his senses and he exclaimed suddenly. Unlike the panicking voices of stone, Konoha Ninja's voice is not only shocked, but also has a touch joy. Han is dead, which means that Konoha has an extra top combat power to dominate. On the other side of the battlefield, Minato reacted quickly. Akatsuchi, who was stunned by the death of Han, didn't notice that he had a kunai near him. In the next moment, Minato flashed behind him and a glimpse of the light of kunai shone in the sunlight. Minato disappeared the next moment, and a corpse with a wound on his neck was left there. And the ninjas surrounding them, even if they had been baptized by the news of the killing of Han, couldn't help but exclaim. Master Akatsuchi was killed by Konoha's ninja. Minato killed Akatsuchi. One after another, bad news immediately destroyed the morale of Stone Shinobi. Chapter 49, 49 Stone defeated. Roshi and Jiraiya have been facing each other since the start of the battle. Roshi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, was also a perfect Jinchuriki. He can perfectly utilize the power of Four Tails, making him a terrifying foe. In addition to his own powerful physical skills, he can also borrow the Tail Beast chakra, and even after using the full Tail Beast transformation, he can still retain his consciousness. If he is allowed to attack freely, then all the ninja here might be destroyed by him. For Roshi, it's the same with Jiraiya. As one of Konoha's Sannin, Jiraiya's reputation has spread throughout the ninja world. Even if he turns into a complete beast, Jiraiya can summon Mount Myoboku Toad to fight him. The most important thing is that Jiraiya is proficient in sealing art. For Jinchuriki, the ninja who is proficient in sealing jutsu is their nemesis. They had just fought a battle, and stopped momentarily due to the fight between Kazuki and Han. As both of them were looking forward to the result of the battle between Kazuki and Han. At this time, they also heard the sound of exclamation from a distance. Will you continue to fight? If you continue to fight, you will be wiped out. Although Jiraiya was shocked in his heart, he did not expect that Kazuki would be able to block that Bijudama and even kill the Jinchuriki. Roshi also heard the sound coming from afar. Although he couldn't believe it in his heart, the news that wasn't denied even once by the Stone Shinobi. I'm afraid this is true, so he snorted and ordered the ninja on the side. Jiraiya also gave the order to stop the fight. Soon, the order of both Roshi and Jiraiya spread to the entire battlefield. Although Konoha's ninja was not reconciled, they could only obey the orders of Jiraiya. The fighting on the entire battlefield stopped, and Konoha's ninja and Stone Ninja all came behind their respective leaders. Because Akatsuchi has been killed by Minato, Iwagakure stood behind Roshi. You won the battle, Jiraiya, but it is not over yet, wait for the anger of Tsuchikage-sama. Roshi said calmly to Jiraiya, then he led Stone Shinobi behind him and evacuated the battlefield. Sensei, obviously we have the advantage, why should we to stop fighting? At this time, Minato came next to Jiraiya and couldn't help but ask. Look around. Look at how many ninjas we have left. Jiraiya glanced at Minato in front of him, and then turned to look at Konoha's ninja army. Minato also turned around when he heard the words. After seeing the surrounding situation clearly, his eyes suddenly showed an unbelievable look. When Konoha's ninja came out of the camp, there were nearly 3,000 ninjas, but there are no more than 800 ninjas still standing. There were many Jonin he was familiar with, and they all disappeared on the battlefield at this time. Obviously, the price Konoha paid in this war was too great. Roshi is a perfect Jinchuriki. If we really push him, even if we kill him, only you, me and Kazuki might be the only one to leave alive. We have already won. Yes, Stone Shinobi has already lost, that's enough. Jiraiya said heavily. At this moment, looking at the dead lives around him, he really hoped that the Child of Prophecy could stop this bloodshed. Look carefully to see if there are any injured Konoha ninja. We will bring the hero's body back to Konoha. Now is not the time to think about these things. Jiraiya cleared his thoughts, looked at the corpses everywhere and said in a deep voice. The Konoha Legion headed by Jiraiya defeated the Stone Legion headed by Akatsuchi. The news quickly spread throughout the ninja world. There are many outstanding young ninjas in this battle, and the familiar name was once again heard by all the ninja world. The most outstanding performer was Kazuki, and has now entered the blacklist of major ninja villages. At the age of 10, he cut the tails of a tail beast, defeated the Raikage's son, divided the 5 tails into 2. The swordsmanship that could even split the Bijudama, the strongest attack in ninja world, was feared by everyone. Because of this his name, Sword Demon, became even more famous. Minato was also included in the blacklist of the ninja villages, because he killed numerous Jonin of stone and even Akatsuchi died in his hand. Because the speed is too fast, and only yellow rays of light could be seen during his fight, he was given the name Yellow Flash. There are also many young geniuses, and the most brilliant one is Kakashi Hatake, the son of White Fang, who could fight Jonin at the age of 10. But at the same time, he was also included in the kill list of major villages. At this time, on the other side of the border of the Country of Fire, a small town near the border of Land of Water was occupied by Danzo and turned into his base. Danzo is sitting in the conference room of the base. There is a table in front of him. On the table is the report of Kazuki. Sarutobi, you can't let him grow anymore, otherwise I'm afraid we won't be able to handle him. Danzo muttered while reading the record of Kazuki on the latest report. In his opinion, Hiruzen's decision was wrong. The war is nowhere close to its end and Kazuki had grown so much. If the war lasts for another 2 to 3 years, who knows how much would he grow, but now he doesn't have the confidence to deal with Kazuki alone. At this time, Danzo had already fought against the ninja of mist many times. For the mist ninja who came to attack Konoha, they were all put to death mercilessly. However, the frequency of appearance of mist ninjas is also increasing. What he hopes most at this time is to have a powerful subordinate who could follow his orders, and Kazuki fitted this criterion completely. Moreover, in his opinion, Sarutobi has always been too conservative. If it was him, he would concentrate Konoha's strength as early as the beginning of the ninja war and launch a war and directly defeat the mist. Sarutobi was too incompetent, and he didn't deserve to be Hokage at all. The teacher's decision was wrong. If he was Hokage, the ninja world would have been unified already by him. When Danzo was having sweet dreams, Sarutobi on the other hand also got the news of the defeat of Stone Legion. Chapter 50 troubled Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned on the chair, holding the smoke pipe in his hand, puffing clouds of smoke one after another. On the table in front of him, there was the report of the victory against Iwagakure. Originally, when he first sent Kazuki with Orochimaru, he had a feeling that he had done something wrong. His original idea was to wait until Orochimaru was desperate, and then let Minato save the battlefield, so as to pave the way for Minato. But he really didn't expect that Kazuki could defeat the Raikage's son and the two-tailed Jinchuriki and kill the elite Jonin. It's so easy to be defeated by a child, you can run away if you can't beat him. Just to be cautious, he sent Kazuki to the rock village, so that Orochimaru won't make any more miracles. And what he didn't expect was that he sent him to rock, but he actually grabbed the limelight of Minato. Minato did kill Akatsuchi, which was a great achievement. But Kazuki actually killed the Jinchuriki of Stone Village. This was beyond his expectation. That's the Jinchuriki, one of the trump card of every great nation. He only wanted Minato to be famous, not Kazuki, but now the reputation of Kazuki even surpassed Minato by some points. Whenever anyone in Konoha or the ninja world would talk about the defeat of Stone, the first name would be Sword Demon, and the second would be Yellow Flash. This is against the script he wrote, and he had decided already not to let Kazuki interfere anymore. And Kazuki was growing strong at a terrifying speed and he wasn't sure that he and Danzo could deal with him after the war. Thinking of this, Sarutobi couldn't help but take a deep breath of the pipe in his hand. Spitting out the smoke, he had already made a decision at this time, although it's a bit late, I can only do so. He waved his hand to the ninja of Anbu. The figure was the Anbu captain with cat's face mask. He saw Sarutobi's gesture and appeared next to Sarutobi. Call the war messenger here. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pipe in his hand and said solemnly to the Anbu captain. After receiving the order of Sarutobi, the Anbu captain responded, and then disappeared into the Hokage office. A figure appeared in the Hokage office. Lord Hokage, you are looking for me. The messenger saw the serious Sarutobi and spoke first. I am going to ask you to go to the camp in Rock Village and call Kazuki Shiro back to Konoha. I understand Hokage-sama, when will I leave? When messenger heard the words of Sarutobi, he was slightly startled, although he wondered why. Kazuki, who was doing such a good job, was called back, but he reacted immediately, and then replied. Leave as soon as possible. Speaking of it, Sarutobi handed him the official order document. Messenger took it and put it away carefully. Lord Hokage, then I will leave first. Messenger said respectfully, and then disappeared with a swish. Only Sarutobi was left alone in the room thinking of what to do with Kazuki. After a long time, Sarutobi leaned back on the chair behind him, took a deep breath of smoke, and then slowly exhaled the smoke. Shizune, Kurenai, try to control your chakra more precisely. Tsunade, who wore the gray armor, stood in front as she guided the two disciples she accepted recently. During the time in the war, she was tired of doing all the hard work. Chiyo of the Sand would use deadly poison against Konoha every time, and she was the only one who could make the antidote. This took a huge toll on her, but thankfully she found two girls who had great talent and accepted them as her disciple. She was afraid of blood, so these little girls could help her in the surgery and ease her work. Kurenai and Shizune were fully concentrated on healing the fish in front. Both of them learned how weak they were during the war, so even Kurenai, for just to get strong, started learning from Lady Tsunade, but she hasn't stopped her illusion training. Lady Tsunade, this is the report from Stone Village. At this time, a kunoichi entered the camp handing Tsunade a scroll. Tsunade took the scroll as the kunoichi retreated. After unsealing the scroll, Tsunade read the report and couldn't help but be surprised. You have a good teammate. After reading the scroll, Tsunade said, looking at the little girls. Hearing it was about Kazuki, both of them immediately got curious, looked at Tsunade for more news. Tsunade didn't answer but handed the scroll to these two as it wasn't a secret to hide. Kazuki is getting stronger, we can't be left behind. After reading the scroll, both of them cheered happily for Kazuki's success but started to practice again as to not to be a burden to Kazuki in the future. Chapter 51, 51-7 Ninja Swordsman. Kazuki, you have been ordered to return to Konoha. Jiraiya, who was in a good mood from the last win, suddenly received an order from the messenger of Konoha. Jiraiya was really angry. They have just started to pressurize the stone and it was all because of Kazuki. But now his teacher called Kazuki back. Jiraiya couldn't understand why his teacher did so, but he also couldn't refuse the order of Hokage and told Kazuki about the matter. Kazuki had a headache now because of Sarutobi. His political means are just too annoying. He really didn't care for credit, but Sarutobi didn't understand this. Kazuki didn't want to follow the order of Sarutobi, but doing that would make him a rogue. After leaving the camp, Kazuki went to meet Kakashi, Obito and Minato and informing them of his departure. Early in the morning next day, Kazuki left the base as he was on his way to Konoha. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was annoyed by the secret letter on the table. This letter was written to him by the daimyo of the Land of Fire last night. After a night of emergency escort, it was finally delivered to him 10 minutes ago. Sarutobi frowned, wondering how to deal with this situation. The surprise attack by Mist Village left them completely unprepared. Now there is only his old partner at the border, Shimura Danzo, and his hundreds root members. There is no way to stop Mist invasion. But for a while, he couldn't produce enough combat power that he could send it over. If there are only Chunin, Konoha can still come up with 2,000 or 3,000 ninjas, but Konoha doesn't have much Jonin left in the village. The Mizukage, the Kagaya clan, 7 ninja swordsmen and their many other elites in the Mist Village. But then, thinking of the upcoming Kazuki, the headache of Sarutobi eased a bit. Not only can Kazuki help him deal with the mist, but also his old friend Danzo can also keep an eye on him. Sarutobi leaned back on the chair looking at the clear cloudy sky, waiting eagerly for his return. At this time, Kazuki was shuttling through the dense forest, leaping from tree to tree, marching towards Konoha. It's been 2 days since he left the base and is already quite near the Konoha village. Kazuki suddenly stopped as he saw a small town in front, but this was not the reason for him to stop suddenly, as he actually smelled blood. As soon as he stepped in the town he saw a cruel sight. There were corpses everywhere in front of him. He couldn't sense animals around as well. Animals are most sensitive to dangerous breaths, and they must have felt some danger, so they all fled. Kazuki stepped forward to examine several corpses carefully, and found that most of them were beheaded by sharp weapons, and some of the corpses were mutilated. They looked like they were killed by explosive tags. It seems that they were all killed by ninjas. And the corpses were still warm. Looking at the condition of the corpses, it was obvious that the murderers had just left. This is already the core area of the Land of Fire, and it is very close to the village. In the core area, ninjas from other villages appeared, especially during the war. It wasn't a good sign. Kazuki released his observation haki as it kept spreading around, covering everything in its way. Kazuki found 7 quite strong aura at some distance from this place, and he immediately moved towards them as he decided to teach them a lesson. At some distance from the massacred town, 7 strangely shaped people were gathered here. Hehe, Yagura is really arrogant. Let us attack Konoha's 2 transportation lines directly. Juzo, who holds the executioner knife in his hand, sneered. Yagura is Mizukage after all. Let us disrupt Konoha's supply line so that Konoha can't transport the supplies to Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Then launching the war, and defeating Konoha in one fell swoop. It is estimated that the troops might already be near the border. At this time, Fubuki, who had Samahata behind his back, spoke. At this moment, Ringo, the most sensitive to the surroundings, suddenly motioned for them to be silent. Someone is coming towards us. The 7 people were sitting here just now, immediately got up and held their swords looking towards the direction of the visitor. After a few seconds, they saw a kid wearing a black samurai robe with his chest visible underneath with a sword slung at his waist appeared in front of them. Oh, it turned to be the famous ninja swordsman of the mist. Kazuki, who arrived, immediately recognized the enemy. The pupil of Juzo immediately shrank and his face had a frightened expression. Ringo besides spoke loudly as she recognized him immediately. Every major village had intelligence about Kazuki, so it wasn't a big thing for them to know how he looked. What's he doing here? Wasn't he fighting the stone? Fubuki beside couldn't help but asking, as from the report they received he was still fighting with stone. So, you are those who destroyed the town? Then it's time for you to pay for what you did. Kazuki jumped down from the tree as he stood in front of them looking at them with a cold expression. Chapter 52, 52 Killing. We should retreat if we fight him. Even if we win, few of us will be buried here. Juzo suggested to abandon the mission as he really didn't want to fight with Kazuki. There's no way I'm letting you go. Kazuki was angry at how they killed the ordinary people and would never let them go. Why do you have to die with us? You may be strong, but you can't deal with the 7 of us together. Fubuki was already ashamed of retreating, and when he heard his words he couldn't help but threaten him. Trash, like you can't even touch my clothes. At the same time, he pulled out Shisui from his blue scabbard. It seems you are determined to fight. Fubuki looked at Kazuki with an ugly face, and said while gritting his teeth. But he also held the Samahata in his hands, ready for the fight. The 7 strangely shaped ninjas looked at each other, so they silently formed a semicircular shape and surrounded Kazuki in the center. The first one was Jinpachi, who had endured Kazuki for a long time. Jinpachi held his sword, dragged out a long explosive tag scroll, waved the scroll around Kazuki, forming a huge circle. A huge sound rang, and the detonation symbols in the entire circle exploded violently, and Kazuki was firmly surrounded by the explosion. This kid turned out to be big joke. Jinpachi saw Kazuki facing his attack, but he didn't even hide. He didn't think that Kazuki could still be alive with such a violent explosion. So he clamored arrogantly. I said it already, none of you will leave alive today. Kazuki's voice came from the core of the explosion, and the smoke gradually dissipated, only to see that Kazuki standing unscathed in the center of the explosion. Then it's time for me to attack. One sword style. Death Lion Song. A red light surrounded Kazuki's body, and instantly disappeared before the eyes of the 7 swordsmen. When he reappeared, he was already behind Jinpachi, his sword back in the scabbard. The 7 of them were horrified, looking for the figure of Kazuki. In the end, Kushimaru, who was also good in speed, noticed Kazuki's figure, and said aloud. At the same time, Jinpachi had an unbelievable expression on his face. Hot blood sprayed from his heart as he fell down and died miserably. How could someone kill Jinpachi with one move? How can you even fight him? The remaining 6 people glanced at each other with fear, and suddenly fled separately in the dense forest. In their hearts, they never thought about cooperation. When they felt that they might face death, they all chose to abandon their teammates and escape. In fact, the 7 of them can only deal with the average cage powerhouse. But facing Kazuki, there is no way. After all, the most aggressive of them, Jinpachi using his blasting knife could not even his defense. Moreover, Kazuki's speed obviously exceeded their range of perception. They dare not think that they were better than Jinpachi, they were famous for their swords, not themselves. Who made them become elite jonin by relying on ninja swords? Without the blessing of ninja swords, they are all ordinary jonin which Kazuki can cut like vegetables. In addition, they only care about their own lives and not their teammates, so they abandoned their comrades and fled. No one can save you from my wrath today. Kazuki using his observation haki spotted them easily and first went for Kushimaru, who was a speed-type ninja. Solve the most difficult one first, and none of the remaining ones can run away. With a whistling sound, Kazuki disappeared in the forest. Among the huge trees, Kushimaru is moving fast. Fortunately, that monster didn't follow me, and those bastards, how dare they abandon me. Kushimaru kept running, still frightened by Kazuki and also cursing his unreliable teammates. Suddenly, there was a burst of crisp noise from the side at this time. Kushimaru turned his head to look, and suddenly jumped to right in fright. Then, a red sword aura flew past him. It was Kazuki, who had caught up to him and greeted him with his weakest slash. I said you'll pay for what you did to those people. Kazuki said as he walked towards Kushimaru. Damn, why are you chasing me with so many of us? Kushimaru looked at Kazuki desperately, and asked, nearly crying. Don't worry, your comrades will join you soon. Kazuki approached him, raised the knife in his hand, and said, frightening Kushimaru. Knowing that he could no longer escape, Kushimaru waved the Nyubari and stabbed Kazuki. But in front of Kazuki any resistance was meaningless, as a simple slash destroyed all the threads and pierced his heart. You must send them down with me. Even if he was about to die, Kushimaru did not forget to remind Kazuki to kill his teammates. You don't need to remind me. Kazuki replied as he came near his corpse. Kazuki picked up the Nyubari and put it in the system space. He believed that these 7 ninja swords could be sold at a good price, as he was a bit poor these days. At this time, the user of the helmet smasher, Jinin, is running in the woods, at extreme speed. His weapon was a bit heavy to carry, and after a long time of running, he has consumed a lot of physical strength. Let's take a break first. He shouldn't chase me. Just like the previous Kushimaru, people always find reasons to comfort themselves, so Jinin decided to take a break in the tree. Chapter 53, 4 Deaths. Really leisurely. You are the most leisurely person among them all. At this time, Kazuki had already killed the users of dual sword Kiba along with Nyubari and blasting sword. After killing Ringo, Kazuki sensed the 4th target but found out this guy was resting leisurely on a tree like in his own living room. Why is it me? Why me among so many people? Jinan, who had just sat down to rest, saw Kazuki appearing, couldn't help but roar for this injustice. Obviously, all of them ran away at the same time, with a 1/7 probability. Why was he chosen? Kazuki felt very strange, because every member of the 7 ninja swordsmen who was chased by him would ask him this same question first. However, Jinan knew that there was no point in cursing his luck and immediately attacked Kazuki with his helmet smasher. The helmet smasher is made up of an axe and a hammer. Jinan used the huge axe and hit Kazuki's head fiercely. Obviously he was very confident in his power. But Kazuki has never been afraid of anyone in terms of power. Kazuki went from the bottom to up and waved the shisui in his hand. The swords collided, but due to huge force of Kazuki, Jinan was knocked up in the air. Jinan, flying in the air, could not even land as a red light drowned him and he was equally divided into 2. But even before he died, he still said, "Why me? Why me?" Kazuki walked over and said softly, and at the same time picked up the knife and threw it in the system space. Using the observation haki, he moved towards the next target. Fuguki on the other side ran along the woods, and finally found a small river at the end of the forest. Fuguki grew up in the land of water since childhood. He could run faster on the water than ground, so he immediately started running on the water towards the border. And it didn't take long for Kazuki to appear, where Fuguki just stood. When he got here, Kazuki immediately spread his observation haki, but in the range of 2,000 meters that was his limit, he couldn't find him. It seems that he escaped by water. Kazuki looked at the small river in front of him, and the footprints left by Fuguki on the shore, and said softly. Then he again used his observation haki to look for other two, but he couldn't find them also. Looks like they ran away. Kazuki was a bit disappointed but immediately cheered up as he remembered that he had changed the fate of someone. Might Dai would have died while fighting the mist swordsman, but he saved him by killing them himself. Kazuki has always been wondering whether he could change the fate of those tragic characters. But the event today gave him confidence that he could definitely change the trajectory of ninja world. Minato's death, Uchiha annihilation, Jiraiya's death, Kazuki believed that he could change them all. Kazuki was in a good mood after thinking of this, so after burying those who died in the town, Kazuki once again marched towards Konoha. It was nearly midnight, and the night sky was picturesque. The pale crescent moon shone like a silvery claw in the night sky. In front of Konoha entrance, two Uchiha stood alert as today they were assigned to watch the gate. Hey, did you hear that Patriarch Kawasaki was among those who defeated the cloud? Uchiha Matsunari, who was getting sleepy, started a conversation with his brother to stay awake. Yeah, but the real hero is Sword Demon. He not only defeated Cloud but also the stone lost their Jinchuriki in his hands. Uchiha Matsuhide beside spoke as his tone was a bit admiring. Our nephew is the same age as him, but the difference between the two is really big. Sigh. Matsunari beside sighed, wondering in this war-torn era how can ordinary people survive. Matsuhide beside suddenly spoke as he pointed in front and his face had an unbelievable expression. What nonsense, how can he be here? I'll welcome Master Kazuki. Matsunari beside rebuked angrily but suddenly saw Kazuki in front of him and immediately got polite. Kazuki smiled looking at the two Uchiha and praised them for doing the tough job. It's our duty, Master Kazuki, please show your permit. You know we can't let anyone go in without due to war. Both of them were over the moon by his praise but didn't forget to complete their task. Kazuki wasn't offended since it was necessary and immediately showed them the pass and entered the village. The bright moonlight revealed the empty streets. Kazuki went straight towards his home and decided to report to Sarutobi tomorrow. Chapter 54, 54 Angry Yagura. The Kurigakure Shinobi Frontline Camp. Shimura Danzo is just a coward, he didn't even have the courage to fight and sent a few ninjas to die. The patriarch of the Kagaya clan, Haichi, said aloud. Hehe, Patriarch Haichi, don't worry, when Juzo and other complete their mission, Konoha will be ours to plunder. Then Patriarch Haichi can do whatever he wants to that turtle Danzo. The patriarch of the Yuki clan, who are famous for their ice Kekai Genkai, spoke from the side. The Kagaya clan is the strongest clan of Mist. They can use bones and all members of the clan like to fight, and have a strong fighting force. That's why they are one of the best clan in Mist Village. At this time, their army has approached the territory of the Fire Land, and has already dealt with Shimura Danzo several times, but Shimura Danzo has never confronted them. He just kept sending assassins and created traps for them. This really annoyed the patriarch of Kagaya clan and wished to drink blood of the coward Danzo. But Shimura Danzo was also having a bad time. Mist came too suddenly, he had only few hundred root members under his hand and they were his own private force. If something happened to them he will have nothing to be proud of. Those 7 lunatics, they think they are the strongest in the village, and put no one in the eye. Hopefully they won't die in Konoha this time. Hearing that Yuki clan patriarch mentioned the 7 ninja swordsmen, Haichi said with dissatisfaction. Due to the excessive arrogance of the 7 ninja swordsmen, even in the Mist Village, they are not liked by anyone. It was only because of their strong combat power that they always existed. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. At this time, a Mist ninja quickly ran in from outside the command tent. Mizukuji-sama, Master Juzo, Master Fuguki, they are back. The Mist ninja who ran in quickly and walked to Yagura who sat at the side with his eyes closed mediating. Oh, then let our hero in. Yagura has never thought about the possibility of failure in the mission of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The top combat power of the Konoha is on 3 battlefields, and there is only one Sarutobi and one Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the village. It was a surprise attack, and Konoha would not prepared. Even if they encounter Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they are completely able to defeat or even kill him. After the ninja heard the words of Yagura, he immediately went out and welcomed the Juzo and other 2 outside the tent. If it was in normal times, they would not wait for someone to go in and report, and would have broken in directly. But now the dignified 7 swordsmen, and only 3 are left. They are usually too arrogant and have made countless enemies. Now they dare not anger Mizukuji, and stood outside well behaved like they were there for a job interview. After they entered the tent, Yagura immediately stood up and looked over. Hey, why just the 3 of you, where are the others? Seeing that the three of them were here, Yugura asked in surprise. The mission failed. All four of them should be dead. Fubuki lowered his head and said. How is it possible? Who in Konoha can fight against you? Yugura said in surprise immediately. Konoha's sword demon Kazuki Shiro, he killed Jinpachi with a single slash. His blasting sword could not even damage his cloth. We were separated after fighting with him, but only the three of us returned. At the secret meeting location we waited for a long time, they did not return. He should have killed all four of them. Fubuki hides the fact that they ran away, only saying that they separated after the battle. What blasting sword can't even break his defense? How could he be in Konoha? Isn't he at the border of the land of Earth? Yugura said in surprise. He couldn't believe it. He naturally knew the power of blasting knife. He had never seen anyone who was attacked by hundreds of explosive tags and stay uninjured. No matter how strong the flesh, and hundreds of explosive tags, even if his body was as strong as a stone, he would have been blown to death. This is what we have seen with our own eyes. We still can't believe how he survived that attack. At this time, Juzo interjected. There was still a trace of fear in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was scared by Kazuki. Humph, this is your reason for failing the mission. I think you ran away when you saw that you couldn't beat him and then were killed one by one. Haichi, who had been sitting next to Yugura, said provocatively at this time. Others are afraid of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but he is not afraid. The Kagaya clan people are all lunatics. In their eyes, apart from fighting, there is nothing else. Huh, do you think we will make fun of our reputation? You will know when you meet him on the battlefield. I hope that at that time, you won't be scared to run away. Fubuki said with bloodshot eyes and was a little crazy. He really felt today that he was the closest to death. Asshole, what are you talking about? Believe it or not, I will kill you now. Faced with the provocation of the Fubuki, Haichi said irritably, and at the same time a few long bone spurs appeared of his body, apparently preparing to fight him. Enough, don't quarrel. After the war you can go back and fight as much as you want, but first put your anger on Konoha ninja. Yugura saw Haichi and Fubuki were obviously going to fight in his command tent. So he immediately stopped them with a loud voice. Humph, let you go today, I will kill you sooner or later. After hearing the words of Yugura, Haichi hesitated for a while. Although he was unwilling, considering that Yugura was a Mizukage after all, he put away the bone spurs on his body and threatened Fubuki. Well, Juzo, tell me your mission experience clearly and what happened. After solving the dispute, Yugura asked for details since he was really angry at this loss. Chapter 55, 55 Request. Sarutobi like usual leaned on his chair processing the documents. Sarutobi didn't know what to do as from the last report he received 2 days earlier the troops of Mist Village are nearing their border. He couldn't go himself as there would be no one back here to protect it, but with few thousands Chunin Mist can't be defeated. Lord Hokage, Master Kazuki here. At this moment, an Anbu ninja opened the door and walked in informing Sarutobi. Kazuki is back, let him in quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed and thought, Kazuki was really back in time. He was worried that who would he send to Mist. After hearing Sarutobi's words, Anbu immediately went out and brought Kazuki in. Kazuki greeted Sarutobi who sat at the desk looking at him with benevolent eyes. Isn't this our little hero Kazuki? I have heard all the contributions you made in the front line for the village. When you were at the ninja school, I knew you were an excellent kid. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. Seeing Kazuki, Sarutobi immediately stood up on his own initiative, praising Kazuki as he was his own grandson. Lord Hokage, what I did is for the village. Kazuki's polite attitude towards Sarutobi is just a play. As long as Sarutobi doesn't bother him, he wouldn't mind giving him fake respect. But if he has any malicious intent towards him, Kazuki wouldn't mind killing him even if he becomes a rogue. After simple greetings, Sarutobi passed the information he had collected about Mist to Kazuki. Kazuki, look at this. Just 2 days ago, the army of Mist Village had reached near our border. Sarutobi frowned while smoking a cigarette. We have to deal with them before they invade our land, and I need someone strong to lead the ninja in the village to stop them. Sarutobi recounted the whole matter to Kazuki with a sad look, wanting Kazuki to know how difficult it is for him as the Hokage now. Lord Hokage, what do you mean? Kazuki understood that Sarutobi wanted him to lead the shinobi and fight with Kiri. But although he had deep feelings for the village, he was already very angry at him for to transfer him 2 times, and he had something he wanted to learn which needed a lot of time, so he pretended not to understand his words. Kazuki, I hope you can lead the ninjas of the village to support Danzo and defeat the Mist Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen waited for a long time, but Kazuki didn't take the initiative for help as he had to request him himself. Lord Hokage, I'm afraid I can't help you in this matter and I think there's no need for me to go. Elder Danzo would be able to handle the situation himself. Didn't I tell you that Danzo can't handle them alone? Suddenly, Sarutobi's tone was a bit harsh as he was angry at Kazuki for refusing him straightforward. Lord Hokage, Mist will retreat tomorrow and the reason for it is this. Speaking of this, Kazuki pretended to take out a scroll and unsealed it and 4 different strange-shaped blades fell on the floor. Sarutobi looked at the blades on the ground and asked suspiciously. On my way back, I encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, I killed 4 of them, the other 3 ran away. Kazuki looked at Sarutobi from a condescending position, and said lightly. What, you killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen? After Sarutobi heard Kazuki's words, he was surprised beyond words. Lord Hokage knows at a glance that these of ninja swords aren't fake. Kazuki pointed towards the sword that were the proof of his killing. After a long pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. Haha, I watched you grow up, Kazuki, how could I not believe you, haha, as you said there's no need for you to go anymore, Danzo can handle the rest. Sarutobi was a bit emotional this time, he had completely lost sight of Kazuki's strength. 7 ninja swordsmen, even he was not sure that he could deal with them. And as Kazuki said, after losing their 4 elite Jonin and knowing that Kazuki was back, Mist would not even dare to invade Land of Fire. Lord Hokage, I have a small request. I hope you can agree to it. Kazuki, please tell me, if it's possible, I'll agree to it. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied immediately as this was the chance to get his goodwill. Lord Hokage, I want to leave the village for a year or 2, I know that during the war I'm needed but it's something important. Kazuki had something that he wanted to learn badly and with his talent in chakra at least this much time was needed. What, a year or 2 and where do you want to go? Sarutobi asked, a bit curious as where would Kazuki go and for such a long time. Lord Hokage, I want to hone my swordsmanship and try to learn some ninjutsu as well, so it would take some time. Kazuki lied straight as he won't tell Sarutobi even if he insists to death. Okay, I approve your leave. Sarutobi agreed to his request and actually he was happy that Kazuki was leaving as with his 2 years of absence, Minato would have enough time to increase his reputation. Kazuki left the room and went straight home to get ready for the journey. Chapter 56, 56 Mount Myoboku. It was a bright and cheerful morning. White, fluffy clouds drifted across the sky. Kazuki was ready for his journey, so after getting freshened up, he quietly left the village and arrived at a quiet place far from the village. Kazuki took out a scroll and spread it on the ground and after biting his thumb he placed his hands on it. White smoke enveloped the area and soon dissipated, revealing a small humanoid green toad. Fukasaku, one of elders of Mount Myoboku, asked, looking at Kazuki. Kazuki nodded in approval as Fukasaku placed his hands on the ground. Reverse summoning jutsu. Kazuki felt his head spinning for a second and saw a huge lotus appearing in front of him. Welcome to Mount Myoboku, boy. A female toad around the same size as Fukasaku stood in front holding a basket with insects jumping in it. Yes, Kazuki is in one of 3 sacred lands of Ninja World. During the war when he was with Jiraiya, he asked for a contract scroll from him. Jiraiya happily agreed as he believed that the stronger Kazuki would be the better as it for Konoha. Kazuki after that signed a contract with Gamabunta, who was resistant at first but he taught him a lesson with his strength, after which he surrendered. I'm grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to learn senjutsu. Kazuki was looking forward to Sage Mode. He never used chakra, it doesn't mean that he looks down on it, like Sage Mode, he always wanted to learn it as it would improve his strength in all aspects. To learn Sage Mode, a huge amount of chakra was one of the important factors. Due to his strong body, the amount of chakra he had was enough for him to learn Sage Mode. But his talent in chakra has always been average, so this was the reason he asked for a leave of around 2 years. Well, Ma, Kazuki boy is here for the first time, shouldn't you prepare a delicious breakfast for him? You don't need to bother yourself. I have brought a lot of food with me. Kazuki hurriedly said as he remembered that terrible breakfast from the anime. Don't be too polite, once you eat her cooking you'll forget everything else. Fukasaku was trying to make Kazuki feel at home. Kazuki could only smile wryly at their insistence. Kazuki followed the 2 toads back to their place. Kazuki boy, make yourself at home, take a seat, breakfast would be ready soon. Fukasaku offered Kazuki a normal cup of tea. After a little while, Shima brought in a large plate of worms and out it on the table. Come on, boy, no need to be shy. Eat up. Shima looked at Kazuki expecting his praise after eating. Kazuki closed his eyes, took the insects and stuffed them in his mouth. And then he swallowed them whole. So, boy, what do you think? They taste good, right? Fukasaku asked, looking at him. Kazuki was enduring his urge to vomit as he praised the taste of those insects. This made Shima smile. After breakfast, Kazuki and Fukasaku went to a nearby oil pool. Kazuki boy, to practice sage mode you first need to able to perceive and gather natural energy. You should let natural energy flow in and out of your body. This oil in the pool will help you perceive natural energy. Fukasaku explained about sage mode as Kazuki sat in the pool and started his practice of the sage mode. While Kazuki was learning the sage mode, on the other hand, as Kazuki had expected, Mist had retreated from their border due to his presence. Even if Yagura and the others were angry and wanted to take revenge, but 4 Kage rank powerhouses that were in Konoha stopped them from any foolishness. Whether it was Kazuki, Sarutobi, Kushina or Danzo, the 4 of them could make things easily difficult for them. Especially Kazuki, he even killed the 5th-tailed Jinchuriki, and Yagura wasn't so arrogant to believe that he was better than Han. Yagura at this stage could not even control the 3 tails. The news of the retreat of Mist spread throughout the ninja world. Through their spies, the whole ninja world soon knew of the reason of the sudden retreat. It was the familiar name that once again was on the tongue of everyone. Killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, this feat was also included in his lists of records, making him the most fearful among all Konoha ninjas. Sarutobi was holding his head in his office as he had hidden this news for fear of Kazuki gaining any more reputation. But he didn't expect the system of Mist to be so weak that those bastards let the matter leak out. Please stop for a while. Sarutobi sighed and hoped that Kazuki could stop making sensational events one after another. But he cheered up soon as he learned that Kazuki has left the village, which means Minato has a clear field in front. Chapter 57, 57 Return. The colorful clouds of the toad world drifted across the sky. The large leaves of trees with toads everywhere on them presented a different kind of scenery. At a waterfall, the clear water fell on the body of a person who had jet black hair with some strands of red hair in front. He wore black pants with upper body bare as the water fell heavily on him, but his strong body didn't waver. The air around the person suddenly changed as threads of energy visible to the naked eyes poured into the young man's body and red shades began to appear under his closed eyes. Kazuki opened his eyes, revealing dark toad-like pupils as he breathed a sigh of relief. It's been 2 years since he has been in Mount Myoboku. Due to his average talent, it took him a whole full year to learn Sage Mode, but even then it took nearly half an hour to enter the Sage Mode. The next year he trained to perfect, and finally today he entered the Sage Mode in seconds. But it's worth spending so much time. Kazuki felt the unparalleled power in his body and didn't regret wasting so much time here. During these 2 years, Kazuki naturally hasn't been neglecting his template training since that was his main power. Kazuki mediated in his heart and a property panel appeared. Observation Haki, Intermediate. Haoshoku Haki, Advanced. Busoshoku Haki, Intermediate. Pure Gold, the object which stops aging, but protagonist won't use it till he grows up. It's getting stronger and stronger. Kazuki nodded in satisfaction as he was happy that his strength has gotten a lot stronger than 2 years ago. It's been 2 years, I should leave as well. During his stay here, the war in Ninja World didn't stop but intensified even more. Just a little while ago, the third Raikage died when he was besieged by 10,000 stone shinobi. He knew about every situation of war as he got the news from Elder Fukasaku, who had eyeliner toads in Ninja World. It's been 2 years, I think it's time to go back to Konoha. Kazuki announced his departure to both Fukasaku and Shima, who sat in front. Kazuki-chan, are you leaving? Shima was a bit sad since she has gotten used to his presence in these 2 years and even started calling him Chan, expressing her care for him. Yeah, thank you for taking care of me over the course of past 2 years. Kazuki was really grateful to these two as they helped him a lot in his practice of Sage Mode and guided him with extreme care. Kazuki and toads of Mount Myoboku bid farewell to each other. A toad who was near Konoha reverse summoned Kazuki. It hasn't changed a bit. Kazuki quietly entered Konoha and now was walking on the streets looking around. During these 2 years his height has increased quite a lot. Maybe it was due to pirate genes, even though he was only 12 he was nearly 178 m high. Wearing the dark purple samurai robe with his chest visible and with the blue scabbard keeping Shisui hung at his waist to the right hip. Even if he was famous in Konoha, after such a huge change hardly anyone recognized him. Kazuki suddenly saw a shop with the signboard Ichiraku Ramen on his way. Finally I can eat something good. Kazuki nearly shed tears as during last 2 years he was tortured by the food of toads. Boss, a large bowl of seafood ramen and 2 portions pork roast. Okay, newcomer please wait a moment. Boss Chuki was fast and in no time a bowl of steamed seafood ramen was placed in front of Kazuki. Kazuki quickly finished one and ordered one after another and soon finished bowls. Thank you boss, it was really delicious. After eating, Kazuki paid the bill and left the shop praising Chuki, who was dumbfounded by his appetite. As Kazuki was in a good mood after a delicious meal, he sensed someone following him and soon an Anbu appeared wearing a cat mask appeared in front. Kazuki-sama, Lord Hokage is waiting for you. The Anbu said, respectfully conveying the order of Sarutobi. Even if he did enter Konoha quietly, during war times the villages patrolled several times a day and even if his height increased his face was still recognizable. Those in the duty recognized him and reported the situation to Sarutobi, who immediately summoned him. Kazuki actually wanted to go home and rest but never expected to be recognized so early, so he decided to meet Sarutobi and see what does he want. Chapter 58, 58 Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi sat on his seat smoking heavily while reading the documents below. Over the past 2 years, Sarutobi's face has gathered quite a lot of wrinkles with more and more of his hair turning white. He was already around 50 and was no longer in his prime. Lord Hokage, Master Kazuki is here. At this time an Anbu entered the room reporting Sarutobi. Oh, he is here, quickly let him in. Sarutobi said quickly as his tone sounded a bit desperate. During the last 2 years, the resources of Konoha has long been squeezed out. Konoha being the main target of every village had to consume a lot of its resources. The only good news is that the 4th Raikage, after suffering a defeat from Minato, withdrew from the war. Now Minato is dealing with stone while Tsunade and White Fang are fighting with the sand. This is not the matter that troubles Sarutobi, while even if both Minato and Tsunade are squeezing out a lot of resources of Konoha, but they are also giving results. The main problem is his old friend Danzo. After Mist retreated 2 years ago, they only kept silent for a year. After that they launched a fierce attack once again. Danzo alone was not enough to deal with the Mist, so he made a decision that time. He decided to send the Uchiha clan, who were free after the war with Cloud, to Mist to support. But he never expected that his old friend Danzo rejected his help, saying he'd rather die than to fight along Uchiha. He then looked towards his disciple Orochimaru for help, but his talented disciple actually rejected him and said he was seriously injured from a battle and could not help him. Helpless, he could only send the remaining Chunin to support Danzo, who tried their hardest but are still in a passive situation. While Sarutobi was lost in his thoughts, Kazuki entered the room and arrived near Sarutobi as he coughed to get his attention. Haha, welcome back Kazuki. Sarutobi immediately put the benevolent expression and greeted Kazuki enthusiastically. Kazuki still had the same policy to be polite to the hypocritical Sarutobi as long as he doesn't bother him. Haha, look at you, in just 2 years you are already as tall as me. Sarutobi laughed and behaved like he had seen his son grown up. After simple greetings, Sarutobi finally put away the hypocritical expression and became serious. While you have been away, the situation in Land of Water has only got worse. I wanted to send you 2 years ago, but due to your request I decided not to, but now the village needs your strength to deal with this crisis. Sarutobi put a sad expression and played the emotional card, using village as a shield for solving the trouble that Danzo caused, and asked for his help. I'll leave tomorrow morning, then I'll excuse myself. Kazuki didn't wanted to stay here anymore, so after promising Sarutobi of his help he left the room. Actually, the reason Kazuki agreed so quickly was that he wanted to test his strength and Mist was the perfect target. After leaving the office, Kazuki went towards the forest near Uchiha clan to complete his daily template practice task. At a forest near Uchiha clan, Kazuki stood in the woods waving his sword continuously at the small flying leaves in front and cutting them perfectly. Kazuki suddenly frowned as his observation haki sensed someone with extreme depressed emotion at a cliff nearby. Kazuki could sense that that person had extremely chaotic and confused emotions, and he immediately understood why he would be there. Kazuki immediately disappeared, moving towards that direction. Here was a cliff beside a small river. On top of the cliff, a child who was around 4 years old with black hair and black eyes, but his eyes revealed matureness out of his age, and the clothes he wore had a fan emblem behind his back. Itachi was extremely confused, wondering what life was. His father took him to the battlefield, but all he saw was life being taken, everyone hungry to kill each other. Itachi looked down from the cliff and, as if deciding something, jumped down from the cliff. Itachi, who was halfway down in the air, suddenly felt him being embraced in the air, and the next moment he appeared on the ground held by a person. Hey, when did even kids started to commit suicide? Kazuki held the child in his hands and sighed that even kids today weren't afraid of death. Kazuki looked towards the child's face and his expression immediately froze. Kazuki said subconsciously as he recognized the child in front from his memory. Chapter 59, 59 Father and Son Conversation. Itachi was looking at the person who saved him, but when he heard him calling out his name he couldn't help but asking. I am a friend of your father, Fugaku. Kazuki didn't have much deep friendship with Fugaku. It was just because he saved his life from a that Fugaku was grateful, so they became normal friends. My father, Mr. Can I know your name? Itachi asked curiously as he wanted to know more about this friend of his father. I'm Kazuki now. Listen kid, I don't know why you jumped from that cliff, but don't throw away your life like this. Kazuki squatted down in front of Itachi and decided to throw those thoughts out of his mind that eventually led to annihilation. Itachi from such a young age after witnessing the war completely became pacifist. With the cruel choice of choosing village or the clan, he to save more lives killed his own clan. It was these thoughts that led him to become what he was in the future. Itachi felt he had heard this name somewhere, but when he heard the latter part he couldn't help but asking the question he has been confused of. Itachi looked at Kazuki wanting to know the answer. Kazuki immediately started thinking of some impactful quote from his previous life just to correct this kid. Listen kid, for me, life is just a moment. In that moment we talk, we laugh, we kill, we save. A moment has no future, no past, so just live the moment fully and don't think much about the future. Kazuki hoped that his words can change the mind of the young Itachi. Kazuki stood up after lecturing Itachi and went back to train once again. Itachi behind was confused by his words as he was still too little to understand his words, but he remembered these lines firmly and went towards his home. He was already quite late outside and his mom would get more and more angry if he didn't return soon. During the war, after Kazuki left the Cloud Village, Kawasaki paid for his arrogance and was killed by A. Kawasaki thought that since a kid like Kazuki can defeat him, then it might just be a big bluff. But who knew the moment he used lightning chakra mode, the next moment he felt the world around him spin and fell down, his head bleeding. His death led to the opening of Mangekyo for Fugaku, but he didn't reveal it and kept it hidden. After his death, Fugaku without any trouble became the next patriarch. The door of the house was pushed open as Itachi entered the house. Coming to his father's room, he saw him sitting on the ground sipping tea calmly. Fugaku had a smile seeing his son, as not only this kid was talented, he was also very thoughtful, making him proud to have such a son. Father, I want to ask you something. Itachi ran towards his father and stood in front of him. Fugaku nodded in response. Father, do you have a friend called Kazuki Shiro? Itachi asked as he wanted to know more about that person who saved him and told him about life. How do you know him, Itachi? Fugaku was surprised as he put down the tea in his hand on the table and looked at him curiously for an answer. Father, I fell down from a cliff by mistake and that person saved me. Itachi was a bit guilty, but he didn't dare tell the truth that he nearly committed suicide. How can you be so careless, but it looks like I owe him twice now. Fugaku sighed as both father and son owed their lives to the same person. He is also known as Sword Demon in the ninja world. Remember Itachi, if you see him again treat him respectfully and if possible try to make a good relationship with him. Fugaku told his son about Kazuki but didn't forget to remind him to be polite to him. Fugaku wanted to have a good relationship with Kazuki, as with his talent he could, maybe not the fourth but the fifth or sixth would surely be Kazuki. Having a good relation with the future Hokage was extremely beneficial to the Uchiha, so he didn't want to let any chance for the rise of Uchiha go in vain. Itachi left the room of his father and was still surprised as he never thought the person who saved him was so powerful. He went back to his room and wrote the words that Kazuki told him on a diary, afraid of forgetting them. After that he went to meet a good friend of his, Uchiha Shisui, who trained him every day. Chapter 60, 60 Angry Kazuki. Sarutobi was standing at the gate wearing the Hokage robe. Opposite him stood Kazuki and behind him were more than 1,000 Konoha ninja. They were going with Kazuki to mist to support Danzo. Where the leaf dances, the fire blazes. The blaze of fire will light the entire village also, let the new leaves bud. You are the hope of the village, and it is about time when you protect the village, protect your family, and everyone. Sarutobi is giving a passionate speech boosting the morale of ninja. His speech lasted for a long time. When Kazuki under the stage was about to fall asleep, he finally stopped. Kazuki, these thousands shinobi are left in your care, you must protect Konoha. Sarutobi decided to let Kazuki command these thousands ninja to get his favor. Actually, rather than dealing with Kazuki, Sarutobi thought he could act generous towards Kazuki to win his favor and then he can be used by him. Don't worry, Lord Hokage, the result of the war will definitely end with Konoha's victory. How could Kazuki not understand Sarutobi's intention, but he didn't care much as long as he doesn't bother him or those he cares, he will also play ignorant. Haha, then I'm worry-free, but take this letter with you and show it to Danzo. Sarutobi clasped his hands and said earnestly and handed him a scroll. Kazuki shouted vigorously to ninja behind as the whole squad set off towards Mist. At this time, Shimura Danzo was sitting in the main seat of the command tent, watching the information sent by the roots in the village. Even if he is not in the village, but if there is any major event in the village, it can't escape his ears. Sarutobi, you handed over the command to a child, you will regret it. Shimura Danzo looked gloomy, looking at the information in his hand. He had already made the mental preparations to retreat to Konoha, but he received a letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen saying that there would be a ninja coming to help him soon and let him cooperate more. From Danzo's point of view, it would be good for both the upcoming ninja legion and Kazuki to obey his command. In this way, if the war is won, he will take the credit, but if they lost, the responsibility will be placed on Kazuki. Danzo-sama, the ninja of Kiri, destroyed one of our strongholds. At this moment, a root ninja suddenly broke in and reported to Danzo. Take a few ninjas to deal with them, and at the same time build a new stronghold. Danzo's face sank, and he said without hesitation. In the woods of the Land of Fire. Countless figures are constantly shuttling in the dense forest. Master Kazuki, it is expected that we will be able to reach the designated camping site before tonight. Do you have any instructions? At this time, a Hyuga clan ninja quickly came to Kazuki's side and said to Kazuki. Well, we have been running non-stop for a while, stop everyone so they can rest. Kazuki replied after thinking a little bit. Hyuga ninja responded, and immediately delivered the order to whole legion. Time passed quickly, and after an hour of rest they said of once again. Master Kazuki, the front line is only a mile away. At this time, Hyuga ninja came again, and notified Kazuki. Let everyone immediately organize themselves in formation, we need to show off the aura of ninja army. Master Danzo, we have detected the reinforcements, they will be here in 10 minutes. A root ninja appeared beside Danzo and said to Danzo. Danzo nodded, and the ninja of the root disappeared from command tent. Danzo thought for a while, decided to see the legion, then walked out of the tent and walked towards the entrance of the camp. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw from the dense forest in the distance walked out a uniform army. Even if Danzo has never met Kazuki before, he recognized him from his portraits and his unique temperament. Kazuki led the ninja army to the front of the camp, raised his right hand, and made a gesture, and the ninja army behind him suddenly stopped moving. Elder Danzo, this is our first official meeting. I didn't expect it to be on the battlefield. Kazuki said to Danzo in front of the camp. Kazuki Shiro, I don't know why Sarutobi will hand over the army behind to you, but now that you are here you will have to listen my command. After seeing Kazuki, Danzo said with a sullen face. Elder Danzo, this is a letter from Lord Hokage to you. Kazuki was a bit angry at his attitude, but he still held back and handed the letter of Sarutobi to him. After Danzo received the letter, he opened it and looked at it and saw it clearly stated that Kazuki had full command over this legion and Danzo can't interfere. Impossible, you forged this letter, it is impossible for Sarutobi to do this. Danzo angrily said to Kazuki, accusing him to lie in front of all the ninjas. After Kazuki heard Danzo's words, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold face, and at the same time a red light covered his body as he looked at Danzo. In an instant, Danzo felt his head spinning, nearly losing consciousness, but Danzo bit his tongue to stay awake as he fell on the ground on one knee, panting heavily. Danzo suddenly felt his neck tightened as Kazuki lifted him with one arm, looking at him. Who do you think you are? Kazuki looked at Danzo coldly, as the last thing he would bear was to be treated as a liar. Kazuki didn't even use his Haoshoku Haki seriously, but Danzo nearly lost consciousness. Kazuki Shiro, you won't have a good end if you do anything to me. Danzo said with difficulty as his neck was held by Kazuki tightly. Danzo wanted to fight back, but he didn't know why. In front of the aura of Kazuki, his hands were trembling, completely out of his control. So, he could only threaten Kazuki to let him go. Hello to everyone, to be honest, after reading the comments I'm also regretting letting others write it for me, but as I mentioned earlier, after the chapter 67 it's me writing once again and without cultivation vibe, just like before chapter 30. So if you can, please wait for the second volume to end. After all, I'm also trying to get over with this, and this mass release is its proof. This was my first book, so being overcautious cost me, but I will learn from my mistakes and try to increase the quality of the chapters. I guarantee you will see massive improvement from Chapter 68 and onwards. Chapter 61, 61 Humiliated Danzo. At this moment, the whole camp had a strange silence. Every ninja present looked towards the entrance of camp with shocked faces. The hero of Konoha, Sword Demon, held Elder Danzo, who was trembling like a little lamb ready to be slaughtered. Kazuki, don't you understand, let go of me. Danzo once again threatened Kazuki as this was all he could do. At this moment, numerous figures wearing animal masks on their face circled Kazuki. Kazuki, let go of Elder Danzo, otherwise we will take action. One of the root members spoke, trying to solve the matter peacefully but also told the consequences. Kazuki looked at the roots who surrounded him and a disdainful smile appeared. All the root members suddenly felt their mind blank and they all fell down, passed out. All the ninja around who saw the scene were horrified, as they were all nearly 100 root members and were all elites, but they passed out suddenly just by a stare. Next time, you better be polite towards me, otherwise you'll lose your puny life. Kazuki hit Danzo in his stomach, who flew away, destroying several tents before clashing on a big tree. Danzo vomited a mouthful of blood and then lay motionless on the ground, passed out. All of you saw that Elder Danzo refused Lord Hokage's order and tried to ruin my reputation. I'll send a report to Lord Hokage and now I'll be the commander, since Elder Danzo won't be getting better anytime soon. Now go back to your camps and prepare for the war, and somebody treat Elder Danzo as well. Everyone obediently went back to their camps as they were afraid of Kazuki after his display of terrifying power. Some ninja around were actually happy after seeing Danzo beaten, as he really didn't give the ninja here a good time. Kazuki, on the other hand, for the first time felt so comfortable since he came to Ninja World. He felt satisfaction from the deepest part of his heart after beating Danzo. Kazuki wasn't afraid that Sarutobi would take action against him after what he did to Danzo. Sarutobi needs his strength to deal with Mist, so he will hold back until the war is over and then think of a way to deal with him. But at that time, he would be even more stronger, and Sarutobi will only dig his own grave if he attacked him. Kazuki-sama, the main army of Mist is only 30 miles away from here and they will reach here by tomorrow. A ninja of the Hyuga clan reported the situation of Mist to Kazuki. Who is leading them and how many strong guys do they have? It's Mizukage Yagura along with 3 remaining swordsmen in the patriarch of Kagaya clan and Yuki clan. The Hyuga ninja reported the whole situation to Kazuki. Order everyone to get ready, we will meet Yagura tomorrow and search for a person named Might Die. If he is here, then send him to me. Hyuga ninja left the camp executing his task as Kazuki sat back at the main seat thinking of Dai. The only person in the ninja world today who has the ability to kill him is Might Die. If Dai opens all 8 doors, even if he had the full strength of Shanks, he didn't have much confidence. He wanted Dai to deal with the patriarch of Kagaya and Yuki clan while he will finish Yagura himself if he doesn't surrender after that. After a few minutes, a person wearing green tights with thick eyebrows and watermelon head entered the camp. You summoned me, Lord Kazuki. Dai was a bit surprised since he who was known as Eternal Genin was called by the Sword Demon himself. Just call me Kazuki, please have a seat. Kazuki welcomed Dai politely and gestured him to sit down. Dai obediently sat aside, though he was surprised since this was the first time he was given such respect. You are Guy's father, right? Kazuki started the conversation with a friendly question. Do you know Guy, Kazuki-sama? Dai was surprised as he never expected someone as famous as Kazuki to know his son. Haha, Guy is one of my best friends, we were together in ninja school. He always told everyone that he idolized his father and wanted to be like him. Kazuki praised Dai, who was in his tears after knowing that his son loved him so much. After some friendly chat, Kazuki finally came to the topic. What, you want me to deal with the patriarch of 2 big clans? Dai was surprised by his words as he knew how strong those 2 were. Dai-san, I know you have a jutsu that can increase your strength, and all I want you to do is to just keep them in check while I'll deal with Yagura. Kazuki didn't want Dai to open all 8 gates, just by relying on 7 gates he could defeat them both. Though Dai was curious that how Kazuki knew about his jutsu, but he didn't ask and just left after agreeing to deal with those 2. Chapter 62, 62 Fight Against Mist. After breakfast, Kazuki ordered the Hyuga ninja to summon the ninja army. Kazuki stood in front of the camp, facing more than 2,000 ninjas in front of him. Listen, many of you here are my elders, and many of them are children who have just graduated from the ninja academy. Everyone could have kept on living the peaceful life, but because of the invasion of other ninja villages. For their selfish desires, our village is under threat. Our relatives are under threat. Can we retreat? No, we can't, we only have one way to fight them and protect our village. Kazuki stood in front of the camp and gave an impassioned pre-war speech. After hearing everyone's passionate voice, Kazuki nodded in satisfaction. The army of more than 2,000 ninjas followed Kazuki in an orderly manner. Kurigakure frontline camp. At this time, the 4th Mizukage Yagura was sitting on the main seat of the camp. Lord Mizukage, that turtle Danzo has made so many fake strongholds to delay our marching speed so that Konoha's reinforcements can arrive. We should attack them immediately with our full power before their reinforcements arrive and also kill that coward Danzo. The patriarch of the Yuki clan suggested to Yagura. Very well, what are your opinions? After listening to him, Yagura glanced at the shinobi who were sitting around, and then asked. I agree, I have endured it for a long time, I can't wait to attack them and catch that bastard Danzo. The patriarch of the Kagaya clan, Haichi, agreed with the suggestion. At this time, the Juzo who was sitting on the side was a bit hesitant to speak, but he was soon discovered Yagura. What's the matter, Juzo? Yagura looked at Juzo in doubt, and then asked. I think that we should first see where Sword Demon is. If he is still in the land of fire, I suggest that we should be more cautious. Juzo was obviously frightened by Kazuki, and he actually said such words on this occasion. Juzo really didn't expect that you would be scared like this by a 12-year-old child. Whenever you hear his name you nearly pee your pants. Haichi had been dissatisfied with him for a long time, so he provoked him. Enough. Juzo, just sit down, you don't need to worry about Sword Demon, no one has seen him for nearly 2 years, so there's no need to worry. Yagura was also a little annoyed when he heard what Juzo said. He wondered why he chose him as the user of the executioner's sword at the beginning. At this moment, suddenly a ninja of mist broke in. Lord Mizukage, we found the trail of Konoha ninja, there are about 2,000 people, rushing towards our camp. Mist ninja walked to the side of Yagura and said. 2,000 ninjas of Konoha. How far are they from here? After hearing this, Yagura asked rhetorically. There are about 10 miles away, and it is estimated that it will take less than 10 minutes to reach our camp. The ninja replied respectfully. Okay, then we will meet them head on. Yakura stood up when he heard that Konoha's ninja are about to attack, and said firmly. After hearing the words of Yagura, the mist ninjas in the room also showed a bloodthirsty smile. Yagura summoned the mist army after stepping out of the headquarters, and marched towards the direction of the Konoha army. Finally the two armies met, in a clear field near the border of Land of Fire. Kazuki walked at the forefront of the team and saw at a glance, the ninja at the core of the opposing team, Yagura. A baby-faced small man, just looking at his appearance compared with the ferocious mist ninjas next to him, he was completely a child. And just as Kazuki noticed Yagura, Yagura also saw Kazuki standing in front of Konoha army. Wearing a fit purple kimono, a little bit of the chest can be seen along with muscles and the exposed arms, you can see that it is full of explosive power. Short black hair with some strands of red hair in front, handsome appearance, determined eyes, Yagura could feel the suffocating pressure from Kazuki even from far. Sword Demon, he is Sword Demon. At this time, Juzo exclaimed, obviously he will not forget the figure that appeared in his nightmares countless times. After hearing Juzo's words, Yagura looked at Kazuki with amazement. No wonder he felt such suffocating pressure from him, his reputation was well deserved. At this time, Kazuki also saw the Juzo on the opposite side, so he raised his left hand and waved at him with a smile on his face. Yagura, who had been paying attention to Kazuki, also saw this gesture, and his face suddenly became gloomy thinking that he looked down on them. Juzo obviously took a step back after noticing Kazuki's gesture, and soon he reflected that he is now in the core area of the Mist Ninja Legion. Kazuki should not be able to rush over directly, so he stopped rushing back but still dare not look at Kazuki directly. Are you Sword Demon? Do you think you can deal with all of us alone, and where's that turtle Danzo? Yagura was very angry at Kazuki's gesture, so he said sarcastically. Haha, Elder Danzo is sick, I don't know how he got sick suddenly, but to deal with you guys I'm enough. Kazuki provoked Yagura but was also helpless at Danzo who had enemies everywhere. Facing Kazuki's provocation, Yagura obviously couldn't help it, so he waved his hand to signal the ninjas behind him to prepare for battle. Since you are here today, then, don't even think of leaving. Yagura said to Kazuki, and at the same time waved the black iron rod in his hand to signal the ninjas behind him to release ninjutsu as the war against Mist began. Chapter 63, 63 Defeat of Mist. Water Style. Water Dragon Jutsu. Water Style. Water Dragon Jutsu. The numerous shinobi who were behind Yagura immediately made several hand signs and sprouted out numerous water dragons. Those dragons all combined together forming a big one nearly 50 meters high and equally wide pouncing towards Konoha army. One sword style. Half moon. Kazuki held Shisui in his right hand and waved the sword towards the approaching water dragon. A crescent-shaped huge red slash appeared as it flew towards the water dragon. The water dragon burst open immediately and the sword aura without weakening drowned on the mist shinobi in its way. Damn, is this even swordsmanship? The red slash fell on the ground killing every Kiri shinobi and a long slash mark appeared on the ground. The ninja who survived the attack looked at the slash mark on the ground, their hands trembling from fear. Yagura looked at the sight in front, his face showing an ugly expression. I don't want the ninja of my village to lose their lives, so, let me give you a gift. Kazuki said to Yagura, and Yagura immediately had a bad premonition. Kazuki stood in front, was facing the mist shinobi, his expression calm, but whether it was the mist shinobi in front or Konoha army behind, all of them even forgot to breathe and looked at Kazuki wondering what would he do. Red light flashed in the black pupils of Kazuki. From a distance, one could see that with Kazuki as the center, a transparent red shock wave spread out, passing over the bodies of the mist ninja. The mist ninjas only felt a strong aura invading, and whether it was Genin, Chunin or Jonin, all of them suddenly fell down like puppets cut from their strings. Kazuki didn't use Haoshoku Haki against Yagura and the patriarch of two clans, so they stood there unharmed. It was also the first time Kazuki used this trick in a crowded place, and couldn't help but marvel at the power of it. Damn it, is this the real strength of Sword Demon? How could he be so strong? Yagura looked around and saw from the nearly 8,000 ninja he brought, only him and the patriarch of Kagaya and Yuki clan were left standing. Only when I really face Kazuki, can I understand the nightmare and the fear of Juzo. Haichi looked at the unbelievable sight around, his heart beating fast from fear. Long live Kazuki-sama. Long live Kazuki-sama. Behind Kazuki, the ninja of Konoha started to cheer after watching the unheard sight that occurred in front. We don't need to fight anymore. The ninja behind all felt immense gratitude towards Kazuki as they knew that the war was almost over before it started. If they had fought, who knows how many of them would have died, but Kazuki saved the lives of everyone. Hearing the shouts behind, Kazuki felt immense satisfaction in his heart. He knew he had saved the lives of countless people and felt all the hardships he had to go through to gain the strength he had today was worth it. Kazuki stepped forward and said to Yagura, who stood in the center of numerous bodies. Give up, Yagura, if you fight then all these shinobi beside you will lose their lives. Kazuki wasn't joking, since even a kid could kill all the passed out ninja in front easily. There's no way we will give up. At this time Haichi shouted like a mad dog and immediately ran towards Kazuki to attack him. Yagura wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Seventh Gate of Shock. Open. At this moment, a person wearing green tights and watermelon head with chakra hovering around him appeared in front of Haichi, kicking him. Haichi saw the attack and immediately made a bone armor around him, but it was useless as the bone armor broke immediately and the kick fell on his chest. Haichi flew away, hitting the ground several meters away, coughing up blood, and passed out the next moment. Who's that, so powerful? It's the eternal Genin Dai. How could he be so strong? Kazuki praised, looking at Dai, who roared in front of the whole Konoha army announcing his youth. This is the last warning, Yagura, accept defeat, otherwise none of you will leave alive. Kazuki didn't want to kill these all 8,000 shinobi, but if Yagura refused he wouldn't mind being called a butcher. Yagura fell on his knees, his eyes blank, completely giving up. You'll be in our custody until Mist retreats completely, and you also need to pay Konoha a huge price as a compensation. You have no right to refuse as losers, right? Yagura didn't resist, his eyes were still blank from what happened here and wanted this nightmare to end as soon as possible. Bind him and all of these Mist shinobi as well. Kazuki ordered, looked at the army behind, who immediately started executing his orders. A legend took place against the battle with Mist. Konoha's sword demon defeated the Mist village alone, and catching Mizukage and all Mist shinobi alive was recorded in the history of Ninja World. Chapter 64, 64 Sarutobi's Plan. The news of the defeat of the Mist spread throughout the ninja world. For a time, the fierce war in the entire ninja world suddenly calmed down a lot. The entire ninja world has been paying attention to the matter of Mist's invasion in the Land of Fire. They knew that the future trend of war depended on it. It can be said that as long as Mist succeeds, Konoha will be in a lot of trouble. The 4 big ninja villages would carve up Konoha, the big fat sheep, but no one thought that Sword Demon was already strong enough to fight the village on his own. Capture the Mizukage and all the opposite shinobi alive. It was a news that no one could believe, but the facts were in front. Mizukage was humiliated as he accepted the defeat himself in the sea of bodies beside him. It was a terrifying sight. Kurigakure paid a huge amount of compensation just to free their ninja and accepted their defeat withdrawing from the war. Konoha got enough compensation to fight even more years. And the name Sword Demon is once again firmly remembered by the major shinobi villages. This is no longer a rising star, this strength is already nearly comparable to the first Hokage. Moreover, in the battle with Mist, along with Kazuki, there was also Might Dai who entered the sight of the major shinobi villages. Everyone saw him using a powerful jutsu which shook the entire battlefield and defeated the patriarch of Kagaya clan with a single strike. And because of his powerful physical skills and violent aura he had after opening the 8 inner gates, he was given the name Konoha's Blue Tiger. He was also included in the list of S-rank ninjas by major ninja villages. But just as the war was won, some people in Konoha were dissatisfied with Kazuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground, and with a bang, the fragments were scattered all over the floor. Bastard! How dare he, doesn't he know that Danzo is an elder? Sarutobi was very angry at Kazuki who dared to attack Danzo, and to him it was the same as attacking him. Sarutobi, you should think about dealing with Kazuki, he is developing too fast. Homura Mitokado who stood on the side looked at the angry Sarutobi and said, "It was a mistake when you didn't give Kazuki to Danzo at the beginning, Danzo would have planted a curse seal on him and no matter how talented he was he could only obey." Kaharu Uditane on the side said, dissatisfied with Sarutobi. "Humph, what's the point of saying this now, let's think of a way to limit him." Sarutobi said with a gloomy face, he knew that in Konoha there was no one who could deal with Kazuki alone and a more thoughtful plan was needed. "Sarutobi, you know he has just won the war for us, and his reputation is too high now, we need to wait for some time and then think of a way to deal with him." Konoha Uditane was a bit angry at being helpless to deal with Kazuki, but she also, if they did something to Kazuki the war that is about to end may erupt again. "Yes, Sarutobi, you need to think of a way to lower his reputation, only then we could deal with him." Homura also agreed with Kaharu. "I already have a solution for this matter, after the war, I will convene the shinobi meeting. I am going to make Minato the 4th Hokage. With him becoming the Hokage, it will automatically decrease the reputation of Kazuki a lot and then we'll deal with him and I already have a plan." "What are you going to do?" Kaharu asked, a bit curious, wondering which method could succeed in dealing with a monster like Kazuki. "I plan to train a Anbu and let him learn a jutsu which even if the first Hokage was here, would not be able to stop if it's successful." Sarutobi said, but his heart was shaken also as he knew he was about to kill someone who fought for the village. Both Homura and Kaharu were happy as they knew since Sarutobi said it, then it means the end of Kazuki is near. "Haha, but we still have to reward him now, after all he is the hero of Konoha." Homura laughed as Kaharu also had a laugh along with him, as no matter who it was, he can't escape their calculations. "But is it really right this way? I mean he really fought for Konoha, and in the matter with Danzo, it was Danzo's fault who first accused him in front of so many people." Sarutobi still had a shred of humanity left in him as even his numb heart was a bit shaken hearing their laugh. "Sarutobi, you can't back down now, it's already too late, if you don't do anything Danzo will attack Kazuki himself and you know he's not his opponent." Kaharu and Homura immediately persuaded Sarutobi as they could sense this time his words were true, not deceiving them. "I'll retire completely after dealing with Kazuki, since I can't command other ninjas with a guilty heart." Sarutobi finally agreed to deal with Kazuki for the sake of his friend, as even some villains had limits which they didn't want to cross, and Sarutobi, who wanted to cross this limit, decided to punish himself this way. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666 closing parenthesis. Chapter 65, 65 Uchiha Fukashi. After Kazuki defeated the Mist, Stone Village also got devastated by Minato, who defeated 1,000 shinobi of stone. This forced Onoki to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. The Sand Village also retreated after successive defeats by the hands of Tsunade and Tsukumo along with other big clans of Konoha. The retreat of the three big nations announced the end of the vigorous Third Ninja World War. Of course, the result of the war ultimately ended in Konoha's victory. And in this Third Ninja World War, whether it was a victorious or a defeated nation, the painful price was paid. In this war, Stone lost their Five Tails Jinchuriki along with the front-line commander Akatsuchi. Cloud also lost their one of the strongest ninja, the Third Raikage. On the contrary, Sand Ninja Village has the most complete preservation of combat power. Originally, after the disappearance of the Third Kazekage, they were caught unprepared. But at the moment of crisis, their elite Jonin Rasa stepped forward and took the position of Fourth Kazekage, and along with Chiyo and Ebizo he took measures to solve the crisis. In addition, due to not being able to face Kazuki, they gave Konoha the most tough time and were able to preserve their combat power. The fourth Mizukage along with the whole army was defeated by Kazuki, so he was called the weakest Mizukage ever. In addition, 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed. The whole Mist Village is in doubt about whether Yagura is really worthy to lead them. And the daimyo of the Land of Water is already thinking to replace him, which makes Yagura hate Kazuki now. And Konoha was besieged by 4 villages. Even with Kazuki's existence, war still killed hundreds of jonin, several elite jonin, and thousands of chunin. So even if they won the war, but no one was happy on this victory, almost everyone had lost friends who knew each other, and even their relatives died on the battlefield. It can be said that the war has been won, but everyone still hopes that the war will not happen again and this cycle of hatred can stop. White Zetsu told all the information collected during this period to Uchiha Madara and Fukashi Uchiha. When I heard this familiar name this time, Fukashi Uchiha inevitably felt a little emotional in his heart. Uchiha Fukashi, in Ninja Academy, was in the same class of Kazuki. His talent has always been average, always in the middle ranks. Because of this reason he was always ridiculed by his fellow Uchiha. He didn't blame anyone for this injustice as he believed that this world was wrong. Some were talented, some were average. He wanted to change this world and make it completely fair for everyone. But sadly, he didn't have the power to do so. During the war, he was seriously injured by a Kumo shinobi, and when he thought he would die, he was saved by someone and brought to this underground cave and met an old man. Then, he learned that the sick old man in front was his ancestor Uchiha Madara. Madara told him that there was a way to create a world that was fair for everyone and also started training him as his successor. Due to stimulus in the battle against Kumo when he was about to die, he had already evolved his Sharingan to 3 Tomo. Under Madara's teaching, his strength grew rapidly and he also learned that there was a higher state of Sharingan which Madara had promised to help him to attain it. He worked so hard just to realize his dream and to create a beautiful world. But now when he learned that Kazuki defeated the whole mist alone, he was a bit emotional and worried also. He had a hunch that Kazuki might be the biggest obstacle in his way to create a fair world. It seems that the biggest problem in the plan is Kazuki Shiro. After listening to Zetsu's information, Uchiha Madara was also little surprised at Kazuki's talent. The strength that Zetsu described was already quite close to his and Hashirama's peak strength. It seems that he will be your biggest opponent. Then Uchiha Madara said to Fukashi Uchiha, who was lost in his thoughts. Madara has been all this time, trying his best to teach Fukashi Uchiha. But even if Fukashi's learning speed is already quite fast, his current strength is still far from Madara's expectations. Especially now that there is Kazuki in the ninja world. He didn't want someone who he trained with so much care, to die in the hands of Kazuki if they face each other in the future. Looks like I need to help him open Mangekyo after all. Madara's time was running out and in order to face Kazuki, at least Mangekyo was required for Fukashi. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666 closing parenthesis. Chapter 66, 66 Summary. This is the summary of chapter 66 because the real chapter had too much cringe content. As I said before, I didn't write the second volume, so please wait for the third volume. Chapter 66, even for me, the way it is written is hard to accept, so I will just give a brief overview which won't affect your understanding of the plot. The war ends, Minato defeats Stone Village destroying 1,000 stone shinobi. Kazuki on his way back along with the army, meets Jiraiya and Minato and after some simple greetings, they decide to go together. Kazuki learns about Obito who is still alive and is already back to the village. When they return to the village, the villagers only look at them Kazuki, Jiraiya, Minato for a few seconds and then immediately start looking for their loved ones whether they are back or not. Then they march towards Konoha Cemetery where they see off those who were sacrificed in the war and also listen to the tearful speech of Sarutobi. After this, Sarutobi holds a short ceremony and reward those who performed well in the war. Kazuki and Dai are promoted to Jonin. Chapter 67, 67 Gathering. After the ceremony ended it was already evening, Kazuki walked towards his home. Kazuki heard that the troops at the Sand Village had returned in the morning. He knew both Kurenai and Shizune were in the sand battlefield, and according to their character they would surely be in his home. As soon as he walked to the gate, Kazuki heard a mess in the yard, looks like a lot of people were gathered. During this period in the war, Kurenai must have experienced a lot of things in the war, and she must have matured a lot. Thinking of this, Kazuki smiled and shook his head. This is also a good thing for Kurenai. The more strong she is, the more assured he will be. As soon as Kazuki opened the door, he saw the familiar figure in the courtyard. But before he could react, a tearful figure threw into his arms. This figure is Kurenai with crystal tears hanging in the corners of her eyes, holding Kazuki tightly, but due to his height she hardly reached his chest. Kurenai said, her voice was filled with relief and happiness. Throughout the Third Ninja World War, Kurenai has been in the sand front line. She knew with Kazuki's strength few people can hurt him, but even so in these 2 years she was always worried. Today, as soon as she arrived back to Konoha, she inquired about him but was disappointed that he still wasn't back, but after learning that he would be back till noon, she had an idea. Kurenai proposed to her friends to wait for Kazuki at his home, and give Kazuki a surprise, and infiltrating a house was easy for a ninja. At this moment, Kurenai just wanted to hold Kazuki tightly, unwilling to let go for a moment, for fear that Kazuki would disappear as soon as she let go. I knew this is a bit exaggerated, but it's fantasy, don't judge it according to what happens in reality. After all, I can't write a long hot kiss between children out of nowhere. At this time, Kazuki also gently hugged Kurenai and stroked her hair, happy to see her again. After a long time, Kurenai suddenly reacted. There were still many people here watching them, and suddenly she broke away from Kazuki's arms with her face totally red. Kazuki gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her red eyes with his hands, and then looked at everyone in the yard. Compared with the classmates who filled the yard at the last gathering, there are fewer familiar figures this time, and even those figures that are still alive are obviously much more mature. You didn't get hurt, right, Shizune? Kazuki arrived near Shizune, rubbing her head, and looked at her, who also had matured a lot after the war. To Kazuki, she was like his little sister and he didn't want anyone to hurt her. Of course, who could hurt me? After all, me and Kurenai are both the disciples of Lady Tsunade now. Kazuki was surprised that even Kurenai was accepted as a disciple, but it only made him happy as she would be strong enough to protect herself if she trained under Tsunade. After greeting Shizune, Kazuki looked towards his other friends in the yard. Kazuki saw that Obito was standing there, Nohara Rin was still alive, and Kakashi did not have the Sharingan, which also shows that his appearance has changed the destiny of many people. Kazuki knows Obito being alive means, Madara must have found someone else who he was totally ignorant about. But even if he knew this, Kazuki didn't care, no matter who it is, he had the confidence to deal with him. After experiencing this war, Obito obviously matured a lot, and there was an obvious scar on his face. This scar also proved what danger he had experienced. If it was the old Obito, he would have already ran to him and started showing off his deeds in the war. But now Obito is standing quietly beside Kakashi, giving time to him to reminisce with Kurenai and Shizune. Kakashi was also obviously calmer, and his aura was peaceful, not cold or confused like shown in the original. This also makes Kazuki happy that one of his best friend could live happily, unlike the Kakashi who would read Ika Ika Paradise every day, always lost in the past. As Kazuki looked at them, Obito also walked over, lightly hit Kazuki's chest with his fist, and said with a smile, "Welcome back, Kazuki, we have been waiting for you for a long time." Might Guy, Kakashi and others also came forward, greeting each other happily as laughter echoed in the small house of Kazuki. The night lasted for a long time, because these friends wanted too much to say on this reunion. Chapter 68, 68 Training Itachi. Volume 3, Akagami Shanks. At a forest near Uchiha clan. Itachi, do you know? The only thing that can burn leaves is fire. Uchiha Itachi, who was only 4 years old, could not fully understand the meaning of this sentence. He just looked at one of the friend of his father and the famous sword demon, Kazuki Shiro. It's been a month since the end of the Third World War. Kazuki, who would train in the forest, found Itachi quite a few times training here also. Kazuki decided to let this kid join him, not because he just wanted to train him physically but also mentally. Kazuki knows that Itachi thinks too much and was always confused between village and his clan. Sarutobi and Danzo used this confusion of his to let him do whatever they want. At that time, Itachi was only 12 or 13, how could he guess the thoughts of the old foxes like Sarutobi and Danzo? He killed his clan for the village's sake, rather than that if he had killed Danzo and few of those people from the clan who wanted to rebel, things would have been different. Fugaku did told Itachi it wasn't his will to rebel, but the village and the clan members left him with no other option. Sarutobi, who was the biggest coward, would have immediately withdrawn the sanctions imposed on Uchiha, easing the conflict between them and village. Itachi, from the words, leaf and fire, probably guessed what Kazuki wanted to express. Lord Kazuki, you mean to say, the leaf dances, the fire blazes, the shadow of the fire will continue to illuminate the village and the new leaves will bud. This sentence is Konoha's classic inheritance discourse. It has been passed down from the first Hokage, till the third Hokage. The starting point of this sentence is good, but time will eventually change anything. No, it shouldn't be time, but desire, greed, and even more, the human heart. Hearing Itachi's words, Kazuki smiled. Itachi, do you really think that the blaze of the fire will illuminate the village? No. The fire will only become more and more prosperous, and the village will be burned away. Some sentences above from another fiction. Kazuki didn't wanted to turn Itachi against the village since a few decades ago. The will of fire was true, but now it has been corrupted by Sarutobi. Uchiha Itachi had a black face with a question mark. Can this sentence be interpreted like this? Itachi didn't understand what Kazuki meant, he just stared blankly at Kazuki, who would tell him different and interesting things every day. Listen, Itachi, always be patient and don't make a decision hurriedly, because sometimes what seems right is utterly wrong. Don't try to shoulder everything yourself, trust others and have faith in them, but you should also have the eye to judge whether someone is worthy of your trust or not. Now, go back, it's quite late, ready, you should leave. Kazuki saw the setting sun and decided to end today's training. Lord Kazuki, can I bring my friend with me tomorrow? Itachi wanted his best friend to meet Kazuki so that even he could listen to interesting things that Kazuki would tell him every day. Kazuki guessed immediately who it would be and actually wanted to meet him also. Itachi bowed politely to Kazuki and then ran back towards his home. I hope my words can change you. Kazuki looked at Itachi running towards his home and hoped that he could change his fate also. Patriarch Fugaku's residence. Itachi entered his house and started to remove his shoes. Don't train too much, Itachi, now go and wash your hands, dinner is ready. Uchiha Makoto was worried for her son, who unlike other children would never play with anyone and would train every day. Itachi, after washing his hands, came to his father, who like always had a stern expression on his face. Seeing his son, the eyes of Fugaku had a puzzling look, as Itachi nowadays was a bit different, he was a bit more cheerful and more easy to talk. How's your training going, Itachi? Fugaku asked, since he wanted to know what changed his son. Father, Shisui trains with me every day and even Lord Kazuki would guide me also. What, Kazuki, he trains you? Fugaku was surprised as his son never told him about this matter before. Lord Kazuki practices near the forest of our clan, I met him quite a few times and suddenly he started to guide me. Fugaku was more and more happy to know that his son had established a good relationship with Kazuki. Kazuki was the strongest in Konoha and no one ever denied it. 1 versus 1, no one was his opponent and his words carried a lot of weight. If he could side with Uchiha, a lot of things that they want to achieve can be successful. Fugaku laughed thinking of this and was satisfied by his son, who never let him down. Chapter 69, 69 Shisui Uchiha. The noon sun shone on the woods as it revealed the scenery below of the quiet and the beautiful forest. I'm Shisui Uchiha, it's an honor to meet you, Kazuki-senpai. Among the woods of the forest, stood 3 figures. Don't be so formal, just call me Kazuki. Kazuki said, looking at the boy in front with short unkempt black hair and black eyes and broad nose with a gray shirt having a broad collar covering his neck. Shisui, since you want to train under me then you'll have to be punctual, do you understand? Kazuki had already decided he will accept both Itachi and Shisui as his students. Shisui was excited since he idolized Kazuki and his goal has always been to surpass him. Kazuki was only 4 years older than him, but he had such strength and reputation making him admire Kazuki. Attack me, Shisui, I want to see your strength. Kazuki first wanted to know about his strength and then formulate a plan for him. Please be careful, Kazuki-senpai. Shisui jumped back, creating some distance from Kazuki, and Itachi stood aside watching their fight. Shisui took out few shurikens from his ninja bag, throwing them towards Kazuki. With Uchiha clan's unique throwing technique, shurikens enclosed on Kazuki, blocking his retreat. Kazuki smiled looking at the shurikens and just narrowed his eyes slightly. The shurikens in the air seemed to be stuck by something, immediately blown away. While Kazuki dealt with shurikens, Shisui quickly closed the distance between them, his sword slashing towards Kazuki. Commented Kazuki as he clamped the sword with his middle and index fingers and kicked Shisui in his stomach. Shisui turned into smoke, disappearing before Kazuki's eyes. Fire style. Fire dragon jutsu. Kazuki heard a voice from behind as a fire dragon roared towards him. The dragon, like the shurikens before, seemed to be stuck by something, immediately dissipating in the air. Shisui jumped out from the woods as he stood in front of Kazuki. You're really strong, Kazuki-senpai, I couldn't even touch you, but I still have something I didn't show you yet. Shisui, with 2 tomo spinning in his red eyes, looked at Kazuki as he immediately folded several seals and shouted. Two Shisui ran opposite to each other enclosing Kazuki as they kept increasing and one of them attacked Kazuki. Kazuki easily blocked his kick with his hands and pushed him back. Kazuki immediately remembered that in anime Shisui was famous this for jutsu and had a nickname, Shisui of the Body Flicker. Really a good jutsu Shisui, but coincidentally I have the perfect way to counter it. Kazuki looked at numerous Shisui in front and said lightly. Shisui immediately got vigilant as his Sharingan spun sharply focusing on Kazuki. Kazuki used his observation haki and immediately found the real Shisui, after which he exerted some force on his feet disappearing immediately. Shisui felt a light tap on his shoulder from behind as he saw Kazuki looking at him with a smile. What horrifying speed, my Sharingan couldn't catch him at all. Shisui was horrified looking at Kazuki, shocked by his strength. You really are a genius Shisui, with your current strength even a Tokubetsu Jonin would have a hard time against you. Kazuki praised Shisui as in some ways Shisui was even better than Kakashi of the same age. I'm still far from you, senpai. Shisui was depressed since he couldn't even touch Kazuki. Don't get impatient, sometimes result doesn't matter, all you need to know is that you gave it your all and that's enough. Kazuki tapped Shisui on his shoulders encouraging him. Shisui smiled hearing his words as he kind of felt relieved after listening to him. Now let's start training, Itachi start your shuriken training and you Shisui wear these weights, you need to strengthen your body, don't just keep focusing on ninjutsu. Kazuki handed Shisui the weights that he had kept in the system space who immediately put them on and started his training. Kazuki also unsheathed his sword as no matter how strong he was he still had to complete the daily sword swinging task. The setting sun with its red glow dyed the whole sky. Shisui fell down on the ground after completing a high-intensity workout with weights on and even Itachi beside couldn't withstand the whole day of training. I wasn't expecting you both to last this long, so, as a reward I'll treat you both to ramen. Kazuki was really satisfied with his near-future students as they really had the will to endure any hardship. Both Shisui and Itachi unknowingly started calling Kazuki sensei, who didn't mind and was happy he had two genius students. Let's go, I'm really hungry. Kazuki moved forward as both Shisui and Itachi stood up with difficulty and followed him, but both of them had a satisfied smile on their faces as they liked such peaceful times. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666 closing parenthesis. Chapter 70 Farewell. The silvery moonlight sprinkled on Konoha lighting up the whole village. The flow of the people didn't decrease as the streets were filled with families out for fun. Both Shisui and Itachi clasped their hands in front as they started digging in the ramen. Shisui, what is the village to you? Kazuki, who sat beside them, asked him since he wanted to know whether he was completely brainwashed or was there a hope for recovery. Sensei, to me village is a family that I need to protect no matter what happens. Shisui answered honestly, though a bit surprised why Kazuki would ask such a question suddenly. Then, for the village, can you kill your comrades or even your own family? Kazuki didn't look at him as he kept his head down eating the ramen. Shisui was speechless as no matter how he tried to answer but words were stuck in his mouth. There is no need for you to answer it now. Kazuki stopped him from thinking too much and motioned him to eat. Kazuki hoped that under his guidance, the naive Shisui could be able to correct his thoughts. Shisui started eating once again, but his eyes were a bit lost, obviously thinking of his question. Kazuki heard the voice from behind and saw Kurenai with Shizune and a blonde-haired woman looking at him. Due to Kazuki becoming a Jonin, he didn't need to perform tasks with his squad, and with his strength he was completely free to do whatever he wants. But Shizune and Kurenai were students of Tsunade, so they always trained under her strict guidance every day. Kurenai, Shizune and Lady Tsunade. Kazuki was surprised to see them and immediately stood up and greeted them. Kid, my students told me you used to bully them. Tsunade asked, looking at Kazuki and didn't care for much manners as she was a carefree person, and moreover no matter how strong Kazuki was, to her he was just a child. Haha, how could I bully them, Lady Tsunade? Kazuki laughed, explaining that he was innocent as he really didn't want to feel her punch. Shizune and Kurenai laughed at Kazuki, happy that there was finally someone who could teach Kazuki a lesson for them. Why don't you join us, Lady Tsunade? Kazuki invited them to join them and they agreed since they were hungry after the training. They sat beside them on the stool as Kazuki ordered ramen for them. I really wanted to thank you, Lady Tsunade, for taking care of them during the war. Kazuki was really grateful to her since with her protection nothing bad happened to them. Due to his appearance, Kazuki wasn't sure whether Kurenai and Shizune could survive the war like they did in the original. Kazuki didn't save Obito, but he was still alive, which clearly showed that even his slight action could change many things. I didn't do much, they are really talented and survived the war themselves. Tsunade waved her hands in a carefree manner praising her students as both girls showed a proud expression. Tsunade finally noticed Shisui and Itachi sitting on the right of Kazuki and her brows wrinkled a bit since she also saw the flag emblem behind their back. They are my future students, hey, introduce yourself. Kazuki urged both of them. I'm Shisui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Tsunade. Both Shisui and Itachi stood up and introduced themselves, bowing slightly. Tsunade was surprised by their polite manners as in her memory Uchiha were all arrogant but these two kids were completely different. Kid, I think you already know and I don't need to say this, that taking students from Uchiha could cause you trouble. Tsunade knew about her teacher that he would immediately become suspicious of Kazuki when he knows that he took students from Uchiha. Haha, there's nothing to worry Lady Tsunade, since I accepted them as my students I naturally am confident to deal with any trouble. How could Kazuki not understand what she was talking about, but with his strength he wasn't afraid of anyone in the village. Tsunade shrugged her shoulders and didn't say any more as she started to eat the ramen in front. Kazuki, I wanted to tell you something. Kurenai, who sat beside Tsunade, suddenly spoke looking at him. What's the matter? Asked Kazuki. Lady Tsunade is going to leave the village tomorrow, me and Shizune are going along with her. Kurenai was a bit sad since she was going to separate from Kazuki but she had to go with her to attain enough strength to fight side by side with him in the future. No need to be so sad, I will always come to meet you when I have time. Kazuki saw her sad and stood up, arriving near her patting her head. Kazuki was actually happy that she was going with Tsunade. Not only will she become stronger under her guidance but also with Tsunade her safety was guaranteed. Even if she has fear of blood, Tsunade wasn't so powerless that anyone could kill her. Kurenai immediately became happy hearing his words. Kazuki nodded assuring Kurenai. After eating, Kazuki said goodbye to everyone but he didn't know that many people in the village who recognized him has already seen him with the Uchiha and rumors started brewing. Chapter 71, 71 Frustrated Danzo. The sun hangs high in the sky, spreading its heat and light impartially to the ninja world. Hey, do you know what I saw? Kazuki-sama training the kids of Uchiha clan. There's a rumor that he took those kids as his students. Why those arrogant people? On the streets, people stood together forming a circle sharing their thoughts on the recent big news. These days Sarutobi was in a good mood, he has already nominated Minato as the 4th Hokage. While his friend Danzo was against his decision but the daimyo of the Land of Fire ultimately made decision in his favor. At this moment Sarutobi had a perverted smile on his face looking at the sight presented on the glass ball in front. Hehe, new generation really didn't let me down. Looking at the figures of the young girls, Sarutobi really missed his youthful days but now he was already an old man, thoroughly. Sarutobi immediately put away the wretched expression and straightened up putting the demeanor of the Hokage as the door was pushed open and his old friend Danzo strode in. What's the matter, Danzo? Sarutobi was curious as he saw the expression on Danzo's face was irritable. Hiruzen, when are we going to deal with that kid? Danzo after getting beaten by Kazuki last time was left on the bed for a whole month. After waking up, he was about to gather his whole organization to attack Kazuki but Sarutobi stopped him and told him his plan to deal with Kazuki which he made together with 2 elders. When Danzo heard his plan he agreed immediately and also gave the anbu that Sarutobi was teaching, something that would make sure he would succeed. Today when he was discussing with Orochimaru about transplanting the first Hokage cells, the root ninja informed him of the rumor outside. Kazuki plus Uchiha, hearing these 2 names together in succession, Danzo was riled up. He couldn't wait anymore and came straight to Sarutobi. Sarutobi guessed that something must have happened that made Danzo so angry. Danzo informed him about the rumor circulating in the village. Do you know the identity of those kids? After hearing the whole matter, Sarutobi asked him about the question he was more concerned about. If they were ordinary Uchiha he won't care much, but if they were someone from the elders of Uchiha then it might be a problem. One is the son of the patriarch, Uchiha Itachi and other is the genius of Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui. Danzo naturally received the fully investigated report from the root ninja. Why can't you just stay quiet? Sarutobi held his head as his good mood from earlier was destroyed completely. Hiruzen, you know the ambitions of the Uchiha clan, if they cooperate with Kazuki, they would have enough power to fight us or even overthrow our rule. Danzo was someone who would think the worst from the start and this was one of the reasons that he was a coward. 2 days later, Minato will take over the village as the Hokage, after that I'll fully concentrate on training our trump card, Within a year or so I'm confident he'll be ready for the fight. Sarutobi could only pin his hopes on the Anbu that he was training. Sarutobi doesn't know why, but whenever he thinks to fight against Kazuki, his hands tremble and his heart beats quickly. This kind of feeling he had once, when he was on his first real mission as a ninja, and he knew perfectly what this feeling was. You should know that Sarutobi had fought so many enemies, which even included Tail Beast, but even then he never had such feeling. Danzo, who heard that he still needed to wait a year to deal with Kazuki, was frustrated, but even he knew that numbers against Kazuki was useless. His feat of stunning the whole Mist Army is already famous throughout the ninja world. So, he could only pin his hope on their trump card. Hurry up, here isn't the more time we give him the stronger he gets. Danzo left after reminding Sarutobi once more of the danger of Kazuki. Sarutobi took a deep smoke, eliminating the fear of Kazuki from his heart. Sarutobi knew that if he wanted to keep his rule over Konoha, killing Kazuki was the only way. What I did is for Konoha. Sarutobi once again consoled himself, using Konoha as a shield. Patriarch Fugaku residence. Fugaku asked, looking at Shisui who sat in front. Kazuki-sensei only talked about it with Lady Tsunade, he didn't inform us. Shisui naturally heard the conversation between Kazuki and Tsunade at the ramen shop. He was surprised and excited as well, that his idol was going to accept him as his student. Haha, it seems that the rise of our Uchiha clan is near. Even the stern Fugaku laughed loudly, happy for the upcoming good days. Shisui, listen carefully to whatever he says. Currently there is no one who is stronger him in the ninja world. With his teachings your strength will have great leap. Fugaku still remembered the monster he fought and nearly died, but Kazuki defeated him. Even with his Mangekyo, Fugaku wasn't sure that he could deal with A. Shisui not only wanted to get strong but also wanted to find the answer to the question that Kazuki asked him. He believed under his guidance he would be able to find a right answer one day. Chapter 72, 72 Fourth Hokage. Sensei, can I remove this weights? It's really difficult. Kazuki along with Shisui and Itachi walked on the streets of Konoha after a heavy morning training session. No excuses Shisui, I could easily handle this much weight when I was only 7 inches. Kazuki could only sigh with disappointment as the physique of a ninja was really weak compared to the inhabitants of Pirate World. I really can't understand how you withstood this weight, sensei. Shisui, who was already 9 years old, wondered how a child of 7 handled this much weight. Hey, move away, let me see. Suddenly, the three of them stopped as they saw a huge crowd gathered in front. Asked Shisui, looking at the commotion. Itachi, go and see what's the matter. Kazuki said to Itachi, who was standing next to Shisui. Itachi nodded as he quickly got mixed in the crowd in front and soon came back. Sensei, the 3rd Hokage nominated Namikaze Minato as the 4th Hokage. Itachi quickly told what he saw written on the wooden board to Kazuki. Kazuki was a bit emotional as time passed so quickly. Even if he did change the fate of many people, but some things were destined to happen and he could only face them. When is the inauguration ceremony? Kazuki asked, since as much as he remembered the Nine-Tail attack was in the 48th year of the foundation of Konoha. Currently it is 47th year, so the ceremony shouldn't be held too late. There's no training tomorrow, go home and get ready for the event. Both of them nodded and left quickly. Minato, I have nominated you as the Hokage, will you take this heavy responsibility? Sarutobi sat on the tatami as Minato was on one knee in front, listening to him patiently. It's an honor for me to be worthy of your trust, Lord Third. Minato always had the dream to be the Hokage. In his view, anyone who is a Hokage would never try to harm the village. Minato himself has a good heart and has always wanted to serve the village wholeheartedly. But even someone as capable as him, failed to see the true face of Sarutobi. If he knew what deeds Sarutobi did while being the Hokage, he would kill himself forever kneeling in front of him. Haha, then I leave the village in your care. Sarutobi laughed as he could see that Minato really respected him and would never be able to defy him. He got himself a good puppet who he can easily manipulate and be the boss behind the scenes. The news of the inauguration of the new Hokage soon spread throughout the village. The somewhat remaining effect of the war was also washed away by this news. Today the sun hanging in the sky was exceptionally bright. The streets were filled with people, as all of them marched towards the Hokage building. After the war, it's the first time I saw smiles on everyone's faces. Kazuki along with Kakashi, Guy and Obito walked towards the Hokage office. Obito commented looking at the cheerful crowd around as it has been a long time since he saw such a warm atmosphere. That's right, the youthful days of the village are back once again. Guy nodded, agreeing with Obito, but didn't forget to give his iconic smile with his teeth glistering. Kazuki, I heard you took students from the Uchiha clan, is it true? Kakashi ignored the two idiots beside him and asked Kazuki about the rumor that he heard. Yes, and they are both different from the other Uchiha, maybe one day they'll be your subordinates, so take care of them. Kazuki knew that even if Obito and Rin were still alive, with Kakashi's skill it was a matter of time before he joins Anbu. Soon, during their conversation they finally reached the Hokage building. On the rooftop, Sarutobi stood along with Konoha elders and some Konoha Jonin behind. Soon, the protagonist of the day Minato arrived as well, as he stood in front of Sarutobi. I'm counting on you, 4th Hokage. Sarutobi handed the Hokage hat to Minato, who took it respectfully. I shall dedicate my life for Konoha. Minato wore the hat as he moved towards the end of the roof and looked at the crowd that was gathered below. I, Namikaze Minato, as the 4th Hokage, hereby swear that to protect the village even if I had to give my life I won't back down. Minato gave a long speech, and after uttering his last lines he removed the hat and waved his hands towards the crowd below. The whole crowd below detonated with thunderous cheers as they all shouted the name of Minato in his respect. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Tier Jonin 15 chapters ahead. Tier Cage 35 chapters ahead. Chapter 73, 73 Meeting Fugaku. You look quite happy, Itachi, what happened? It's been 9 months since the inauguration of Minato as the 4th Hokage. After Minato took office, he invited everyone he had good relationship to the Yakiniku restaurant. He presented Kazuki the position of the head of the Anbu. Leader of Anbu, but overall control is still under Hokage. With Kazuki's strength and reputation, there was no one else better than him for this position. Kazuki rejected the position under the surprised eyes of Minato and everyone else and said he has no desire for any status, he just wants to live a peaceful life. Sarutobi, who was present at the gathering also, saw him rejecting such a position, knew immediately that he had misunderstood Kazuki. He had no desire to hold the power of the village in his hands, but sadly it was too late. Even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't, because the only reason Danzo hasn't attacked Kazuki yet, is because Danzo is counting on him. If he told Danzo that he doesn't want to attack Kazuki anymore, Danzo would definitely do something on his own. Danzo isn't Kazuki's opponent and he will die definitely, so, for the sake of his friend he had to do it. During these 9 months, one event occurred which shook the whole Konoha. Orochimaru defected after his cruel experiments were found by Minato. As Orochimaru was about to be arrested, Sarutobi arrived as he held back his strength and let Orochimaru leave. During this time, Kazuki also has declared officially that both Shisui and Itachi are his students. Uchiha are now treated a lot better in the village, at least people won't just run away after spotting them. Sensei, I have a younger brother now. Itachi was in a very good mood today due to his newborn brother. Itachi always wanted to have a younger brother who he can protect, and his wish was finally granted yesterday. Haha, looks like you got your wish, Itachi, let's go, I should congratulate Patriarch Fugaku myself. Kazuki did wanted to congratulate Fugaku, but there was another important thing he wanted to know and only Fugaku can tell him. Kazuki hasn't forgotten about the forces hidden in the dark. The birth of Sasuke means that the birth of Naruto isn't far also. In original, Obito acquired the news of the labor of Kushina through Kakashi, who unknowingly leaked it at the cemetery. But Kazuki believed that with the intelligence quality of White Zetsu it was only a matter of time before he would have known it. Konoha was too strong now, whether it is Kazuki, Minato, Jiraiya, Tsukumo, Sarutobi, together they all have the strength to disrupt the plan of Akatsuki. But when the seal of Kyuubi weakens, it is the greatest opportunity for the enemy to weaken Konoha. Kazuki wanted to know that who was the new pawn of Madara. Kazuki alongside Shisui and Itachi strode into the Uchiha clan land. The Uchiha around all greeted Kazuki respectfully since all of them knew about his strength and no one dared to be arrogant. Patriarch Fugaku residence. Sorry for troubling you, Chief Fugaku. Kazuki entered the house and met Fugaku, who he hasn't seen for years since the war. Haha, how can it be, it's an honor, please come in. Fugaku greeted Kazuki enthusiastically as he welcomed him in. Makoto placed a cup of tea in front of Kazuki as he and Fugaku sat in front facing each other. I heard from Itachi about his newborn brother, it seems that Chief Fugaku has another genius son. Kazuki took a sip of tea as he took the initiative to start the conversation. How can it be, it's all because of your training that Itachi got this much better. Fugaku replied modestly as it was somewhat true. Kazuki didn't train Itachi and Shisui in ninjutsu since his own talent in it was far worse than them. He just focused on their physical strength and honed it to the level far beyond their age. Chief Fugaku, there is something that I want to know. After some formal greetings, Kazuki finally came to the main topic. Fugaku knew that Kazuki would not just come here to congratulate or reminisce the old time together. There must be something else, and it should be fairly important that even made Kazuki come here. During the war, many Uchiha died, but what I want to know is about those Uchiha who went missing or even those whose corpse wasn't found. Kazuki wanted to find the pawn of Madara, and with the names provided by Fugaku it could be a lot easier. Lord Kazuki, there were too many people like that, it will take a lot of time to gather information. Fugaku wasn't joking, many Uchiha in the war were orphans who did not have anyone to identify them, so it wasn't easy to know all the names. Then I can limit the scope of search for you, search only for those who are around my age or even younger. Madara wanted someone to be his pawn, and a kid was the easiest to manipulate. Kazuki knows that someone older, and especially when it's a ninja, is not easy to brainwash. So he was sure that it must be someone around his age or even younger. Give me a month's time, I'll send the names to you. Although Fugaku wanted to know why Kazuki asked this, but he knows that Kazuki was not someone who would use deceitful means or will try to harm Uchiha. So he felt that there was no problem in giving information, and it can also make the relationship of Uchiha with Kazuki even better. Chapter 74, 74 Danzo's Obsession. I have taught you all that you could learn, and those eyes, you can only master them yourself. An old man sat on the stone seat as the shell of the 10 tails, Geto statue was behind him. As expected of you, Lord Madara, you even opened his Mangekyo. Black Zetsu, like a loyal dog, praised Madara, whose expression didn't waver and kept looking at the person in front. During this year, Fukashi from a naive, weak person has completely changed. Madara taught him carefully, imparting all of his jutsu and battle experience to Fukashi, which benefited him a lot. Madara didn't want the pawn he left to die before even resurrecting him, ruining his future plan. There's an aura of extreme confidence around him which reveals that his strength has taken a huge leap under the constant guidance of Madara. I can feel the power of these eyes, whether it's Konoha or anyone else, they won't be able to resist me. Fukashi put his hand around his eyes, feeling the power that Madara granted him. Mangekyo required extreme emotional disturbance to unlock it. During this year, Madara would use illusion on Fukashi from time to stimulate him. Madara was helpless, as this was the only way to open the Mangekyo of Fukashi. Unlike Obito, Fukashi didn't have anyone who he cared for, so using illusion to show him again and again, his failure make a fair world, he finally managed to unlock his Mangekyo. I leave the rest to you know. Madara didn't care much after hearing the arrogant words of Fukashi. When he resurrects one day, he will show Fukashi what real strength is, and a simple Mangekyo wasn't worth mentioning in front of him. Madara stood up and moved forward as the tube attached to him was unplugged, and Madara soon lay on the ground, his breathing stopped. Black Zetsu immediately took the corpse of Madara, with him disappearing. Black Zetsu was naturally didn't completely trust Fukashi, so he hid Madara's corpse for the resurrection in the future. Fukashi put a black cape with its hood covering his head and put on a spiral orange mask with 2 red eyes visible from it. From now on, I'm Uchiha Madara, the power of Rinnegan is needed for our plan, we have to think of a way to change the thoughts of Nagato. Hanzo would definitely not let such an organization prosper in his village, that will be the perfect time to awaken his Rinnegan. Black Zetsu has always been monitoring the Rain Village, so he knows what kind of a person Hanzo is. Let's go, it's time to meet Nagato. Fukashi disappeared from the cave along with Black Zetsu, moving towards the Rain Village. Kazuki-sensei, Chief sent this for you. Shisui handed the scroll that he received from Fugaku to Kazuki. Kazuki took the scroll as he opened it with a seal and started reading the content. Kazuki looked at the scroll and saw only 10 names of those Uchiha who were around his age and died or were missing. Shisui, give my thanks to Chief Fugaku, this was extremely helpful to me. Kazuki only knew about one person from these names in the scroll, and he was Uchiha Fukashi. He remembered the aura of Fukashi from academy days, and with his observation haki he could easily differentiate between people due to their different aura. If in the future he meets the pawn of Madara, he could easily tell whether it was Fukashi or not. Kazuki actually hoped that it would be Fukashi, because if it is someone else he won't be able to exactly identify him even if he knows these names. How is it, have you learned it? Sarutobi alongside Danzo stood together as he looked at the Anbu with the cat-shaped mask in front of him. Yes, Lord Third, I'm ready to give my life whenever you want me to. The Anbu replied immediately with no hesitation in his voice. Hiruzen, everything is ready now, let's deal with that kid. In the dark atmosphere, the expression on Danzo's face looked even more hideous as his eyes were red from rage towards Kazuki. Whenever he remembers that time when he was humiliated by Kazuki in front of all the Konoha army, his eyes turn red from anger, wishing to kill him immediately. Around 1 or 2 months are left before Kushina gives birth. If something bad happens, you know we need every ounce of power to deal with the 9 tails, just wait a bit more, then he's yours. Sarutobi was distressed as whenever they are about to deal with Kazuki something happens that stops them from doing so. He doesn't know whether it is Kazuki who is lucky or it's a warning from the god of death to them. Danzo felt utter frustration once again, but he had to bear it as this was all he could do and could only wait for another month. Just 2 months, you only have 2 more months, Kazuki. Danzo imagined the scene when Kazuki would be dying in front of him and he with his own hands will cut his head and complete his revenge. Chapter 75, 75 Pain. The dark clouds covered the sky as rain constantly poured down, the atmosphere being gloomy. Rain Village, just like described in anime, was a small village where it rained all year. Due to war, the village sandwiched by 3 big nations of Konoha, stone and sand, even with the presence of Hanzo, still suffered huge damage. In a building at the center of the village, 6 figures stood together. They all wore the same black robe with red clouds printed on it, and on their body they had black rods embedded. Regret not killing you earlier. In front of these figures, there was a pit in which lay a person with blonde hair and wore a broken mask. He had wounds all over his body and his breathing was a bit difficult as blood dripped down from the broken part of the mask. But if someone from the Rain Village was here, they would have recognized him immediately. Hanzo, a man feared as the demigod in ninja world, was helpless at this moment as he was taking his last breaths. As expected of Rinnegan, even the famous demigod couldn't do much against it. At this moment a person wearing a dark robe and orange spiral mask covering his face suddenly appeared beside the figure who had orange hair. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing here? Nagato, who controlled the puppets from behind the scenes, spoke through Yahiko as he looked at the visitor. After the death of Yahiko, you have changed a lot, Nagato. It seems you are now able to see the dark side of ninja world. Fukashi saw that his words cannot change the naive thinking of Nagato. Just like Obito in the original, he made a plan to awaken the Rinnegan of Nagato. He stopped the reinforcements of Akatsuki while Hanzo and Danzo both prepared a trap for Konan, Yahiko, Nagato. Konan was taken hostage as Yahiko killed himself to save her, which led to the awakening of Nagato. Yahiko was naive. Simple talk can never change this war-sickened world. Only after experiencing the same pain as us will the world understand the worth of peace. Yahiko's death did awaken his Rinnegan, but it also resulted in the change of heart. The peace-loving Nagato disappeared as the current Nagato took over and vowed to make the world experience pain. After killing Hanzo, take over the Rain Village. We need enough manpower and money to support our plan. White Zetsu will be responsible for intelligence and will also invite strong, capable shinobi. Don't be hasty, the plan will take time but we will succeed eventually. Fukashi looked forward to that day when he would create the fair world with no hatred and no conflict. Fukashi disappeared after reminding Nagato, and the Tendo pain cut off the head of Hanzo as the legendary demigod died silently in the Rain Village. A kunai was placed on the ground as it disappeared suddenly and the figure of Fukashi appeared in its place. Really convenient jutsu, Fukashi. Black Zetsu welcomed Fukashi back, who took off his mask and sat down on the stone bed beside. Fukashi held the gunbai, the weapon of Madara, in his hands, fiddling it as he asked Black Zetsu. Hehe, there is one and it's a God-given opportunity. Black Zetsu in his unique tone replied to Fukashi. Fukashi immediately got alert as he looked at Black intensely. Uzumaki Kushina, the Jinchuriki of 9 Tails and the wife of 4th Hokage, is going to give birth soon, and you know what it means. Black, with his infiltrating ability which even Madara in his 6 paths form wasn't able to detect, easily infiltrated Konoha and got the news. The seal will weaken, and it's a perfect opportunity to weaken Konoha. Fukashi stood up as his red eyes shone even more brightly. Don't take Konoha lightly. If you are careless you might not be able to leave alive, especially the sword demon. You have to be careful if you meet him. Black Zetsu is actually very afraid from Kazuki. In his memory that he received from his mother, once there was a person with same absurd swordsmanship like Kazuki. Though Kazuki was nowhere close his level yet, but the ability to make other unconscious or the slash that could cut Bijudama was just like that person. Black had a guess maybe Kazuki was a descendant of that person. Worry not, it's not like Chinese cultivation inheritance, everything has logic behind it, nothing is out of Naruto world. Don't worry, with my jutsu if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Fukashi was very confident due to the ability he got after awakening his Mangekyo. Every person from the Uchiha clan after awakening Mangekyo would get different abilities according to their personalities. The ability he awakened gave him enough confidence to escape even if he couldn't defeat his opponent. Fukashi immediately started preparing for the attack as he would soon give a big present to Konoha. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666 closing parenthesis. Chapter 76, 76 Destined Night. Minato teleported in with Kushina to do some tests and determine her health status. Being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, the strongest war weapon that Konoha had, her giving birth was not something trivial. It was necessary to confirm the exact date in advance, so that the site of birth could be secretly prepared. In the end, the approximate date was guessed around 2 days later. The seat of the Hokage had a new owner. Minato, wearing the Hokage Haori and the official hat on his head, sat on the main seat by the desk. In front of him stood Sarutobi, Tsukumo and Kazuki. At this moment, Sarutobi spoke first, breaking the silence in the room. With a serious expression on his face, he said to everyone, as Minato told earlier, the matter of the birth of a Jinchuriki isn't small. If there is a slight mistake it can cause a disaster for the village. Taking precautions early is never wrong. I have decided that on the night of birth, Kazuki-kun and Tsukumo-san would be stationed outside the birth area, and if something happens we all together would be enough to deal with it. Kazuki agreed, as he would never let anything bad happen. What's the point of gaining so much strength if he can't even change the destiny of those close to him? This would be Kazuki's first big challenge, that whether he could really defeat destiny and change others' fate. I will stay with Kushina, and if something happens I'll notify you guys immediately. Minato never wanted the person he loved to have an accident, so he did everything in his power to prevent any problem to occur. We should also have Anbu stationed around the designated birth area. Tsukumo also expressed his opinion as a complete plan was formed soon. Soon the meeting ended as Kazuki left the room and strode towards his home. On his way home, walking on the streets, Kazuki had a worried expression on his face. Kazuki wasn't worried about the birth of Naruto since he had absolute confidence to save Minato. He was concerned about his template extraction progress. It's been more than a year since the end of the Third Ninja World War. Despite his inhuman training this year, his template reached 70%, increasing only 5%, and it was getting even more difficult to make it progress further. At this rate, it might take more than 10 or 12 years for the completion of first template. While Shanks was strong and with his Sage mode he could fight Madara, but that was the Madara without 10 tails. He wouldn't be able to fight the Six Paths Madara much longer, and he needed the power of another template. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't guess the reason for the slow progress. There was no problem in his training, as most of his time was always spent practicing. Kazuki decided to deal with this matter after the birth of Naruto and threw these thoughts out of his mind and prepared himself for the possible fight. Soon, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was dusk and the afterglow of setting sun fell on Konoha. In a remote place outside Konoha, a person suddenly appeared. He was dressed in black, with an orange spiral mask hiding all of his face except for his red eyes. Is everything ready, Black? Black Zetsu drilled out from the ground as Fukashi spoke, confirming the situation. Hehe, I have scattered all of your chakra-infused shurikens near the birth site. Now all that is left for us is to wait for the start of the show. Tonight will be a memorable night for Konoha and our first step towards the completion of plan. Fukashi spoke as the Sharingan in his eyes kept spinning and all three tomo suddenly connected, forming a complete different pattern. Kazuki along with Tsukumo stood outside the designated birthplace as his observation haki was at its full swing. Kazuki actually sensed a strange aura earlier, but it soon disappeared. Kazuki had a guess who it was, as there was only one person who could easily infiltrate Konoha without being detected. Kazuki didn't chase after Black Zetsu as it wasn't easy to catch someone who was hiding for thousands of years, and he also couldn't afford to leave this place. But it made him more cautious as he knew that as expected by him something would happen tonight. Minato's encouragement gave power to Kushina and a baby's loud cries echoed in the chamber. Biwaku, the wife of Sarutobi, held Naruto and approached Kushina to let her see her newborn son. After letting Kushina take a look at her son, Biwako was about to leave the room with Naruto. Thank you, Kushina, now let me fix the seal. Minato immediately prepared to strengthen the Kyuubi's seal as he couldn't be careless. At this moment they heard a scream as they looked over and saw Biwako lying on the ground bloody all over, and a person stood beside holding Naruto in his hands. Kazuki, who was outside, sensed a new aura appearing inside suddenly and was surprised. The only thing that could evade his observation haki was space jutsu, but he never expected the enemy to have it. Obito was alive, but the new enemy will also awaken the space jutsu. It was something that Kazuki could never guess. There was no point in cursing anymore as Kazuki alerted Tsukumo beside and rushed towards the delivery chamber. Chapter 77, 77 Kyuubi's Attack. Fourth Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki, otherwise your son won't live more than a minute. Fukashi with Naruto in his hands threatened Minato. Minato's face became gloomy and tense immediately. He had no idea how this masked man went through the barriers without making a sound. I told you to move away from the Jinchuriki, don't you care for your son's life? Fukashi threatened Minato as he was getting a bit impatient. He knew he needed to leave with the Jinchuriki as soon as possible, otherwise the reinforcements might arrive ruining his plan. Minato was in a dilemma. He had to choose between his wife and son. As Minato was having a hard time making a choice, Fukashi on the side lost his patience. He threw Naruto in the air, who was wrapped in a cloth filled with explosive tags. Minato immediately flickered, catching Naruto in mid-air. As expected from the yellow flash. But what will you do next? Fukashi immediately printed a seal detonating the tags. Noticing the explosive tags, he had no choice but to remove the clothes wrapping Naruto and disappeared with him. Fukashi wasted no time as he immediately arrived beside Kushina. At this moment, the wall of the room burst open as Kazuki strode in, his eyes full of anger. You're a step late, sword demon. Fukashi sneered as he immediately put a hand on the shoulder of the weak Kushina. Don't even think of leaving. Kazuki exploded with horrifying speed, his sword sheathed out as he was already in front of Fukashi, slashing down. The whole chamber was destroyed by the slash, but the anger of Kazuki did not lower as he noticed the aura of both of them had disappeared. Kazuki took a deep breath, calming himself as he knows anger won't solve anything. At this, Tsukumo also arrived with the Anbu as he questioned, looking at the destroyed room. An enemy intruded. He is a space jutsu user, and he took away Kushina-san. Notify the village immediately and evacuate the civilians to a safe place. The Anbu around flashed, disappearing as they quickly moved towards the Hokage building. Tsukumo noticed the absence of Minato and couldn't help but asking. The enemy is a space jutsu user, only he can handle him. Maybe he is fighting him already. Let's go, Tsukumo-senpai, we need to evacuate the civilians. Kazuki knew that even if he found the enemy with his observation haki, it would take a lot of time to reach there. Kazuki decided to stay in the village and fight Kyuubi if it appeared. He would never let Minato die, so he will make Kyuubi submit or injure him to the point where it will be easy to seal him. Kazuki had full confidence that he could deal with Kyuubi, as even if his template didn't progress much, but his control over it and strength has increased a lot. Kazuki along with Tsukumo immediately disappeared as the whole village was soon alert and ready to deal with any upcoming situation. In the original, the village was caught unprepared, which resulted in the loss of numerous lives. But due to Kazuki notifying the village, the civilians were already being escorted out by ninja, which also included the Uchiha. At a valley far away from Konoha. Kushina with her arms chained was helpless at this moment as Fukashi stood in front of her. Why are you doing this? Kushina asked weakly, looking at the masked man. I'm going to extract the 9 tails out of your body and destroy Konoha. The 4th Hokage seems to have placed the marking of Flying Raijin on you. I should hurry up. Fukashi immediately activated his Mangekyo as he started to pull Kyuubi out. After Fukashi destroyed the seal, Kyuubi gradually flowed out of Kushina's body as its whole body soon appeared outside, but his eyes had the pattern like the Mangekyo of Fukashi. Now, it's time to destroy Konoha. Fukashi had a crazy look in his eyes as he could already see the devastation of Konoha. Kushina tried to stop Fukashi. As expected from the Uzumaki clan, you're still alive, but now there is no need for you. Fukashi ordered Kyuubi to stomp Kushina immediately. As Kushina, though she was going to die, yellow light flashed as Minato appeared, saving her in time. Kushina immediately asked about the situation of Naruto. Minato immediately encouraged Kushina, who was worried about her son. Minato, stop him, he is going to destroy Konoha. Kushina also notified him about the plans of Fukashi. Minato had a gloomy look on his face, but he knew that saving the life of Kushina was important, so he disappeared along with her. Fukashi saw Minato disappearing, so he looked towards the direction of Konoha and disappeared also. Chapter 78, 78 Fighting 9 Tails. Don't panic, Hokage-sama will deal with the enemy. The whole Konoha was in an emergency situation at the moment. Ninjas evacuated the civilians, forming queue as they tried their best to maintain order. Fugaku-san, the situation is urgent, the enemy is an Uchiha and some people can use this in their favor to target you, please try as much as you can to participate in the fight. Kazuki at this time stood with Fugaku and Shisui was also beside him. Kazuki knew that Danzo would stop Uchiha from fighting, so he quickly advised Fugaku before Danzo makes his move. And he believed that Fugaku was smart enough to understand the meaning of his words. What, Uchiha, are you sure? Fugaku was surprised as he quickly thought who in the clan was capable enough to kidnap the Jinchuriki guarded by so many people. Yes, he had Sharingan but it had a totally different pattern and he could use space jutsu, that's the reason he sneaked in so easily. Kazuki didn't say Mangekyo as it would only cause unnecessary doubt of Fugaku for him. Fugaku immediately understood that the enemy had the Mangekyo and quickly left with Shisui to gather his clansmen to fight for the village. Kazuki closed his eyes as his observation haki fully covered the village to detect any anomaly. A shuriken placed at the corner of the empty street suddenly disappeared as Fukashi appeared in its place. They moved faster than I thought. Looking at the vacant street, Fukashi commented, but he wasn't frustrated since Kyuubi was powerful to destroy whole Konoha and they couldn't run away from its might. Fukashi immediately bit his thumb as he placed his hands on the ground and several black markings covered the surface around his hand. A huge white cloud of smoke enveloped the area around as it soon disappeared, revealing the angry Nine Tails. Haha, now, go and destroy Konoha. Fukashi laughed like a madman as he ordered the Nine Tails and disappeared from the streets. Nine Tails immediately started to destroy the buildings around and many houses were uprooted from the wind pressure of its roar. Kazuki, who had his eyes closed, immediately noticed the huge aura as he opened his eyes and looked towards its direction. The ninja around shouted as they looked at the huge monster with fear in their eyes. I'll never let you destroy my home. Kazuki looked towards Kyuubi as red aura surrounded him and his arms were imbued with armament haki. Kazuki knew that he couldn't fight Nine Tails in the village as it will cause damage to the surroundings, he needed to take the fight outside the village. Kazuki put force under his feet as he immediately ejected towards Kyuubi with red aura in the air around him, leaving a red trail in the air. Kyuubi noticed someone coming straight towards him as it looked over, but its reaction was a bit late. Kazuki's punch imbued with haki fell on the stomach of Nine Tails as its huge body flew away and shot towards the mountains at the back of Konoha. Kyuubi broke several hills on its way due to its size before it finally stopped. The whole Konoha was suddenly silent as they were all shocked by this scene. They couldn't understand how someone was able to throw someone as huge as that monster so far away. Finally, someone recognized Kazuki as he shouted his name immediately. The whole village started cheering as they shouted his name excitedly. Kazuki didn't care much for the applause as he knew the fight has just started. What tyrannical strength! Fukashi, standing above the Hokage faces, saw Kazuki and couldn't help but take a deep breath. You should worry for yourself. A voice fell in Fukashi's ears as he saw Minato appearing behind him, his eyes full of anger. Let me see the strength of the famous yellow flash. Fukashi wasn't surprised as he noticed him already as he suddenly turned around and when his fingertips just touched his robe, Minato moved away, but this was enough for Fukashi as he disappeared along with him. Nine Tails immediately stood up as it looked towards Kazuki, eyes burning from anger. It opened its mouth as chakra began to gather and soon a huge purple ball was in front of its mouth. Kazuki with his top speed immediately appeared under the Nine Tails, hitting a punch at its chin. Kazuki didn't use his sword as he never intended to kill Kyuubi. The power of the punch changed the trajectory of Bijudama, which exploded far away from the Konoha. Nine Tails got even more riled up as it attacked Kazuki with its fast-moving tails, who dodged it easily, moving around. Minato looked at the masked man in front of him who easily bypassed the high-class barriers and could control Nine Tails. Such deeds can only be performed by the legendary Uchiha Madara. Maybe, maybe not, and rather than asking such questions, you should worry about yourself. Fukashi took out several shurikens and his Mangekyo spun sharply as today he was going to kill the fourth Hokage. Chapter 79 Devastation. Fukashi rushed towards Minato as shurikens enclosed Minato from every angle. Taking out several of his unique kunai, Minato scattered them around and held one in his hand, preparing to deflect the shurikens. Minato flew upside down, hitting the tree trunk nearby because he was hit by Fukashi, who appeared behind him suddenly. Minato stood up, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth as he looked towards Fukashi in front. Your death will be the first step towards my plan. Fukashi once again threw several shurikens towards which enclosed on him, blocking his retreat. Minato deflected them with his kunai, but his eyes suddenly shrank as Fukashi once again suddenly appeared in front, his kunai slashing towards his neck. At the last moment, Minato managed to teleport to the side, saving himself from the deadly attack. Flying Raijin, no, it's a bit different. Minato thought, because earlier with his keen observation he noticed one of the shurikens disappearing suddenly as Fukashi appeared in its place. As expected from famous Yellow Flash, it seems you have figured it out, but sadly it won't change the result. Fukashi had absolute confidence in his Mangekyo as he couldn't see any reason for his defeat. His left eye granted him the ability to exchange places with non-living objects which had his chakra infused in it. This ability was a bit similar to Sasuke's Rinnegan, except that it required a medium to teleport while Sasuke didn't. Sasuke could also exchange places with living objects. But his Mangekyo also had its perks. He could teleport long distances and all he needed to do was consume more chakra. With Hashirama cells in his body, chakra was the last thing he was worried about. Along with the eternal black fire in his right eye, he believed he could defeat any opponent. It seems I have to go all out. Minato took a deep breath. His eyes' orange shade began to appear around his eyes and his pupils turned horizontal just like Toad. With the sensing ability of Sage Mode, Minato believed he could fight more easily and defeat Fukashi quickly so he can go back and save the village. Kyuubi roared in anger as it was once again punched by Kazuki and fell heavily on the ground. Tsukumo-san, where's Lord Hokage? We need his help to seal Kyuubi. Kazuki was having a headache dealing with Kyuubi. Armament Haki did hurt Kyuubi, but his recovery ability was making him frustrated. And he couldn't kill Kyuubi also as it was required to save the life of Kushina. He's fighting the enemy who intruded Konoha. Tsukumo along with Sarutobi and some Anbu has already arrived at the fighting site helping Kazuki deal with Kyuubi. They had received the news about Minato from the messenger Toad of Mount Myoboku. Kazuki suddenly thought of one of the moves that he hasn't completely mastered yet, but only that move could really hurt Kyuubi or may even make him immobile. Tsukumo-san moved back with the others. I want to try something. Tsukumo immediately ordered the Anbu around as they retreated to a distance quite far from Kazuki. Kazuki rushed towards Kyuubi who had stood up already as the red aura around him intensified and the phantom of a huge red hair man appeared behind him. Tsukumo and others being far away couldn't see the phantom clearly and only a huge fuzzy shadow could be seen. Seeing the phantom, Kyuubi seemed to remember something, but being controlled it couldn't stop and once again opened its mouth as chakra began to gather and a complete Bijudama was formed as Kyuubi ejected it towards Kazuki. The air around Kazuki began to condense and the red aura around Kazuki disappeared and was centered on his right hand. Kazuki hair blew up from the pressure and shockwaves that were emitting from his hand. Crackling red lightning flash around Kazuki's hand as he clenched his fist. Kazuki jumped towards the upcoming Bijudama and punched with all of his might as red light blinded the whole village. A shadow of a huge red fist appeared and the Bijudama was immediately scattered into fragments and the red fist drowned the stunned Kyuubi. The entire world was quiet as it lost its color, leaving a black and white shade. The whole Konoha was shaken as fierce shock waves from the mountains enveloped the whole Konoha. Clouds of dust rolled up and fast wind also uprooted several houses of Konoha. At the attack point, the dust covered the whole area as it soon started to dissipate and it revealed the destruction caused by Kazuki. The hills around have been pulverized as all the mountains around the area of 1,000 meters disappeared, leaving a leveled charred field with pits everywhere. If someone sees from above, a hundreds of meters of wide fist mark was printed on the ground. At the core of explosion in a deep pit, Kyuubi was lying on the ground motionless as its size seemed to have decreased a lot with 5 of its tails vanished and its eyes were back to their original shape. Kyuubi, who recovered his consciousness, wanted to move but his spirit seemed to have taken a huge damage as it couldn't move even a bit. Kyuubi cursed Fukashi who made him fight this monster who totally incapacitated him. Kazuki sat on the ground on one knee near the pit as his breathing was a little short. Smoke was still emitting from his fists due to the attack earlier. It looks like it worked. Kazuki used Haoshoku Haki to imbue his hands not only to increase the attack power but also because it also had the ability to damage the spirit of the opponent. Since Haoshoku can affect others, well then this should be possible, but we can argue. In Pirate World, few people could infuse Conqueror's Haki like Armament Haki, but today he finally managed to do it. It still wasn't perfect but he believed he could master it in the future. Now all that is left is for Minato to return. Kazuki stood up with difficulty as he moved forward and looked at the Kyuubi who lay motionless in the pit and felt immense satisfaction. He was already so strong that he could defeat one of the strongest creatures in Ninja World. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 80, 80 Changed Destiny. Who are you, human? Why do you have his power? Kyuubi lay motionless in the pit as it looked at Kazuki with fear and some confusion in his eyes. What are you talking about? Kazuki, who heard his words, was shaken as he suddenly remembered what Kokuo had said about his swordsmanship long ago. Due to war and him being busy, he forgot about that matter, but after hearing the words of Kyuubi he suddenly remembered it. It seems you don't know him, but you are definitely his descendant. Kyuubi, even if it was injured, could easily see the confusion in the eyes of Kazuki. As Kazuki was about to ask further, he noticed several aura approaching, so he stopped and didn't ask any further. Tsukumo along with Sarutobi arrived and saw the condition of Kyuubi in the pit and couldn't help but be shocked. Nine Tails, a monster which even the first Hokage had to seal due to its massive power, was lying motionless less on the ground with its size nearly half as before. Tsukumo didn't know what to say as words were stuck in his mouth as he kept looking at Kazuki with shock and admiration. Damn, Danzo, what mess have you gotten me into? Sarutobi behind cursed Danzo and was sweating profusely as his fear for Kazuki increased several points more. The Kyuubi is no longer under control and it won't be able to move anymore, all that left is for Lord Hokage to return. Kazuki didn't care for the shocked expression of everyone and told the current situation of Kyuubi to everyone. He was already having a headache thinking of who that person was which Kyuubi talked about. Fukashi disappeared from his place as a rasengan appeared where he just stood bombarding the ground. Minato looked at Fukashi, who once again escaped his attack, and his eyes showed worry. Damn, how is he so strong? Fukashi was annoyed as he never expected Minato to know Sage Mode. With the perception of Sage Mode and his own reaction ability, Minato had the upper hand in the fight. If only I could use Susanoo. Fukashi hasn't mastered his eyes to the point where he could use Susanoo, otherwise with its defense he didn't need to be so wary of Minato. Though frustrated, Fukashi throwed these thoughts out of his mind as he knew he couldn't afford to be careless and focused on Minato in front. Aren't you worried for the village? Kyuubi might have destroyed it already. Fukashi decided to use this method to provoke Minato so that he would make a mistake. You don't need to provoke me, Kazuki-kun and the rest are enough to deal with Kyuubi. Minato knew that the person controlling Kyuubi was in front of him, so to save the village he had to defeat him. Fukashi, who was about to attack once again, suddenly stiffened as his face under the mask had a shocked expression. His connection with Nine Tails was suddenly broken. You let your guard down. A voice fell in Fukashi's ears, who was distracted and wanted to move away, but it was already too late. A kunai suddenly penetrated his abdomen and a hand touched his stomach as black markings covered him completely. With this, Kyuubi is no longer yours. Minato didn't know that Kyuubi was already free and his sealing jutsu had no effect at all. Fukashi jumped back, keeping a distance from Minato as he held his stomach from where blood was constantly pouring down. Fukashi knew that his plan had failed, so he immediately disappeared, planning to take revenge in the future. Minato at this time was already quite exhausted and didn't care for Fukashi, who ran away and immediately disappeared, returning to the village. Minato, who appeared on the great stone faces, immediately noticed the clouds of dust at the back of the village and he rushed towards that place. Kazuki stood along with Tsukumo and Sarutobi as they waited patiently for the return of Minato. Kazuki noticed some movement immediately as the next moment yellow light flashed and Minato appeared in front. Minato, arriving, only saw the destroyed area but saw no shadow of Kyuubi, so he asked Kazuki and others who stood in front. Tsukumo didn't say anything, but he pointed towards the deep pit. Minato looked in and saw Nine Tails, which had shrunken a lot. Minato didn't know what to comment on the sight in front. I think it's time to seal Kyuubi, Lord Hokage. Kushina-san might not last long. Kazuki reminded the stunned Minato about Kushina, who was still in a situation of life and death. Minato suppressed the doubt out in his mind and immediately disappeared and soon returned with the tired Kushina in his hands. Due to Kyuubi being injured, there was no problem in sealing it back as Kushina also preserved her life and immediately hugged Minato after waking up. I finally changed something. Looking at the happy couple in front, Kazuki smiled also as he knew that he had changed the destiny of one of his closed friends. Minato and Kushina were really grateful to Kazuki, otherwise without his help, even if they subdued Kyuubi, they won't be able to seal it back. Kushina was too weak at that moment and she wouldn't have been able to handle that much power of Kyuubi, but due to Kazuki injuring Kyuubi, its power had weakened a lot and they were able to seal it easily. Please don't embarrass me, as a ninja of the village it was my duty. Kazuki still wasn't used to such praise, so he was a bit embarrassed. After sealing Kyuubi, the long night finally came to an end as with Kazuki's power, Konoha evaded a disaster. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 81, 81 Approaching Storm. The news of Konoha being attacked by the Nine Tails spread throughout the ninja world. The familiar name once again was the topic of everyone's discussion. Completely obliterating the Nine Tails, everyone who learned this news finally admitted that this era belonged to Sword Demon. Who was thinking of a way to get his hands on Byakugan immediately extinguished his thoughts as he knew that as long as Kazuki was in Konoha any plan would result in failure. After the eventful night, the repair of the damaged area of the village started. It has been 3 days since the attack of Nine Tails. Everyone in the village forgot about the terror of Kyuubi. Villagers talked with each other about how they saw Kazuki throwing the huge Nine Tails out of the village with a punch. Kazuki, you really have left us all far behind. Kazuki along with Kakashi, Obito and Guy sat together beside the table as they held a little gathering. Obito commented on Kazuki's strength as he still remembered the scene of Kazuki abusing Kyuubi. Yeah, especially that last punch, my youth explodes whenever I remember it. Guy was really shocked by the power of that punch which even vaporized the Bijudama. Its power surpassed any jutsu in the world by far. You look worried, did something happen? Kakashi noticed Kazuki who was a bit absent-minded and couldn't help but asking. It's nothing important, let's eat, it's getting cold. Kazuki these days was always thinking of the person mentioned by Kyuubi. In his memory, there shouldn't be such a person which Kyuubi mentioned. There was no need for the tail beasts to lie, so what they said shouldn't be wrong and there was definitely someone who even he didn't know about. Aside from this, he was also thinking about the future. With his involvement the plot has changed beyond his recognition. Tsukumo, Obito and Minato are all still alive. Naruto the son of prophecy didn't become a Jinchuriki and with his presence, the future will only keep changing more and more. But he didn't regret it since he was ready for such a situation already. Kakashi and the others could easily tell that there was definitely something that was worrying Kazuki but they didn't ask further and started to eat the food in front. After eating, Kazuki said goodbye to his friends as he strode towards the Hokage office since there was something he needed to know and only Minato could tell him. Minato sat on the Hokage seat with bundles of documents placed on the desk in front of him. These days the mood of Minato was a bit unexplainable as on one hand he was happy of becoming a father and on the other hand he was worried about the enemy he faced. Being able to tame Kyuubi he could only think of Madara but there was something that made him unable to confirm his guess. During the fight, he could easily tell that the opponent didn't have much fighting experience as some of his movements were full of flaws. Minato wasn't a fool to believe that the legendary Madara could lack experience in fighting. Minato looked towards the door and saw Kazuki entering the room. Minato stood up as he moved forward and welcomed Kazuki enthusiastically. Kazuki spoke politely as he bowed slightly, which he never did to Sarutobi. You want to know about the enemy? After some formal greetings, Kazuki finally asked about the matter he was most concerned about. Minato was surprised by his question but he didn't hide anything and immediately told all the information about Fukashi he knew. Ability similar to Flying Raijin along with Amaterasu. Kazuki finally sighed in relief after knowing that the enemy didn't have any perverted ability like Shisui in the future. If the enemy had an ability like Koto Amatsukami, he wasn't sure he could deal with it but fortunately luck was on his side. While Space Jutsu and Amaterasu was also terrifying, it was still something that he could handle. Lord Hokage, I think you should know it already that Uchiha didn't have any part in this incident so they should be treated fairly. Kazuki believed that Minato would not treat Uchiha badly. You don't need to worry Kazuki-kun. During my meeting with Lord Third and elders yesterday, Elder Danzo suggested to relocate the Uchiha clan but I rejected it. During the attack everyone saw them helping the civilians so I have already judged them innocent. As expected by Kazuki, Minato did not disappoint him and treated the Uchiha clan fairly. Minato was already showing signs of becoming a true Hokage as this action of his was totally against the will of Sarutobi. Kazuki left the Hokage office in a good mood as he believed that with Minato being alive things would be a lot different when dealing with Uchiha. But what Kazuki didn't know was that enemies hidden in the dark were already ready to deal with him. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 82, 82 Gathering. Konoha F. Fort Kaharu, Mitokado, Danzo, Sarutobi were holding a round-table meeting. Do we really need to do this? Sarutobi holding the smoke pipe looked towards his old friends as his face had a worried expression. What do you mean Hiruzen? Are you going to back down at the last minute? Danzo has been waiting for his revenge counting every day. Every time he remembers the humiliation that Kazuki inflicted on him, only he knows how he stops himself from attacking Kazuki. And now when the long-awaited moment arrives, hearing Sarutobi's words he couldn't help but speak loudly towards him in an angry tone. Kaharu and Homura both spoke together advising Danzo to be calm. How can I calm down, Hiruzen didn't we trained him all this time just for this day? Danzo spoke as he hoped that his words could awake the inner demon of Sarutobi. But didn't you saw his strength, what happened to Nine Tails? I believe you are not oblivious to it. Whenever Sarutobi remembers the sight of devastated Nine Tails, he can't help but feel a bit scared. If Kazuki attacks him with that last punch of his, even his bones may not be found. Hiruzen, from the first day, we both knew that we never were his opponents, all of our hopes were always on the trump card. Danzo persuaded Sarutobi as without his help he would never be able to get his revenge. What if our trump card fails? Sarutobi looked towards Danzo and asked the question he was most worried about. Sarutobi, with what I gave to that Anbu, Kazuki will definitely be caught unprepared, there's no way we can fail. Danzo had absolute confidence that with the ability that he gave to that Anbu, Kazuki will surely be taken down. After hearing his words, Sarutobi didn't say anything more as he closed his eyes. Seeing the quiet Sarutobi, the other three knew immediately that Sarutobi had agreed and smiles bloomed on their faces. Forgive me, Kazuki, what I did is for Konoha. Thought Sarutobi as he knew that what he was about to do was something that would chill the hearts of every shinobi if they ever learned it. Even if 100 years may pass, if the people of Ninja World learns the truth, they might even pull him out of his grave and feed his remains to dogs. The whole Konoha was brightly lit. The streets were filled with laughters of people who were out to have fun with their loved ones. After the attack of Kyuubi, it was the first time the villagers had such smiles on their faces. Isn't this rare, you holding a gathering, Kazuki? Obito said looking at Kazuki with surprise. Beside the big table, there were also Kakashi, Guy, Rin, Minato, and Kushina who was holding the newly born Naruto. Shisui and Itachi also sat on the left and right of Kazuki. I don't why but, I suddenly wanted to meet you all. Kazuki didn't know how to express his mood at the moment. He didn't know why but he suddenly had a feeling that something big was going to happen which deeply worried him. You live alone Kazuki-kun, it isn't surprising that you'll feel lonely. Said Minato with the same sunny smile on his face looking towards Kazuki. Yeah, Kazuki-kun, if you feel lonely you can come and play with Naruto. Kushina was really grateful to Kazuki and didn't want to see him depressed. By the way Kazuki-kun, since you are here then take this with you, Lord Third gave it for you. Minato took out a scroll from his ninja bag as he handed it to Kazuki. Kazuki took the scroll but didn't open it now and put it away. Kazuki suddenly had a guess as to why he was feeling uneasy after he heard the name of Sarutobi. Kakashi, it seems you have improved a lot this year. Kazuki could easily sense that the aura of Kakashi was increasing every day. Kakashi didn't have Sharingan but it only worked in his favor. Kakashi in original could never close the Sharingan and it always exhausted his chakra which resulted him in wasting his talent. But now with his talent and the teachings of his father, he was improving more and more and it won't him long to surpass his father. I can't afford to be overthrown by you too much. Kazuki has always been his rival from the ninja school and one of his best friends, he never wanted the gap between them to just keep increasing. Haha, then you have to work hard even more Kakashi. Kazuki laughed enjoying the warm atmosphere with his friends. Shisui and Itachi looked at Kakashi curiously as they could sense that their sensei really treated him differently from his other friends. It was a kind of a friendship mixed with rivalry and competition. After the dinner everyone said goodbye to Kazuki as they all went towards their home with smiles on their faces. Kazuki waved his hands towards everyone in response and stopped after they disappeared from his sight. Now, let's see what you're planning Sarutobi. Arriving home, Kazuki immediately went to his room and was ready to unseal the scroll. Kazuki saw that he was ordered to investigate the recent explosions near the border of Land of Fire. Sarutobi guessed that it might be a strong summoned beast and decided to send him to investigate. It seems you couldn't wait anymore. Kazuki closed the scroll and put it in the system space as he fell into deep thinking. He was sure that this was a trap to lure him away from Konoha. Kazuki thought of exposing their conspiracy but it would only make Sarutobi and Danzo alert. Even if Sarutobi had given this scroll, he only needed to refuse that it was changed and more importantly Minato would never believe that Sarutobi can do such a thing. So, he decided that soon he would remove the tumors eroding Konoha once and for all. Read 35 chapters ahead on p@atreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 83, 83 Fight. Today the sky above Konoha was covered with dark clouds which completely blocked the shining sun. The atmosphere of the village was a bit gloomy, as dark clouds above were like the sign of an upcoming disaster. Kazuki today wore a black samurai robe with his sword slung at his waist. Nearly 1.8 meters high with short black hair along with some red hair in front that blew up continuously due to strong wind. Arriving at the Konoha main gate, Kazuki suddenly turned around, looked at the village below which he had lived for 14 years. Kazuki didn't know how long he would need to wait to see the village again. Kazuki wanted to leave the village since he wanted to find any clues about the person mentioned by Kokuo and Kyubi. He had already decided that he would look for any legend or story left about that person. After looking at the village for a while, Kazuki took a deep breath and flashed, disappearing from the place. At a forest near the border of the Land of Fire. It's been 2 days since Kazuki left the village for the border. In the dark forest, Kazuki flashed continuously, moving forward, jumping from tree to tree. The rain was continuously pouring down as lightning would flash from time to time. Suddenly Kazuki stopped as he arrived at a clear field, but this wasn't the reason for his sudden stop. His observation haki detected some aura around. As Kazuki moved forward to check the surroundings, he suddenly sensed an aura rising from below the surface. The ground was destroyed as countless explosive sounds rang throughout the clear field. Sarutobi stood along with Danzo as they looked towards the explosion site. Danzo had already buried a lot of explosive tags, hoping to catch Kazuki off guard. Sarutobi shook his head as he knew Kazuki was not someone who could be so easily dealt with. As expected by Sarutobi, the smoke caused by the explosion soon started to dissipate as it revealed the intact Kazuki below. "Wasn't expecting such a good welcome, Lord Third," said Kazuki, looking towards Sarutobi and Danzo, who stood together. Kazuki, covering his body with armament haki, easily saved himself from the explosion. "Today is the day when you pay for what you did to me, Kazuki," Danzo roared, looking towards Kazuki as his eyes had a crazy look in them. "Forgive me, Kazuki, I had to do this, but worry not, you will always be remembered as a hero." Sarutobi didn't want to talk anymore as he waved his hands and a person wearing a cat mask suddenly appeared beside Sarutobi and Danzo. Kazuki was curious as to what gave Sarutobi and Danzo the confidence to face him alone. He could sense that there was no other Anbu or a root member anywhere near them. So, this Anbu in front must be the trump card of Sarutobi, which gave him and Danzo the confidence to fight him alone. But he wasn't afraid since, in front of crushing strength, any conspiracy is useless. It seems there's nothing left to talk about anymore. Kazuki put his hands on the hilt the sword hung at his waist as he was ready for the upcoming fight. Sarutobi and Danzo immediately got vigilant as Sarutobi made seals and put his hands on the ground. White smoke covered the area in front of Sarutobi and Danzo. A white ape appeared after the smoke dissipated. "What's the matter, Sarutobi?" asked Enma as he looked towards Sarutobi for an answer to why he summoned me. "The enemy is strong, I need your help." Sarutobi looked at Kazuki in front, who had no intention to make a move and revealed a strong aura of confidence around him and just stood there waiting for them to attack. The white ape disappeared as a long black stick with golden ends on both sides appeared in its place. Sarutobi held the Enma stick and looked towards Kazuki, ready for the fight. The Anbu immediately flashed as it appeared on the side of the field, standing motionless, having no intention to fight. Kazuki didn't care much for the Anbu and looked towards Sarutobi and Danzo in front, hoping that they would entertain him well and won't disappoint him. Sarutobi said to Danzo as he moved forward, rushing towards attacking him with the stick. Moving aside, Kazuki dodged it easily but heard a whizzing sound from behind and jumped up and saw wind bullets destroying the area where he stood before. Sarutobi took out a shuriken with his left hand as he threw it towards Kazuki and made several hand signs. The number of shurikens in the air increased as countless shurikens moved towards Kazuki in the air and closing on him. Kazuki took out his sword as he started to deflect the shurikens in the air, but suddenly sensed an aura behind him and his whole body suddenly turned dark red. The wind wave fell on Kazuki's back, but it couldn't cause any damage, as Kazuki with the dark red matter on his body landed on the ground. Danzo asked, looking at the dark red matter which covered Kazuki. "During the Kyubi attack, I did see him use this jutsu, but I never thought it could also be used to defend." Sarutobi's expression was ugly as he knew the fight was even tougher than they had expected. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Hint for the upcoming 4 climax chapters: Kazuki won't go rogue, guess whatever you can. Chapter 84 Change. Sarutobi once again rushed towards Kazuki as Enma was slashed towards Kazuki. Moving aside, Kazuki dodged, but one of its ends suddenly stretched, moving towards his face. Taking out the sword, Kazuki stopped the stick, but Sarutobi didn't give him a chance to breathe as he spun around, attacking him once again. Danzo on the other took out a few shurikens as he injected the wind-style chakra into them. The sharp wind appeared around shurikens as he threw them towards Kazuki. Sensing the shurikens, Kazuki applied some force as his sword collided with Enma. Even if he blocked the sword, Sarutobi flew back 5 or 6 meters by the force of Kazuki's slash. Noticing the wind shurikens enclosing on him, Kazuki brought his sword in front of him and began to spin quickly. Numerous short thick red energy slashes were ejected from the spinning Kazuki. The shurikens hit by the slashes were divided into 2 immediately. Cursed both Sarutobi and Danzo, but they had to fight, otherwise they might be the ones to be killed. Both of them ran towards as they printed several hand signs. Wind-style Great Vacuum Barrage. Fire-style Flaming Missile. Both the elements complemented each other as the power of the jutsu increased, entering the category of S-rank jutsu. One sword-style Angry Tiger. Not affected by the jutsu roaring towards him, Kazuki swung his sword towards the sea of flames. The phantom of a red tiger appeared as it collided with the flames in front. The flames were divided into 2 as the tiger rushed towards Sarutobi and Danzo. Seeing their attack useless, Danzo cursed, but he knew it was not the point to curse. Danzo wanted to move away from the range of attack, but his mind suddenly began to spin, and when he came back to his senses it was already too late. Haoshoku Haki. The attack drowned Danzo as he was immediately divided into 2. Sarutobi was lucky as he hadn't wasted his time cursing before and moved away from the range of the attack a lot earlier. But soon, the corpse of Danzo on the ground disappeared and a totally fine Danzo appeared beside Sarutobi, his hand on his right eye. At this stage, Danzo only had 1 Sharingan and he didn't expect it to be wasted here. "Oh, is this the best you both can do? Honestly, I'm disappointed." Kazuki shook his head in annoyance as he didn't expect them to be so weak. Getting too strong is also a kind of frustration since you can't find good opponents easily. "Be careful, he's about to get serious." Sarutobi was angry when he saw Kazuki looking down on him, but he knew this wasn't the time to get angry and focused on Kazuki and reminded Danzo as well. One sword style. Wailing Doom. Kazuki swung his sword at a speed invisible to the naked eye as he slashed towards the direction of Sarutobi and Danzo. The ground beneath Kazuki was destroyed immediately as the air around him seemed to have stopped moving. Red aura blinded the eyes of Danzo and Sarutobi, but they quickly opened their eyes, focusing on the sight in front. Both Danzo and Sarutobi suddenly lost the will to fight as they saw the huge slash in front. They naturally knew that he could make exaggerated slashes, but the one in front of them was too unbelievable. The red slash, nearly 500 meters long vertically and 100 meters wide horizontally, simply blocked their escape, as no matter how fast they run, there was no way they could outrun it. Cursed both Danzo and Sarutobi, but they quickly calmed themselves as they knew crying over it won't stop this slash that was about to drown them. Wind-style Great Vacuum Barrage. Fire-style Flaming Missile. Summoning Jutsu. Triple Rashomon. The wind and fire together increased the power of the jutsu, which moved towards the huge slash. Danzo summoned his ninja beast and Sarutobi summoned the 3 huge gates with scary faces printed on them just to defend against the slash. The wind and fire jutsu were immediately extinguished as they came in contact with the slash. The huge elephant in front roared as it released wind waves towards the slash, but in front of the huge attack, it looked even smaller than the ant. Without any hindrance, it vanished instantly after being hit by the slash as the attack moved towards the 3 huge gates. In the unbelievable eyes of Sarutobi and Danzo, the 3 gates without even a shard left were also destroyed as the slash kept moving towards them. But this much obstruction gave them some time to move away from the attack range, but even so they couldn't outrun it completely. The slash fell on the ground, destroying everything in its way as even the rainy dark clouds above the sky moved away by the pressure caused by its shock waves that even reached the heavens. The whole forest near the border of the Land of Fire was shaken by the momentum of the attack. After the attack disappeared, it revealed an area around 1,000 meters which was completely destroyed. Every tree or any rock that was in this area before disappeared completely, revealing small deep slash marks everywhere. But what was the most frightening was the long and smooth deep divided area on the ground. A slash mark hundreds of meters long appeared, and it was tens of meters deep as well. Anyone would be stunned beyond words looking at the scene in front. Sarutobi along with Danzo sat on the ground as they were coughing fiercely, and blood also fell on the ground from their mouth. This is cough. Too much. Only the first Hokage could ever release such large-scale attacks. Sarutobi had numerous wounds on his body as blood was constantly oozing from it, but all of his attention was on the destroyed area around. This is all your fault, Hiruzen. You gave him too much time. Danzo was no better than Sarutobi as wounds were present at every part of his body. Sure enough, evil won't die easily. Kazuki looked at the two in front and couldn't help but sigh. Wailing Doom was his strongest move aside from imbuing the blade with Conqueror's Haki or using Sage Mode, but they were still alive. Now, it's time to deal with you. Kazuki didn't care much for both Sarutobi and Danzo as they were already injured seriously, would not be able to do much. Kazuki looked towards the Anbu who didn't participate in the fight from start. The Anbu in front immediately took out several kunai as he threw them towards Kazuki. Kazuki deflected the kunai easily as he kept moving towards the Anbu step by step. Kazuki suddenly felt the heat from behind and saw Sarutobi, even when injured, had unleashed a fire-style jutsu towards him. Kazuki turned around and casually waved his sword, extinguishing the sea of fire. The Anbu, taking the opportunity, immediately arrived behind Kazuki as his hands made several seals and finally clapped his hands together. Kazuki immediately sensed the Anbu behind, but what made him frown was the gloomy aura behind the Anbu. He couldn't see it, but he could sense it with his observation haki. So, this is your trump card. Kazuki was disappointed once more by the members of F4. The Anbu didn't seem to notice the disappointment of Kazuki as a pale arm drilled out from his stomach as it tried to grab Kazuki. Kazuki shook his head in disappointment and just waved his sword forward. The huge red slash immediately divided the Anbu into two as Kazuki sensed his aura disappearing completely. Kazuki arrived in front of Danzo and Sarutobi, who had fallen down from exhaustion and had too much blood lost. Danzo suddenly looked up and said with a cruel look in his eyes. The time seemed to stop at this moment as the pupils of Kazuki shrank suddenly. His observation haki exploded suddenly as his eyes seemed to have seen something terrifying. Kazuki with extreme difficulty moved aside, but Sarutobi and Danzo kneeling in front also stood up suddenly as they attacked him with sharp kunai and a wind-style blade. Blood splashed around as an arm flew up and fell on the ground far away. Kazuki sat on one knee, his head down, as his only hand clutched the place where blood poured down constantly. Damn, how did he escape? Sarutobi and Danzo looked towards Kazuki in front and said desperately. They expected this sneak attack to kill Kazuki completely, but it only took one arm. Danzo had given the Anbu a Sharingan so that he could use Izanagi and catch Kazuki off guard. Izanagi had different duration according to the strength of their wielder. The Izanagi of this Anbu only had the duration of 30 seconds, but this was enough, as even Kazuki wasn't able to sense him despite having observation haki. He's injured, let's run away, we squeezed out all we had in the last attack. Sarutobi said desperately as he was even having a hard time standing. Danzo, although a bit unwilling, but revenge wasn't more important than his life, as he knew even if Kazuki lost an arm, he may still have some strength left to fight back. And the Anbu was already dead, lying on the ground in front, as Reaper took away his soul since his sneak attack failed and couldn't resist much against the Shinigami Death Reaper seal. As both Sarutobi and Danzo were about to leave, a huge pressure suddenly enveloped them as they were pressed to the ground and an unknown force made them unable to move. Both Sarutobi and Danzo looked towards Kazuki and saw huge red pressure was constantly emitting from him, and some changes to his body were occurring also. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. The same hint for the upcoming 3 climax chapters. Chapter 85, 85 done and dusted. Rumble, lightning sound. Rain constantly poured down from the dark clouds as the whole Konoha was covered in darkness. Lightning would flash from time to time, adding a touch of fear in the hearts of everyone. What's with this sad feeling? Kakashi, who sat by the window of his house, looked at the dark sky above and didn't know why he suddenly felt sad. Minato, Shisui, and Itachi all had a bad premonition in their hearts and they hoped nothing bad happens. At a casino in the grass village. Damn, Fat Sheep actually won the bet. All the gamblers in the casino looked towards the woman with blonde hair and the biggest weapons of ninja world. Tsunade immediately took Kurenai and Shizune with her as she left the casino in a hurry. What's the matter, sensei? Shizune, who has matured a lot while training this whole year, asked Tsunade while running along with her. Whenever I win something bad happens, let's quickly leave this village. Tsunade quickly explained the reason as she kept running forward. Sensei, I don't know why, but I'm also feeling sad since this morning, like something bad is going to happen. Kurenai had a worried expression on her beautiful face as she told Tsunade about her premonition and hoped that nothing bad occurs. In the destroyed field that was filled with numerous deep slash marks, both Sarutobi and Danzo were pressed to the ground. Lightning illuminated the whole area as it also revealed the fearful expressions on their faces. Both Sarutobi and Danzo could hardly move, but at this time their fearful eyes were fully focused on Kazuki. The red aura around Kazuki kept increasing as his black hair started turning red and his upper body clothes burst open. Kazuki's body size at a speed visible to the naked eye began to increase. Soon, the aura around Kazuki began to dissipate as Kazuki, who had his head down the whole time, stood up as his indifferent eyes looked towards Sarutobi and Danzo. Danzo asked as he nearly exhausted all of his strength, speaking. Sarutobi didn't know how to answer as he was also stunned by the changes that occurred to Kazuki. Kazuki's height suddenly increased to nearly 1.9 meters as his red hair blew up constantly by the strong wind. The blood that was pouring down before seemed to have stopped completely. Kazuki looked at his wound and couldn't help but sigh that he really underestimated the means of a ninja. Kazuki knew he would have died for sure by that sneak attack if it wasn't for the evolution of his observation haki. At that time, he saw the future due to observation haki through which he escaped the deadly attack. But even so, he still lost an arm. Kazuki shook his head as he knew there was no point in thinking about it anymore. He lost an arm, but it didn't affect his strength much since his main slashing hand was right. And his template also suddenly increased to 90%, he didn't know whether it was because Shanks also had one arm, but it benefited him a lot. His haki successfully reached the advanced stage while Conqueror's haki reached the perfect stage, and his swordsmanship also reached grade 4, the highest it could be. Using the Izanagi to attack me by surprise, really good strategy, I nearly died. Kazuki arrived in front of Sarutobi and Danzo, who were pressed to the ground by his Conqueror's haki, and couldn't help but praise their strategy. Even he, a traverser, was nearly taken down by them. Sarutobi looked at Kazuki, who suddenly changed so much, and couldn't help but ask. He was thinking whether he was in a genjutsu. Kazuki didn't answer Sarutobi's question but looked at both of them and asked back. He could sense that both Sarutobi and Danzo didn't have even an ounce of strength left, so he wasn't worried about another sneak attack. Yes, I regret it, I regret listening to Hiruzen and not killing you before. Danzo roared, looking at Kazuki as he began to release his inner frustration. When I decided to attack you, I was naturally ready for such a result. Maybe this is the punishment for every sin I committed. Sarutobi didn't regret his decision to attack Kazuki, but looking back at his sinful life, dying under the hands of a Konoha shinobi wasn't a bad ending after all. Your sins, like destroying the Senju clan, letting Danzo experiment with innocent villagers, and for your Hokage seat ruining the reputation of Tsukumo. Kazuki announced the deeds of Sarutobi, whose expression became more and more horrified. That day, outside Tsukumo house, Sarutobi asked with a look of disbelief on his face. At that time, Kazuki was only around 7, and if he was able to figure out the true purpose behind those rumors, then he had underestimated him too much. It's all because of you, Hiruzen. If you had listened to me, there shouldn't be such a day. Hearing Kazuki's words, Danzo became angrier and roared towards Sarutobi like a mad dog. You shouldn't have messed with me, all I wanted was a peaceful life, but you didn't understand this. Looking at the mad Danzo and remorseful Sarutobi, Kazuki took a deep breath and raised his sword high, facing Danzo and Sarutobi. Kazuki's sword fell as it immediately cut off the head of Danzo as it rolled aside his feet. The blade penetrated the heart of Sarutobi as his body began to twitch, and soon he lay motionless on the ground with blood everywhere. Kazuki sat on the ground as he looked at the two corpses in front. He didn't behead Sarutobi, since even if Sarutobi was hypocritical, he was still a Hokage. In respect for that exalted position, he left him intact. And for Danzo, even if he was fed to dogs, it could not wash away his sins. After resting for a few minutes, Kazuki stood up as he closed his eyes for a second, in a body that was similar to Kazuki, or to the Kazuki an hour earlier, appeared on the ground. It was a perfect duplicate of Kazuki with no difference from the real body. Kazuki got this body when his template had reached 70%. He always thought that this thing was useless to him, but it finally came in handy. Kazuki had many reasons for him to feign death. First, Sarutobi and Danzo dying and him disappearing at the same won't be considered a coincidence. Second, his unique long slash marks everywhere around would make him a prime suspect. Also, due to his presence, Konoha evaded every disaster, but the future was too dark. They need a stimulus, and his death can perfectly do this job. He was a bit guilty of deceiving everyone, but what he was doing was ultimately in their favor. And lastly, there was something he wanted to confirm, and only with his death, it was possible. Kazuki made a wound on the heart of his duplicate body as blood began to pour down from it. After engraving a few words on a rock nearby with his sword, Kazuki left along with the head of Danzo. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. The same hint for the upcoming 2 climax chapters, though some legends might be able to guess now. Chapter 86, 86 Agony. In the dense forest near the border of the Land of Fire. Tsunade along with Kurenai and Shizune jumped from tree to tree, moving forward quickly. Sensei, is there a town nearby? Kurenai was annoyed by the weather today and couldn't wait to leave this ghostly forest. And there was also this bad feeling that has been worrying her since the morning. Don't worry, just a few miles from here there is a town. The border of the Land of Fire was quite near the grass village, so they entered the Fire Nation. They have been visiting every casino of the ninja world, so they decided that the casino of the whole Land of Fire would be their next destination. Due to Tsunade losing every bet, they can't stay at a place for long since debt collectors are always looking for her. The three of them suddenly stopped as they reached a clear field but were left stunned by the sight in front. The area around 1,000 meters in front was completely razed, as uprooted trees, destroyed rocks, and numerous deep slash marks were everywhere. There were numerous potholes everywhere around as the ground in front was destroyed. But what caused them to be stunned was the long divided terrain, which was hundreds of meters long and equally deep as well. Kurenai broke the silence as she couldn't help but ask. It seems that a fight occurred here. Tsunade said while looking at the battlefield. Who is so strong to cause such devastation? Shizune couldn't help but ask as she looked towards Tsunade for an answer. Look carefully, there are sharp cutting marks everywhere, and even that long divided area seemed to be cut by a sharp weapon, most likely a sword or a strong wind style user. Tsunade looked at the small slash marks everywhere and analyzed the situation. As far as I know, there's only one person who can cause such destruction by a sword. Shizune looked towards Kurenai, who also looked back as they both seemed to guess something. Both of them suddenly disappeared from their place as they ran forward with their faces full of worry. Tsunade tried to stop them, but seeing them running in worry, she quickly caught up with her disciples as she also had guessed that who was the person who caused this destruction. After running for a minute, they finally arrived at the core area of the fight as they spotted 4 bodies lying on the ground. The 3 of them quickly arrived near them. Tsunade endured the fear caused by the blood and spoke with a shocking tone as she recognized the corpse lying nearest to them. Both Shizune and Kurenai exclaimed in horror as well as they were terrified. Kurenai extinguished the fear in her heart as she moved forward to look at the other corpses, since she suddenly remembered the reason why she ran till here. Soon, she saw a beheaded corpse and a dead body wearing a cat mask. As she looked at the last corpse, time seemed to stop at this moment. A black robe tainted with blood and black hair and with some red hair falling on the forehead. The figure, even with his breathing stopped, had a smile on his face like he died regretless. Kurenai screamed in her heart, hoping the sight in front to be an illusion, but as she kept moving forward, the face of the figure became clearer and clearer. Kurenai screamed with all her might as she fell beside the corpse and she touched its face with trembling hands. Wake up! Please wake up, Kazuki! Don't leave me alone, please! Kurenai, with tears falling continuously from her eyes, shook the lifeless body in front, but there was no response. Tsunade and Shizune, who were sad after seeing the corpse of Sarutobi, heard the wailing of Kurenai and immediately arrived near her. No, how is this possible? Shizune, who arrived near Kurenai, saw the corpse in front and recognized it immediately. She also fell beside the corpse and shook it violently, but like before, no response came. Tsunade roared in anger after seeing the corpse of Kazuki in front. Please, wake up, Kazuki! Kurenai and Shizune didn't care for her anger as they cried in agony and despair. Hearing them cry, Tsunade calmed herself as she sat beside her disciples and hugged them both. Soon, both Kurenai and Shizune passed out by the shock as they lay quiet and exhausted in the embrace of Tsunade. Tsunade placed them both carefully on the side as she made several seals and placed her hands on the ground. A small green slug appeared as Tsunade immediately ordered the slug to report the situation here to Konoha through reverse summoning. Chapter 87, 87 Killer. Minato sat on the Hokage seat as he processed the documents on the table in front. After placing the last document to the side, Minato finally sighed in relief. Since the day he became Hokage, he has always been busy with little time for his family. But today he finally managed to complete his work in time and was expecting to have dinner along with his family. But the continuous rain outside and the gloomy atmosphere enveloping the village somewhat ruined his happy mood. At this moment the door of the room was knocked heavily. Minato, who was about to pack up and leave, sat again on the Hokage seat with a serious expression on his face. Nara Shikaku, with a face full of worry, entered the room as arrived near Minato. Minato said while looking towards him. It's not good, Lord Fourth, the psychic beast of Lady Tsunade just delivered terrible news. The breathing of Shikaku was a bit uneven, clearly explaining that he ran straight to the Hokage office after learning the news. What happened, Shikaku? The expression on the face of Minato turned serious as he looked towards Shikaku for an answer. There has been a bad premonition in his heart since the morning and he hoped that it was wrong. But seeing the worried face of Shikaku he knew that his premonition was about to become true. Shikaku quickly narrated the whole matter to Minato, whose facial expressions kept changing, and finally terrifying killing aura broke out enveloping the whole room. Who is it, who dared to do this? Even the calm and sunny Minato couldn't control himself after learning the news of the death of Kazuki and others. Kazuki was someone whom he owed too much. Not only did Kazuki save his life, but he was also the main reason why his family was still together. Hearing the news of his death, he felt immense sadness in his heart, and the sadness turned into anger, causing him to roar just now. He couldn't wait to find the killer and kill him with his own hands. We need to investigate before we can find out who did it. Shikaku has only just received the news, so how could he know about the killer? Minato calmed himself as he asked the most important question. Shikaku quickly reported the location to Minato. Gather the Anbu, we have no time to waste. Minato immediately ordered Shikaku to prepare to leave as he was going himself to the battlefield. Minato along with the Anbu quickly left the village. With them moving at their fastest speed, it only took them half a day before they reached their destination. Minato and others also saw the devastated area, but they had no time to waste on this as they quickly looked around searching for Tsunade. Soon, they found Tsunade sitting on the ground with Kurenai and Shizune amid the corpses of Sarutobi and Kazuki. Kurenai and Shizune also had woken up, but their eyes were red as they sat near the corpse of Kazuki, tears falling continuously. Minato along with Shikaku quickly arrived beside them as their gaze also fell on the lifeless body. A sad expression appeared on the face of Minato as he squatted down and took a look at them. Thought Minato looking at the corpse of Kazuki. He still remembered that just a few days ago they were eating and drinking together, but now all that is left is just a memory. Lord Fourth, we have found the identity of the killer. At this time, Shikaku arrived near Minato, telling the news. Whether it was Tsunade, Kurenai, Shizune, or Minato, all of them suddenly looked up, their eyes full of anger. Kurenai asked as her voice was filled with grief, anger, and pain. Shikaku moved in a direction as they all stood up and followed him. Arriving near a big boulder, Shikaku stepped aside as Kurenai and others saw words engraved on the boulder. I hope Konoha can bear this shock. The eyes of Kurenai and others were fixed on the words engraved on the boulder as killing intent broke out. Kurenai immediately destroyed the big boulder, reducing it to small pebbles with just a punch. Akagami Shanks, one day I will avenge Kazuki and kill you with my own hands. Kurenai had infinite anger in her eyes and her fists were covered with blood, but she didn't care about it. The anger blinded the eyes of everyone present as they failed to see the concern hidden in the words. Minato quickly ordered the Anbu around to investigate the area as he teleported everyone else back to the village along with the corpses of Kazuki and others. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 88, 88 Death. Average words. Chapter 950. Hey Kakashi, do you know what happened? The dark clouds covered the whole Konoha. Obito along with Kakashi, Guy, Itachi, and Shisui walked towards the Hokage since they were just notified by the Anbu to report to Hokage. How would I know, I'm as clueless as you. Kakashi with the usual dead expression on his walked forward with others walking a little behind him. What's happening to me? Kakashi doesn't know why, but the more he is reaching closer to Hokage building the more is his heart beating faster. Shisui and Itachi behind also seemed to have the same sensation as no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out what was the reason behind this bad feeling. Soon, they arrived outside the Hokage building but saw a lot of Anbu and other ninja gathered outside. Looking at the gathering, Obito couldn't help but ask curiously and wanted to go and see. Let's go, sensei is waiting. Kakashi stopped Obito and took him together with everyone else, forcefully to the Hokage office. Soon they arrived outside the door of the Hokage office. As Kakashi was about to knock on the door, he heard some sobbing sounds from inside. Quickly opening the door, all of them looked inside and saw Minato, Kushina, Tsukumo, Tsunade, and the long-seen Kurenai and Shizune standing together forming a circle. But all of them had sad expressions on their faces. Arriving near them, Kakashi wanted to ask the reason, but his words were stuck in his mouth as his gaze fell on the corpses in the middle. Obito and others also seemed to be struck by lightning as they stood motionless looking at the body below. Both Shisui and Itachi looked at the corpse of Kazuki and suddenly felt a huge pain in their hearts. Unknown to them, their eyes suddenly turned red as some changes took place in them. Kakashi kept looking at the corpse of Kazuki, his whole mind seemed to be blank. Looking at the lifeless Kakashi, Minato wanted to encourage him, but before he could finish his words he saw Kakashi suddenly turning back and moving towards the exit with his head down. Minato wanted to go after him, but Tsukumo stopped him as he knew Kakashi needed some time alone to digest this news. Obito and Guy were also sad looking at the corpse as they never expected their best friend to leave so suddenly. Let's go, it's time to announce the news. Minato along with others arrived at the roof of the Hokage building as he looked at the shinobi gathered below. Everyone, I'm deeply saddened to inform you that Konoha's hero Kazuki Shiro and Lord Third are no longer with us. Minato announced the news of their death as his voice empowered with chakra spread all around. How could Kazuki-sama die? The whole crowd below was in a mess as they couldn't believe what they were hearing. I know it's hard to accept, but they gave their lives fighting the enemy. They are our heroes and they are not dead. Their teachings will always be with us. All the shinobi below had sad expressions on their faces. Many of them were crying, calling the name of Kazuki. They only survived in the war because of him, so they were hit deeply by his sudden death. Minato soon announced the date of their funeral as this huge news quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Haha, finally some good news. Onoki laughed loudly after reading the news brought by their spy in Konoha. Konoha was too strong, so Kazuki, Sarutobi, and Danzo dying affected the strength of Konoha a lot. But who could kill them? Roshi, who was standing beside, couldn't help but ask. He with his own eyes has seen how strong Kazuki was. He couldn't think, how can someone kill that monster? Does that matter? All that is important is that Konoha has been hit deeply. I'm going to drink a lot today. Onoki hated Kazuki deeply since he had killed their Jinchuriki and now is happy after learning of his death. Similar scenes occurred in the other cage offices as well, except Reikage, who was a bit sad hearing that someone who could fight and defeat him died suddenly. He wanted to defeat Kazuki himself and wash the shame of that year, but it seems that he can't do it anymore. Chapter 89, 89 Bounty. Nagato, who was controlling Yahiko, looked towards the masked man who claimed to be Uchida Madara. On his right, a girl with purple hair was also looking at him. Yes, Zetsu himself has confirmed it. Fukashi was in a good mood today. The biggest obstacle in his plan, Kazuki, was solved so easily. And Konoha was also weakened a lot, making it easy for them to invade it in the future. Tendo Pain asked the most important question, whose answer the whole world wanted to know. There's no news yet, but it won't take long for Zetsu to find out. If you find out, invite him to the organization. We need a strong shinobi. Akatsuki was still in its early stage, so they were looking for strong guys all over the world. Don't worry, leave it to me. Fukashi assured Nagato as he disappeared from the seat, leaving the thoughtful Konan and Nagato. Even you couldn't escape death. Orochimaru, who heard the news of the death of his sensei and Kazuki, was somewhat saddened. On one side was his teacher and the other was someone whom he was looking forward to, what wonders he will do in the future. I won't die, I'll live and unearth all the secrets of ninja world. The death of Kazuki and Sarutobi only made Orochimaru crazier for eternal life. The whole village was gathered as everyone wore black shirts and trousers with white flowers in their hands. Sleep well, Kazuki, I will avenge you one day. Kurenai, with a sad expression on her face, placed the flower on the monument on which the words, Kazuki Shiro, hero of Konoha, were engraved. He was a hero, don't be sad Kurenai, he will always live in the hearts of everyone. Kakashi spoke the longest sentence in his life as he encouraged Kurenai. Kakashi was sad about losing his best friend, but he soon understood being sad over it won't bring Kazuki back. He will live and avenge Kazuki. Soon, the funeral ceremony ended as everyone went towards their home. But right after the funeral, an important meeting was held at the Hokage office. Who was the killer, Minato? Tell us. Kaharu and Mitokado had worried expressions on their faces as looked towards Minato as they couldn't wait to know what went wrong. They were hoping for the news of the death of Kazuki, but things went beyond their expectations. Sarutobi died and Danzo had his head cut off. Without Sarutobi's support there was no way they could continue to dominate Konoha anymore as they did before. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Tsukumo, and Shikaku were also present in the room at the moment. Jiraiya, who learned the news, immediately returned to Konoha. Before I announce the name of the killer, I would like to know that why Lord Third, Elder Danzo, and Kazuki-kun happened to be in the same place. Minato looked towards the elders as he hoped for an answer that could satisfy him. How can we know? We are also thinking that. How did this happen? A panicked expression appeared on their faces, but they quickly covered it up. There was no way that they could tell that they made a trap for Kazuki, so they feigned ignorance. Minato and others could tell just by looking at their face that there was something wrong, but as elders of Konoha, they couldn't force them. The Anbu will investigate this matter, and about the killer, we already know it. Jiraiya asked with anger mixed in his voice. Akagami Shanks, he left his name after killing them. We searched through the memories of Lord Third and others, but we couldn't read the memory of Kazuki-kun and the Anbu, but the memory Lord Third was still somewhat readable. We were only able to see a fuzzy figure of a tall man with red hair, and there was nothing more. Minato quickly explained the identity of the killer as well as the results they have got after a thorough investigation. Tsukumo, who heard the name, was shocked as he couldn't help but ask loudly. Do you know something about him, Tsukumo-senpai? Minato and all others present in the room looked towards Tsukumo as they waited eagerly for his answer. Tsukumo had a sad expression on his face as he never expected the person he has been looking for so many years would turn out to be such a person. The one who saved his life turned out to be the enemy of Konoha. Tsukumo immediately explained the incident that occurred years ago completely without hiding a word. How can a cold-blooded killer say such words? Minato, who listened to the whole matter, couldn't help but ask. Those who abandon their companions are considered worse than scums. Minato couldn't bring himself to believe that a crazy killer could utter such profound words. But he knew Tsukumo won't lie, so he could only investigate more. After the meeting, Minato, after discussing with everyone, decided to release a bounty for the killer. The bounty released by Konoha was soon known by the entire ninja world, as everyone guessed immediately that who was behind the killing of Kazuki and Third Hokage. Read 35 chapters ahead on p@atreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 90, 90 Kazuki's Thoughts. So the killer was this guy Akagami Shanks. Standing at the top of a ruined building with rain pouring down constantly, Fukashi asked while looking towards White Zetsu. Hehe, Konoha really hates this guy. They released such a high bounty for him. Why don't we send Kakuzu to catch him? You know we are in dire need of money, said White Zetsu while looking at Fukashi. Are you stupid? That guy can kill 3 cage-ranked powerhouses alone. We will be sending Kakuzu to his death and there's no need to fight him. We will recruit him, now go and find him. Fukashi looked contemptuously at White Zetsu and waved his hands motioning him to go. What's the matter with you, Black? You are surprisingly quiet today. Fukashi looked towards Black Zetsu, who was in the Akatsuki uniform, and couldn't help but ask. No, it's nothing, just thinking would Master Madara's plan would be completed or not. Black Zetsu was very depressed today and was somewhat scared as well. When he heard the name Akagami Shanks, he couldn't help but be scared because it triggered a long-forgotten memory, making him worried. Fukashi wasn't surprised by the answer of Zetsu, since lately things are developed in a direction contrary to his expectations. The emergence of this mysterious powerhouse only made things more confused. But no matter who it is, he can't stop him from making a fair world. This was the biggest black market of the Land of Fire. It was established underground under the disguise of a simple inn. Today a never-seen-before guest entered the black market. He was around 1'9" with short red hair, wearing a gray cape which was black from the inside. Underneath the cape he wore a dark purple shirt with top buttons open, revealing his bare chest and strong abdominal muscles. He also wore black pants with white stripes on the left thigh, and a big sword with a green hilt griffin was slung on his waist right beside the right hip. He had a white mask covering his face. As expected of the black market, so much evil aura. Kazuki, or Akagami Shanks, that the whole world was talking about, couldn't help but sigh after sensing the environment. On a wall had the lists of various rewards. The rewards were both old and new, and some were even yellowed out due to the long time they remain here. Kazuki on the top of the wall noticed his own bounty. There was no photo of his, only his record or his hair color, which could be guessed by his name easily. The in charge here was a bald man with a single eye, with the other eye damaged by a sword attack, forming a slash mark. Noticing Kazuki looking at his own bounty, he came near him. The whole world is looking for him. This is the first time someone had such a high bounty. The bald man commented while looking towards the bounty that every bounty hunter wanted to get. Kazuki replied while changing his voice. Kazuki even wanted to present his own head after looking at the enormous bounty. But this huge bounty also proved to Kazuki that how much Konoha hates him now. But he also had reasons to take the blame on him. Hokage trying to kill a Konoha hero would shake the will of every Konoha shinobi. 3 Konoha cage powerhouses dying along with the disappointed Konoha shinobi could instantly cause panic in the whole village. But after some time passes and the world forgets about this incident, he would think of a way to deal with the remaining 2 members of F4. One day, after dealing with all the dangers of ninja world, he will return to his beloved village. You look new, you can take these low danger tasks. The boss here was very welcoming despite his fierce looks. No, I'm here to redeem a person's bounty. asked the boss as he was curious who had this newcomer killed. The pupils of the boss suddenly shrank after he saw the head that suddenly appeared in the hands of Kazuki. The sudden emergence of the head wasn't the cause of his surprise. A cross mark on the chin, and with his strong memory, he immediately recognized whose head this was, and as if thinking of something, his whole body began to sweat as he looked towards Kazuki with fear. The other bounty hunters around were also paying attention to Kazuki since they had their eyes sight on him since the moment he entered. No way, newcomers were the easiest to rob and they wouldn't let go of such a chance. But when they saw the head, they all suddenly once again looked at Kazuki from up to down as the fear in their eyes kept increasing. Noticing his red hair along with the head of Danzo, they immediately recognized the person in front. Finally, someone spoke as he broke the silence as every person in the black market got alert. Everyone in the black market surrounded Kazuki, making a circle with Kazuki in the middle. According to them, even if Kazuki was strong, there was no way he could deal with everyone here. He will be tired soon and then one of them would be able to take his head. Looking at the bounty hunters around, Kazuki sighed in annoyance as trouble would always follow him. Chapter 91 Journey. The boss of the black market looked at the scene in front of his eyes, full of fear. In front, there was a sea of bodies lying motionless on the ground, and in the middle of it stood a person with red hair and a mask covering his face. He, with his own eyes, saw that the person in front just glanced at all the people around, and they all suddenly fell down like puppets cut from its strings. You should know that every bounty hunter here at least has a Jonin-level strength, but all of them were knocked out with a single glance. Hey, I'm in a hurry, bring the bounty. A voice interrupted his thoughts as he saw the terrifying monster didn't know when it suddenly appeared in front of him. I'll notify the publisher, please wait. The boss immediately ran away to notify the publisher as he didn't want to stay around this monster anymore. After a few minutes, the boss returned with quite a few scrolls. Here it is, complete 100 million ryo, you can count it, honorable sir. The bald man was like a newly admitted employee speaking politely to Kazuki like he was his boss. Kazuki brought his right hand forward as he took the scrolls from him, putting them away. A surprised expression appeared on the boss's face when he noticed the left arm of Kazuki missing. But he didn't say anything as he respectfully sent Kazuki away. But when Kazuki was about to leave, he stopped and looked in a specific direction. Still, after taking a look, he once again started walking towards the exit and left soon. Just a minute after Kazuki left, a person with a dark robe printed with red clouds and a scary face with green eyes stood up from the direction that Kazuki had looked towards. Finally, that monster is gone. Kakuzu had fear in his eyes as before he never felt that death so near. Actually, he was here from the start, and when he saw the 3 billion bounty head appearing, he wasn't as reckless as others. He knew that someone with such a high bounty was definitely someone he couldn't handle. He wanted to wait for him to get tired after fighting everyone around. Still, he was stunned the next moment after seeing all of them suddenly falling down. At that moment, he felt a terrifying aura enveloping the whole area around. After squeezing out all of his strength and biting his tongue forcefully, he was able to keep himself conscious. This terrifying aura, even the first Hokage, was far from it. And when Kazuki looked towards him at the end, he was sweating all over, but fortunately, luck was on his side as he survived. Kakuzu decided that after today he would send a clone to redeem the bounty. Who knows, one day that monster gets angry and kills him to just vent his anger. There were a lot of ninja from every nation stationed around the black market, so they also saw the scene here and reported it back to the village. How dare that bastard appear so blatantly in our land? Tsunade immediately destroyed the wall with her punch after she learned what happened at the black market. It is worth mentioning that during this time, Tsunade has gotten rid of her blood phobia. When she saw the determination in her student's eyes and remembered her sensei and Kazuki in a pool of blood, she couldn't keep herself weak anymore. She recklessly made a wound on her hand for her precious students, and with her determination, she was able to cure herself. She decided to stay in the village, take charge of the medical department, and teach her students. How could we forget this? Since he took Elder Danzo's head, it was natural he wanted to get his bounty. Tsukumo standing beside pointed out their blunder. But we also got precious information from the in charge of the black market about Akagami Shanks. Minato knew that there was no point in regretting something that had already happened and had to move forward. According to what that in charge said, he wears a mask and could stun a lot of people with just a glance and has a huge green-hilt sword, but this wasn't the most important information. According to him, he only had one arm. Minato quickly explained the whole information that he had received from the bald man to Tsukumo and Tsunade as well as the two elders sitting beside him. Someone with one hand can defeat all three of them. Tsukumo couldn't help but ask back after he heard what Minato told. It's most likely that he got injured during the fight, there was no way he could have gotten away without a wound fighting them. Especially Kazuki, whose strength was off the charts, it is most likely Kazuki who cut off his arm. Minato quickly told his guess to everyone as they all nodded as this was the most likely situation. After the meeting, Minato notified every ninja of the looks of Akagami Shanks as the whole world started to look for him. But Kazuki, at this time, had started a long journey to look for the person mentioned by the tail beasts. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 92, 92 Template 100%. The mist shrouded the whole village as one wasn't even able to see his own hands clearly. In the deserted streets, the lantern's light of an inn made it the only point to walk towards. In one of the rooms on the second floor of the inn, the room was brightly lit as a person with short red hair and relatively tall sat in the middle of the room with his eyes closed. A long sword with a green hilt was placed in front, and a white mask was also lying around. Kazuki sighed in relief as he heard the prompt from the system making him happy. It's been 5 years since the day he killed Sarutobi and others. During this time, he has been visiting every place in the ninja world to search for any news about the person mentioned by the tail beasts. Land of tea, land of snow, land of iron, he has visited nearly every tiny and the big nation just to find any news. But despite his search all these years, he couldn't find a single clue, legend, or a story left by that person. He already thought whether he was really fooled by the tail beasts or not. But remembering that the tail beasts are all mad with brains not enough to overthink, they shouldn't be fooling him after all. During these 5 years, the ninja world has been calm except for a big event in Konoha, which nearly started the war once again. Cloud wanted to form an alliance with Konoha, but this was just an excuse for them to steal the Byakugan. But their plan didn't work, and the messenger of the Cloud was killed in the land of Hyuga. Raikage tried to blackmail Konoha and wanted them to hand over the murderer, otherwise, he would start the war. Raikage has complete confidence that Konoha would agree to his conditions even if they had to bear the humiliation. Minato wasn't Sarutobi, though Minato didn't like bloodshed, it didn't mean that if someone wanted to eat Konoha, he'd let them do it. Minato immediately replied to Raikage that Konoha isn't afraid of them if he wants to fight. Even if Konoha had lost a few cage-level powerhouses, they still had a lot of firepowers left. Tsunade, Tsukumo, Jiraiya, and all the big clans of Konoha, and he and his wife Kushina, Konoha was still the strongest. So after threatening Konoha for a while, Raikage had to step back as he knew that one-on-one, he wasn't the opponent of Konoha. It had only been a few years since the war ended, so the other villages were in no state to fight. Dink the template, Akagami Shanks, has been extracted till 100%, hint, new template from BL. The reward Ultimate Haki and has been distributed. The new template will be unlocked 3 years later. Templates, Shanks completed. Busoshoku Haki Ultimate. Kanbunshoku Haki Ultimate. Kazuki closed the property panel as he closed his eyes once again, feeling the evolution of his Haki. Only the Conqueror's Haki of Shanks had reached the ultimate stage. The rest of the two weren't to its ultimate stage. With the reward of the system, his Haki has reached the highest state that it could. In the future, only increased physical strength could increase the attack power of his Haki. He didn't need to swing his sword every day during these 5 years to increase his template extraction. Since he reached 90%, he only needed to mediate, control, and absorb Shanks' combat experience. Though it took 5 years, it was a lot better than that time when he had thought it would take more than a decade or so. Tomorrow, it's time to leave for the Land of Water. Land of Water or the Mist Village was one of the last destinations of Kazuki since he has visited nearly every place. Except for one more. What's worth mentioning is that there were a lot of ninja from every big shinobi village looking for him during this time. But using his observation Haki, he detected them quickly and evaded them. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, but it will only cause trouble. And you should know that even though he is powerful now, there are still some people hiding in the ninja world who could defeat him, like Ashikio Tsutsuki. Kazuki knows that this guy is hiding in another dimension, and honestly, he doesn't want to meet him, at least not now. Maybe that guy is out for a vacation and just happens to meet him. Won't it be a disaster, so it's always necessary to be cautious. After sleeping the whole night peacefully, Kazuki left for the Mist Village in a boat the following day. The Land of Waves was quite near the Land of Water, so he decided to visit it since he had no place else left to go. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Skills are categorized into 5 stages. Chapter 93, 93 Dumbfounded Kazuki. As expected of the blood mist, such murderous aura. Kazuki or Akagami Shanks looked around at the deserted streets and couldn't help but sigh. Under the rule of Yagura, the Mist Village adopted ruthless policies. Students at the ninja school had to kill their comrades to pass the exam and become genin. As Kazuki was looking around, he suddenly heard a big sound from a distance. Kazuki immediately released his observation haki and soon knew the cause of the recent explosion, and he went in its direction. At sea, near the rear of the Mist Village. A massive turtle with 3 tails constantly swinging around, splashing water and causing monstrous waves. Numerous mist shinobi tried their best to contain 3 tails as they constantly released the ninjutsu. Among the shinobi, a girl wore a blue dress and brown hair and a beautiful face. She sprouted lava from her mouth as it rushed towards the giant turtle but couldn't cause much damage to it as water waves blocked her attack, making it useless. We need to find the one who's controlling Lord Mizukage. Terumi turned around and said to the person with a Byakugan on his left eye beside her. I have scanned the area, but there is no sign of him. Ao tried his best, but he still couldn't find the person who controlled Yagura. During these years, everyone was dissatisfied with the rule of Yagura as he implemented cruel policies. Even the big clans like Keigai or Yuki clan are on the brink of extinction, with some survivors running away. But soon, they began to doubt that something was wrong. Yagura would hardly appear in public, and many people had barely seen his face in recent years. Mei Terumi, one of the elite jonin of the village, was the first to doubt. She asked the most experienced mist ninja Ao, who had Byakugan, to look at Yagura when possible. And their doubts soon turned into facts as Ao, with his Byakugan, was able to see that Yagura was under a genjutsu. Terumi was angry that someone dared to control their Mizukage and didn't know how long it had been this way. But she knew they needed to act now, so they launched a rebellion, gathering nearly all the shinobi in the village. After clearing the forces on the side with Yagura, they finally were able to see him. But they didn't expect him to transform completely, going on a rampage, and now they were trying to stop him with all of their might. Hearing the answer of Ao, Terumi was a bit annoyed, but she knew this wasn't the time to get depressed. The 3 tails in front suddenly opened its mouth as chakra began to gather, and a complete Bijudama was formed soon as it was shot towards them. Noticing the Bijudama, a terrifying expression appeared on the face of Terumi as she ordered everyone to retreat and also ran ghastly towards her left. The Bijudama flew from right above her head as it moved towards the village below. Terumi knew that if this Bijudama hit the village, it could cause many deaths, but she was helpless as there was nothing she could do. Now, let's see what's happening here. Kazuki arrived near the battle point as he wanted to see what was going on. But as soon as he looked over, a dumb expression appeared on his face under the mask. What kind of welcome is this? Noticing the Bijudama moving right towards him, Kazuki was left speechless as he didn't know who to blame. Am I really the protagonist? Why trouble always follows me? Kazuki actually thought of living quietly in the Mist Village for a few years and gathering information about the person he was looking for. But now it seems it can't go the way he wanted it to. The right or the only hand of Kazuki was immediately imbued with haki as it turned fully dark. This was the ultimate state of armament haki, with every punch capable of destroying a mountain. Kazuki disappeared from his place as he appeared in front of the Bijudama as his punch fell on it. The Bijudama seemed like a big ball immediately bouncing back towards the direction where it came from. The 3 tails proud of his attack was suddenly dumbfounded as it saw its own attack moving right back towards him. The 3 tails wanted to move away, but it was already too late. A massive explosion was set up in the lake as vast waves of water were formed immediately by the pressure of the attack. Terumi and others who were ready to see the village's destruction saw the tides turning in seconds couldn't help but look towards the direction of the town. They wanted to know who was so strong that he could even bounce the Bijudama back. Soon, a figure appeared in their sights around 1'9" with short red hair and a mask covering his face. A high-collar long gray cape covered him from shoulder to feet, with a dark purple shirt inside, his chest and abdominal muscles revealed. With dark pants and a sword with a green hilt slung at his waist, he appeared to be someone out of this world. Read chapters ahead on p@atreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 94, 94 Unfathomable. Looking at the figure who appeared in her sight, Terumi couldn't help but look towards Ao but was surprised when she saw the shock on his face. That hair. That sword. He's Akagami Shanks. Ao said with fear in his eyes as his whole body was shaking with fear. What? That person who killed Konoha Sword Demon and 3rd Hokage. Terumi was shocked as she looked towards Kazuki with fear. She still remembers the terrifying strength of Kazuki even after so many years. And during the Third World War, she was among those shinobi who was just stunned by his aura. Honestly, despite being from other villages, Terumi never really hated Kazuki since she knew he could have killed her during the Chunin exam, but he let them go. And even after defeating the entire mist alone, he chose the easy path and didn't cause too much bloodshed, which made her admire him even more. They were obviously of the same age, but the difference was so much. Kazuki was someone she had set up as a target to surpass, but she was saddened when she heard about his death. Now seeing the person who can even kill someone as strong as Kazuki, the fear in her heart kept increasing. Ignoring the fear in her heart, Terumi asked the scared owl beside her. He's a mysterious person, during these several years no one could find him, and no one knows what his purpose is. Ao could only hope that Kazuki wasn't here to cause trouble. Otherwise, it might be a problem. Konoha reinforcements might be here soon. They could help us deal with him if he wants to fight. Before they started the rebellion, Terumi had set off a messenger towards Konoha requesting to help them as after dealing with Yagura, Mist will form an official alliance with Konoha. Terumi knew that only capable of controlling a cage-level powerhouse was someone from the Uchiha possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. She knew that some years ago, Konoha was attacked by a person who could control 9 tails. She wrote her concern in the message delivered to Konoha that the person who controlled Mizukage and attacked Konoha might be the same person. In case if the person who controls Yagura attacks them and his strength is too strong for them to deal with, Konoha reinforcements can help them. She had complete confidence. After reading her messages, Minato will send someone to support her. At this moment, Three Tails bombarded by his attack finally appeared in sight again after the mist and smoke caused by the attack dissipated. The shell of the Three Tails broke, and the pain made it roar in anger. Three Tails soon spotted Kazuki but couldn't see him clearly, but since he was the reason for its injury, in anger, it opened its mouth wide again, trying to attack once again. Looking at the angry Three Tails, Kazuki shook his head as he knew that the situation was already beyond words. Kazuki put his hand on the hilt of his sword as Kazuki half pulled the blade out. Three Tails finally completed another Bijudama and wanted to fire it towards Kazuki, but at this moment, whether it was the Three Tails or everyone else on the battlefield, they all felt their body out of control as they started to shake in fear. What's this terrifying aura? The quivering Terumi looked towards Kazuki and couldn't help but say in a despairing voice. In the unbelievable eyes of everyone present, Kazuki pulled out his sword completely, and dark matter enveloped his sword completely. An air-cutting sound spread throughout the battlefield as everyone else saw the most unbelievable scene they had ever seen. Terumi fell on her knees as she looked at the sight in front with despair. Whether it was our every shinobi present, they were utterly bewildered by sight in front. The Three Tails seemed to have remembered something as its eyes were full of fear. 1,000-meter long and nearly half-wide red slash that reached the heavens blinded the eyes of everyone. The mist around swept away as even the clouds were scattered away by the pressure of the slash. The slash suddenly fell as the Bijudama and Three Tails seemed like an ant in front of it. Without any hindrance, the Bijudama and the Three Tails vanished immediately as the intensity of the attack did not increase. The slash fell on the big lake at the rear of the village. The water was split into 2 sides by the slash as 2 towering waves appeared on both sides, leaving a massive gap between as even the ground below was visible. The sea was divided. The eyes of everyone were fixed on the sight in front as despair was easily visible could be seen in them. Soon, the pressure caused by the attack disappeared as the lake returned to its original appearance. But the eyes of everyone at the moment were stuck on the figure who caused this unbelievable scene just now. Countdown to Truth. 7. Read 35 chapters ahead on piatatrian.com/naviking6666. Chapter 95, 95 Reinforcements. Mist covered the whole sea as it was hard to see a thing. A small wooden boat floated on the water as it was propelled forward by the 3 figures sitting in it. All of them wore masks with faces of animals printed on them. 2 figures were sitting in front as they held the paddles, moving the little raft forward. In the dark atmosphere, 2 pairs of red eyes were particularly eye-catching. They had 3 tadpoles-like marks in them, and they had a strange beauty in them, mesmerizing everyone who looked at them. As they kept moving forward, the mist started to weaken as an outline of a giant island began to appear in their sights. "We are about to reach our destination, Captain Kakashi." One red-eyed person who was a bit taller than the other one and had unkempt black hair spoke. "Good, we'll walk from here." The person who spoke had white hair with a mask covering his face. He had a sword fixed on his back, wearing a Konoha headband on his forehead. This is your first S-rank mission, Itachi, don't be careless. Shisui said while looking towards his best friend since the mission this time can also be their last. After reading the message brought by the mist messenger, Minato had sent Kakashi along with his two Anbu teammates Shisui and Itachi. Since Shisui and Itachi were the students of the late Kazuki, so Minato paid particular attention to them. He soon found out that these two were different from the other Uchiha. They didn't have the unique arrogance of Uchiha and were really humble. Kakashi also agreed with Minato when he learned that he had the thought of absorbing them to Anbu. Kakashi still remembered clearly that once Kazuki had said to take care of his students in the future. He would always fulfill the only request that Kazuki has made to him. I'll be careful, Shisui. Itachi has turned 10 this year, and compared to 5 years ago, he has matured a lot. His strength has also taken a massive leap as he could easily defeat Jonin now. 5 years ago, when he saw the corpse of Kazuki, he awakened his Sharingan, and it was also Tsutomu from the start. Water splashed around as the three ran on the water, moving towards the mist village quickly. Soon, they entered the village, and with their capabilities, they quickly infiltrated the village. Suddenly, the three stopped as they felt intense wind pressure, but the frowning under the mask soon turned into a shocked one. A vast long red light reaching the heavens appeared in their sights. As they were stunned by sight in the sky, the vast red light fell down as strong shock waves spread all around mixed with fast water vapors in it. After the shock waves receded, the three of them immediately moved towards the direction of the attack earlier. It seems I can't stay here anymore. Looking at the vigilant and fearful Terumi and other shinobi, Kazuki knew it wasn't possible to stay here at all. What do you want, Shanks? Terumi extinguished the fear in her heart as she came forward and said to Kazuki. Haha, I was just here for an outing, who knew that I would be welcomed by a tail beast bomb. Kazuki laughed loudly as he tried to ease the tense atmosphere around him. Everyone present, including Terumi, was surprised as they never expected him to be like this. They expected him to be more domineering and a person who never talks and kills at every turn, but it seems they were wrong. Our village doesn't seem to be a good outing place. The fear in the heart of Terumi decreased a lot, but that massive, exaggerated slash was still fresh in her memory. Even the sword demon couldn't ever make such slashes as it was done by Akagami Shanks. It's no wonder that he died in his hands. Terumi was also trying to buy time as she knew that Konoha reinforcements might be here anytime soon. As Kazuki was about to say something, his observation haki picked a few familiar auras. Kazuki looked towards his right as his face under the mask had a surprised expression. Terumi and others saw Kazuki looking towards his right, so they also glanced there subconsciously. Soon, three figures wearing masks and Konoha headbands on their foreheads appeared in their sights, moving quickly towards them. What's with this gathering? As soon as Kakashi and others arrived, spotting a large amount of mist shinobi, they couldn't help asking, but their words were stuck in their mouth as they spotted a silhouette. Red hair, along with the unique dress described in the bingo book, they immediately knew the person's identity. Kakashi yelled with infinite anger in his voice. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 96, 96 Hint. With anger in his voice and eyes blood red with rage, Kakashi roared, and for the first time in his life, he showed such outrage. He's the one who killed Sensei. Itachi and Shisui both looked at the killer of their sensei, and their eyes uncontrollably turned red with anger and hate. Looking at his angry friend and disciples, Kazuki desperately wanted to remove his mask and meet with them and tell the truth. But he knew this wasn't the time to do, and there was something he wanted to confirm. Not only did Konoha need to grow without his presence, but he wanted to test them. If one day they learned the truth, would they choose to hide it or not? He wanted to know what Minato's decision would be at that time. Would he stick to his morals, or for the sake of the village, he would hide this matter, completely? If it is the latter, it won't take long for Minato to turn into someone like Sarutobi, who was numb to sacrifices. But he believed that Minato wouldn't disappoint him. Oh, shinobi from Konoha, it's been a long time since I saw them. How long it has been? Yeah, it was 5 years ago. Kazuki, with a causal and frivolous tone, responded. What hatred do you have with Konoha? Why did you do that? Kakashi didn't let anger affect his mind too much as he wanted to know why Shanks did that. Haha, I don't have any hatred towards Konoha, I actually sympathize with you, Konoha shinobi. Kazuki laughed loudly and gave a slight hint with his words as he believed Kakashi would be smart enough to guess that something was wrong. A confused expression appeared on the face of Kakashi under the mask as Shisui and Itachi were equally confused as well. Well, time for me to go, you can think as much as you like. Kazuki spoke in a joking tone as he turned to leave and waved his hand as a goodbye. Today, I'll capture you, you will tell us everything you know. Kakashi spoke confidently as he took the sword out from his back, ready for the fight. Shisui and Itachi also took out their kunai and shurikens, ready to deal with Kazuki. Terumi and Ao arrived beside them as she was the one who called for the reinforcements, and it was necessary to help them. All the other hundreds of mist shinobi also looked ready to attack Kazuki anytime. I advise you to stop, it won't end well. Kazuki suddenly stopped as he looked back and said to all of them who were ready to fight. Today, you'll pay for every sin you have committed. Blue thunder appeared around Kakashi, enveloping his whole body nearly the same as the fourth Raikage. Not gaining Sharingan only benefited Kakashi. With his own talent and the constant guidance of his father, Kakashi has fully evolved, becoming a true Kage-rank powerhouse. Terumi, Shisui, Itachi, and Ao were prepared as chakra erupted from them, cracking the ground underneath. It seems I'm still too kind after all. From Kazuki as the center, a vast red aura erupted from Kazuki spread around as the mist shinobi felt the same sensation again for the second time in their life. All of them except the 5 in front who Kazuki let go on purpose suddenly fell down, lying motionless on the ground. Since they wanted to fight, Kazuki wanted to see how much they had improved. A solemn expression appeared on the 5 faces as they looked at the hundreds of mist shinobi lying motionless on the ground. They knew from his intelligence that he could do this, but hearing and seeing were two different matters. But they also knew they had to fight even if it was hopeless, as shinobi needed to fight even if it meant death. All 5 of them suddenly disappeared in front of their place as the next moment they were right in front of their kunai or blades coated with chakra slashing at Kazuki from all directions. As their weapons were only a few centimeters from Kazuki's mask, pressure erupted from Kazuki as all of them suddenly seemed to be hit by something. All 5 of them flew away with extreme speed as they hit the ground forcefully. Kakashi got up from the pit with difficulty as he said, a bit confused. He wasn't injured much physically, but his spirit seemed to be hit by something before nearly making him lose consciousness before. Only by sheer willpower was he able to stay awake. Are you all right, Captain Kakashi? Shisui and Itachi staggeringly arrived near as they were walloped also. I'm fine, this time, the enemy is too strong, be careful. Kakashi now could understand that this guy really had the power to kill Kazuki and Hokage together. He didn't even lift his hand, and all of them were already injured. Terumi also arrived near them, but Ao wasn't as spirited as them as he lay in the pit passed out. Do you want to continue? You can still stop and give up, you still have time. Kazuki really didn't want to hurt them much, so he decided to give them a way out. Shisui, Itachi, buy me some time. I want to try a jutsu. Kakashi didn't seem to have heard the warning of Kazuki as he looked towards 2 of his teammates. You can rest assured, Captain. Both of them suddenly rushed towards Kazuki as Terumi also joined them. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. Lava-style Slaying Dragon Jutsu. Shisui and Terumi nearly added all of their chakras in this jutsu as its power turned massive, ultimately into an S-rank jutsu. A vast sea of fire and a giant red magma dragon moved towards Kazuki. At this time, Itachi also appeared beside Kazuki, as his red eyes under the mask spun sharply as Kazuki, who stood motionless, suddenly felt the world around him turn red. This should stop him from blocking the attack. Itachi moved away from Kazuki as he saw him motionless and the powerful jutsu about to devour him. A voice fell in the ears of Itachi, whose pupils suddenly shrank as he wanted to look back, but only a fist came into his vision. Itachi flew away, hitting the ground, destroying the ground underneath as blood leaked down from his mask. Shisui cried seeing Itachi being hit. He never expected Kazuki to dodge their attacks so quickly, and with his Sharingan, he couldn't even notice when Kazuki appeared behind Itachi. Shisui arrived near Itachi in the pit but saw him motionless. Checking his breathing, he learned he had passed out, making him angry that someone injured his friend so much. You should sleep as well. Terumi, panting, was exhausted by the fight earlier and using this big jutsu, suddenly heard the voice that she least wanted to. The next moment she felt her head spin as her vision darkened and she fell down, also lying motionless on the ground. At this moment, Kazuki sensed a huge aura from behind as he saw Kakashi didn't know when he appeared behind him, his hands covered with purple lightning. Kakashi, without wasting any moment, thrust it towards Kazuki's chest. But at this moment, a dark hand suddenly grasped the hand covered with purple lightning as the eyes of Kakashi showed an unbelievable look. How is this possible? Reikiri was an S-rank jutsu that could pulverize anything, but he never expected the enemy to stop it with just a hand. Hitaki Kakashi, you are strong, but if you want to beat me, then this is far from enough. Kakashi looked at his hand stopped by the enemy and couldn't help but remember that time years ago in the Chunin exam. At that time, he used Chidori, but it was stopped quickly by Kazuki, and today, the situation was no different from it. It seems I'm coming to meet you, Kazuki. A weak smile appeared on the face of Kakashi under the mask. He knew that he was about to die. Reikiri was his decisive attack. If the enemy could stop it with such ease, he didn't know what else could work. A chop fell on the neck of Kakashi as his vision darkened and he fell lying on the ground passed out. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Countdown to Truth, 5. Chapter 97, 97 Angry Shisui. Cried Shisui when he saw Kazuki taking down Kakashi as well. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Kazuki stopping Reikiri with just a hand. Honestly, I'm disappointed. Is this all you Konoha shinobi can do? The person 5 years ago was far better than you lot. Kazuki spoke while shaking his head like he was really disappointed. He never expected Kakashi and the others to grow so much, but even so, it wasn't enough to fight the powerful enemies in the future. Shisui spoke with an angry tone as the Sharingan in his eyes quickly spun, and the three tomo connected together to form a 4-pin-pointed wheel pattern. Looking at the pattern in Shisui's eyes, a surprised expression on the face of Kazuki. But thinking of Shisui's talent, this much can be expected from him. Chakra erupted from Shisui as he disappeared from his place, rushing towards Kazuki. Shisui's speed kept increasing as numerous afterimages appeared around Kazuki, and Shisui attacked Kazuki continuously. Kazuki deflected another sword attack of Shisui with his hands imbued with haki, making steel colliding sounds like the expression on the face of Shisui became more and more serious. Shisui roared in anger as he once again swung his sword towards Kazuki's face. Tilting his head to evade the attack, Kazuki immediately delivered a punch on the stomach of Shisui, who squatted down on his knees in front of Kazuki, holding his stomach in pain. Kazuki kicked the Shisui in front, who flew away, hitting the ground. Looking at the motionless Shisui, Kazuki finally sighed in relief. It was tough for him to control his attack's power to not hurt his friends and students. But even a fraction of his attack power still injured them seriously. Kazuki turned around to leave as he knew staying here for too long could cause more trouble. Wait, you won't get away. Kazuki, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly heard a voice from behind. As he turned around, saw Shisui standing with blood oozing from all over his body, but his eyes were determinate without the slightest fear of death. Why can't you just stay where you are? Kazuki felt warm in his heart, seeing that Shisui would go to such lengths just to avenge him, but he really lacked common sense. He should see the massive gap between their strength, but he still wanted to fight him. Why fight? You know the end result won't change. You should be glad that I'm not in the mood to kill anymore. Otherwise, you won't be alive till now. Don't look down on us, Konoha shinobi. Even if I die, I'll avenge my sensei. Should I use that? No, with his strength, I won't be able to find a good opportunity. It seems I can only use Susanoo. The Mangekyo of Shisui shone brightly as a vast green skeleton enveloped Shisui. Not enough, this isn't enough. Shisui increased the output of chakra as threads began to appear on the green skeleton connecting together, and soon 2 bright lights shone from the sockets of Susanoo. Soon, the Susanoo of Shisui successfully transformed with 2 large teeth at the end of its mouth and a red tomo in the center of its chest. It revealed an aura of oppression. I can't stand this consumption too long. I need to end this fast. Blood leaked from the eyes of Shisui as he knew he wouldn't last long and needed to end this fight quickly. Kazuki had some expectations from the legendary Susanoo and wondered whether it could handle his punch. Countless green needles suddenly shot out from the Susanoo as they rushed towards Kazuki. With his observation haki, Kazuki moved around, avoiding the deadly needles, but suddenly he saw a shadow over him and looked up. The enormous fist of Susanoo moved towards Kazuki. Kazuki didn't back down as he brought his own right hand forward and punched back. The large and small fists of Susanoo and Kazuki collided as massive wind pressure was generated. An unbelievable look appeared in the eyes of Shisui as he saw some cracks appearing on the fists of Susanoo, as he hurriedly jumped back, forming a distance from Kazuki. Susanoo of Uchiha clan, its reputation is well deserved. Even if he knew it before, Kazuki was still somewhat surprised by the defense of Susanoo. Although he didn't use his haki and only used pure physical strength, his punch was still some points stronger than Tsunade. Shisui fell on one knee with one hand on his eyes as the Susanoo around him started to dim. It seems you are at your end, then let me help you. Noticing the tired Shisui, Kazuki decided to end this farce since this fight had already wasted a lot of his time. Kazuki's right hand was suddenly covered with the black matter, as the next moment, he appeared in front of the Susanoo and punched on its chest. The Susanoo seemed like glass as it was broken immediately, and Shisui, just by the punch's wind pressure, was blown away. I hope you'll be more of a challenge the next time we meet. Kazuki disappeared from the place, leaving the devastated area behind with bodies lying everywhere. Just after a minute or so after Kazuki left, near Kakashi, who was lying motionless on the ground, a yellow light flashed, and a person donned in Hokage Haori appeared. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 98, 98 Joining. Minato, who suddenly appeared near Kakashi, when subconsciously glanced around, was stunned. Numerous bodies were lying on the ground as pits and cracks covered the ground in a radius of hundreds of meters. Just looking at the numerous mist shinobi, even someone calm as Minato felt a chill, and he couldn't believe who could do this. This kind of sight he had only heard before when Kazuki defeated the whole mist village. Minato looked down as he spotted Kakashi lying in the pit. Cried Minato as he immediately squatted down, checking the breathing of Kakashi. Thank God, you're alive. Minato sighed in relief after confirming that Kakashi had just passed out. Minato immediately shuttled on the whole battlefield as he also quickly found Itachi and especially Shisui, who was full of blood. Minato had given Kakashi a kunai of his in case of trouble, he could reach them instantly. When he was processing the documents in the Hokage office, he didn't know why but he suddenly had a bad feeling. Remembering the feeling that occurred years ago, Minato immediately disappeared from his place as he arrived at the battlefield. Minato teleported back to the village with Kakashi, Shisui, and Itachi. The rest of the mist shinobi was only stunned, so there was no danger to their life, and with such movements the remaining mist shinobi would be here soon. So he left Terumi and others there and teleported back to the village. As Minato had expected, just after he left, some genin and chunin of mist shinobi arrived on the scene and were surprised. They soon started transporting the injured and passed out back to the village. Mist covered the whole road as suddenly a figure of a tall man with red hair appeared. At the road with mountains on the left and right, Kazuki walked forward step by step. Kazuki had already left Hidden Mist Village was in deep thought as he walked forward about what to do next as there weren't many places left for him to visit. He couldn't go back to the village, he had thought about staying at the Mist Village for a few years, but with what he did just now, it wasn't possible now. Suddenly Kazuki stopped as he looked towards his right. As expected of the legendary Akagami Shanks. From the mist to his left, a person wearing a robe printed with dark red clouds and a spiral mask walked out as he stood a few steps away from Kazuki. Kazuki inquired about the identity of the uninvited guest though he knew it immediately when he saw him. It really is you, Fukashi. Looking at the person in front with a spiral mask, Kazuki finally confirmed his guess. 5 years ago, during Nine Tails' attack, he only saw him for a few seconds, and he being angry, couldn't confirm his identity. From the academy days, the aura of Fukashi has changed a lot, but it was impossible to erase the unique aura different from every person. You can call me the savior, or the world also knows me as Uchiha Madara. Fukashi pretended in front of Kazuki as his tone was full of arrogance and pride. Haha, time is really cruel, the legendary Uchiha Madara has to even hide his face to live. Kazuki laughed loudly as his voice echoed in the quiet mountain range as he made fun of Fukashi. Fukashi's expression under the mask turned ugly as he was fuming with anger, but he finally controlled himself from attacking the bastard in front. Nothing good would come out from making an enemy like Kazuki, especially when he learned from Zetsu what happened in the mist just now. That 1,000-meter-long slash that reached the heavens and even divided the sea was something even the Sword Demon could not even come close to. If Sword Demon had this kind of strength, Konoha would have won the war just by relying on him alone, so this was also why Fukashi never doubted that Shanks in front was Kazuki. A corpse can be fake, but strength can never be. Hehe, if the world knows I'm alive, it could cause the world to plunge into another war, and it would nullify all of my efforts. Fukashi played the role of a savior really well, and Kazuki would have believed his words if he didn't know the plot. So, why, the great Uchiha Madara is looking for me? Kazuki guessed why Fukashi was here, but he still asked, wanting to confirm. Join me. I will create a fair world, a world without hate and war, a world where the dreams of everyone would come true. Fukashi became more and more excited as he spoke about his dreams, and his voice got louder and louder. And how would you do that? Kazuki was speechless, looking at the excited Fukashi as he really admired the brainwashing technique of Madara. Even Danzo paled in front of it. Fukashi immediately told his plan about collecting the tail beasts to deter the great nations but didn't tell about infinite Tsukuyomi. After all, he couldn't trust someone who he just had met. You shouldn't refuse, the whole world is looking for you, not only can we provide you shelter, but you can also contribute to saving this war-torn world. Kazuki thought about it as he really had no place to go now. Bounty hunters were looking for him in the whole world, even if he wasn't afraid, but it was too annoying. And by joining Akatsuki, he could also keep an eye on them since the plot has gone beyond his recognition with his involvement, and he needed to be prepared to deal with every situation. Kazuki agreed to join Akatsuki as he left with Fukashi, and they stopped at a nearby cave since he was going to have his first meeting with the Akatsuki members. Chapter 99, 99 Determined Minato. Fukashi handed the Akatsuki robe and the ring on which the Japanese word, shu, was printed. Kazuki quickly wore the Akatsuki robe and put the Akatsuki ring on the ring finger of his right hand. So, the rumors were true. Fukashi, who saw the empty left arm, confirmed the rumor that he had only one arm. Infuse your chakra in the ring, it's time to introduce you to the other members. Kazuki did what he said, and soon he saw 7 illusory figures appearing in front of him. What's with this sudden meeting? I was just about to catch a big fish. A figure whose green eyes could still be seen clearly spoke with some frustration. Be quiet. Today a new member is joining us. In the center stood a fuzzy silhouette, but his purple ring pattern eyes could be seen clearly. Hee, it's been a long time since we last had a new member. Kazuki immediately recognized this creepy laughter as he saw the snake-shaped pupils looking at him with interest. Many of you may know his name. He is the killer that the whole world is looking for, Akagami Shanks. As soon as Nagato announced the name, everyone looked towards Kazuki with shock, curiosity in their eyes. Kakuzu had fear in his eyes as even though 5 years passed, he still clearly remembered that deathly feeling. You are the one who killed that monster, sword demon. Juzo looked at Kazuki with surprise and fear in his eyes. He still remembered how hopeless he was in front of Kazuki, but the person in front could even kill that monster, so he was naturally afraid. Hee, Akagami Shanks, it seems it was worth joining Akatsuki. Orochimaru had some sadness in his eyes when he heard the name Sword Demon. It's been 5 years already, and only his name is left now. What's the point of having strength if you can't even defeat death? Kazuki didn't care for the surprise of other Akatsuki members as he was looking around, trying to see how many members in his memory had joined Akatsuki. He spotted Sasori and Kisame as well. Deidara and Hidan weren't here, it seems they haven't found them yet. Shanks, for some time, you will work alone. We are still in the early stage of our plan, so everyone supports the organization with funding. You will also do the same. Nagato had no politeness in his voice as he was totally indifferent. To him, in front of his eyes, no one would be able to cause trouble, he was a god, and no mortal could defeat him. Kazuki just nodded, not caring for the rude attitude of Nagato. Nagato was a pitiful man himself since he knew he was just a pawn. Soon, the meeting ended, as Kazuki left the cave, starting another long trip worldwide. Thank God, you woke up Kakashi. Minato stood beside the bed on which Kakashi was lying, but his expression was somewhat sad. What about Itachi and Shisui? Kakashi asked as he was worried deeply for his teammates. Itachi is resting, and Shisui was injured seriously, but Lady Tsunade has treated him, so he will wake up soon. Minato assured the worried Kakashi as Tsunade and Tsukumo, who stood beside, nodded, telling Kakashi not to worry too much. Minato asked the most important question as he wondered who could do this. Kakashi just uttered these 2 words as the expression on the faces of everyone became serious. Kakashi quickly explained the whole story, not hiding even a single detail. Minato, who heard about the abilities of Akagami Shanks, was surprised that many of his powers were similar to Kazuki. Swordsmanship which can even divide the sea, making others unable to fight just by a glance, it was just like Kazuki. If he hadn't seen the corpse of Kazuki with his own eyes, he would have thought this Akagami Shanks was Kazuki. But the strength of Akagami Shanks worried Minato a lot. Kakashi, Itachi, Shisui, Terumi, and Ao, all of them fighting together, could not even touch the clothes of Akagami Shanks showed how strong he was. Even he can only run away in front of such a lineup. Minato-sensei, it's not his strength that worries me. Kakashi spoke with some confusion on his face as he still couldn't figure out the meaning of the words of Shanks. There was also some confusion as to why Akagami Shanks let them go and didn't kill any one of them. You should know that their bounty is not low, so he shouldn't have let them go if he was a bounty hunter. What's worrying you, Kakashi? Minato asked immediately as Tsunade and Tsukumo also looked at him. When I asked him what hatred does he have with Konoha, he said he never hated Konoha and that he actually sympathizes with us, and I could tell that he wasn't joking. The expression on the faces of Minato, Tsunade, and Tsukumo turned pale. They have always been wondering about what happened that day, but they couldn't get an answer. From the words of Akagami Shanks, something did happen that day that they were completely unaware of. The advisors are hiding something. Tsunade immediately said her guess as she still remembered the panicked faces of Koharu and Mitokado that day. But we can't force them. Tsukumo said unwillingly as it wasn't right to force the advisors of Konoha. No, I want an answer. If advisors don't tell me, even if I have to force them, I will get an answer. There was determination in the eyes of Minato, as he decided already he would go to any length to know the truth. Tsunade and Tsukumo didn't say anything more as they knew since Minato had decided no one could stop him now. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. As I had told, the blame would never be on Kazuki. Chapter 100. 100 Truth 1. Today the sun above Konoha was exceptionally brightly lighting up the entire village. The streets were filled with people, as smiles were on the face of everyone in the prosperous streets, as they were happy to live in these peaceful times. But the air in the Hokage office was a bit different as a strange silence filled the whole room. What's the matter, Minato? Koharu and Mitokado sat on their reserved seat together and looked towards Minato, who summoned them suddenly. Tsunade, Tsukumo, Kakashi, Shikaku, Itachi, and Shisui, who had woken up already, were all present in the room. It's been 3 days since Minato brought the injured Kakashi and others back. Under the treatment of Tsunade, Kakashi and Itachi had fully recovered, and Shisui still had some bandages on his body, but he was already good enough to walk easily. You should know already that Kakashi and others met Akagami Shanks in the hidden mist, but during the fight, the enemy said something that points towards that day. As soon as they heard the words, that day, a panicked expression appeared on their faces, but they quickly covered it up. They had a bad feeling since the morning, they didn't know why, but now listening to his words they knew that something was wrong after all, and this strange feeling wasn't for nothing. What do you want from us, Minato? We don't understand what you mean. The heart of Mitokado was beating fast, but he still replied to Minato with a calm expression on his old face. What I mean is that I want to know what happened that day. The tone of Minato was a bit impatient as he tapped the table in front with his index finger, hoping to get an answer. Didn't we say it before? We don't know anything. Koharu spoke loudly after seeing the impatient Minato, trying to remind him that they were still the advisors and he couldn't be rude to them. Minato sighed as he leaned back on his seat and closed his eyes, seemed to be thinking of something. The gaze of everyone present in the room except the advisors, who were confused as to why Minato was suddenly so fixed to know the truth, was set on Minato as they knew he was about to make an important decision. Said Minato as he waved his hands towards him. Itachi instantly disappeared from his place as he appeared in front of the two elders. Before Mitokado and Koharu could say anything, red eyes appeared in front of them. They seemed to struggle for a moment, but soon they sat motionless, looking towards Itachi with eyes that seemed to have lost their luster. Itachi looked towards Minato, telling him that he had successfully controlled them. Sorry for troubling you, Itachi. Minato said to Itachi, appreciating his effort as he lightly tapped the desk in front of him. The room door was pushed open as a person about the same age as Minato with long light blonde hair entered the room. Minato said to Yamanaka Inoichi as he pointed towards the two motionless elders. Inoichi said respectfully as he went towards both of them and put his hands on their heads. The curious eyes of everyone that were fixed on Inoichi soon saw something incredible. The calm Inoichi, who had his eyes closed, changed suddenly, as veins appeared on his forehead and the expression on his face became angrier and angrier, but as time passed, it turned into a sad one, and even a tear fell from his eyes. After wiping his tearful eyes, Inoichi stood up, undoing his jutsu on the advisors. Koharu and Mitokado immediately woke up as they looked towards Inoichi like they had seen a ghost. Before they could complete their words, Inoichi slapped both of them with such force that they flew away, hitting the wall far away and lying on the ground motionless. Cried everyone in the room who didn't expect him to attack the elders. They were already surprised when they saw him crying, so they were caught unprepared, couldn't stop his attack. What did you see, Inoichi? Minato seemed to have forgotten the passed out elders as he looked towards Inoichi since he knew that this behavior must result from what he saw. You should know that Inoichi has always been calm, and this is the first time he has seen him like this, even crying, which made Minato even forget to check the health of the elders. Lowered forth, Can't say it, it's better that you all see it for yourself. The expression on the face of Inoichi was sad and filled with disappointment as he didn't even dare to explain what he saw. Everyone's expression became even more severe, and they let go of their defenses as Inoichi casted the mind-body transmission jutsu. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 101, 101 Truth 2. It was the same old Hokage office, but on the Hokage seat sat a relatively young Sarutobi as in front stood the young Danzo, Kaharu and Mitokado. Hiruzen, as Danzo said, the Senju clan is dangerous, they are too full of themselves and don't put us in their eyes, we have to think of a way to deal with them. The beautiful Kaharu said to Sarutobi, reminding him of their danger. If I do this, how would I face sensei after death? Sarutobi tried to persuade his friends as he couldn't kill the clan that his sensei belonged to. Humph, you are too soft, Hiruzen, since they are threatening the village, then we have to deal with them. If sensei was alive, he would have agreed with us. You don't need to do anything, I'm Konoha's darkness, leave it to me. Danzo turned to leave as Kaharu, Mitokado, and Sarutobi were left in the room. Sarutobi clenched his fists as he seemed to be struggling about something. Finally, Sarutobi loosened his fists as he leaned back and sighed at his incompetence. It was the same old Hokage office once again. Hiruzen, Tsukumo is too famous right now, if we don't do anything, you'll have to give up your seat of Hokage. Mikado seemed to have some wrinkles on his face in this memory. But he is Konoha's hero, how can I do anything to him? Some hair of Sarutobi has turned white at this point. We only need to ruin his reputation, leave it to me, Hiruzen. Danzo said as Sarutobi once again for his rule nearly sacrificed a hero of the village. Haha, soon it will be the end of Kazuki. Kaharu and Mitokado laughed loudly as they saw Sarutobi had finally given up his last resistance. Hiruzen, I will be the one who will take his head off, don't you dare stop me at that time. Danzo had a cruel smile on his face as he couldn't wait to complete his revenge. What I did is for Konoha. Looking at his laughing old friend, Sarutobi again said these historic lines consoling himself. The whole Hokage office had a pin-drop silence. How could they do this? Tsunade sat down holding her head as tears fell on the floor from her eyes. She couldn't believe that her clan was killed by the people of Konoha. The eyes of Itachi turned red uncontrollably as the three tomo began to spin wildly. Soon, the tomo connected together, forming a whole different pattern. But Itachi didn't seem to notice it as his mind was blank by what he had seen. Tsukumo was sad as he never expected that the elders would be involved in that incident. Kakashi and Shisui were silent as they kept their heads down, but their whole bodies were trembling. For the first time, everyone questioned themselves as to the point in putting their lives for the village if the result was to be killed like Kazuki. Whenever Kakashi and Shisui tried to imagine the sight of Kazuki suddenly being attacked by his own fellow villagers, they couldn't even think how he would have felt. The more they think, the more they feel terrified of how their friend and sensei would have died in despair. Minato was looking at his hands, as he still could remember that he, with his own hands, sent Kazuki to death. Remembering the cheerful Kazuki and then the face of Kazuki, who, even after being betrayed, still had a smile on his face, he didn't know now whether it was a regretless smile or a mocking smile. The heart of Minato seemed to rip apart, and his hands were shaking continuously. Minato squeezed out these two words with extreme pain as his words were filled with regret, grief, pain. The whole Hokage office was silent as this quietness lasted for several minutes before being broken by an angry voice. How dare you attack us, Inoichi? At this moment, Kaharu and Mitokado, who had passed out, woke up as they yelled at Inoichi, but they stopped suddenly as they saw the sad faces of everyone. They immediately remembered what Inoichi had done to them some time ago, as fearful expressions appeared on their faces. The voice of the advisors immediately pulled out everyone from their thoughts as they suddenly looked towards the advisors, their eyes red with anger. How dare you do that? Tsunade stood up as she roared towards the elders. Listen to us. We can't, XP boom. Mitokado tried to explain, but Tsunade suddenly appeared before him, and a punch fell on his stomach. Mitokado immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood as he directly passed out once again. Tsunade didn't use much power as there was no way she would let him die so quickly. Kaharu's face was pale as her whole body was trembling with fear looking at Tsunade. Minato, step by step, arrived in front of Kaharu as he looked at her and said, I can't change the past, but I swear I would make a future where no one has to suffer like Kazuki, and your public execution would be the first step towards it. Minato said, Looking at Kaharu as Kakashi, Shisui, and everyone else suddenly looked towards Minato as they seemed to have found hope, someone who can they still trust and sacrifice their lives for. Minato summoned the Anbu and ordered them to take away and lock both advisors. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 102, 102 Tears. Groups of civilians were gathered in the streets as they looked at the wooden notice board's message at the corner of the streets. Why did Hokage-sama call us? It must be something important. Looking at the message written on the board that ordered the villagers to gather under the Hokage building tomorrow, everyone couldn't help but ask each other. This was the first time they saw such a notice without any details, so everyone was curious. Soon, the news to gather tomorrow under the Hokage building spread throughout the village as every villager wondered about its reason. The silvery moonlight sprinkled on the cemetery as it lit up the entire cemetery. The whole cemetery was quiet, but a lone figure could be seen standing in front of a monument. Tomorrow, one of your enemies will be brought to justice. Rest well, Kazuki. Anyone who had a hand in this, they will pay for it. In front of a monument on which the words, Kazuki Shiro the hero of Konoha, was engraved stood a girl with long untamed black hair reaching her upper back with a sad expression on her beautiful face that was completely visible under the moonlight. She had red eyes, and her outfit consisted of a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible, and above it, she wore dark gray kimono. Her hands and upper thighs were covered with bandages and a Konoha headband coiled around her right arm, and also a violet diamond-shaped mark was visible on her forehead. Kurenai placed a white flower in front of the monument of Kazuki and closed her eyes, remembering her time with Kazuki. These memories flashed in her mind like when fighting with Kazuki against the enemy, eating in the restaurant. I miss you, Kazuki. Tears fell uncontrollably from her eyes, remembering those sweet times. During these years, she had trained hard as she quickly surpassed everyone among her peers, with only Guy and Kakashi being equal to her. The will to avenge Kazuki made her even complete the 100 seal jutsu passed on to her by Tsunade. Even Shizune, who Tsunade was more optimistic about, could not wholly learn the jutsu while Kurenai was able to, which explained her hard struggle. Kazuki, wearing the Akatsuki robe, sat at the center of the room on the floor as he wiped the griffin. It's been some days since he joined the Akatsuki. Since he was alone, he could travel and hunt someone with a high bounty, which was really a criminal to fund the Akatsuki. White Zetsu was responsible for collecting the funds, who would come on the fixed date to collect the funds. Suddenly, Kazuki frowned as he didn't know why his heart suddenly felt as it was about to rip apart. Kazuki brought his hand near his wet eyes, and his face had an unbelievable look on it. Kazuki's gaze fell on the picture in the frame placed on the table. In the picture, he stood in the center with a weak smile. Kurenai, on his right, with a big grin on her face, was making a V sign right beside his face, and Shizune on the left with hands on her hips looking at them angrily. Shinku had the same helpless expression on his face looking at his troublemaker students. Looking at the smiling face of Kurenai, Kazuki felt more and more pain in his heart. Kazuki took out a bottle from the system space as he arrived beside the window and looked at the clear starry sky above and the moon that seemed even more beautiful tonight. Kazuki sat between the window as he gulped the wine down and said, while looking towards the moon in which he seemed to see the face of the smiling Kurenai. Maybe Tonari, just kidding. He knew the one who would be the saddest on his death would indeed be Kurenai, and he really felt guilty about deceiving her. But he didn't regret it since this was necessary to get them ready to face the strong enemies in the future. Madara, Kagaya, and the whole Otsutsuki clan, who even he didn't know what was the limit of their strength. Everyone, including Kurenai, needs to get strong, and his death can work as a catalyst and make them stronger. At least strong enough to have some self-protection against the strong enemies in the future. So he could only silently say sorry to Kurenai as he promised himself that one day he would return to that village and they would be together forever. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Some readers mentioned about chapters getting shorter. Actually, the minimum length for my chapter is around 800 words. It's been like this from the start. I have a certain plot set for a chapter in my mind. So whether it's 2000 words or 800, the plot progression would be the same. Chapter 103, 103 Beheaded Advisors. The clouds obscured the sun, but some rays would somehow pass the clouds revealing the scene below. A vast crowd could be seen outside the Hokage office, and more people kept arriving. The Anbu were stationed around as they kept the order in check. In the crowd, a woman with long red hair stood looking towards the roof of the Hokage building, and beside her was a woman around the same age as her with long black hair. In front of these two stood two kids around 5 years old, as one of them had blonde hair with whiskers on his face, and the other had black hair with a fan-shaped emblem printed on his black shirt. What is Minato going to do with them, Kushina? Makoto had a sad expression since she learned the truth from Shisui and Itachi yesterday. Since both Itachi and Shisui knew that Minato would announce this matter, so there was no need for them to hide. Remembering the distressed expression on her son's face, Makoto felt really bad as she knew that Itachi really admired Kazuki. Kazuki dying fighting the enemy and Kazuki dying in his own villagers' hands was different. She knew her son was hit hard and hoped that he could recover soon. Minato said he would make an example of it, so no one dares to do such a thing again. When Kushina learned the truth, the respect she once had for Sarutobi was gone completely. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the Hokage, she would have dug his grave and destroyed his corpse already. As they were talking, there was movement on the roof of Hokage building as Minato donned in Hokage robe appeared in front of everyone. But unlike before, he didn't have the usual sunny smile on his face. Everyone started to cheer in joy after seeing Minato. Minato raised his hand as everyone immediately stopped cheering and looked at him curiously, wondering what would he announce. Every single one of you would be confused as to why I have gathered you here. So without any delay, let's proceed to it. Minato waved his hand as Kakashi and Shisui, with the Anbu mask on their face, holding the terrified advisors, arrived in front of everyone. The chakra of Kaharu and Midokado had been sealed already, so they could not retaliate and were helpless. Why are they held like criminals? Everyone started to discuss with each other after seeing the fearful Kaharu and Midokado brought in front of them. Minato once again raised his hands as everyone once again stopped talking. 5 years ago, Konoha's hero Kazuki Shiro died fighting the enemy, but this isn't the whole truth. These two in front of you and Elder Danzo betrayed him and they are the reason that he died. Minato announced the crimes of both elders as there was a sudden silence below. How dare they do this? Kill these bastards. After a short silence, everyone below roared in anger as they looked at Kaharu and Midokado with hate and could not wait to kill them with their own hands. They misused their authorities, and as a punishment, they will be executed right here in front of you, and this will be an example to those who wish to do the same. You can't do this, Minato. We are the students of Lord Second. What we did was for Konoha. Kaharu and Midokado immediately tried to persuade Minato as they were scared silly after they heard him announcing their public execution. Minato didn't care for their plea as he looked towards Kakashi and Shisui and waved his hands. Kakashi and Shisui got to work after seeing his gesture. The begging of advisors stopped suddenly as both Kakashi and Shisui took out their blades and swung them down. The mothers below covered their children's eyes as they didn't want them to see such a cruel sight. Two heads flew up in the air as a fountain of blood followed it. The heads fell down as they rolled around the legs of Kakashi and Shisui, who were covered in blood. I hope this can lessen your pain on the other side. Looking at the beheaded elders, Kakashi hoped that this could ease the painful soul of Kazuki and the Pure Land. Minato didn't announce the name of Sarutobi as even if he wanted to, he couldn't do such a thing. No matter how cruel Sarutobi was, he was a Hokage. If it was announced that he was also involved, it could cause panic in the hearts of ninja. Hokage was someone every ninja looked up to, so not to stain the title of Hokage, Minato didn't announce his deeds. But the respect for Sarutobi was replaced by disgust. He even laughed at himself for how naive he was and would even kneel in front of such a person. And for Danzo, his reputation today was destroyed, his name written in the heroes of Konoha was removed by him. Soon, the Anbu took away the corpse of both the advisors as everyone went back, but all of them had sad expressions on their faces. Mom, who is Kazuki Shiro? Naruto asked, looking towards his mother as this was the first time he heard of this name. He was the hero of Konoha and was also someone who saved mine and your father's life. Mom, then he must be very powerful. Naruto asked curiously, since he could save his father and mother, his strength should be strong. Do you see that plain area, Naruto? Once mountains existed in that place, but it was Kazuki who destroyed them all while fighting the enemy. Kushina pointed towards the backside of Konoha, where mountains once existed but were pulverized by Kazuki. You should become someone like him, Naruto. Kushina hoped that her son could grow up to be a strong shinobi. No, I want to be the Hokage, the strongest Hokage there ever has been. Even if he did have his parents, the dream of Naruto did not change since he wanted to prove himself. He has always been called the Hokage's son, so he will become a Hokage even better than his father and get acknowledged by the whole village. Kushina smiled after hearing her son's words as she seemed to see the shadow of the young Minato in him. Soon, what happened in Konoha soon spread throughout the ninja world as everyone learned the truth behind the incident 5 years ago. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 104, 104 Scared Fukashi. It was a spacious hall with numerous chairs and tables, but at this moment, the whole hall had pin-drop silence. A heap of different luxurious dishes was placed on one of the tables. On the chair beside the table, Kazuki sat as he devoured the food in front without any constraint. Around him, on the hall floor, numerous bodies were lying motionless on the ground, making the scene terrifying. On the chair in front of Kazuki sat a person wearing a dark robe with red clouds printed on it and a spiral-shaped mask, making it unable to see his identity. Haha, as expected of the legendary Akagami Shanks, wherever you go, you make a big fuss. Fukashi was sweating crazy as he looked at all the passed-out people, the fear of Kazuki increasing more and more in his heart. I like to eat in a quiet atmosphere. Kazuki didn't care for the praise of Fukashi as he ate the food in front constantly with half of his mask removed. Half of the people on the ground were bounty hunters, so he knocked everyone out. Anyway, they would wake up after he left. But midway through his meal, Fukashi arrived, making him somewhat curious about why he would find him. Have you heard what happened in Konoha? Fukashi said while looking towards Kazuki, who had worn his mask back entirely as the food in front was finished. Kazuki looked towards Fukashi, and Fukashi didn't know why he seemed to feel the room's temperature becoming a bit cold. Kazuki hoped that nothing bad had occurred since the plot was already beyond recognition, making him worried about something unexpected. Fukashi immediately narrated the whole matter of the execution of the advisors and its reason and told him what the world was thinking of him now. Haha, everyone thinks that you are a big bluff who just happened to be lucky to find the injured sword demon. Fukashi wasn't making fun of Kazuki but was mocking the ninja world. If they knew what he did in the Mist Village, their eyes would pop out from their sockets. The whole world was now guessing that Shanks just happened to pass by the fighting place and was able to kill the already exhausted Hokage, Kazuki and Danzo. They could guess that Sarutobi being together with them couldn't be a coincidence, and it means he was the part of the group who set up the ambush, but Konoha Ninja refused to believe it and just treated it as an enemy's plot. If their guess is accurate, it seems that Akagami Shanks isn't as strong as imagined. Kazuki was someone who could defeat the whole village alone. Beating him along with Hokage and Danzo made them fear Akagami Shanks before. But if they were injured already, then they could understand. But what most villagers didn't know was about what happened in the Mist Village. Terumi, after waking up, didn't let the matter leak out since it was shameful for them to lose a second time against only a single person. Minato also didn't announce it since they were in an alliance, and ruining their reputation could cause the coalition to break. The whole hall started shaking as cracks appeared everywhere in the room, whether on the floor or the walls. Fukashi sat in front of Kazuki, laughed, praising him, but his breathing was short as his arms were trembling with fear. I underestimated him too much. The aura of Kazuki was too strong, even Madara he had seen looked a little less in front of it. Fukashi tried to calm himself down as he knew he couldn't afford to look panicked in front of Kazuki, otherwise, it could put his identity as Madara in danger. Kazuki laughed inwardly since he could sense that Fukashi was scared silly by his aura. You didn't disappoint me, Minato. Kazuki thought as a part of his heart seemed to be relieved of an enormous burden. Minato executing Kaharu and Mitokado was already the best he could do, and he wasn't angry at him for concealing the name of Sarutobi. He didn't behead Sarutobi for the sake of his title, so he could understand why Minato did so. He knew now the village was on the right track. With Konoha F4 completely gone, Konoha would only get stronger and stronger. This was all possible due to his efforts. He not only saved the village from its decline, Minato, Tsukumo, and the whole Uchiha clan were still alive because of him. Kazuki was in a good mood, so he started another round of eating as Fukashi, scared by his power, quietly slipped away. New template. Tomorrow. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 105. 105 New template. The drizzle enveloped the entire Rain Village. Ever since Rain Village has been grasped by Nagato, it has constantly been raining. The continuous rain is Nagato's handwriting, an ability he excavated after mastering the Rinnegan. Rain Tiger at Will technique. Using his own chakra to form rain clouds that cover the entire village, he can easily sense it through the drizzle linked to his chakra whenever an intruder appears. Under his rule, the Rain Village has been transformed entirely from what it was under the control of Hanzo. The people in the village call him God, since their village has peace now, and they think it is because of him. At the top of one of the highest buildings of Rain Village, a figure stood, but the rain seemed to ignore him as his clothes were perfectly dry. With a white mask covering his face, a dark purple shirt, black pants, and a gray cloak above it, Kazuki stood motionless, his eyes closed under the mask. Suddenly, Kazuki opened his eyes as it seemed to have some anticipation in it. Ding! The new template is being extracted. Details about template explained at last. It's been 3 years since the day he learned of the execution of the advisors. During these 3 years, the ninja world was calm, but Akatsuki had already started to catch the tail beasts quietly a lot earlier than the original. The 4 tails, 5 tails have already been caught. Maybe due to the strong strength of Konoha, Akatsuki decided that as long as there was a chance to catch tail beast, they would capture it quietly and remain hidden. Nagato himself caught these 2 since he didn't want any problem to occur just at the start. The whereabouts of these 2 biju are still a mystery as the whole world is looking for them, but they seem to have disappeared like they never existed. Onoki was furious when he learned that Roshi was missing, that monk never listened to him and left the village, but he had placed some jonin of the village to monitor him continuously. But him suddenly disappearing along with the jonin, only made the stone even weaker. Han was dead long ago, and now Roshi disappearing left the village with only a single cage rank powerhouse. This made Onoki angry, and he already thought whether Konoha was behind it, but even if Konoha was behind it, he had to swallow his anger. He knew alone he wasn't the opponent of Konoha, but the newly emerged genius of his village, Deidara, made him see the hope of defeating Konoha one day. Although that brat never listens to him, Onoki believed that Deidara would soon become an honorable ninja known well in the ninja world under his constant guidance. I hope you all can grow up safely, Kazuki said while looking towards the direction of Konoha. Akatsuki moving a lot earlier means that it might not take long before the world sees a terrible war. Ding! The new template, Kurosaki Ichigo, has been extracted. As soon as he heard the name Ichigo, the figure of a tall boy with orange hair appeared in his mind. The power system of Bleach was stronger than both Ninja World and Pirate World. Just Yamamoto, with his Bankai, can destroy everyone, whether it is a Shiki, Kagaya, or anyone else, they would be evaporated as soon as they meet him. Kurosaki Ichigo, at his peak, can fly hundreds of kilometers in a matter of seconds, can defeat the Hogyoku Aizen with ease. It shows just how strong he is. Kazuki was happy with the strength of Shanks and now Kurosaki Ichigo. If this template reaches 100%, no one would be able to touch him, let alone defeat him. Templates: Shanks completed, Ichigo 0%. Observation Haki Ultimate. Conqueror's Haki Ultimate. Kazuki closed the property panel as he jumped and disappeared, leaving the tall building. He would hunt someone with a high bounty during these 3 years to fund the Akatsuki. Kazuki did think of killing Nagato immediately as he knew with his full strength along with the Sage Mode, even the whole Akatsuki would not be his opponent. But he stopped only because of that bastard Fukashi. He didn't know whether it was fate that even Fukashi, like Obito, had to awaken a space jutsu. Along with his Izanagi, he could definitely run away and might even be able to save Nagato from his hands. He didn't dare to underestimate the means of the ninja world since his carelessness had already cost him an arm. So he is waiting for a good opportunity. If he could find a perfect chance in the future, he would immediately destroy his Rinnegan. Kazuki went to one of the restaurants around as he had a luxurious meal since he was happy after getting the new powerful template. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. First of all, his hair won't turn orange, so I'm sorry to those who want to see a rainbow hair color MC. Second, the Kurosaki Ichigo that I chose is before Thousand-Year Blood War. Some may understand why. Third, his Zanpakuto won't have an inner soul world Zanpakuto spirit, and he can use its power without turning into a soul. You can say it was modified by the system. Fourth, both Shanks template and Ichigo template overlay, simply he can use them both together at the same time. Fifth, those who want his arm back, if they really know about Ichigo, then they can rest assured. Sixth, I won't turn him into Ichigo like I did with Shanks template, since that was for the plot I had in my mind from the start. And just like last template, he will unlock the abilities of Ichigo gradually as his template progresses. Chapter 106, 106 Sorting. The fluffy clouds above the sky of Konoha drifted lazily, but the village underneath was lively as smiles were on the faces of everyone. In front of the gate of Ninja Academy, a lot of people were gathered looking like a special occasion. Big brother, look, I'm a ninja now. Sasuke Uchiha pointed at the Konoha headband on his forehead to Itachi, who stood in front with excitement. Itachi rubbed his brother's hair with a smile on his face as he was happy to see Sasuke so excited. Bastard Sasuke, let's fight and see who's the strongest. At this time, a loud shout interrupted their conversation as a kid with blonde hair, blue eyes, and whiskers on his face arrived near them, looking down at Sasuke with a proud expression on his face. Idiot, how dare you to talk to me like this? Sasuke immediately got angry looking at Naruto, who bragged in front of his big brother and wanted to teach him a lesson. Due to Minato being alive, Naruto was taught carefully every day, so his strength at this time was one of the greatest in the class on par with Sasuke. His speed was the strongest, maybe inheriting his father's talent. Shut your mouth, Naruto. A fist fell on the head of Naruto, who squatted down, holding his head grimacing in pain. Don't worry about what Naruto said, Sasuke-kun. A girl with pink hair wearing a red sleeveless dress appeared as she looked at Sasuke with her face blushing. Sasuke turned his face to the side, not caring for the caring attitude of Sakura as to him she was really annoying. No, all the girls in the academy were annoying. Haha, your brother is really popular, Itachi. A voice fell in the ears of Itachi as a familiar figure appeared beside Itachi laughing, looking towards Itachi. Sasuke cried in surprise, looking towards Shisui. Sasuke, it seems you have taken the first step to surpass your brother. Shisui said, looking at Sasuke whose dream was to surpass Itachi, but Shisui knew it was nearly impossible. Sasuke was 12 this year, and beating a Chunin was the best he could do, but Itachi, at this age, already had the strength to fight a cage-level powerhouse. Of course, I'll surpass Big Brother soon. Sasuke didn't seem to see the uncertainty in the eyes of Shisui as he bragged about his strength. I know you will, Sasuke. Itachi smiled as he encouraged his younger brother as he really hoped he could surpass him one day. Naruto, your mother asked me to look for you, she looked furious. At this time, Shisui said to Naruto since this was the reason he was here. Shisui was appointed by Minato to protect Kushina since he didn't want an incident like 12 years ago to happen once again. A scared expression appeared on Naruto's face as an image of a woman with red hair hovering around her appeared in his mind. Naruto immediately ran in the direction of his house, soon disappearing from the sight of everyone. At a corner, a girl with black hair and white eyes stood quietly as she was looking continuously towards the direction where Naruto had just vanished. A blush was on her face. Shisui, do you know who will teach Sasuke? Itachi asked as he really wanted to know who would be the Jonin instructor of his younger brother. Lord Fourth is holding a meeting now, don't worry, he will naturally decide what is better for Sasuke. Shisui encouraged his friend as he knew he cared a lot for his younger brother. Minato, wearing the Hokage robe in a spacious hall, stood in front of all the senior Jonin of the village. Minato seemed to have matured a lot during these years as his blonde hair was a bit longer than before, but his face looked as young as ever. You are all excellent Jonin of the village, but now you have another duty to fulfill, to guide the new generation, and I believe everyone present here will perform this duty wholeheartedly. Minato said as everyone in front responded with a loud voice. Good, you will be soon notified about your squads, dismissed. Everyone soon started to leave with only Minato and 3 other people left in the room. Kakashi, this is your squad, I leave Naruto in your care. Minato handed Kakashi a piece of paper on which Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were written. Uchiha. Obito can teach him much better than me, sensei, I don't have much to teach about Sharingan. Seeing the name of Sasuke, Kakashi didn't have much confidence to teach him. No, Kakashi, you are the best suited to teach them. Sasuke is a lot like your younger self, a bit overconfident, so I think you can handle him more easily. Minato said to Kakashi, whose eyelids twitched as he didn't expect his sensei to have such an opinion of his younger self. Seeing Kakashi not talking anymore, Minato knew he had agreed, so he handed another piece of paper to the female Jonin standing beside Kakashi. I leave them in your care, Kurenai. Kurenai took the paper as she said in surprise, looking at the name of her students. My son is a bit lazy, so I hope you look after him. Shikaku said, his face showing a worried expression because of his lazy son. Don't worry, Shikaku-san, I'll train them to become an excellent shinobi. Kurenai assured the worried Shikaku since these kids were her first students, and she wanted to train them with utmost care. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Yesterday, I learned something that no matter what you do, you can't satisfy everyone. Ichigo's template was perfect in my mind. First, he doesn't have any Kido or other spells, and only has sword attacks which complements the style in which Kazuki fights. His Shikai, Bankai, Holification, amplifies his speed, strength, reaction speed and everything else. Kazuki only needs the boost provided by Shikai, Bankai etc., and he can deal with the enemy, he isn't someone who would chant Aikido, seriously that isn't his style. Nearly all captains know Kido, maybe Kenpachi doesn't, but he is a lunatic and his character doesn't suit MC. I won't nerf MC but I won't make him too OP, and the hint is template extraction rate. Some said Ichigo had 95% plot armor and no skill. Dude, MC extracted the template, not Ichigo himself. Those who were worried about his arm, with Ichigo template, your worry should have been gone, but I still read many comments that Ulquiorra could have been better. Suppose I had chosen Ulquiorra, then would you have been satisfied by seeing a MC with a succubus-like tail and horns completely out of his image? How funny. I saw another complaint mentioning would he be like Ichigo, losing his mind when turns hollow, and then the emotional drama. Then, if I had chosen Ulquiorra, you would have surely asked would he turn emotionless and even kill his friends. So that's why it's said that you can never satisfy everyone. I am a polite person but I also want to be like, well, forget it. That sounded a bit familiar. Chapter 107, Announcement. I won't make mistakes like I did in my other novel, like turning MC into Shanks. I will only update it when I have time since my main focus is on Naruto the template system. Chapter 108, 107 Class 10. The classroom was extremely lively as the kids talked about their future dreams or wished to be together in the same squad. At this moment, the door was pushed open as Iruka, wearing the Konoha Chunin attire, entered the classroom as he stood in front of the stage holding a clipboard. Today, I feel happy seeing all of you becoming a genin of Konoha, but this is just the start of your ninja road. You need to face dangers and learn to tackle them before you become a real shinobi. For that, you need the help of your friends. That's why freshly graduated genin are assigned to squads for them to work together with a leading Konoha jonin. So, without any delay, let's move into assigning you to your squad. Everyone listened to the words of Iruka quietly, and there was an exciting expression on the face of everyone except for some lazy people who think everything is just a drag. A disappointed expression appeared on the face of Hinata, who hoped to be on the same squad as Naruto. Hearing the name of his teammates, Shikamaru, who was nearly asleep, straightened up, rubbing his head as things weren't different from his expectations. Every generation, Ino Shikacho is a must thing, and someone as intelligent as him would naturally not be unaware of it. Naruto, who cheered loudly after hearing Sakura's name, was immediately stunned when he heard the name of Sasuke and could only sit down depressed. Your assigned jonin instructor will soon come to pick you up. Iruka told everyone to wait as he left the classroom. Soon, jonin instructors started to arrive as they took their students with them, and the number of kids in the class continued to decrease. Shizune pulled the cheeks of Hinata as she was enjoying teasing her new students, and shy Hinata couldn't resist her and could only let her do whatever she wants. Both Kiba and Shino looked at Shizune, teasing Hinata, and decided never to anger her. Don't bully her, Shizune. Kurenai entered the room as she spotted her friend bullying the cute Hinata and couldn't help but stop her. HMPH, you have no right to stop me when you leave me behind. Shizune glared at her and then at the two big weapons in front, increasing even now and might even rival Tsunade someday, making her angry. She wondered whether the 100 seal jutsu had such an effect also, making her more desperate to complete it soon. Kurenai was speechless as she didn't know how to console her best friend since she had no cure for it and could only silently sympathize with her. Kurenai arrived in front of Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, sitting on the desk. Stars appeared in the eyes of Ino as she looked at Kurenai with admiration. Shikamaru was surprised as he never expected his instructor to be a female, but then a scared expression appeared on his face as he suddenly remembered his mom. He hoped that Kurenai wasn't like his mom, otherwise, life would be tougher. And Choji, well, forget him, he was still eating the potato chips without caring for the outside world. Shikamaru and the others stood up, followed her, and left the school building. Following her, they arrived at the third training ground of Konoha as Kurenai stopped and looked at them and introduced herself. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, a jonin of Konohagakure. My dream now is to protect my village and… A sad look appeared in the eyes of Kurenai, and she didn't complete her words but asked her students to introduce themselves. The three, no two of the three, were confused by her sudden change but didn't care much and quickly introduced themselves along with their hobbies and what they wanted to be in future. I have read your report, but it doesn't matter, you first need to convince me, otherwise, the three of you will go back to academy. Your goal is to make me step out of this circle. Kurenai made a circle on the ground as she stood within it. Looking at the circle she made on the ground, a smile appeared on the face of Kurenai as she seemed to remember something. Shikamaru and others didn't notice her smile as they immediately flashed, disappearing from their place and hiding in the bushes nearby. They knew head on they couldn't beat her, and teamwork was required. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. About my other book, I will update it around once or twice a week, since I'm focusing to complete this one. Chapter 109, 108 Upcoming Storm. Thud. Falling on the ground. The whole forest was razed to nothing as pits and potholes covered the entire area. All the area around was quiet, but the painful voice spread, as it seemed to contain a touch of fear within it as well. A young man with pale golden eyes and long brown hair with bruises all over his face was lying on the ground. His light blue kimono was covered with blood as the expression on his face revealed helplessness and fear, looking at the person in front. In front of him stood a person about 190 m tall with a white mask covering his face. He has short red hair with a gray cloak covering him from shoulder to his feet, and underneath it was a black shirt and black pants. A long sword with a green hilt was hung on his waist as the aura around him was too strong. Utakata, for the first time in his life, felt what true despair was. Facing this person, he used his every jutsu that even a cage-ranked powerhouse would have a hard time dealing with. But he saw that the person in front did not even lift his hand from start to finish. All of his attacks seemed to be hit by something bouncing back. And at last, when he was thinking of running away, a huge red light drowned him and destroyed the whole forest around him. Kazuki replied to the words of Utakata as he held him from his collar and put him on his shoulder. Akatsuki has started to move as they have already begun to capture Biju. While he is here, he knows that Kakuzu and Hidan are out to catch Seven Tails. During these 4 years, all the familiar faces in his memory joined Akatsuki. Hidan and Deidara, who just joined recently, were already a part of Akatsuki, but Orochimaru, different from the plot, defected a lot earlier. Orochimaru wanted the Rinnegan of Nagato, but his strength was too much for him to handle, so rather than wasting time here, he left the organization and made a village of his own. Kakuzu and Sasori were sent to capture him, but they returned unsuccessfully. Since Deidara and Hidan hadn't joined Akatsuki that time. During these years, Kazuki naturally hasn't neglected his practice as his new template has reached 21%, making his strength stronger and stronger. Utakata didn't even have the strength to move as he could not retaliate and was helpless. And when he heard the name of the enemy who suddenly came to capture him, he knew why he couldn't beat the person in front. Someone with a bounty of 3 billion ryo was naturally someone he could never handle. As Kazuki walked through the raised forest holding the weak Utakata, he sensed movement around, and a person with an orange spiral mask covering his face stepped out from the side. It seems you are done. Kakuzu and Hidan also caught the Seven Tails, let's go. Fukashi arrived beside Kazuki as he put his hands on his shoulder, and the three of them disappeared, and a shuriken appeared in their place. Choji turned into a massive ball as he spun, rolling towards Kurenai. Mind Transmission Jutsu. Ino, hiding from the bushes, picked the best angle and brought her hand forward, trying to take over her mind. A black line on the ground moved towards the Kurenai standing in the circle. Kurenai felt her mind being invaded, but she just snorted, and Ino far away suddenly exclaimed and fell down, holding her head. Looking at the rolling Choji, Kurenai brought her palm forward as no matter how hard Choji tried, he seemed to have a mountain in front and couldn't roll forward. Looking at Kurenai dealing with those too easily, Shikamaru had a headache but was helpless also as he knew this was the best they could do. Sensing the dark line about to approach her, Kurenai put force under her feet as the ground within 50 meters was destroyed immediately. Crack appeared everywhere, and Shikamaru, who was just 10 meters away from her, was having a hard time standing firmly from the destruction of the ground. Sensei, you're too strong. Ino walked out from the bushes clutching her head as a helpless expression was on her face. Shikamaru also walked towards her, he knew they had given their best, and the rest was on her to decide. Kurenai helped Choji stand up, who had fallen down because of the destruction and being nearest her. I have seen your strength, it isn't according to what I expected, but you all work together as a team, so you're worth my time. Said Kurenai as a happy expression on the face of Ino while Choji took out his potato chips and Shikamaru looked at the sky, lost in his thoughts like always. Since it's our first day, I'll treat you, let's go. Kurenai took her students along with her to celebrate, but in the Rain Village, a meeting was about to take place, setting off storms in the future. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 110, 109 Meeting. Like always, the drizzle enveloped the whole village keeping the atmosphere gloomy. In one of the highest buildings of Omegakure, a body was floating in the air with blue chakra hovering around him. Red chakra drilled out of his mouth as it moved towards the mouth of the enormous monster with 9 eyes on its forehead half open. On its fingertips stood 9 fuzzy silhouettes as they all stood motionless, weaving a sign. Juzo, Sasori, Hidan, Kakuzu, Deidara, Fukashi, Kisame, Kazuki, Konan. The screams of Utakata spread around as the tail beast was being extracted from him. Finally, Utakata uttered a loud scream as the blue and red chakra around him disappeared, and he fell down on the ground, and beside him was a corpse of a green-haired girl who was already lying. Deidara, the liveliest, spoke as he was exhausted after sealing 2 biju continuously. Some ninja of stone saw us during the capture of 7 tails, it might cause trouble. Kakuzu spoke this time as he informed Pain about the trouble they encountered. Just when they were done dealing with the 7 tails, a group of stone shinobi spotted them. They tried to kill them, but they were already tired after dealing with 7 tails, so some of the stone ninjas slipped away. Don't worry, we have already captured the 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails, the rest of the Jinchuriki are all ninja of the big great nations. It was only a matter of time before they had known about us. Tendo Pain said, looking at everyone present as there was nothing to worry about since nearly half of their plan was already completed. The whole world has been looking for the disappeared biju these years, but they couldn't find it, but now it was only a matter of time. Pain was naturally ready for such a day. Then, what are we going to do about the rest? Are we going to attack the villages? With Samahata on his shoulder, Kisame spoke as he had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. According to Zetsu, Konoha is planning to hold a joint Chunin exam later this year. Nearly all the villages are invited to participate. At that time it will be our chance to catch them all in one fell swoop. You mean we will attack Konoha? Asked Sasori as there was hatred in his eyes. He has always wanted to make White Fang a part of his collection, and it seems the chance is here. His parents were killed by White Fang, he hated the third Case Cage for it and hated White Fang even more. Case Cage let his parents die, so he took his revenge by killing and making him his puppet. And the last desire he still has left is to kill Tsukumo, completing his revenge. During the Chunin exam, all the Cage Hokage, Case Cage, Mizukage, etc. would be in Konoha. They would naturally leave someone back at the village to guard it. That would be our chance to attack them when they are the weakest. As for attacking Konoha, leave it to Toby and me, we have a plan to deal with Konoha. Pain was sure that the cage would leave the Jinchuriki back at the village to guard it, and that would be their chance to catch them. Hearing Pain's word, nearly everyone looked at Fukashi as they never expected him to have such a position in the organization. Just like Obito, Fukashi was an intern in Akatsuki, but no one knew that he was the big boss behind the Akatsuki. The only difference was that he won't fool around like Obito. Konoha would be your grave. Kazuki, who heard the plan of Pain, decided that he would end the lives of Fukashi and Nagato with his own hands at Konoha. This will immediately destroy Madara's plan thoroughly, and all that will be left is some rebels that could quickly be dealt with. Kazuki was glad that he joined Akatsuki, otherwise, he would not get such a chance to deal with them. Remember this, he left the village to search, not to join Akatsuki. And many ninjas of Konoha would have been sacrificed to deal with Nagato and Fukashi. In the original, Orochimaru attacked Konoha, but now Konoha was different. He knew Orochimaru wasn't a fool to attack such a strong Konoha. Soon, Nagato announced the end of the meeting as everyone looked forward to the day when they would fight the big great nations. While Akatsuki planned to catch the tail beasts, the Konoha 11 set off towards their first actual missions. Kakashi and others went to the Land of Waves to help Tazuna. But unlike the original, they didn't encounter Zabuza, only some Chunin and a rebellious Jonin from Stone, hired by Gato, which Naruto and others working together dealt with. Kurenai also took her students to kill the bandits around the small villages near Konoha to gain experience and to help them see what Ninja World truly is. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 111, 110 Plan. Lord Fourth, all of the great nations have accepted our invitation to participate in the Chunin exams. Shikaku, holding a bundle of documents in his hands, informed Minato, who donned an Hokage robe, sat at his seat. You know Shikaku, they aren't here for Chunin exam. Minato looked at Shikaku as he gave him a knowing smile. Yes, Lord Fourth, as you expected, the frequent disappearance of tail beasts has made them restless. Most likely, they are here to talk about it. Chunin exam is just an excuse. With its intelligence network, Konoha was naturally aware of the situation in the ninja world. They have been paying attention to this matter, and just recently, Jiraiya returned to the village. He informed them that an organization consisting of several S-rank criminals named Akatsuki was behind it. He couldn't find its headquarters, but it won't take long for him to even do that. I'll leave the preparations for the Chunin exam to you, Shikaku. The younger generation needs to grow. I have a feeling that a big storm is near. Minato stood up, arrived beside the window, and looked at the lively village below. Minato didn't forget about the person 12 years ago who controlled the Kyuubi. He has a feeling that this guy is the mastermind behind the disappearance of Tail Beast. You can count on me, Lord Fourth. Shikaku bowed and then left the Hokage office as he had a lot of work in his hands. Ino exclaimed, looking at the form given by Kurenai to them. Shikamaru knew his coming days wouldn't be accessible anymore by looking at the form in his hands. And as for Choji, he seemed to have eaten the form along with potato chips in his hands. We have been doing tasks for 3 months, I have seen that you all improved a lot this time, you can pass this exam, trust yourself. Kurenai patted the shoulders of Ino and Shikamaru, encouraging them, and as for Choji, well, forget him. This time, the Chunin exam is special. Genin from every big nation is arriving in Konoha to participate, so don't shame the name of our village. Kurenai, being one of the leading figures of the last generation, naturally knew the inside story. And she was also a student of Tsunade, so whenever a meeting occurred at the Hokage building, she was a part of it. The disappearance of tail beasts has caused panic in the ninja world. She hoped that her students could grow up safely and prayed that they would never have to feel the pain of losing their loved one. Don't worry, sensei, we'll rock this exam, right? Ino, the most cheerful one, waved her fists in excitement, assuring Kurenai as she looked at her teammates for their confirmation. Though it's a drag, I'll participate. Shikamaru rubbed his neck, a little annoyed, but he knew he couldn't refuse, otherwise, things won't end well when his mother learns about it. And as for Choji, well, you know it already. Your special training starts today, there's only a month left, you have to get as strong as possible. Kurenai waved her hands as she started the special training before the Chunin exam. Whether it was Kakashi, Guy, or Shizune, they started to train their students as soon as the news of the upcoming Chunin exam spread throughout the village. Once again, a meeting took place as Pain was informing everyone about the latest information he got from Zetsu. Kisame, Hidan, and Kakuzu, you will go to Cloud Village, and Zetsu will help you deal with the shinobi of Cloud. Juzo, Sasori, and Deidara, you will go to the Hidden Mist and capture the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Even if Kazuki had killed 3 tails, but tail beasts were immortal, so after some time, they would be resurrected somewhere in the ninja world. Shanks, Toby, and I will be going to Konoha to capture the 9 tails. Shanks, you will go earlier than us and infiltrate Konoha quietly and keep an eye on them. Pain had unwavering confidence in his eyes as he believed in front of the power of the god no mortal would be able to stand straight. Kazuki was speechless as he could sense the arrogance hidden in the words of Pain. Even without his help, he knew Konoha had enough power now to deal with these 2. Tsukumo, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shisui, Kakashi, Minato, and even Itachi. To Kazuki, with Pain's strength, he would get killed in Konoha. Everyone present had a bloodthirsty smile on their faces as they couldn't wait to start their attack already. Soon, the meeting came to an end as the whole world was looking forward to the first ever joint Chunin exam. It was the first time that all 5 villages were participating simultaneously, so it hyped the upcoming Chunin exam. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 112, 111 Sound Village. The newly built village whose leader is unknown, and the ninja of major villages are all trying to find the identity of this mysterious leader. There are too many legends about this village. From time to time, some children or even some adults would disappear. Terrified, some ninjas were hired by the village people to investigate the situation. But even those ninjas never returned, but today at a gloomy underground base, an uninvited guest appeared. It's really like that disgusting snake. Fukashi walked through the corridor, looking at the snake patterns everywhere on the walls around him. As Fukashi continued to walk forward, he suddenly stopped and disappeared from his place as a sharp bone was inserted on the ground where he just stood. Kimimaro walked out from one of the rooms and stood in the middle of the corridor as he looked for the enemy who suddenly disappeared. Kimimaro has been Orochimaru for several years, so he naturally knows everyone who lives here, but Fukashi was someone who he saw for the first time. Thinking of him as an enemy who intruded on the lair of Orochimaru, he attacked him, preparing to kill him with a single strike. Still, the enemy suddenly disappeared, making him confused. Kagaya clan, it seems you are one of the survivors. Kimimaro's pupil shrank as he heard the voice from behind him. He immediately turned around, but only red eyes with a strange pattern came into his vision. He suddenly felt his head spin the next moment, and soon Kimimaro stood motionless on the ground. Hehe, I wasn't expecting a guest from Akatsuki today. As Fukashi solved Kimimaro, the creepy laughter fell in his ears as Orochimaru, wearing a white lab coat, walked out from the shadows. It seems you have been having a good time these years, Orochimaru. Fukashi commented while looking at Kimimaro, who stood motionless. Hehe, I guess you aren't here for the ring. Orochimaru, expecting Fukashi to attack, saw him with no desire to fight, so he immediately understood that he was here for some other purpose. Orochimaru, if I wanted to kill you, the whole Akatsuki would have already attacked this little village of yours, but you being alive benefits me more. Fukashi spoke arrogantly, like he could easily crush Orochimaru like an ant. Orochimaru was a bit angry when Fukashi looked down on him, but he knew what he said was somewhat true. Forget the whole Akatsuki, only Painter Shanks was someone he couldn't handle, so he had to swallow his anger. Orochimaru said to Fukashi, who followed him towards his laboratory where big containers full of unknown fluid with bodies of children or adults floating in them. Orochimaru, don't you want to take revenge on Konoha? You should have been the Hokage, but now you are just a rebel, don't you hate them? Fukashi spoke while looking towards Orochimaru. Hehe, even if I have hatred with Konoha, but it isn't to the point where my thinking would stop, Konoha is too strong. I won't leave alive if I attack them. Orochimaru had a bitter smile as there was no way for him to take his revenge. Then what if we work together? As soon as Fukashi said this, Orochimaru immediately looked towards him with surprise in his eyes. Yes, during the Chunin exam, I'm going to attack Konoha, and I need your help with that jutsu you used against Sasori and Kakuzu. Fukashi had a longing expression on his face under the mask, as after destroying Konoha, his dream to create a fair world won't be far. Hehe, then what is there for me in it? Orochimaru laughed as he looked at Fukashi, telling him that he wanted something equivalent in exchange. Your life, Orochimaru, first return me the ring, Akatsuki won't pursue you anymore, and I also know you are trying to steal his body, you won't get such a good chance again. It's a win-win situation for both of us. Hearing his words, Orochimaru looked down, seemed to be thinking of something. After a minute of silence, Orochimaru stood up, brought the Akatsuki ring, and handed it to Fukashi. As Fukashi pointed, Orochimaru didn't see any disadvantage in cooperating with him. Not only would he be able to take revenge on Konoha, but Akatsuki would also stop pursuing him. Most importantly, it would be the perfect chance to steal some bodies required for him to perform that jutsu during the chaos. After agreeing to cooperate, Fukashi and Orochimaru formulated a plan to destroy Konoha. Orochimaru also gave some suggestions to make the plan more perfect. After making a plan, Fukashi left the hideout of Orochimaru and Orochimaru started to act also, getting ready to destroy Konoha. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. From tomorrow onwards, those who cultivate the Tao of cliffhanging, attention, the spiritual energy would be at its peak for the next 20 days, try to attain the cultivation base of cliffhanging profound realm. Chapter 113, 112 Aizen Sosuke. The sun is hanging high, and the atmosphere is cheerful. Unlike before, the streets of Konoha are crowded with shinobi from different villages. Only a day is left to start the much-awaited Chunin exam, and the number of people arriving from other villages isn't decreasing. At the entrance gate of Konoha, a long queue could be seen as people with traveling bags on their backs waiting to enter the village. A small separate queue beside it consists of shinobi wearing forehead protectors of different villages. Contestants from other villages are required to prove their identity as Konoha shinobi in front, holding a form or recording the information of the contestants. Well, isn't this rare, shinobi from Rain Village. A Konoha shinobi, who was responsible for checking the identity of the contestants, was surprised since he saw 4 people with forehead protectors of Rain Village. We are here on the orders of Hanzo-sama to participate in the Chunin exams. The leading Jonin was a tan-skinned muscular man with scars over his face and long black hair wearing the Rain forehead protector. The remaining 3 looked like they were 12 years old, but all 3 of them were eye-catching. 2 of them were twins with the same face and green hair, the only difference was their black and white clothes. The last kid had short messy brown hair with a handsome face and wore black-rimmed glasses. He was donned in a white haori, and a sword was hung at his waist. The only regret was his missing left arm. Hearing the leading Jonin mentioning Hanzo, Konoha shinobi immediately asked for their information with politeness. The twins and the handsome-looking kid immediately reported their names as the Konoha shinobi wrote them, and after asking some questions, he let them enter the village. Said Kazuki or Aizen or Shanks, looking at the familiar village he hadn't seen for more than a decade. As Pain had said, he needed to infiltrate Konoha, and so as a contestant, he took part in the exam. When his template reached 20%, he received an old withered mask, but its function was handy. It could change his face as well as the aura around him completely. He only got it 3 months ago, and he had never used it before. His getup is like Aizen, but his looks weren't exactly like him. If you look really carefully, a shadow of his authentic 12-year-old self could also be seen. After all, he didn't want to completely look like the #1 conspirator. His teammates in the leading Jonin are actually white Zetsu, since a 3-person squad was required to participate, and Zetsu, a master of disguise, naturally took this job. Don't cause trouble here. Kazuki glared at his other 3 mates, who immediately nodded, scared silly. They weren't fooled by his disguise, since they knew that this harmless-looking kid wearing glasses was actually the killer that the whole village was looking for. Soon, the 4 of them were escorted to their residence by Konoha Chunin. On the other hand, Minato was looking through the information he received about the candidates in the Hokage office. Wasn't expecting the Shinobi of Rain to participate. Minato sat on the Hokage seat as he commented after looking at the information. Hanzo has been quiet these years, he is getting old and must be worried about his enemies, so he must want to establish a good relationship with us. Shikaku, who stood beside, could only think of this reason behind the sudden emergence of Rain Shinobi. Minato nodded after hearing his words, as to him this was the most likely reason also. When are the Kage arriving? Asked Minato, since he was looking forward to the news they would bring. He hoped that the other shinobi villages could have found the base of Akatsuki so they could be dealt with right away. They will be here before the start of the 3rd exam, said Minato, and once again started looking through the information. I'm going out to take a look, don't you dare mess around. Returning to Konoha after 12 years, Kazuki naturally didn't want to stay in the room the whole day. But before going out, he warned the 3 white Zetsu, who agreed quickly and didn't dare to defy his orders. Walking through the streets of Konoha, Kazuki looked around and was able to spot a lot of familiar places. The dango shop where he used to go when he was a child, or Konoha bathhouse, where he had spotted a white-hair guy quite a few times. After a few minutes, Kazuki finally arrived at the Ichiraku ramen. Boss, 3 servings of miso pork ramen. After sitting on one of the vacant stools, Kazuki immediately ordered 3 servings of ramen since his appetite demanded no less. Tyuki placed 3 bowls of ramen in front of Kazuki. It sure brings back memories. As soon as the ramen was served, Kazuki immediately started to dig in and couldn't help but praise it, since this taste had accompanied him for a long time. Tomorrow is the Chunin exam, so to boost you up, let's have ramen. HMPH, you will treat my students also. Kazuki's only hand holding the chopsticks trembled, as even after so many years, he still remembered this voice clearly. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 114, 113 Tears. Boss Tyuki, 8 bowls of miso pork ramen. Kurenai ordered the ramen for everyone as she and Shizune, along with her students, sat on the stools. Looking at the familiar face that sat near him, Kazuki wanted to get up and embrace her immediately, but holding the stool tightly, he controlled himself. He knew it still wasn't the time, and he had to calm his fast-beating heart. But he still kept sneaking glances at her from time to time while eating the ramen like a shy kid. Aside from happiness, Kazuki had a surprise in his eyes because of the mark on the forehead of Kurenai. Since she had learned 100 seal jutsu, it means she has enough strength now, at least enough to protect herself. Even if she couldn't defeat guys like Madara or the rest, just the healing ability of 100 seal jutsu made it hard to kill her. Sensei, that handsome guy is sneaking glances at you. Ino snarled, as she didn't expect her charm to be so low compared to Kurenai. She hoped that he would get bewitched by her charm, but she only got angrier when she saw him ignoring her. Everyone could hear the words of Ino, so they looked towards Kazuki. Oh, Rain Village, looks like he is a contestant also. Shikamaru said, since he saw the Rain Village forehead protector of Kazuki. What happened to his arm? Kiba, with Akamaru on his head, asked, looking at the empty arm of Kazuki, a bit curious. Maybe lost it in a fight. With black glasses and half-face hidden in the collar, Shino spoke, answering his question. Kurenai and Shizune, at this time, didn't care for the words of their students, they were shocked looking at the kid in front. Even if the face was a lot different, both of them could still spot some shadow of him. They won't recognize me, right? Seeing the stunned Kurenai and Shizune, Kazuki was a bit nervous. He wasn't yet ready to face them after deceiving them for so many years. He knew he had deceived them, and to be honest, he didn't dare to answer their questions. Why did he have to hide? Why didn't he care for his friends and leave them? He didn't have a good answer to these questions. He couldn't say that, right? To make you guys stronger, I had to do this, or that I took the blame on myself for the village. Staying here would only cause more suspicions, thought Kazuki as he could feel that the gaze of Shizune and Kurenai was still on him. Kazuki stood up, paid the bill, and immediately left the ramen shop. Sensei, why are you crying? Ino suddenly exclaimed as she was shocked looking at the face of Kurenai. Two lines were formed as tears flowed continuously from the eyes of Kurenai, and she was still looking towards the direction which Kazuki left. Shikamaru and the rest were surprised also, so they looked towards Shizune, hoping for her to help, but their surprise only increased more. Shizune wasn't crying, but there was a sad expression on her face, and her eyes seemed to be lost thinking of something. Hey, why are you all gathered here? At this time, a loud shout took the attention of Shikamaru and others as they saw Naruto along with Sasuke and Sakura, looking at them with surprise. Behind them was Kakashi holding an orange book looking at it with extreme concentration. Noticing the worried expression on their faces, Naruto couldn't help but ask. Kakashi looked up and was shocked to see the tearful Kurenai and the sad Shizune. Kakashi immediately came near them and asked with concern. Hearing his voice, Kurenai finally woke up, and, shaking her head, she wiped her tears quickly. Looking at her behavior, Kakashi knew that something was wrong, but he didn't ask further and decided to ask Shikamaru later. While Kakashi was curious about what happened to Kurenai and Shizune, Kazuki, who had quickly returned back to his residence, was looking at the mirror at the moment. Kazuki looked in the mirror and did find some resemblance. He thought his disguise was perfect but never expected Kurenai and Shizune to find it. After this incident, Kazuki stayed at home and didn't dare go out, fearing meeting Kurenai and Shizune again. On the other hand, when he learned the complete story from Shikamaru, Kakashi became curious about Kazuki. The number of people arriving kept increasing and soon the sun of the day of the Chunin exam finally rose. If you can't view it, see it on the synopsis and comments. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 115, 114 Start. Today is an important day for the genin of every village. The Chunin exam has finally arrived. Many unfamiliar people from every other village arrived at Konoha, crossing thousands of miles for the Chunin exam in the past few days. At Kazuki's staying place, Kazuki, wearing a white kimono with black-rimmed glasses on his face and the sword tied around his waist, walked out of the house. Along with him were two twin Zetsu wearing a black and white robe. The three of them walked toward the direction of the examination center. No matter what happens, don't expose yourself. Walking on the road, Kazuki reminded the two Zetsu behind him. The first exam is the written test if his memory isn't wrong. Even if this Chunin exam is a lot different than the original, Kazuki believed at least the objective of the first exam won't change. Soon the three of Kazuki arrived at the examination site. Without wasting any of his time, Kazuki walked towards the third floor, where many people were gathered. As soon as Kazuki and the twins arrived on the third floor, many eyes were immediately on them due to forehead protector of rain. Looking at Kazuki, Ino, who stood along with Shikamaru and some other Konoha 11, said a bit excited. She wanted to know who was he, that even her sensei would cry after seeing him. Don't mess with him, I have a feeling he is not easy. Shikamaru stopped her from going forward to talk to Kazuki as he didn't want trouble to rise. At this moment, Naruto suddenly came forward and shouted to everyone in the room. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I'm not going to lose to any one of you, got it? Sakura and Sasuke had a headache immediately as they never expected him to make enemies so early. Looking at the familiar scene, Kazuki didn't know what to say. His father and mother were alive, but he still was an idiot. Kazuki concluded that some things were tough to change. Not caring about Naruto anymore, Kazuki arrived at one of the desks and sat there quietly waiting for the start of the exam. Kazuki looked around and saw a lot of familiar faces from his memory. Gaara stood with Kankuro and Temari, but he couldn't spot Yakushi Kabuto, the assistant of Orochimaru. It seems Orochimaru isn't a fool after all. Kazuki concluded that Orochimaru, like the original, didn't have any plan to attack Konoha. After all, Konoha was too strong. Orochimaru wouldn't put his life in danger, but sadly he was wrong in it. After hearing the arrogant words of Naruto, everyone was angry and wanted to teach him a lesson, but at that moment, Morino Ibiki arrived as everyone stopped immediately. Soon, Ibiki distributed the papers to everyone in the classroom as the first exam began. As Kazuki had expected, the first exam went just according to his memory. Those who did not dare to make decisions gave up the exam, and only those with sheer guts were left. Kazuki, along with the Zetsu, handed a blank paper since he was sleeping from the start of the exam. After announcing that everyone had passed and told the true motive behind this exam, Ibiki announced the end of the first exam. As soon as Ibiki announced the end of the exam, it was followed by the high-profile appearance of Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner of the second exam. On their way towards the site of the second exam, Zetsu behind couldn't help but say, "That kid Uzumaki Naruto, he is strange." When Zetsu saw the guts of Naruto during the exam announcing that he would be the strongest Hokage, he really found it strange. Kazuki walked in front, smiled, and just pushed his glasses, not answering his question. Even if he changed the plot, Naruto was still unique. Soon, the three arrived at the Death Forest, also known as 44 Training Ground. This is a circular exercise field with numerous wild animals and 44 gates, all of which are usually locked. The 40 groups that passed the first exam were gathered outside the Death Forest. Enko quickly explained the rules of the second exam and, in the end, handed everyone a death consent form to sign. After those who wanted to participate signed the form, they were given a scroll and assigned to their respective entrances. Standing at gate number 5, Kazuki put the earth scroll away and said to the Zetsu behind him, "We won't touch any Konoha ninja, it can cause suspicion." Kazuki again reminded the Zetsu as they quickly entered the forest and disappeared. The 5 days death game began. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 116, 115 Fear. Hand over your scroll, otherwise, you know the consequences. Kazuki and his team were stopped by shinobi of the Mist Village in the forest filled with towering trees. The tan-skinned guy with one eye who seemed to be the leader licked the blade in his hand as he threatened Kazuki. Hearing their threat, Kazuki smiled and pushed the glasses on his face. The three in front suddenly fell down with their eyes blank the next moment. "Go and check their scroll." Hearing his order, Zetsu immediately searched the three passed out in front and soon brought a scroll of heaven to Kazuki. Hehe, it was much easier than expected. Zetsu laughed as they had already gotten the scroll they needed and now only needed to reach the tower. Kazuki said with a smile as they suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Kid, can you give that scroll to us?" Looking in the direction the sound came from, a group of 2 men and a woman, headed by a red-haired teenager, walked out of the forest. After the Gaara trio came out, their eyes were on Kazuki and others. Noticing Kazuki's left arm, Kankuro didn't put Kazuki in eyes while Tamari felt pity that such a handsome guy was handicapped. "This huge chakra, is he?" Behind Kazuki feeling the enormous chakra, Zetsu seemed to guess something as he looked towards Kazuki for confirmation. "He's the one-tailed Jinchuriki." Kazuki confirmed the doubt of Zetsu while looking at the red-hair kid in front. Dressed in black tights, carrying a giant gourd, with short red hair and a word of love printed on the forehead above the left eye. Kazuki shook the scroll of heaven in front of them and said with a mocking tone, "Oh, you are from Rain Village, hand over the scroll, we will let you leave you alive." Noticing their headband, Kankuro decided not to kill them since it might make Hanzo angry. As soon as Kankuro's words fell, Gaara said with a murderous aura around him. Kankuro's face changed slightly, and he leaned towards Gaara, whispering in his ear, telling him about the consequences, but the stubborn Gaara didn't care for whatever he said. While Kankuro was trying to persuade Gaara, Zetsu suggested catching Gaara. Zetsu knows with the strength of Shanks, it won't take long for them to capture Gaara easily. Kazuki rejected the suggestion of Zetsu, who didn't persuade Kazuki anymore. Gaara came forward with an indifferent expression on his face and raised his hand. Sand came out from the giant gourd behind him as it hovered around him. The sand around him gathered and turned into a vast yellow palm as it fell on Kazuki and others trying to crush them. But before it could even reach them, the large hand seemed to be hit by something dispersing immediately as the yellow sand fell around. "Look at those dark circles under your eyes, you should go to sleep." Before the shocked Tamari and Kankuro could complete their words, they heard a voice beside them. Between them and behind Gaara with short brown hair and glasses on his eyes, Kazuki stood with a gentle smile on his face as his hand was on the shoulder of Gaara. Hearing the voice behind and feeling the tap on his shoulder, Gaara's eyes were about to pop out from the sockets due to the shock. The sand, which he calls the absolute defense, has always protected him, but this is the first time someone bypassed his defense so easily. If the enemy wanted to kill, he might be dead already. Before Gaara could turn his head back, he felt pain from the back of his neck, his vision began to blur, and darkness enveloped him. Gaara fell down in front of Kazuki, his eyes blank. Shukaku, sealed inside Gaara, wanted to use this opportunity, but suddenly fear was in his eyes as it sensed the familiar oppressive aura. It immediately became docile, not moving anymore. Temari and Kankuro were shaking with fear as they couldn't believe the sight in front. Gaara was feared in the entire village, and his strength was one of the main reasons. Even their father had to use his whole strength to stop Gaara whenever he went on a rampage. Looking at the scared Temari and Kankuro, Kazuki felt a bit funny. Not wanting to waste his time anymore, Kazuki immediately feinted them with the Conqueror's haki. Kazuki immediately left with the two Zetsu after dealing with Gaara and others. But before leaving, he looked towards a specific direction for a second. Kazuki left with the bodies of Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara lying near a towering tree unconscious. Tomorrow 2 chapters, well early Christmas gift. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 117, 116 Doubtful Shisui. That monster is finally gone. About 5 minutes later, after Kazuki left, 3 colorful heads rose up yellow, black, and pink from the bushes. Naruto had some fear in his eyes as he looked towards the direction in which Kazuki left. Since the start of the fight, they have been here, but the one-sided fight scared them too much. Gaara was already a monster who could release such strong attacks, but a beast bigger than him appeared. It took only one move to defeat the enemy, he didn't know whether his father could do so. Naruto, unlike the original, was a lot stronger, but even so, his strength wasn't so strong that he could defeat a monster like Gaara. And a monster even bigger than Gaara naturally made him slightly afraid. He had spotted us, but he let us go. When Sasuke saw Kazuki looking towards them after the fight, he even forgot to breathe for a second. He knew if they fought, their end wouldn't be much different than Gaara and the others. Even his big brother he admires, never gave him such a strong feeling of oppression. Sakura extinguished the fear in her heart and pointed towards the bodies of Gaara and Ko. Naruto and the others came near them, and after checking, they found that they had only passed out. Naruto also found 2 scrolls of earth, which was what they needed. After taking the scroll, Naruto and others quickly left the area, fearing that the monster might suddenly return. And just after Naruto left, an Anbu wearing a falcon mask appeared near the passed-out bodies of Gaara and others. Said Shisui, guessing the identity of Aizen. Minato appointed him to protect Naruto during the second exam since Minato didn't want an accident. He was allowed to interfere only when Naruto was really in a deathly situation, otherwise, he wasn't allowed to shoot. After all, protecting Naruto was essential since he was the Hokage's son, and if someone caught him, they might threaten Konoha. Recalling the strength of that harmless-looking kid, Shisui didn't know what to say. Even he had to use some strength to defeat Gaara, but he took Gaara down with a single strike. I need to report this to Lord Fourth. Shisui, after thinking for a while, decided to report this incident to Minato as something about Aizen was off. Some kids were watching us, why didn't you kill them? Jumping from tree to tree, Kazuki and the Zetsu were going towards the tower. Zetsu behind told Kazuki since he could easily sense, Kazuki should also be. One of them is the son of the 4th Hokage, and the other is the son of the patriarch of Uchiha clan, killing them could cause trouble. And there was someone else also, it seems you weren't able to sense him. Kazuki naturally sensed the Anbu hiding, and the familiar aura made him naturally recognize his identity. Seeing his student living well, Kazuki was naturally happy as with his involvement, so much had changed. Shisui, who should have died 6 years ago, was living happily now, it was inseparable from his effort of killing Danzo. And as he had expected, the Uchiha clan didn't plan to revolt anymore as Minato really treated them well, and they could already see the hope of a Hokage from their clan. Soon, Kazuki and others arrived at the tower with their top speed. After opening the scroll, a teacher popped out who congratulated them since they were the first ones to reach the tower and escorted them to the spacious hall. Arriving at the stands, Kazuki sat down and closed his eyes, waiting for the end of the exam. It was only the 3rd day, so they needed to wait for 2 days to complete the exam. You mean he took down the Sand Jinchuriki with a single strike? Minato looked at Shisui, who reported him off the situation earlier, making him hard to believe it. A 12-year-old kid can defeat a Jinchuriki with a single strike, even he had to work a little to do so. Something about him is off, he seemed too calm, like everything is under his control, a child can't have such calmness. Recalling the gentle-looking Aizen who had the same smile from start to end, like everything was under his control, Shisui felt a chill in his heart. And he also had a feeling that he was spotted by him. It seems Hanzo already has an heir. To Minato, Aizen may be an heir that Hanzo has cultivated with extreme care. After advising Shisui to keep an eye on Aizen and his team, Minato dismissed him and once again began to process the documents in front. Chapter 118, 117 Kakashi's Wild Guess. The empty hall soon started to fill as, after a day of wait by Kazuki and others, the second team finally arrived. As the time kept passing, the number of people arriving also kept increasing. After another day passed, all of them past candidates finally arrived. At the start of the exam, there were 40 teams, but now only 8 teams were present. It showed how tricky this exam was. Kazuki spotted the group of Naruto, Shikamaru, Neji, and Gaara. As soon as Kazuki looked at Gaara, he seemed to feel his gaze. Gaara had anger on his face when he saw Kazuki. He couldn't wait to kill him and remove the humiliation that Kazuki inflicted on him in the dead forest. Temari and Kankuro immediately stopped Gaara from attacking Kazuki. They knew that Kazuki could have killed the 3 of them earlier, but he didn't. Who knows, would they be so lucky again if they provoke him again? Temari and others, after waking up, started to hunt the scroll once again since there was taken by Naruto. Gaara, in his anger, killed 5 teams himself, and then his wrath was eased slightly. But they were also able to get the scroll they needed to pass the exam. Gaara finally controlled his anger after hearing the words of Temari and Kankuro. Suddenly the door of the hall was opened as Minato, along with Konoha Jonin, strode in. It's really a familiar sight. Kazuki, standing in a queue, saw Minato arriving with Tsunade, Tsukumo, Jiraiya, Kurenai, Kakashi, and the rest. Can't help but remember the Chunin exam years ago. He was also standing here when Sarutobi had entered the hall along with Konoha Shinobi. Minato stood in front of the lined-up contestants and congratulated them for passing the exam. Soon after his speech, Minato announced the start of the knockout fights to decide the candidates for the final exam. Kazuki, along with 2 Zetsu, stood in the stands as he watched the fights below. Naruto, like the original, fought Kiba, but he defeated him quickly, not like the original. Lee fought with Gaara but finally lost to him after an impressive effort. Sasuke fought with the Zetsu, but due to the orders of Kazuki, Zetsu lost purposely, and even if Kazuki hadn't ordered him, he would not be able to defeat Sasuke. After the fight with Sasuke, the names on the screen kept flickering, and soon 2 names appeared on the screen. Aizen Sosuke vs Neji Hyuga. Oh, this is interesting, said Minato looking at the name on the screen. He was a bit curious whether this heir of Hanzo really had the strength, like Shisui said. Hearing his name, Kazuki arrived at the fighting stage with the same gentle smile on his face. Naruto, who was standing in the stands, immediately recognized Kazuki. Shikamaru was curious, so he couldn't help but ask. Naruto immediately told them about what happened in the Death Forest. You mean he defeated Gaara with a single move? They were shocked beyond words, whether it was Ino, Hinata, or Shikamaru. They have seen how strong Gaara is, but they couldn't understand what kind of strength was required to defeat him with a single move. Kakashi, who looked at Kazuki on the stage, immediately understood why Kurenai and Shizune were sad that day. He could also spot the familiar shadow of Kazuki in him. Remembering the plot in a book he had read, an astonished expression appeared on his face due to the guess formed in his mind. What happened, Kakashi? Seeing the stunned Kakashi, Kurenai, who stood near him, couldn't help but ask, and even Shizune leaned forward. After hesitating for a while, Kakashi told them his guess, making Kurenai and Shizune angry but also somewhat doubtful. There's no way it's possible, it can't be true, he wasn't like this. Kakashi guessed that he might be his child, but Kurenai and Shizune denied it or refused to believe it. If Kazuki knew what rumors Kakashi was spreading about him, not caring for a single thing, he would have hacked him with his sword. As soon as Neji arrived on the stage, with an indifferent expression on his face, he suggested Kazuki to surrender. Kazuki asked while pushing his glasses as the light was reflected in them. It's your destiny to lose, without that arm, you can't even touch me, so give up, no one can change their fate. Neji, from the Branch family, believed that fate could not be changed. He, his father, and all the Branch family members can't escape their destiny, and their life and death are always in the hands of others. Even if his father was alive, if your life is in the hands of someone, you will curse fate. Don't say such strong words, it'll only make you look weak. Kazuki felt that he really had the talent to be an actor. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 119, 118 End of Second Exam. Hearing Kazuki's words, everyone thought that this gentle-looking kid was even more arrogant than Neji. To Ino and other girls, Kazuki acting like Aizen was particularly charming. The eyes of Neji were cold as he looked at the proctor for confirmation. I had given you a chance to surrender, now take your arrogance to death. After getting the confirmation from the proctor, Neji said with an indifferent expression on his face. Kazuki did not speak and just smiled and pushed his glasses once again. Without any hesitation, Neji rushed towards Kazuki and quickly appeared in front of him. The fingers of the bandaged right hand slammed towards Kazuki. Facing his fierce and swift attack, Kazuki stayed still and calmly brought his index finger in front. Kazuki easily deflected the attack with his index finger, but Neji didn't stop as his hands turned into afterimages attacking Kazuki continuously. But the result was still the same as all it took was a single finger to block his attack. No wonder you are so arrogant, you have some strength, but all that ends now. Neji took a stance as the experienced shinobi like Tsunade and others immediately understood what jutsu he was about to use. Neji immediately arrived in front of Kazuki as his palm attached with blue chakra around it slammed on the chest of Kazuki. Continuous strikes fell on the chest of Kazuki, but Kazuki still had the same smile on his face, not affected in the least. The ground under both Kazuki and Neji has been destroyed by the force of Neji's attack. Finally, Neji spun as his palm fell on the chest of Kazuki as he shouted with all of his might. The sound of the palm of Neji hitting the chest of Kazuki spread around. After the dust caused by the impact dissipated, the sight of everyone became clear. How is this possible? Neji was having a hard time believing in what he's seeing now. He has sealed all chakra points of Kazuki, and the force of his attacks would have even reduced a boulder into pieces. But Kazuki stood firm with the usual gentle smile on his face. That was a good massage. Kazuki moved his muscles in comfort as the force of Neji's attack was just suitable for a massage. Whether it was Minato, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kurenai, or others looking at the fight below, some memories from years ago can't help but flash in their minds. Minato remembered the fight that occurred here years ago, the same absurd strength, the same calm expression, and the same mysterious air around him. Kurenai said, looking at the kid in which she could see his shadow. Neji was scared when he saw him unaffected by his most decisive attack for the first time in his life. I can see the fear in your eyes. Pushing his glasses, Kazuki walked forward step by step towards Neji, and for the first time, he released his Reiatsu. Do not run from fear, fear is necessary for evolution. The Reiatsu of Kazuki enveloped the whole hall, and Neji, who was the closest to Kazuki, suddenly fell down as his entire body was trembling. What's with this cold feeling? It's just like death. Everyone in the hall felt a chill as their hair stood up. Shinobi, who have been in a life or death situation numerous times, remembered this sensation. As Kazuki arrived just an arm's distance from Neji, Neji couldn't handle the suffocating pressure and passed out. The proctor, extinguishing the fear in his heart, immediately announced the fight's result. Walking back to his standing place, Shikamaru and others quickly gave way to Kazuki, letting him pass. I hope I won't fight this monster. Shikamaru could only hope that his opponent in the third exam wouldn't be Kazuki. But his wish didn't come true as his opponent for the third exam was Aizen. Soon Minato announced the end of the knockout round and the date of the third exam, which was a month later. Kazuki, along with the two Zetsu, left the Death Forest and went back to his assigned residence. At this moment, a meeting was taking place as all the famous names of Konoha were present in the room. What do you think about this Aizen Sosuke? Minato sat on the Hokage seat as he asked everyone about their opinion. Sensei, he reminds me of someone. Kakashi said as some sadness could be seen in his eyes. Yeah, that came out of the age, strength, temperament, it's all like him. Jiraiya was familiar with Kazuki since his relationship with Kazuki was pretty good, as he had once even given him the scroll of Mount Myoboku. No, he's different from Kazuki-kun. From his words, I can sense arrogance and disdain for this world. Minato remembered the words of Kazuki, which sounded too arrogant to him. Kazuki didn't know that his acting was so good that even Minato was fooled by him, as after returning from the forest, he started his daily template extraction task again. No matter how strong he was, he still needed to complete the task of systems to increase his strength. Kazuki's system property panel. Templates. Shanks completed. Ichigo 22%. Observation Haki Ultimate. Conqueror's Haki Ultimate. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 120, 119 Meeting. In front of the Konoha entrance, Minato, donned in Hokage robe with the Hokage hat on his head, stood looking in front, seemed to wait for someone. Behind him was his advisor Shikaku and his sensei Jiraiya. Only 5 days are left for the start of the third exam. Today Minato received the news about the arrival of the cage. As the leader of the village and the host, Minato himself came to welcome the guests from afar. Suddenly Jiraiya said as he spotted a few fuzzy silhouettes coming their way. As soon as they arrived near them, Minato went forward and greeted them all. Onoki was with 2 stone Jonin, Terumi also had Ao standing behind her. Rasa had Baki with him, and had Darui accompanying him. After staying in peace for so many years, I hope your fighting instincts haven't dulled. Raikage, the muscle head with no politeness, provoked Minato as fighting intent burned in his eyes. Minato was someone who defeated him in speed, so he has always considered him as a rival. Haha, how can it be? Please follow me. Minato didn't care for the provoking attitude of Raikage and laughed it off. Konoha is a beautiful place. Onoki sighed while looking at the prosperous village so different from the desolate stone village. The smiles on their faces are also enviable. Looking at the smiles on the faces of civilians, Terumi hoped that one day under her leadership, the residents of her village could also be this happy. The emotions of Rasa and A were the same as Onoki and Terumi as they envied the prosperity of Konoha village. There have been 3 wars, and all of them united in every war to take this land for themselves, but even united, they were never able to defeat the mighty Konoha. Under the leadership of Minato, the cage were taken to their assigned staying places to rest. They would naturally be tired after such a long journey, so the crucial meeting between them was delayed till tomorrow. On the top floor of the Hokage building, a meeting was being held at the moment, the atmosphere being heavy. Minato sat on the seat, and behind him stood Shikaku. On the left and right side of the table in front were Terumi, Onoki and Rasa, and A. Behind them were their respective cage guards. Recently, some shinobi of our village spotted the members of Akatsuki, and they seemed to have captured the 7 tails. The topic of the discussion was Akatsuki, and Onoki told them about the information he had received from the shinobi. They were lucky enough to survive at the hands of Kakuzu and Hidan. According to Lord Jiraiya, all the members of Akatsuki are S-rank rebels. The person that our shinobi spotted was the famous bounty hunter Kakuzu. Onoki didn't hide any information as he hated Akatsuki, he is now entirely sure that Roshi must have been captured by them. Hearing the familiar name, Minato looked towards Shikaku for confirmation. Yes, he's the one who killed Asuma 2 years ago and kidnapped Yamato, and a long time ago also tried to assassinate the first Hokage. Poor Asuma, 2 years ago, on his way towards Fire Temple, encountered Kakuzu and Sasori. Kakuzu nearly had an unforgettable memory about those with high bounty. He immediately recognized him, and despite trying hard, Asuma wasn't able to tackle them much longer and was killed. Yamato was also required to Fukashi for his plans, so along with Kakuzu, he quickly captured him. Who can keep so many rebels in check, who has such strength? Since it was an organization, Terumi knew then it must have a leader. She didn't know what strength was required to keep so many rebels in the discipline. Hearing her question, Minato immediately told them about his guess that Fukashi, who pretended to be Madara Uchiha, was most likely to be their leader. What? Uchiha Madara, how can he be still alive? Madara was Onoki's nightmare. Whenever he remembers that meeting with Madara years ago, he can't help but feel scared. I think it might be true. Terumi agreed with Minato as she quickly told what happened with Yagura and how he was controlled. Still, she didn't speak about Akagami Shanks as telling this much was already too embarrassing. Then we should attack them right away, we can't let such a dangerous organization grow. Raikage also became a bit fearful after hearing the name Uchiha Madara. Even if he is reckless, but he is not a fool, he naturally has heard about the legends about Madara and knows how dangerous he is. This is the reason why I have invited you. I need all of your help in finding the base of Akatsuki, only then we will be able to eradicate them. Minato looked towards everyone expectantly, and they didn't disappoint him as everyone agreed to collaborate and find the base of the Akatsuki together. After the meeting was over, the cage didn't leave. Since they were here, they naturally wanted to see the final round of the Chunin exam. The days kept passing, and as the third exam drew near, the atmosphere became more cheerful. But no one knew that the day they were waiting so eagerly for was far more eventful than they had thought. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 121, 120 Secret Plan. The sun shone brightly as the fluffy clouds drifted lazily on the sky. At some distance from Konoha, 3 figures stood together as they were looking towards Konoha. This piece is a big deception. The small nations are always the ones to bear the after effects of war. Nagato, controlling pain, looked at the gate of Konoha where the flow of people entering was immense, a little angry. Being born in Rain Village and experiencing war after the war made him hate the great nations. They always fight for their interests, and small nations are the ones to indeed suffer. Their lands are used as a battlefield by great nations. Many innocent civilians are also killed by the ninja. His parents were killed by Konoha shinobi, and his friend Yahiko also died because of the involvement of Danzo. Danzo was dead, but he could take revenge on the village he belonged to by destroying it. Today, it will be our last step towards eternal peace. Soon there will be no conflict, no killing. Fukashi under the mask had an exciting expression as today, the last big obstacle towards completing their plan would be removed. Orochimaru, is everything ready? With what I gave you, there shouldn't be a problem. Fukashi looked towards Orochimaru, who stood beside them as most of the plan's success depended on his jutsu. Hehe, those white zetsu were really useful. Not only my strength has increased, but my jutsu has also been perfected. Today nothing can stop Konoha from its destruction. Fukashi gave Orochimaru white zetsu on his request to study them. After researching them, Orochimaru found the perfect temporary container to transfer his soul. Not only that, for the sacrifice of Edo Tensei, they were also excellent as the reanimated shinobi had his full original peak power. Exciting. But I'm curious, why didn't you tell Shanks about my involvement? Fukashi had told Orochimaru that Shanks was also with them and had infiltrated the village already. So when he wanted to go and meet him in the village, Fukashi stopped him, making him curious. I don't trust him. On the surface, he has helped us a lot during these years, but many things about him are still mysterious. He has never even shown his face, and 12 years ago, he popped out suddenly, and his strength even now I don't know what's his limit. Fukashi still remembered that suffocating pressure that Kazuki once released in the inn. Even Madara was some points behind that. No matter how strong he is, in front of a god, it's meaningless. If he helps us, then it's naturally good, but if he dares betray us, he will receive the punishment from the god. Nagato had unwavering confidence in his eyes as he kept looking towards the direction of Konoha. Today is the day when all conflicts will end, and the dream of Yahiko will come true. Two white birds were flying above the sky of Kurigakure as on their backs stood three figures looking downwards. It's been a long time since I came back. Juzo, standing alone on one of the birds, looked at the village below where he once grew up. But today, he will destroy it with his own hands, making him slightly emotional. Do you know the identity of the three tails, Jinchuriki? Hidden inside the puppet shell, Sasori asked while looking towards him. I had placed a spy here. Let's go. Try not to alert the Juzo, who wanted to advise them to keep a low profile, was stunned when Deidara threw white exploding spiders below. Knowing that it was too late, Juzo could only go down to attack along with Sasori and Deidara. A shinobi cried loudly seeing the large amount of white zetsu in front, but before he could say anything more, numerous white zetsu pounced on him as he took his last breaths. What are you doing, ya fool? Killer Bee was distributing the flyers of his concert. Since his brother wasn't here, he naturally wanted to enjoy this free time. But hearing the loud voice from the village entrance, he immediately rushed there and was stunned by the sight of hundreds of white zetsu. Reinforcements of the cloud also arrived as they stood behind him respectfully. Kakuzu, Kisame, and Hidan also walked out in front of the massive amount of zetsu as they all had a cruel light in their eyes. Without giving Bee a chance to ask who they are, Kisame waved his hand as hundreds of zetsu rushed towards Bee and others as Akatsuki attacked two villages in succession. Spoiler: Kazuki's identity will be revealed during Chunin exam arc. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 122, 121 Busted. Today is the day for the start of the third exam. The wide streets were crowded with travelers from all over the world. The square in the center of Konoha. The whole square was packed with people, and the venue was overwhelmed with enthusiastic noises. Kazuki, along with Zetsu, stood in the stands waiting for the start of the exam. Hehe, the 5Kage are all here. It seems it would be a tough battle today. Zetsu said after spotting the cage sitting at the highest point. Looking at the worry-free Zetsu, Kazuki felt that something was off. What gave Nagato and Fukashi the confidence to attack Konoha now? Forget the powerhouses of Konoha, the other 4Kage alone working together could foil their plan. They shouldn't depend on him since Kazuki has hardly shown his real strength during all these years. Pain still thinks that he is the strongest in Akatsuki. There is something that he doesn't know, and no matter how he thought, he couldn't guess where their confidence came from. As Kazuki was lost in his thoughts, Minato, sitting along with the cage, stood up as he first gave a speech and announced the start of the third exam. The first match was Naruto vs. Temari, and Naruto, who was different from the original using rasengan which he learned this month, defeated Temari. Konoha is blessed with geniuses. Onoki sighed, looking at Naruto, who defeated Temari, jealous of Konoha. Stone only had Kuretsuchi, who could inherit his will, but Konoha had many geniuses. Deidara, who he had thought would grow up to be an honorable and well-known man in ninja world, became a notorious criminal. I wanted to see the fight between your son and Gaara, Hokage. Rasa, who saw his daughter lose, wasn't much disappointed since he had expected this result. Even if Temari was strong, Naruto, who had inherited the talent of Minato, was naturally not someone who Temari could defeat. Haha, there will be a chance in the future, Lord Casecage. Minato laughed as he was impressed by his son's strength. Though he would pull pranks, his strength was enough to make him proud. After the match of Naruto, the proctor announced the start of the next game. Aizen Sosuke vs Nara Shikamaru. Hearing his name, Kazuki quickly arrived at the fighting square, calm and composed. While Kazuki was calm, Shikamaru and the people around him weren't. Son, sometimes against absolute strength, any plan is useless. I won't be disappointed if you give up. Shikaku, with Kurenai and her students, stood around Shikamaru and had a worried expression on his face. Shikaku knew that no matter how intelligent his son was, he wouldn't be able to defeat that monster. Kurenai also tried to persuade him as if it was someone else who was the opponent of Shikamaru, she wouldn't have stopped him. But Aizen was different, the same out of age strength and confidence as Kazuki made her stop Shikamaru. Hearing their words, Shikamaru looked towards Kazuki, who stood in the fighting square waiting for his arrival, and suddenly looked towards the sky. Something's even if things are a drag, you can't just run away from them. Shikamaru let out a sigh and went down to fight Kazuki. Kurenai wanted to stop him, but Shikaku stopped her, shaking his head. You have finally grown up, son. Looking at his son, who, despite the odds, still went to fight, even if he was worried, Shikaku felt proud. His son is not a coward, even if he loses now, he knows that his son has given his all, and that is important. Under the crowd's cheers, Shikamaru arrived at the fighting square and stood at a distance of 10 meters from Kazuki. As soon as the proctor's voice fell, Shikamaru took several kunai and threw them towards Kazuki. Before they could reach him, they suddenly fell. Noticing his attack was useless, Shikamaru made a hand sign, and with a burst of smoke, two Shikamaru appeared next to him. Running in the opposite direction, they attacked Kazuki from left and right, and real Shikamaru made another hand sign as the shadow under him began to stretch, moving towards Kazuki. Moving around, Kazuki easily dodged the clones' attacks, and sensing the dark trail on the ground, Kazuki snorted, and immense pressure was emitted from him. The whole fighting square had cracks everywhere, and even the proctor fell. The roof on which Minato and the other cage sat also shook due to this intense pressure. The clones of Shikamaru were destroyed immediately, and real Shikamaru was on one knee panting. The crowd burst into cheers after seeing Kazuki destroying the fighting square. When did Rain have such a monster? I couldn't help but say after seeing the strength of Aizen. The rest of the cage were also surprised and knew immediately that they had underestimated Hanzo. Looking at the familiar power to destroy everything just by momentum, Minato seemed to guess something and once again looked at Aizen carefully. Missing arm, the absence of Hanzo, same ability and same absurd strength. Minato's pupils shrank as a name came into his mind. Minato shouted as he stood up, and his voice spread throughout the square. The whole square was silent, and even the cage looked at Minato in surprise. Who sat beside him couldn't help but ask as the whole square was looking towards him for an answer. Kazuki smiled as he pushed his glasses since he knew immediately that his disguise was seen through. He's not a contestant, he's the killer Akagami Shanks. Minato's voice empowered with chakra spread around as every shinobi in the square was stunned and quickly looked towards Kazuki. As expected of the famous yellow flash. Everyone saw that the kid in front put his hand on his mask, and light enveloped him. Soon the light disappeared, and a person completely different from before appeared in front of everyone. Terumi, who saw the familiar figure, had some fear in her eyes as she recognized him immediately. Kurenai roared in anger, her blood-red eyes looking at Kazuki. Clear the misunderstanding, his real identity will be revealed in this arc, I wasn't talking about the above. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 123, 122 Memories. Kazuki isn't my jutsu great. Kurenai looked towards Kazuki expecting praise as beside her was Shizune, who was under her genjutsu. Kurenai cheered loudly after hearing the praise of Kazuki, and even Kazuki laughed a little, amused by her childish acts. Seriously, you should have listened to me. Kurenai, holding her injured arm, sat on the ground as Kazuki bandaged her arm while admonishing her. Kurenai, like a kid, caught after mischief, apologized, keeping her head down. Listen, Kurenai, ever since we first met, you have always tried to help me in way or another, so you are special to me. I don't want to see you hurt, be careful next time, do you understand? Kazuki stood up after bandaging her arm, and Kurenai, who had her head down, nodded and her face was red, and the smoke seemed to come out from her ears. Please wake up, Kazuki, please wake up, don't leave me. Kurenai shouted in despair, looking at the corpse of Kazuki, but it was useless. Kurenai's eyes were focused on the figure at the center of the square, and memories of Kazuki kept flashing in the mind of Kurenai. Finally, the image of the blood-stained body of Kazuki appeared. Kurenai immediately disappeared from the stands, leaving cracks on the floor, and instantly appeared in Kazuki, her mighty fist about to hit his chest. Kazuki, who sensed the attack, was about to block it, but seeing the angry face of Kurenai, his heart seemed to rip apart. He wanted to bring his hand forward to block her fist, but his body seemed out of control as no matter how much he tried, he couldn't. The power-filled punch fell on the chest of Kazuki. Despite the fierce punch which completely destroyed the already damaged ground, Kazuki didn't move an inch from his place. A drop of blood fell from the corner of Kazuki's mask as the smoking fist of Kurenai was still stuck on the chest of Kazuki. This all happened in seconds without giving everyone in the stands a chance to react. Kurenai, at this time, seemed to have recovered sanity as she looked at Kazuki with some horror and confusion on her face. Why didn't he block it? Whether it was Minato, all the cage, or every experienced Jonin, they all had the same question in their minds. They were worried about him injuring Kurenai, but his holding back confused them. Watching the beautiful face a few inches away from him, Kazuki didn't know how to explain his mood. The pain of the punch was not worth mentioning in front of the pain of having someone you love right in front but not being able to embrace her. Maybe I should have really died. Kazuki, keeping his head down, said these words and, in sorrow, even forgot to change his voice. The eyes of Kurenai widened when she heard his words, and that, somewhat, familiar voice also made her tremble. Kurenai immediately denied the thought that came to her mind. She had seen his corpse with her own eyes, it couldn't be possible. And his words also left her confused as her anger eased a lot unknowingly. Ino, along with Konoha Genin, saw Kurenai so angry were surprised. They had never seen her so angry, and they wondered what hatred she had with that red-haired man in the fighting square. Minato disappeared from his place, and the next moment he was at some distance in front of Kazuki. More black shadows flashed, and Kazuki found himself surrounded. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Tsukumo, and Minato had surrounded him, with him being in the center. Shisui and the rest of the Jonin of Konoha had already started to evacuate the civilians from the square since they knew the upcoming fight could damage the surroundings. Rasa also ordered Baki to take Gaara and others away since the next fight was something they couldn't fight. What are you planning, Shanks? Minato said, looking at the red-haired man with a mask on his face. Minato could easily guess that Shanks being here means that something is fishy. Minato, his robe, he's from the Akatsuki. Jiraiya, who saw his robe, immediately recognized it since it matched the report that Onoki gave. Akatsuki, where is Roshi? Onoki in the stands recognized the robe of Akatsuki and shouted angrily. The rest of the cage also arrived at the fighting square. We were just looking for you, but you came straight to us, now you'll tell us everything you know about Akatsuki. Thunder began to dance around as he was ready to start any moment. It's terrifying. 1 verses 11. Knowing that this isn't the time to be guilty, he can't show weakness now, otherwise, his so many years of work in Akatsuki would be useless. He can't reveal his identity before catching Nagato and destroying his Rinnegan. Don't say it's unfair, it's an acknowledgement of your strength. Terumi extinguished the fear in her heart, said while looking towards Kazuki. With so many strong people together, she believed even the ninja god Hashirama would have a hard time. I would really love to play with you all, but it isn't possible. Kazuki had already sensed the vast amount of chakra hidden underground. Before the cage could respond, they saw numerous white beings with green hair drilling out of the ground. Exploding sounds rang throughout Konoha as white Zetsu could be seen on the streets of Konoha. Akatsuki attacked the village. Looking at the white Zetsu in front and hearing the exploding sounds, Minato knew immediately that Konoha was under attack. Kazuki disappeared from the fighting square, appearing on the enclosure's roof. Minato and the others couldn't stop Kazuki from leaving since even if Zetsu were weak, they were just too many, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Kazuki sat down, waiting for the appearance of Nagato. Damn, they are just too many. I destroyed the Zetsu in front and couldn't help but curse. Move away. I'll destroy all of them. At this time, they heard the voice of Onoki from above and saw a white light emitting from his palms. Minato and others immediately flashed, appearing in the stands. Particle style. Atomic dismantling jutsu. As soon as the voice of Onoki fell, a white light enveloped the whole fighting square. When the light disappeared, a vast leveled pit appeared with no signs of white Zetsu. What amazing destruction power. Even Kazuki had to admit that the particle style was one of the best in offensive power. The power to reduce anything into atoms was naturally scary, but it also had a significant weakness. It takes too much time to launch this attack, which could be deadly in a fight. Minato and others, seeing Onoki wiping out the Zetsu, also had to admit that even if old, Onoki had a lot of strength. Kakashi, Kurenai, Tsukumo Senpai, you deal with the enemy outside, the rest of us will deal with Shanks. Noticing the chaos in the village, Minato ordered them as Kakashi, the confused Kurenai, and Tsukumo quickly left the fighting square. Minato and the others appeared on the roof, ready to attack Kazuki. Kazuki, ready for a big fight, suddenly sensed a familiar gloomy aura and looked in its direction. Jiraiya and Tsunade recognized Orochimaru immediately. Hehe, it's a rare sight, so many strong people together. Orochimaru laughed while licking his lips with his long tongue. Orochimaru, are you also a part of the Akatsuki? Orochimaru wasn't wearing the robe of Akatsuki, but his timely appearance made Jiraiya think so. Orochimaru didn't answer his question and immediately printed several hand signs and finally slammed his hands on the ground. The moment Kazuki saw Orochimaru making hand signs, he knew immediately what he was about to do. But he didn't stop him because this would alert Fukashi and Nagato, ruining his plan to kill them. Orochimaru, at this time, shouldn't have perfected the Edo Tensei, so he wasn't much worried. The roof started shaking as 6 coffins drilled out from the ground. Looking at the coffins, nearly everyone present here was confused since they didn't know much about Edo Tensei. If I'm not wrong, it's the forbidden reanimation jutsu. Minato, who has read the Book of Seal, recognized the jutsu. The lid of the coffins fell as 6 silhouettes could be seen with eyes closed. Whether it was Terumi, Onoki, or Minato, they all recognized the figures in the coffin. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 124, 123 Hostage. The whole Konoha was in a state of chaos. Explosive sounds rang throughout the village, and the villagers were running around in panic. How dare you attack the village? A Konoha shinobi attacked White Zetsu in anger, but he was overwhelmed by numerous White Zetsu. Kushina, along with Naruto and other genin, was evacuating the civilians to a safe underground place. They are just too many. Shikamaru, who defeated a White Zetsu, said in annoyance. Neji and others were also fighting to stop the White Zetsu from reaching the underground shelter. Shikamaru and others were led out of the fighting square by Shisui and Itachi and were ordered to protect this emergency shelter. Kushina, at this moment, had anger on her face, and she couldn't wait to go and attack those bastards of Akatsuki. She knew they were here to capture her, and it made her angry to think that so many people were dying because of her. Naruto attacked a Zetsu who tried to strike a civilian and ripped his head off, but suddenly the Zetsu who had his head cut off disappeared, and a person wearing an orange mask on his face appeared. Naruto was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Fukashi, and before he could complete his words, his neck was held tightly, and he groaned in pain. Seeing Naruto caught, Kushina yelled and immediately rushed towards Naruto, trying to save him. Stop, otherwise, your son will lose his life. Fukashi threatened the advancing Kushina and put some power in his grip, causing Naruto to groan even more. It's you again, coward. Kushina stopped immediately but cursed Fukashi as she recognized him. At this moment, Kakashi and Kurenai also arrived at the fighting site. Kakashi and Kurenai wanted to attack Fukashi, but they stopped immediately, seeing Naruto taken as a hostage. It's up to you now, your son's life or yours. Fukashi didn't beat around the bush and gave Kushina a hard choice. Everyone who heard his word was angry but was helpless also. Kushina, keeping her head down, struggled for a moment, and finally, a weak smile appeared on her face as she moved towards Fukashi. Naruto knew immediately that his mother wanted to sacrifice herself, but Fukashi put more force, shutting him up. Kushina arrived in front of Fukashi as she seemed to have given up completely. Fukashi was still somewhat credible as he put one hand on the shoulder of Kushina and let Naruto go. Before Kakashi and others could make their move to stop Fukashi, he disappeared along with her. The forest outside Konoha. Why are we running, Baki-sensei? Temari asked while looking at Baki, who was in front as they leapt from tree to tree moving forward. Beside her were Gaara and Kankuro, who were equally confused. Baki quickly informed them about Akatsuki, who was here to capture Gaara, and he was ordered to take them away. The four of them suddenly heard a voice, and an irresistible force pulled Baki. Temari cried as she was horrified by the sudden change in the sight in front. A black rod had passed through the heart of Baki, who coughed blood and wasn't able to breathe anymore. Tendo Pain flicked his hand, threw Baki like garbage, and pointed towards Gaara and others. Like before, Gaara and others were also pulled forward, but the sand saved them from the black rods penetrating their hearts. Gaara jumped back, keeping a distance from Pain as he inquired about his identity. Behind Tendo Pain, Fukashi holding Kushina, appeared but was immediately attacked by Kushina's fists. Fukashi jumped back avoiding her attack, and arrived beside Tendo Pain. Seeing him avoiding her attack, Kushina snorted but jumped back as she looked at her surroundings. Feeling the massive chakra from Gaara and his headband made Kushina guess that he was the Jinchuriki of One Tail. Kushina, who saw the eyes of Tendo Pain, was baffled. She has heard about the legend of the eyes of Sage of Six Paths, but she never thought the legend was true. He should be Akatsuki leader. Kushina quickly guessed the identity of Pain since only someone powerful, having Rinnegan, can control so many strong ninja. This place isn't too far from Konoha, we need to capture them quickly before the reinforcements arrive. Fukashi couldn't perform long teleportation with Kushina beside him, whose chakra was so massive, and he needed to concentrate also on long teleportation. So in a hurry, he could only teleport about 3 or 4 kilometers away from Konoha. I'll capture 9 tails, you deal with 1 tail Jinchuriki. Pain said to Fukashi and waved his hands as shadows flashed behind him. Kushina saw that 5 figures wearing the same robe as Fukashi and Pain arrived near Tendo Pain. But the cause of her surprise was the Rinnegan that all of them had. Nagato didn't give her much time to think as he manipulated the puppets to attack her. Fukashi also attacked Gaara as an intense battle started. Chapter 125, 124 Hashirama Senju. Time goes back a few minutes. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the rest of the cage looked at the figures in the coffin. Kazuki, who wasn't much surprised, suddenly noticed something different. Sensing the vast aura of people in the coffins, Kazuki's pupils shrank immediately. As Kazuki was surprised, the figures lying in the coffins walked out as they looked around with confusion and surprise. Those stone faces, I'm back in the living world. The reanimated third Raikage, second Mizukage, second Tsuchikage, third Kazekage looked around in confusion. Hashirama Senju looked at the stone faces and, after some confusion, recognized that he was brought back to the living world and was in Konoha. This is the reanimation jutsu. Tobirama, who was the inventor of this jutsu, after clearing his mind, recognized this jutsu immediately. Minato and others said with a solemn expression on their faces. Tsunade was somewhat happy and fearful after seeing Hashirama. Hearing her voice, Hashirama looked back, and after looking at her for a while, he asked with some expectation. Hashirama asked with a smile on his face. Mu, the second Tsuchikage, also recognized the old Onoki cause of his unique height. I'm sorry to spoil your little reunion, but please get to work. Orochimaru didn't give the past cage much time to assess the situation and made a hand sign as all the reanimated cage found their body out of control. Are you the caster of this jutsu? Even if their body was out of control, Tobirama and the others could still think and talk. Tobirama, didn't I tell you to stop developing such a jutsu? Hashirama tried to admonish his little brother but only to be ruthlessly rebuked with no respect of a ninja god. Even Orochimaru had black lines on his forehead after seeing the insult of Hashirama. Our bodies aren't in our control, try to stop us. We'll tell you our weaknesses. Orochimaru made another hand sign as chakra erupted from them. Minato and others also put a fighting stance as they knew the most challenging fight was about to start. Kazuki, who sensed the immense aura of Hashirama, was so surprised that for a moment, his focus on the village wavered. Kazuki, who, after a moment of surprise, sensed the aura of Fukashi disappearing along with Kushina, cursed. Kazuki fully released his observation haki as it began to spread around. Kazuki, at nearly 4 kilometers away from Konoha, found the chakra of Fukashi, Kushina, Gaara, and 6 pains. The chakra of Kushina was increasing continuously. It seems that she is already in Four Tails state fighting them. Gaara had already entered the Tail Beast stage but still was beaten by a vast evil chakra. Kazuki wanted to go there, but looking at Hashirama, he knew no one in the village would be able to handle him. Kushina-san, please hold on for a while. Kazuki hoped that Kushina and Gaara could hold for a while he deals with the first Hokage. Minato and others who were ready to deal with the past, Kage suddenly saw a shadow flashing, and Kazuki appeared in front of them. The expression on the face of everyone turned ugly as they knew him joining the battle made things even more difficult. Hehe, I'm curious what you will do. Remembering what Fukashi had said about Shanks, Orochimaru looked at Kazuki curiously. He wondered whether he would fight alongside him and destroy Konoha or betray Akatsuki. Hashirama, who saw Kazuki appearing in front of him, was surprised by the amount of chakra he felt from the opponent. It was no less than him at his peak. Looking at Hashirama in front of him, Kazuki took a deep breath and freed the suppressed aura. It is the first time he will fight with nearly all of his strength. The aura suppressed by Kazuki broke out, and a vast force enveloped the whole Konoha. Every shinobi civilian in the village felt their chest tight for a moment, and even the walls around Konoha began to crack. They were shocked whether it was Minato, all the Kage, the reanimated shinobi, or Orochimaru. What's with this aura, even the heavens? Minato looked at the sky above and saw that black clouds gathered above Konoha, and even lightning began to flash. The gray robe of Kazuki was fluttering in the air due to a red aura emitting from him constantly, even the space around him seemed to shake. The fight in the whole Konoha stopped as everyone looked stupidly at the roof of the fighting square or precisely at Kazuki, surrounded by a red aura. Hashirama looked at Kazuki in front, and for the first time in his life, he began to wonder whether he could beat the man in front. Even dealing with Madara, he always had the confidence to defeat him, but today was the first time he wasn't confident. I need to end this quickly. Not caring for the stunned Minato and the rest of the villagers, Kazuki thought as he didn't have much time. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 126, 125 Confused. Every fight occurring in Konoha stopped as the whole village was looking at the roof of the fighting square. That day, he was just playing with us. Terumi-Mae looked at the momentum of Kazuki and knew immediately that day he was just toying with them. Now she knows why he did not kill everyone that day. To him, they were so weak that even killing them would tarnish his honor. I need to take this outside the village. Looking at the already devastated village, Kazuki decided not to fight here. Otherwise, the whole village will be gone completely. In the unbelievable eyes of Minato and rest, Kazuki disappeared from his place and arrived immediately in front of the stunned Hashirama, who didn't expect him to attack, and the punch fell on his chest. Hashirama shot out towards the village's back where mountains once existed but were leveled by Kazuki. Minato and the rest were surprised by Kazuki suddenly attacking the first Hokage. They were ready for a tough fight against Shanks, but they never expected him to attack his ally. Hehe, you really betrayed Akatsuki, Shanks. Orochimaru laughed, looking at Kazuki, who stood where Hashirama stood before. Orochimaru, the biggest mistake you made in your life is attacking Konoha. Kazuki was angry as his plan to kill Nagato and Fukashi was disrupted by the sudden appearance of Orochimaru. Also, unlike the original, he managed to perfect the reanimation jutsu a lot earlier, making him even angrier. Not waiting for the reply of Orochimaru, Kazuki disappeared as he rushed towards the back of the village, ready to deal with Hashirama. Whether it was Orochimaru, Minato, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the rest, they were confused about why Shanks got so angry over Orochimaru for attacking Konoha. But Orochimaru didn't think much as he ordered the remaining reanimated shinobi to attack the cage. Minato and others weren't allowed to think much about why Shanks is helping them and were attacked. Minato was attacked by second Hokage, Jiraiya fought with Orochimaru, Tsunade was fighting against the second Mizukage. picked his father as an opponent, Onoki against the second Tsuchikage and Terumi and Rasa against the third Kazekage. The long forest outside Konoha. It was a devastating sight as broken trees and deep potholes were everywhere in the fighting site. A huge repulsive force shot out from the palm of Tendo Pain as the red monster with 6 tails on its back and body covered with white skeleton flew due to the force. 9 tails is stronger than I thought. Besides the Tendo Pain, 5 broken puppets were lying as they all were destroyed by Kushina in the rampage. At some distance, another fight was taking place. A giant monster that looked like Tanuki with a tail on its back was beaten down by a black humanoid skeleton. On the head of Shukaku was Gaara, whose eyes were closed. Fukashi, controlling the Susanoo, punched Shukaku under his feet as the power of the punch woke the sleeping Gaara. The colossal monster began to disintegrate, and soon it disappeared, ultimately revealing the weak Gaara on the ground. Temari and Kankuro, who watched the fight from the far, exclaimed loudly after being defeated. They couldn't believe that a monster like Gaara was defeated even after going on a rampage. The capture of one tail completed. The Susanoo of Fukashi faded as he arrived in front of the weak Gaara. A white zetsu drilled out as Fukashi handed Gaara to him, who disappeared after taking Gaara. As expected of the Nine Tails. Looking at the Nine Tail, which even Pain was having a hard time dealing with, Fukashi had to admit that its position as the most robust tail beast was deserved. Even he didn't have the confidence to deal with Nine Tails alone. Even if he has the first Hokage cells, he still can't use the perfect Susanoo. Ultimately, he doesn't have eternal Mangekyo, so his eye power isn't enough, so he can only use it till the third stage. The level of Itachi. Fukashi quickly rushed towards the Nine Tails to help Nagato. Temari and Kankuro wanted to go forward and save Gaara, but they knew their strength wasn't enough, and they couldn't do much. They are already quite lucky that Fukashi didn't care much about them and let them go. At the back of Konoha village. That was quite a punch. Hashirama stood up from the pit and rubbed his chest as he felt that punch. Haki. A shadow flashed, and a figure appeared at some distance from Hashirama. I never thought after Madara and me, there could be a strong person like you. Hashirama said while looking at Kazuki as he was a bit emotional. I don't have time to hear your praise, let's get over with it. Kazuki removed his cloak and put on a fighting stance. Hashirama also brought his hand forward as both Kazuki and Hashirama looked at each other. The first drop of rain fell from the dark clouds above, and finally, it landed between them both. They both disappeared from their place, rushing towards each other as an epic fight at the back of Konoha began. Don't curse me, I had already said before that in this arc you will attain the cultivation base of Cliff Emperor Realm. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 127, 126 Battle. The lightning flashed as its thunderous sound caused fear in the hearts of everyone. Both Kazuki and Hashirama arrived in front of each other as a fierce taijutsu battle started. Hashirama's right fist moved towards Kazuki's face, who predicting it deflected it with his hand and spun quickly as his left leg slammed towards the stomach of Hashirama. Jumping up, Hashirama dodged the leg and took out some kunai with explosive tags around them, and threw them down. But Kazuki seemed to have predicted it already as his body turned dark red and shot towards Hashirama in the air. The kunai around Kazuki exploded, but they couldn't do slight damage as Kazuki arrived in front of Hashirama in the air and his fist imbued with haki slammed towards his chest. Kazuki's fist fell on the chest of Hashirama, who burst open entirely, and pieces of wood floated around Kazuki. Kazuki knew it immediately but wasn't surprised since Hashirama was unlike his previous opponents. Landing back on the ground, Kazuki spotted Hashirama with his arms across his chest, who seemed to be waiting for him. You are strong, but the real fight hasn't even started, I hope you can stop me. Hashirama now was utterly sure that Kazuki really had the strength to fight him equally. He was actually happy that someone was strong enough to stop him, otherwise, he would have destroyed his village even if he didn't want to. Hearing his words, Kazuki put his hand around the hilt of his sword as he was also about to get serious. Wood-style deep forest emergence. Hashirama made hand signs as the whole Konoha started to shake. Towering long thick tree roots drilled out from the ground covering an area of thousands of meters as numerous thick tree branches moved towards Kazuki. One sword-style red dragon barrage. Jumping in the sur, Kazuki sheathed his sword out, and his hand turned into afterimages as he slashed multiple times. Numerous red dragons, hundreds of meters long, shot out from the blade of Kazuki as the whole Konoha was blinded by red light. The red dragons all turned into huge red slashes as they collided with countless roots and branches. The shockwaves produced by the collision spread all around Konoha, and massive wind pressure uprooted several houses of Konoha. What kind of fight is this? Minato and the rest fighting the past cage also stopped fighting since the collision's shockwaves reached here. Minato and others were shocked looking at the towering roots and branches and equally wide long red dragons that could be easily seen even from here. Now they understand why Hashirama was called the god of shinobi and why Shanks could kill monsters like Kazuki along with Sarutobi and Danzo. Orochimaru, who was fighting with Jiraiya, was also shocked as he never expected Shanks to fight on par with Hashirama. Hehe, even if you by any chance defeat the first Hokage, I still have someone who could make miracles. Orochimaru was someone who won't gamble all in one shot, he naturally has some cards left to deal with an unexpected situation. You should quickly seal us while he is holding back, big brother. Tobirama reminded the stunned Kage that even if he was shocked, he knew they would emerge victoriously with their unlimited chakra if they were not defeated quickly. Hearing his words, everyone once again started another round of fighting. The forest outside Konoha. Kushina, or the massive monster with 8 tails behind, attacked the black Susanoo of Fukashi with its fists as the Susanoo of Fukashi fell down. Damn, what's with this monster? Nagato, controlling Yahiko from behind the scenes, cursed in annoyance as he coughed a mouthful of blood. Are you alright, Nagato? Conan, who stood beside him, asked him worriedly, seeing him coughing blood. 9 tails is too strong, but even though we are having a hard time, I need to seal it. A determinate expression appeared on the pale face of Nagato. As for peace, he would go to every length. Only that jutsu can completely stop the 9 tails. But you already have used so much chakra. Conan said worriedly, but Nagato didn't flinch, brought his trembling hands in front, and made hand signs. Fukashi once again got up using the Susanoo to fight 9 tails, but under the mask, his eyes were bleeding at the moment. Damn, I have used too much chakra. Fukashi cursed in annoyance as he never expected 9 tails to be so strong. Now he can only pin his hope on pain for a miracle. Fukashi suddenly noticed a vast chakra gathering in Tendo's pain. He saw him bringing his hands forward as a black ball suddenly gathered in his palms and soon floated upward. Pain roared with all of his might, and he clapped his hands together as the whole area around 1,000 meters started to shake. The ground started to break, and huge pieces of rock started to float upward. Fukashi, along with 9 tails, found himself moving upward, was stunned for a moment but soon after recognized this jutsu. According to Madara, Sage of 6 Paths had used this jutsu to create the moon. The Susanoo around Fukashi faded, and the next moment Fukashi disappeared and appeared on the ground beside Tendo Pain. A vast rock ball began to form in the sky, and the 9 tails was stuck at the center. The 9 tails roared, trying to free itself from the considerable force binding him, but the vast rocks hitting him from time to time made it impossible. Tendo Pain didn't stop infusing chakra as the size of the massive ball in the air kept increasing, and finally, even the 9 tails disappeared in the giant ball. Tendo Pain said with some emotion, looking at the massive sphere in the air. As Fukashi and Nagato finally took a sigh of relief, they noticed that the sphere in the air started to shake again as the expression on their faces turned ugly. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 128, Chapter 127 Fight 2. At the backside of Konoha. It's hard to believe someone could cause such destruction with just a sword. Hashirama looked at the cut roots and trees around and couldn't help but sigh in emotion. Never had he ever thought that a sword user could release such long-scale attacks in his life. Using this jutsu, he could create forests, but it was all destroyed by a single word. Wood-style wood dragon jutsu. Even if he could think, his body was out of control, so Hashirama once again attacked Kazuki, who stood in front. Thick branches drilled out from the ground once again. Chakra around him began to gather, and soon a 100-meter-high dragon appeared as Hashirama stood on its head. I can't delay this much longer. Kazuki, who felt the chakra of Kushina getting more and more chaotic, knew he couldn't make this fight last long. If he didn't end this soon, this would be the second time that Kushina would lose her tail beast. Even with the vitality of the Uzumaki clan, it would be tough to save her. One sword-style flying dragon. Covering his sword with haki, Kazuki slashed forward, and a 1,000-meter-high slash roared towards Hashirama. Even the wood dragon of Hashirama looked like an ant in front of this slash. Without any hindrance, the wood dragon was destroyed immediately, but Hashirama had long since left the head of the wood dragon. Wood-style human golem jutsu. Chakra once again gathered around Hashirama, and a substantial humanoid wood golem appeared beside Hashirama. The fist of the golem fell on Kazuki, who looked like an ant in front of it. Kazuki threw his sword in the air, and his hand turned fully dark. Kazuki's tiny fist collided with the massive fist of golem. In the unbelievable eyes of Hashirama, the huge golem burst open immediately, and its shards flew everywhere. Kazuki jumped in the air catching the sword and slashed towards Hashirama, still stunned. You should know that the colossal golem can even catch a tail beast bomb, but it is destroyed by the fist of Kazuki was naturally unbelievable. One sword-style evening palace. A crescent-shaped 1,000-meter-high slash roared towards Hashirama. Summoning Jutsu 5-layer Rashomon. 5 massive gates with scary faces printed on them appeared in front of Hashirama as the slash collided with them. All the hell gates were divided into two from the middle, but Hashirama, due to obstruction, was able to save himself, moving away from the slash. The whole backside of Konoha was destroyed as large pits thousands of meters broad were everywhere. And a long slash mark continuing thousands of meters was the most eye-catching. Kurenai destroyed another bunch of white Zetsu with a punch. A cracking lightning sound could be heard near her as Kakashi, with lightning around him, shuttled in the battlefield, destroying every Zetsu he saw with his blade. A person with green tights and a watermelon head could also be spotted destroying everything in his way with his powerful leg blows. Kurenai, fighting, suddenly noticed a green slug appearing behind her, leaving a smoke trail. Kurenai quickly held the green slug, and after hearing its words, she turned towards Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, quickly gather the sealing squad, we need to reach there quickly." Knowing that the reanimated shinobi can only be sealed, Tsunade ordered Kurenai to bring the sealing squad to help them. But who will protect the shelter? Cutting another white Zetsu in half, Kakashi asked her, looking at her. "Leave it as Captain Kakashi." At this moment, Kakashi heard an assuring voice, and he saw Shisui, Itachi, Sasuke, and half of Uchiha clan shinobi behind him. Shisui and Itachi, after evacuating the civilians, were dealing with the white Zetsu in Uchiha clan land. Fugaku knew that the villagers needed to see them fighting for the village to increase their reputation. So he sent half of the clan members with Shisui while he dealt with the white Zetsu in Uchiha clan land. "Then I'm counting on you, Shisui." Kakashi quickly left with Kurenai and his father to gather the sealing squad as Shisui and Itachi, along with the people of Uchiha, started a round of slaughter of the white Zetsu. "I have to admit it, you are even better than me at teleporting." Dust swirled around Tobirama, who was injured by a rasengan and couldn't help but praise Minato. Even he, the inventor of the jutsu, was left behind. "Where's Sarutobi and Danzo?" While fighting, Tobirama couldn't help but ask since he didn't see any of his students from the start. Hearing these names, a complex expression appeared on the face of Minato, but calming himself, he replied. Minato answered coldly as he didn't want to talk on this topic anymore and attacked Tobirama. Tobirama was confused as he could sense hate from the tone of Minato. Sarutobi was the third Hokage, Minato, the fourth Hokage, should have respect for him, but his tone made Tobirama guess something was wrong. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 129, 128 Fight 3. Some of you may have noticed that grammar is a lot better in the last few chapters. I'm using Grammarly. If you want to read the previous chapters with good grammar, go to narufiction.com. I might even upload advanced chapters there when I'm in the mood. I'm also translating one of the best Naruto fiction for me involving Gojo Satoru on that website. Just like Marvel's Superman, it hardly has the usual Chinese superiority thing or wuxia vibes. Though the update will be slow since I have a lot of other work to do. How many times should I tell you I'm here? That's just a mirage. The second Mizukage looked at Tsunade, a bit helpless as even Tsunade couldn't escape from his terrifying genjutsu. The second Mizukage uses a giant clam which can cause illusions. Tsunade cursed and regretted that she chose to fight this bastard. Her primary ability is to smash. Dealing with illusion was never her specialty. While Tsunade was having a tough time against second Mizukage, Onoki and A were in a bind also. "You have gotten old, Onoki." Onoki, floating in the air, wanted to attack Mew, but his back made him weak like always. Mew shook his head with regret as time was really like a knife. The young and spirited Onoki turned into an old man with back pain. "You have to do better if you want to defeat me. Be careful, I'm about to get serious now." The third Raikage looked at his son, who attacked him constantly but couldn't do much damage. The third Raikage brought his right hand forward as thunder chakra intensified around his hand. Who saw the familiar stance, recognized it immediately, but he wasn't afraid as the thunder chakra around him also intensified. Today, he will defeat his father and prove that he has surpassed him. Lava-style slaying dragon jutsu. Terumi sprouted lava from her mouth as it turned into a magma dragon roaring towards the third cage. The third cage, who wanted to stop the attack, found gold dust drilling from the ground enveloping him completely. The lava and gold worked together well as the third cage turned into a golden statue. Seeing the immobile cage, Terumi sighed in relief. The third cage was known as the strongest cage. Alone, she wasn't his opponent, but working together with Rasa, she could defeat him. "We need to seal him, this won't hold him back for long." Rasa was one of the few who knew about the terror of third cage, so he hoped that the sealing squad quickly seals him. "Leave it to us, Lord Cage, Lord Mizukage." At this moment, Kurenai, along with Kakashi, Tsukumo, and the sealing squad, finally arrived. Hearing her words, Terumi and Kazekage quickly went towards Tsunade, who had a hard time dealing with the second Mizukage. Kurenai quickly instructed the sealing squad to place a red sealing tag on the golden statue as black markings covered it. After instructing them, Kurenai, Kakashi, and Tsukumo joined the fight, ready to help the cage who had a hard time. The forest outside Konoha. Fukashi and Tendo Pain were nervously looking at the vast sphere that was shaking. But luck seemed on their side as soon the shaking stopped, and Nagato, who could sense the situation inside the colossal rock, felt the vast chakra disappearing quickly. Pain heaved a sigh of relief as they were finally able to incapacitate Nine Tails after so much effort. Nagato quickly undid the Chibaku Tensai, and the massive rock disintegrated. Finally, the massive rock collapsed, and the figure of Kushina fell to the ground. Seeing her falling, Fukashi and Nagato quickly went towards her. On the floor covered with water, Kushina shouted while looking at the massive gate in front of her. Seeing no response behind the gate, Kushina quickly arrived near the entrance and saw Kyuubi with orange chakra around him. "What do you want, Kushina?" Even if he hates humans, Kyuubi, after staying with Kushina for so long, was still generous enough to respond to her. "I just wanted to talk to you because there's not much time left for me to live." Kushina had a weak smile on her face as she seemed to have given up completely. "Go away, I have nothing to talk to you." Even Kyuubi's eyes trembled for a moment when he heard her words. He could naturally see the situation outside, knowing she didn't have much time to live. "From a young age, I wanted to be friends with you, I always wanted to get along with you, but I could never remove the hate inside you. I know you hate me for imprisoning you here, taking your freedom away from you. I'm in no position to ask you, but before I die, I hope you can tell me what's your real name." Kushina kept talking and remembered how scared she was when she first learned about becoming a Jinchuriki, then she met Minato, married him, and even had a son now. During all this time, she also learned that Tail Beast also had emotions, and she always wanted to say sorry to Kyuubi for imprisoning him and, if possible, wanted to know his name. After so many years, Kyuubi, who heard her words for the first time, felt his parting with Sage of Six Paths. Kyuubi stood up and, looking at Kushina for a while, finally said it with a shaky voice. Kushina, who heard his words, was so delighted that tears rolled out from her eyes and her face had a big smile. "Kurama, then before I die, let me give you a parting gift." In the unbelievable eyes of Kurama, Kushina disappeared from her place and ripped the seal tag from the gate. "She won't die, but I need Kyuubi out for future plot. Finally, we can move towards a fair world." Fukashi and Tendo Pain quickly arrived in front of the weak Kushina. But before Fukashi could capture her, chakra drilled out from the stomach of Kushina, and the shockwave made both Fukashi and Tendo Pain step back. Identity Reveal Chapters, 131 to 133. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 130, 129 Start. The lightning flashed as it ultimately revealed the terrifying sight. The whole area was filled with potholes, pits, and numerous cut trees and branches. Long slash marks dividing the ground could be seen everywhere. Two figures could be seen standing at a bit of distance from each other amid the devastating battlefield. "Without a Kekai Genkei, you could reach this height, I don't know how you did it. Even Madara could never pressure me this much, but I hope you can stop this jutsu. No one has ever been able to stop this attack, be careful." Hashirama looked at Kazuki, who stood in front with admiration. Hashirama, who always believed that only with a Kekai Genkei you can reach heights like him and Madara, knew now that he was wrong. If you have a strong will or a system, you can even surpass the greatest just with a sword. This is what Hashirama learned long after his death today while fighting Kazuki. Kazuki didn't have the time to be happy after hearing his praise as he could sense the situation on the side of Kushina was not good. After dealing with the first Hokage and disposing of Orochimaru quickly, he needs to head there. Hashirama brought his hands in front of him as blue chakra hovered around him. Black lines appeared on the face of Hashirama as the aura of oppression around him increased countless times. Every capable shinobi in the village was terrified as they could sense this chakra even vast than a tail beast. Tobarama, who avoided the attack of Minato, suddenly stopped as he looked towards the back of the village. That guy was able to push Big Brother so far. Tobarama, who was familiar with the chakra of Hashirama, could naturally guess that he had used Sage Mode. He never expected that masked guy with a single arm to push Hashirama so far. Tsunade and the rest also had a severe expression on their faces as they could also sense the terrifying chakra. The fight stopped once again as the eyes of everyone were focused at the back of the village. Sage Art Shinsu Senju. Konoha started to shake as they all saw a scene that they could hardly believe. A big Buddha thousands of meters high appeared with thousands of arms behind it. That's God of Shinobi Hashirama. Minato looked at the big Buddha in front of which even 9 tails looked like an ant in his memory. He could now understand why Hashirama could catch all tail beasts single-handedly. Hashirama, who stood in front of the giant Buddha, again made a hand sign. The giant Buddha started to move, and thousands of hands slammed towards Kazuki. Kazuki put his sword back in the scabbard quickly and made single-hand signs. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Hashirama was stunned by the sight in front of him. Nearly thousands of Kazuki appeared in front of him. Thousands of hands, then, what about thousands of slashes? Kazuki said with a smile on his face under the mask, looking at Hashirama. Hashirama, who heard his words, seemed to guess something, but he saw an unbelievable scene before completing his remarks. All of the shadow clones quickly pulled out their swords and slashed towards the giant Buddha as a sound that could be heard clearly spread throughout the village. One sword style. Thousands of slashes. The terrifying wind pressure roared like a dragon, blowing away the dark rain clouds that had built up in the sky. In front of the giant Buddha, thousands of red slashes about the same height as the Buddha appeared as they all seemed to cut open the space. The whole dark sky turned red, and everyone present looked at the red sky in stupidity. Finally, the slashes and the numerous Buddha hands collided as even the void seemed to split like a broken mirror. Booming sounds rang throughout the village as even wind storms appeared at the point of collision. It was a sight of hell, red light, and the wood shards were everywhere, and even Minato and others were affected by the shock waves of the attack. Damn, this will destroy the whole village. Tsunade cursed, saving herself from the fierce wind pressure. Several big houses were uprooted, and one of them flew high and hit the stone face of Sarutobi, destroying it immediately. Hee hee. But no one had time to notice it since they were having a hard time saving themselves. Finally, the shock waves caused by the attack began to weaken as, at the leading fighting site, a terrifying scene could be seen. The big giant from before was nowhere to be seen. I never thought I would lose. Hashirama had dust swirling around him as his whole right side had vanished as he lay in a pit looking at the rainy sky. All the shadow clones of Kazuki vanished as Kazuki finally sighed in relief. Kazuki quickly moved towards him as Hashirama felt a shadow over him. Haha, if Madara knew that I lost to someone else than him, he would really have been angry. Hashirama laughed, looking at Kazuki, who stood in front of him. Kazuki looked at him wanting to see how fast he was recovering. Kazuki noticed that the Hashirama was recovering, but the speed was too slow, maybe due to haki. Kazuki held Hashirama and put him on his shoulder. Putting force under his feet, Kazuki shot towards Minato and others leaving a red trail in the air. Minato and the rest who finally stood up since the fierce shock waves had stopped suddenly noticed something. A figure fell in the middle of them, destroying the ground underneath. But when they saw the person, or more precisely Hashirama, on his shoulder, they all felt like they were in a dream. Kazuki threw the incapacitated Hashirama on the ground as he looked at the sealing squad. Seal him before he recovers. Kazuki said to the sealing squad as they looked at Minato for confirmation, who after hesitating for a while, nodded. The seal squad quickly got to work, and Hashirama was sealed soon. Minato couldn't help but ask loudly as, just like him, everyone around him was confused. If he was an enemy, then why did he help them? That day, was it really you? Tsukumo came forward and looked at Kazuki with a complex expression on his face. He didn't know whether he should hate this guy in front or not. He was the one who saved his life, but he was also someone who killed a hero of Konoha. Kazuki, under the mask, had a sad expression on his face after hearing everyone's question. He desperately wanted to remove his mask, but the guilt of deceiving them made him unable to do so. Hee hee, Shanks, you really went beyond my expectations. Even the first Hokage couldn't defeat you. At this moment, silence on the battlefield was broken by the laughter of Orochimaru, who looked at Shanks with shock and curiosity. But even if you have defeated the first Hokage, there is still someone who can fight you and might even beat you because just like you, he was someone who could make miracles. Kazuki, who wanted to shut Orochimaru right away, suddenly stopped as he became curious about who he was talking about. Kurenai, who heard Orochimaru's words, suddenly had a thought as her pupils shrank. Orochimaru slammed his hands on the ground, and in the curious eyes of everyone around, 2 more coffins rose up from the ground. Naruto, Mimic Gojo Satoru, I have uploaded it on web novel. It was on the request of readers, though it's only one chapter, but I will update it regularly and you can read more translated chapters on neurofiction.com. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/naviking6666. Chapter 131, 130 Frustrated Fukashi. The forest outside of Konoha. The rain fell constantly, and lightning would also flash from time to time. The forest around 1,000 meters has been wholly razed as deep potholes and pits could be seen everywhere. Both Fukashi and Tendo Pain jumped back, avoiding the sudden shock wave that suddenly shot out from Kushina. Fukashi, who looked over and saw chakra continuously pouring out from her stomach, cursed in anger. Pain looked towards Fukashi since he wasn't able to understand. Even if he was an Uzumaki, Nagato didn't spend much time with his clan, and even Jiraiya couldn't teach him much about sealing jutsu. So his knowledge of sealing jutsu was lower than Fukashi, who learned everything Madara left behind. So not understanding the situation in front, he couldn't help but ask. That madwoman broke the seal of Kyuubi. Fukashi gritted his teeth in anger, and under the mask, his red eyes were even more crimson. Why is it so difficult to make a fair world? Fukashi had a mental breakdown due to frustration. Nagato cursed in annoyance because he knew it was too late to stop anything now, and he might have to fight again. The chakra pouring out from the stomach began to solidify, and soon, a giant orange fox with 9 tails behind it appeared in front of Fukashi and Nagato. Kurama, I hope one day someone can remove all that hate from you. Kushina's breathing was uneven, but she still had a smile on her pale face, happy for Kyuubi. Looking at the weak Kushina, Kyuubi, even after getting his freedom, didn't seem happy at all. His angry eyes spotted Fukashi in pain, and the next moment anger took over him completely. Kyuubi attacked both of them frantically, who, with difficulty, dodged his attack due to extreme chakra consumption earlier. The whole mist village was shaken by the explosion as numerous shinobi and white zetsu died under the C3 of Deidara with no bones left. Haha, this is the real art. Looking at the fantastic fireworks, Deidara laughed crazily, not caring for those burned in it. Don't cause too much trouble, let's go. It's time to leave. With the third cage puppet around him and Juzo with an unconscious girl on his shoulder, Sasori arrived beside him. Looking at the girl on the shoulder of Juzo, Deidara knew that they had succeeded. Mist is really weak, this girl couldn't even use the chakra of Tail Beast. Sasori spoke with contempt as he never expected the shinobi and the Jinchuriki of Mist to be so weak. Let's go. We can't stay here much longer. Juzo behind them reminded since it was the order of the pain to quickly leave after completing their task lest any trouble rises. Deidara made 2 white birds as the 3 quickly left the devastated village due to the enormous fight earlier. Haha, Lord Jashin, please accept this beautiful sacrifice. Hidan, who had already started his ceremony, stabbed himself with his scythe as Yugito the Jinchuriki of 2 tails coughed a mouthful of blood. Damn, this guy is strong. Dodging the tentacles of 8 tails, Kisame cursed in annoyance as he never expected the 8 tails Jinchuriki to be so strong. He thought with the help of Kakuzu, he would be able to deal with B, but Omoi, Karui, and a few other Jonin of Cloud were able to keep Kakuzu busy. B, don't let that guy get close. He can absorb our chakra. 8 Tails reminded B in his consciousness, who immediately decided to use a tail beast bomb to incinerate Kisame. Kisame dodged the yellow beam with extreme difficulty, but he was still somewhat injured. We underestimated the Cloud, Hidan has caught the 2 tails, let's retreat. Kakuzu, escaping from the Jonin of Cloud, quickly arrived beside Kisame as he suggested he withdraw. Kisame looked around and saw that nearly all the white zetsu were about to be wiped out. Cloud deserved to be the strongest village after Konoha, as even under a sudden attack, their shinobi could quickly control their situation. Kisame shouted loudly as all the remaining white zetsu attacked B and the rest of the Jonin, giving them time to retreat as the 3 of them quickly left the village with the passed out Yugo. After dealing with the remaining white zetsu, the higher-ups of Cloud sent a few Jonin shinobi to pursue Kakuzu and the others, but it was all in vain as they were gone completely. A messenger towards Konoha was also sent to inform Raikage about the situation. Chapter 132, 131 Identity Revealed 1. The rain falling from the dark clouds only increased the gloomy atmosphere of the village. Numerous corpses of white zetsu, as well as some Konoha shinobi, were everywhere on the streets. Uprooted houses destroyed shops everywhere. It was a scene of doom. Fire style. Fire dragon jutsu. Itachi brought his hand near his mouth as a fire dragon roared out of his mouth, burning the last batch of white zetsu. Shisui, beside Itachi, finally sighed in relief as even a single white Zetsu wasn't left, and all were killed. Itachi looked at the corpses of his comrades on the streets, and his eyes showed a sad look. They all died while protecting the village. Be strong, Itachi. Perhaps sensing the thoughts of Itachi, Shisui encouraged him. I know, Shisui cough. Cough. Itachi shook his head, but suddenly Itachi coughed fiercely. Are you alright, Itachi? Seeing Itachi coughing, Shisui couldn't help but ask with worry. Itachi stood up, rubbing his chest as he looked behind Shisui. Big brother Shisui, let's go to my father. We need to save my mother. At this time, Naruto and the Konoha genin arrived near Shisui, his face full of worry. Don't worry too much, your mother isn't weak, Naruto. Shisui rubbed the head of Naruto, encouraging him. Shisui, after ordering a member of Uchiha clan to look for the injured, left towards the fighting square along with Itachi and Konoha 11. Orochimaru shouted as two coffins rose up from the ground. Don't even think about it. Minato wanted to stop Orochimaru but was stopped by Tobirama, and the rest also had the same result. Kazuki, who could stop Orochimaru, didn't do so since he became a little curious about who Orochimaru was talking about. The lid of the coffins fell down as everyone spotted two figures in it. Whether it was Kakashi or Kurenai, they suddenly seemed to be struck by lightning after seeing one of the figures. Black kimono, with black hair and some red hair in the front and the face, which even if years had passed they could still recognize it quickly. I know jutsu shouldn't work, so worry not and just wait for the expression on the face of Orochimaru. The eyes of Kurenai were wet as, with a slightly choking voice, she said the name of the person in the coffin. Kakashi also had a sad expression on his face as he didn't expect to see his best friend again and might even fight his enemies now. Kazuki, who looked at his past self, was stunned, and, after sensing the corpse, he chuckled as he knew Orochimaru was about to have heart failure. At this time, Shisui and Itachi and the Konoha 11 also arrived at the fighting square. Both Itachi and Shisui said subconsciously when they saw the figure in the coffin. The rest of Konoha 11 were surprised hearing them call Sensei, and were curious about who they were talking about. Third Hokage and Sword Demon. The Kage from the other villages also recognized the two figures in the coffins. Hee, you remember them, don't you, Shanks? Orochimaru laughed, looking at Kazuki as he was curious about the expression of Shanks under the mask. The next moment, Orochimaru made a hand sign, and one of the figures in the coffin moved. Where am I? Didn't I die? Sarutobi walked out from the coffin as he looked around in confusion. You were reanimated, monkey. The second Hokage told Sarutobi about the situation. Sarutobi was surprised seeing Tobirama, but after hearing the word, reanimated, he understood that he was called back to the world of the living. Sarutobi looked around, and even if it was destroyed, he could still recognize that he was in Konoha. Minato, what's happening? Sarutobi spotted Minato and wanted to ask him about the situation. Don't you dare call my name. But contrary to his expectations, Sarutobi was rebuked by Minato harshly. Sarutobi was stunned for a moment, but he sighed as if remembering something. I see, it seems you learned what happened. A sad expression appeared on the face of Sarutobi. Sarutobi, who thought with him dying, he won't be judged anymore, never expected that even after death, he would have to face this trial session. Why did you do that? Wasn't he a hero of Konoha? At this time, Kurenai came forward and yelled at Sarutobi with anger on her face. Hearing her words, everyone who had a close relationship with Kazuki began to feel anger. I admired you, but you were behind the killing of my clan, now I even doubt whether Naoki died in the hands of the enemy. Tsunade also came forward and yelled at Sarutobi. Sarutobi sighed once again after he heard the words of Kurenai and Tsunade, but he didn't dare to explain anything. He looked towards Kakashi, Tsukumo, Jiraiya, and everyone he knew but only found hate in their eyes. Killing the clan, what are you talking about, Tsunade? Tobirama, who heard the words of Tsunade, was confused as he couldn't help but ask. The other Kage and even Orochimaru picked up their ears, wanting to know what happened. Even if Mitokado and Kaharu were executed in front of the whole village, they were only tagged with the crime of betraying Kazuki, and more details were kept a secret. It's not that Minato didn't want to announce it, but announcing it could have caused a rebellion from Konoha shinobi. In this world, where death was a common thing, will was the thing that drove a shinobi to fight. If they found what they were fighting for was a big lie, the consequences would be terrible. Tsunade quickly explained what the members of F4 did to Senju clan, Tsukumo, and finally told the truth about Kazuki. For his rule, he even tried to kill a hero who helped Konoha win the war and saved the lives of numerous shinobi. Tsunade quickly explained what happened as the expression on the face of Tobirama became more and more ugly. Sarutobi, I regret even taking you as a student. Tobirama, even if he was angry, knew there was no point in crying over it and could only express his disappointment while shaking his head.